Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. But the chain on his leg held him in place, his body charred with smoke trailed from every surface. Water release, bubbles technique. From other bushes, several small balls of waters headed out and assaulted the man's body, punching him with a small scale of destruction which punctured the man but not enough to create holes. His body got pushed back but the chain still tied down the man, making him unable to freely trash to the ground. A white scroll flew into the air, unrolled the moment it reached above the man. 100 Misery Rain. A numerous steel needle appeared under a collective of smoke, stabbing every part of the man's body and making him look like a hedgehog. His body fell to the ground with a hard dull sound, and he stayed quiet for a long time. From the bushes, Naruto, Shizui, and Tenten came out with hurried breath, but they have a relaxed expression. They slowly approached the man who laid without any life indication. I hope he's dead. Tenten huffed. She felt tired and sore after holding the man's body with her chain. I exhausted his chakra for quite much, the fact that he unable to detect out presence nearby meaning his vitality must be consumed in large quantity. Naruto crossed his arm, the cool visage he adopted failed to conceal his tired expression. After prick with that many needles, I don't think he survives. Shizui cancelled his Sharingan, he bitterly stared at Tenten. Note to myself not to anger you. Hee. Tenten bashfully fiddled her feet, then she faced Naruto with nose turned a little higher. Do you hear that, Uzumaki? Even Shizui is afraid of me. What? I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. What did you say? Naruto raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Tenten twitched her eyes. I said Shizui is yes. Hey, do you think Kakashi successfully secured the kids? Naruto glanced at Shizui. Hey, listen to me. Tenten raised her hands above her head and swung them angrily. Shizui shook his head. I hope so. Naruto frowned. He observed the dead man then nodded his head. Let's go to the rendezvous point. We'll know what happens after hearing the news from Kakashi himself. Shizui and Tenten nodded. They turned around and walked in a quite heavy step. Where do you think you're going? Black substances like tentacles sprouted from the supposedly dead man's body. It split into many small tentacles and caught the three Genin without giving them any chance to understand the situation. They screamed the moment those tentacles lifted their body and hung them in midair. Hee. The man rose on his feet, with a charred body, broken limbs, and needles on the head. He tilted upward and exposed his hideous face to them. His eyes became more black while the skin on his body getting paler. I admit, I'll never expect to get beat up by a bunch of snot brats like you. His arms and legs dangled on his body as if they no longer had any bone in them, but nevertheless, my experience in a fight still a lot more many than you. Hee. The black tentacles that connected from his back increased their tight grasp on their body. It clutched their waist while another grasped their neck. Arg. They felt pain and the lack of air, with flushed red color, painted their body. Tenten held onto the one that clung into her neck. Her eyes crawled with a red vein. Saliva started spilled from her mouth. Shizue tried to teleport away from his binding, but one of the tentacles caught his hand and smothering it into his body. He could feel the bone that reconstructed his body about to break. Among the two of them, Naruto seemed the one who suffered much, while the others had two separate tentacles that bound them. Naruto instead had three. One covered his legs, another clutched his body, the last one choked his neck. He sensed every single part of his body squeezed thoroughly, all blood as if rushed into his head, making him dizzy and unable to think. Even when he tried to contact Kurama, his mind quickly felt lightheaded and his consciousness became dim. In the span of 1 minute, the three gained and finally failed to persist and their awareness faded away. The man laughed. His voice came in high-pitched disturbing tone as if two voice responsible for such situation. He dropped Shizue and Tenten from the tentacle grasp and brought Naruto in front of him. He curled his lips, and eyeing the blonde's figure, he licked his lips. This body no longer suitable to be a vessel. I don't know the identity of this boy, but his skill and technique surpassed most of the children I ever saw. This boy definitely become a strong shinobi in the future. Hee, such a delicious human meat suit, while I should waste it by killing him. The man rose, he barely functioned hands, making several seals with it in stutter manner. He opened his mouth, then a group of black smoke rushed out, quickly set its path straight and entered Naruto's mouth. The quantity of this smoke quite large, as it took some time before it finally left the man's body. The black substance's tentacles figure became blurry. It slowly disappeared within the times along with the one that held Naruto. The man's body powerlessly fell into the ground, carrying Naruto's body down with him. Inside a strange tunnel with white wall and several pipes on its surface. A speck of water sounded, dripping somewhere easily caught by the lonely ears. The floor of this place flooded with water that reached into one grown man's knees. It's cold and hot at the same time. A figure in a completely black appearance from head to toe traversed the labyrinth. It glanced to right and left, albeit one couldn't see its face, but from the gesture it exhibited, clearly it confused about something. Strange, I never been inside this kind of place before within someone. Is this the boy's consciousness? The clack-clack sounds wandered in the desolate area as the figure was the only entity inside this labyrinth, at least until it heard a growling sound came from somewhere. It startled, looking into its back and front, trying to recognize the sound whether it was real or just imagination. After for such long time no more weird sound it heard, a relief breath breezed from its mouth. It continued the journey inside the labyrinth. After several times got lost in the way, it finally arrived in a place that very spacious. Even the wall around the room was nowhere to be seen. It hesitated for a while before gazing the complete dark view ahead and decided to just the hell with it. The figure strode forward, brushing against the water on its feet. It started to let out a cold sweat. The figure thought it was traveled into the infinite horizon, no limit that indicated the end of the line whatsoever. It ran and dashed, hoping to meet another wall or sort. It stumbled but didn't care, only wished to end the journey as fast as it could. But the figure never found it. The only thing around it was darkness and land filled with water. It wandered around, trying to catch a clue that might bring it out from this place. It was useless. The figure felt as if it's already traveled around the place in a long time, maybe a dozen years, perhaps centuries. Desperation filled its mind, the terror and distress hounding the figure to let out a scream, just wanted to hear its own voice. Time moved like a snail, creeping on the wall. The figure laid in water, tired and suffered from the endless journey it just experienced. It somehow regretted to enter the boy's consciousness. In the brink of mind collapsing, it heard another growl, alerting one mind that already desperate for company. It jumped on its feet, stretching the ears to catch more anomaly sounds. Grr. Its eyes lit up. Without care what possible entity that let out such a beastly growl, it dashed toward the sound, following everywhere the sounds came from. But after a long time, it still didn't find anything. It just dark, and dark. The figure itself was the entity of darkness, but they never felt this kind of pressure before. Another growl came out. It figured whoever let out the sound actually trying to play with it, misleading it into anywhere and made it lost. Alright, I give up. Please show me yourself. It roared with all of its might. Who said the figure like it was a creature of patience. There was no response regarding its tantrum. It roared again, but still, no respond. After did this without knowing how many, it finally gave up. Just laid there without any will to stand. It turned its consciousness off and prepared to doze off, but a large tidal wave suddenly surged in the room, sweeping the figure into the endless whirlpool and throwing its body all around like a fish inside a plastic container. It screamed, begging whoever did this to stop and promise won't invade the boy again. The current which throwing the figure upside down ceased. Bubbles started appearing and collected in front of it. It started with small groups before more bubbles collected and formed a giant creature many times bigger from its size. What made the figure shocked was that the bubbles trying to form was only the creature's head. The beastly face manifested by the bubbles, sharp chin, wide eyes, long ears, and sharp teeth. Imbecile. The creature's sharp teeth moved like it's ready to grind on the figure. Such a spawn pathetic creature like you dare to invade my host. The voice it possessed far deeper and felt extremely dangerous than anything the figure ever heard. Who's your lord? The creature asked. The mocking tone it let out was loud and clear. Asmodeus. The figure slowly said, it somewhat felt so small in front of the might of the creature. Asmodeus? The creature's voice held a hint of surprise, but followed with big laughter. Bahaha. That bitch boy Asmodeus was your lord? No wonder you are so pathetic and weak. The figure shocked. Bitch boy. You dare to call 7 lords of the hells bitch boy? What an arrogant creature. The figure sneered inwardly. Asmodeus famed in Hell Realm couldn't be compared to a mere existence. Even if you are strong, do you think you're power capable to beat down my lord? The creature as if could read what inside the figure's mind. He let out a satire remark. You people from hell always thought you're stronger than anything else, proud to yourself, looking down upon other kind, but in the truth you bunch of lot not more than a pebble to me. Even your King Lucifer only matched to be my toothpick? The figure startled at the words the creature just spoke. It knows my King Lucifer? Not to mention it blatantly insult him as a toothpick? The figure fumed with anger. The creature kept mocking the lords and the king of hell as if they just toys that not even fun to play. Shut your trap, you bitch. If my demon lords and king know what you just said, they will hunt you down like a dog. The figure said in a loud tone, clearly didn't take the creature prowess seriously. It thought that the power of hell was immeasurable, that whoever on this realm won't be able to compare. But soon the figure realized it had made a big mistake. Dog. The creature mumbled. Did you just call me a dog? There is an absent-minded tone within the creature's voice. There was a moment of silence between the blurry entities. Impudent. The creature roared and let out a stream of water, washing the figure and trashing it all over the place. It hurled from left to right, up to bottom, every possible side the figure was thrown. It no longer just felt dizzy, it was as if put inside a rotating wheel and let it roll along with the wheel. The frenzy stream halted, but the figure already devoid from any power and the will to live. It started pondering maybe the dark element win against another element, just a myth since the creature attack was so devastating. The figure floated in water without any indication to move at all. The creature stared at the figure with narrowed eyes. The beastly growl he let out akin to a raging volcano. When you come back to hell, make sure you tell that bitch boy, my shit miss him so much. Greya. The creature let out a roar and flushed the figure out from the water, traveled far to the tunnel and flew toward the light. Back in the forest, 4 figures laid on the top of the grasslands. One of them was an adult, while the 3 other just a bunch of kids. One of the kids with blonde hair gaped his mouth and let out a bunch of black smoke. It traveled through the air and slipped inside the adult's mouth. After several seconds passed, the smoke fully entered the adult's body. It trembled before the adult opened his eyes. A pair of pitch black eyes observed the blonde boy while tried to stand. He could only reach out halfway before his body started to give out the strength, thus his position turned very weird. His torso bent downward in 45 degrees, making his butt raised since his legs still stood proudly. What the hell is that thing inside this boy? The man stared in complicated light. It seemed to an acquaintance with my lord Asmodeus. He hesitated to kill the boy right now, feared if he did that, the creature will be angry then released from its cage. It will be fine if the creature just slaughter the earth realm, but if it arrived in hell realm. The man shook his head. His top priority now is to find a new vessel before this body finally gave out. It's hard for a demon to pass through this dimension. The regulation was terrible and hell was boring. There were only fire and rock there, unlike this place, so colorful. He glanced at the black-haired boy and decided to pick him as the new vessel. After all, he could see the potential within this boy not fall short from the blonde. Had he given enough practice, surely he could be the strongest person in this realm. The man gaped his mouth and prepared to rush the black smoke. Piri. Piri. He didn't realize the glaring lightning that headed toward his direction with the quickest speed. By the time he recognized the imminent threat, it's already too late. Lightning release, thunderblade. Puchy. In the night where the moon shone with a bluish phenomenon, one head hovered in the air while red liquid spilled to the sky. This time it's no longer a chili sauce, but the water that reeked with an iron smell. In the hospital's room with a white luminous door, Ruok's eyelids trembled. It's the 3rd day since Naruto received a blood donor from Zhang Wei and healed from his corruption with the help from Liu Yuan. Albeit the relationship between her and Zhang Wei turned out not that bad, but they yet to be called friendly. They greeted once a while when they changed shift in taking care Naruto. Daytime will be Zhang Wei turn while night would be her. Senior Liu and Liu Yuan would also come by from time to time, checking on Naruto's condition. Ruok felt a tad restless since the seductive Liu Yuan seemed taking a great interest toward Naruto. It's like a vixen hunting for its prey, it clearly visible in Liu Yuan's eyes that she wanted something from Naruto. Roxy opened her eyes. She felt a little dizzy from the lack of proper rest. She always fell asleep in sitting position while resting her head on Naruto's bed. Her hand never once let man's go. Every time she woke up, she had to twist her neck around to lessen the sore feeling around it. She even let Wang Ma massage it for a while before she took off to the office. She stared at the ceiling. A bright luminous lamp blinded her eyes. N? Roxy startled. Usually, the scene that greeted her will either be a blue-colored blanket, the LCD television across the room, and white-painted wall. She would glance to her left and gazing upon the handsome face that slept peacefully while his firm chest rose up and down in a steady manner. But she didn't do that now, because she felt she no longer sleeping in sitting position. She could sense the soft mattress underneath her body and cotton pillow held her head. Her body undergone a comfortable feeling. No ache or sore restricted some part of her body. In fact, she was as if bathed in a warm pool or tub. It washed away her fatigue and nourished her spirit. Is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Horseradish is not an instrument either. With these many kinds of seafood in the sea, they even cast a squirrel, but didn't have enough money to include a frog? Bullshit, that's what I call. A yammering from the scene being played by the LCD, followed by an annoyed tone entered her ears. Her breath stopped in the instant, mind unable to process for quite some time, and heartbeat as if refused to pulse. She realized now what bed she slept on, whose pillow she used, and why she basked in a comfortable warm feeling. It's him. He's awake. She yet to recover her consciousness, not until a familiar male's voice that resembled a breezing wind slipped inside her temporal lobe before finally registered into her brain. Oh, Ruoxi, you awake? It's no good to sleep like that, you could have hurt your neck. The gentle and caring voice in his tone shook the brief malfunction of her brain, it running the halted gears and making it produce a signal wave to her entire body, but the main focus was the corner of her eyes that dimmed with a reddish hue. Ruoxi wiped it with her finger but it still unceasingly flowed. Eh? Ruoxi, why did you cry? Ruoxi's tone lightly skipped, with both fingers now tried their best to block the well from flowing any more water. You stupid jerk, I hate you. The heck? What did I do? Nothing. Then why did you hate me for? If I hate you then I hate you, you have a problem with that? Of course I do. If you hate because I've been making a mistake, then I surely could find a way to apologize. Fine, it's your mistake, go apologize to me. You're not being detailed. What mistake that I do that making me have to apologize to you? You're being a jerk, that's your mistake, apologize now. Huh? But I don't remember doing anything that leads me into being a jerk. I just woke up a couple minutes ago. When, where, and what action did I do? That's why I hate you, go to hell. Been there, I hate the place, it's hot and full of rock, there is sexy demoness though. Jerk. How can you joke in this situation? I'm sad. Alright, do you know that tree frog can jump 150 times of their height? Shut up, I don't care about your stupid frog. Ruoxi, please stop crying, I don't know what to do. In the room where calmness had been shooed away, a commotion of crying and pleading sounds rung together, like a beautiful singing of two innocent children. 74 alien abduction and giant serpent. So, you and Zhongwei have been taking care of me these past 3 days? In the hospital, Pihan section, within one of the Lumina store, Naruto occupied a small chair beside the white bed where Ruoxi sat on its edge, dangled her legs. Ruoxi nodded, her complexion had turned for the better. Well, how did it go? Have you guys been talking? Naruto chuckled, he never thought that his incident would be the first meeting of the two beautiful and charming young lady. He did ponder about this issue before, like, how he was going to connect both of them without making things awkward or cold. After all, both people were his women, of course, he wanted for them to get along to each other. Neither good nor bad, but we didn't talk aside from important matters. Ruoxi sighed, remembering Zhang Wei's indifferent voice, making her felt a bit annoyed and somehow helpless. She also a cold woman but she tried her best to act sociable. Naruto smiled, he laughed a bit, give it a time, the more you interact with each other, the more that tense thread between you will soften. Ruoxi snorted, it's your fault. If you not so kindly had accepted many women, this situation wouldn't occur between the two of us. She bitterly glanced at her own thighs, I prefer talking with Minu instead with her. His eyebrows jumped, with a shock on his face. Naruto said, you already talk with Minu? Ruoxi glimpsed at him before throwing her face to the other way, hump. Of course, I did. Naruto had fallen unconscious from the last 3 days, such an event if not squeaked any news will be scored as bad behavior in Yulei's record. Mokayane didn't know Naruto's involvement with Emerald Quasa's incident thus she would think that Naruto just skipping his works. Minu on the other hand, suffered from anxiety of waiting for Naruto's reply. Her previous relationship had caused her a trauma, thus unable to remain calm after not receiving any information even only for a few hours. Ruoxi, of course, didn't know about this. When she contacted Mina through Naruto's phone, her ear was brutalized by hundreds of questions with concerned and worried tone, as if Naruto had been missing for a couple of weeks. She did find this cute and felt pity for the woman. It became more adorable when she spoke and told Mina that she's Naruto's wife. It turned quiet for a while before awkward apologies and unclear explanations flew from the other side of the line. Ruoxi couldn't help but giggled with this, but chose not to worry Mina by saying she's fine with Naruto having a relationship with her. She wasn't really clear what drives the foundation of their relationship, but she knew it isn't just an attraction between the gender. Wait, why you did not directly contact Chief Mo, instead have to ask Minno? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows. What? You don't want me contacting your other girlfriend? Ruoxi curled her lips. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I quite anticipate that moment. After all, maybe, if you all get along, I might have reward myself a big pleasant surprise. Naruto glanced upward. His face looked dreamy with a slight droopy light on his eyes. Ruoxi wrinkled her forehead. What reward you're talking about? Not worth to mention now, just forget it. Anyway, back to my question, why you did not directly call Chief Mo? Naruto abruptly dispersed his imagination and restored his usual smile while facing her. That would be impossible since Kayane could know it was me through my voice unless I used a voice changer. Ruoxi shook her head. You both are that close that she instantly knew it was you even though you used a different phone? That. And she has synesthesia. Ruoxi nodded. What? Naruto startled, his voice unable to conceal the genuine surprise. You mean she has the ability to perceive one sense with her another sense? People who have synesthesia, or as they called, synesthetes, capable to see a sound, taste a word, and smell a color. These unique ability applied to this people since they were born and strongly suggested it's hereditary. Each synesthete experienced the form in a different way. For example, A might see 4 as red, but B instead saw 4 as blue. Kayane could picture someone's figure through their voice, even when she never see the figure in person. Of course, unless she already met the figure, her description doesn't really match, but most of the time, she could perfectly guess 1 or 2 of their look. Ruoxi let out a smile. She had known me for years. My voice could easily generate my figure for her eyes to see. That's amazing. Naruto sighed. It's not every day you could learn something like this. His eyes set back to Ruoxi. What did you tell me about my condition? Half the truth. Ruoxi chuckled. I say you had been involved with an accident, thus need a bed rest for a few days. Well, I guess that's the best plausible reason you could come up with as an excuse for me not coming into the office. Naruto scratched his cheek. Are you saying my idea was stupid? Ruoxi twitched her lips as she threw a pair of glaring eyes toward the blonde. Not stupid per se, you certainly can think something better, such as I was kidnapped, or my adopted family was dying overseas, like my dog or something. Naruto moved around his forefinger. Why the hell did you even think those as an excuse? Ruoxi's face masked with ridiculous expression. Kidnapped? Your dog was dying? Might as well say an alien abducted you or a giant serpent swallowed you whole. Well, if you told her I was kidnapped, that might create a sense of worry for her, but she knew my capability to a certain extent, thus she, perhaps, will think I was busy getting away from my kidnapper and didn't have a chance to text her back. In the meantime, they wouldn't have the thought to check on me in my home since I'm not there anyway. As for my dying dog, it was a sad and heartbroken moment, but isn't comparable to the loss of human family member. Thus while I have an urge to see my dog last moment, the people in Yule wouldn't worry so much since they mostly found it ridiculous and won't send me thousands of condolence card. Naruto finished talking with nose turned a bit higher. Ahem, how is it? Ruoxi stared at him with deadpan expression, unbelievably stupid and entirely unreasonable. Hey, it filled with unique feature and comedic purpose. Unique and comedic as it is, but it's so dumb that only the dumbest person in the entire dumb population will believe such a dumb reason. It's still better than your generic excuse. Yeah? Mine is generic because it's the truth and no loophole whatsoever? Great. No loophole. Alright, humor me with this. What if they decided to visit me while I'm still not sober? What would you say to them? Would you just reject their visit? Or are you just going to shut down my phone and ignore their notification? I'm going to say you have biohazard situation. There, you satisfied? Did you even hear yourself? I'm having an accident and suddenly in a biohazard situation? Yes. You got slipped by banana while crossing over a street and a truck full of a chemical container have to stop abruptly to avoid run you down. It accidentally broke loose all the chemical containers and flood you with its liquid. Okay, it sounds terrible now. I guess the generic and simple I have an accident is enough. Thank you. Well, of course, It will much better if you could come up with a better excuse. Oh, for meatball's sake, are you going to bugger me with this for an eternity? The sounds of their words, fighting each other in the room, tackled the surrounding peaceful environment. Even people who passed the hallway glanced at the room's wall with a confused look and frightening appearance. What kind of psycho resting up in that room? A beautiful woman with seductive appearance strolled from the elevator and wrinkled her eyebrows as soon as she heard the commotion hailed from that bit portion space of this entire section. She leisurely twisted the knob and pushed the door open, witnessing two humans, male and female, heatedly argued each other. The female even had her face turned red from the excessive talk and her chest heaved in a strong rhythm. At first, the woman thought they have some serious conflict, but after hearing it for a while longer, she just shook her head at the nonsense topic that became the theme of their rambling. My idea was clearly much better. It's detailed and undoubtedly no hole. No hole? Fine, explain to me, how can I grab a hold of your phone if you were kidnapped or your dog is dying? I could have been kidnapped in front of my doorsteps and you found my phone on the ground. As for my dying dog, I was so overwhelmed with sadness that I accidentally left it behind. Well, that it actually makes sense. See, no hole. It's still dumb no matter how I see it. The woman stared at them with half-lidded eyes. They're so focused in their fierce exchanged words that they failed to recognize a third party had arrived. She closed the door and cleared her throat. Ahem, I get it that you guys are missing each other, but please, this a hospital, not a marketplace, tone down a bit. Ruoxi startled after hearing another woman's voice. She glanced toward the door and caught a beautiful woman wearing a cream cotton sweater with a pair of jute leggings. She put on a light makeup and her hair combed into a bun. Her carefree appearance enough to make anyone felt comfortable to come up and said hello to her. Ruoxi immediately jumped down from the bed and put on an alarmed face. I am sorry, Ms. Ryuian, I didn't mean to cause a commotion. On the other hand, Naruto just shrugged. He rose from his chair, walked beside Ruoxi before placed his hand atop her head and lightly rubbed it. Yeah, Miss Liu, sorry for her behavior, I already told her not to speak so loud. Well, how can you put all the blame into me? Ruoxi snapped her face toward him and clenched her teeth. TSK, Ruoxi. Just admit it, or we can go for another round of an unpleasant and ear-crushing confrontation. Ruoxi clenched her hands before she threw her face away from him with a snort. Humphrey. Fine, you win this time. Naruto grinned brightly before ruffled her hair. That's my girl. Liu Ruian watched how Ruoxi's cheek turned red at his declaration. Despite the hate behavior she displayed, but Liu Ruian knew Ruoxi actually felt joy of their interaction. Pointless argument might prove to be a waste of time, but sometimes it good for another purpose. In this case, it had shown how close the relationship between two parties. Unknowingly to her, a small flame of jealousy ignited within her guts. Liu Ruian waved her hands, indicating she's fine. She focused her honey-colored iris toward Naruto. I see that you already in healthy condition. How long have you been sober? A few hours ago, Naruto nodded. In truth, he just awake a couple minutes prior to Ruoxi's recovery from her slumber. He told lies because he didn't want to freak out both women, since someone who incapacitated for days would normally have a weak body for hours before they could restore their previous condition. Ruoxi wrinkled her eyebrows. She might fall asleep, but not by an accident. She knew what time, albeit not precise, when she started feeling drowsy before decided to lay her head on the bed. It's an hour from the current time, and yet Naruto said he has left the bed for many hours. Ruoxi guessed he's not telling the truth for a reason, thus she chose to remain silent. That's fortunate. Liu Ruian nodded with a faint smile. It's strange to see a vigorous man like you laid in bed for days without a proper explanation. Naruto sighed. Yeah, the last fight took quite a deal of me. My opponent was strong. It's not the wound that greed inflicted on him that forced him to deep in the unconscious. It's the heavy burden on his mind to persist the existence of the 4 clones that suffered from maintaining the barrier formation. Not to mention his diminishing chakra that kept plummeting toward its limit. Liu Ruian shivered a bit. I heard what happened from Uncle Fu. He said it was indeed a fierce battle. He didn't even sure if he the one who fought. He'll still be alive now. Naruto curled his lips. I am sure Mr. Liu is exaggerating. I bet he could fight better than me. Oh, don't lowering yourself like that. Uncle Fu already praised your combat prowess entirely higher than him. Accept the compliment. Liu Ruian chuckled. Naruto let out a mouthful of air. Fine. He glanced at Ruoxi and shook his hand that stayed atop her head. You hear that? I am an awesome fighter. Humphrey, don't think yourself too high. I heard there is a more skillful martial artist out there ready to beat you black and blue. Ruoxi sneered. Naruto waved his head. Miss Liu, do you see this? My own woman didn't even believe her own man's combat capability. I didn't say I am not trusting your prowess. I just refuse to lower the bar in case you easily raise your nose in the air. Roxy leered at him. She blinked her eyes innocently. Sure, whatever you say, Naruto shrugged and playfully messed her hair. Take your dirty claw away from me, I'm not a dog you could pat every day. Roxy brought up her hands and tore Naruto's hands from her head. I'll buy you meatballs once a week. Okay, you allowed to pat me? Aizen looked at the weird couple's strange interaction and made her felt funny inside. But they seemed to enjoy it, thus she tagged along with a smile and sincere gaze. Naruto faced the auburn-haired woman across the room. He smiled temperately. Miss Liu, I thank you for the things you did for me. Roxy told me all about it. You are welcome, but it's my obligation to give you the best treatment available in cherish of the deed you had done. Naruto shook his head. I am just doing what I can. And that saves a lot of life, for that you have my gratitude. Aizen lightly bowed her body. Roxy widened her eyes at the unusual behavior she saw this time. A CEO of billions-worth company actually lowered her head in front of a regular salary employee. To Roxy, the images she held for these powerful people, more specifically the one that's still young and prime, tended to place their heads high in front of the other. They walked with chest pushed out and pranced feet as if they were child blessed by heaven. One insult they received and by the next morning, the perpetrator went missing. Thousand help they gained, unless the one who helps was famous, no single appreciation they would convey as if it was a pain. Regarding Naruto's unique blood, Senior Fu had made it clear that no one else should know about it except for the doctors, Zhang Wei, and herself. He even dared to keep this out from the young lady he swore to protect since forever. Unless Aizen possessed an incredible humble character, or she knew something about Naruto that made her treating him as an important person. The blonde man didn't know what the goddess-like beauty beside him currently thinking. He waved his hand and released Aizen from her over-polite gesture. Miss Liu, if this didn't bother you, I wish to be discharged from the hospital and allowed to go home. Sure, I'll prepare everything, but... Hesitation marked her face. Can you give us spare time for me to discuss something? Both Naruto and Roxy's expression remained the same as if they already foresaw the things she ought to say. Alright, I give you both a privacy, I'll be waiting outside. Roxy raised her right hand and traced Naruto's left cheek while smiling lightly. When she about to grab her purse, Aizen stopped her motion and stated her intention. Actually, I need to talk with both of you. This action caught Roxy's attention. She faced the woman back with raised eyebrows while Naruto stayed in the same spot with an unchanging expression. He glanced at Roxy for a moment before facing Aizen again. He moved his shoulder briefly then said, I guess it wouldn't be hurt to hear what she has to say, how about it? Roxy set her eyes upward to the ceiling for quite some time before she set them down and nodded her head. Aizen lashed out her smile, inhaling a breath before started telling them the things she wanted to discuss. The night chilled, where the lights might have been killed. Restful hours tingled with an unprecedented rush. Beyond the veil of space and place, tunnels struck guidance to the end. 5 people dashed within the narrow alley, leaving the dust for the path they rally. Hush and puff spoiled the air, dispersing the cold that yet to flare. Arcane blast. A man threw his hand backward, conjuring a purple diagram before the tip of his fingers. A purple energy as large as a grown man's torso sprang out and headed toward the direction the man intended to. Bang. An average scale of an explosion blew the small confinement of the area, crashing the old and dirty dweller into the vortex of messiness. The companion of the man failed to lag behind. They followed the man's action and summoned a lot of red, blue, and yellow diagram which spawned a corresponding energy to bombard the small path behind them. They turned to their right, passing a glittering neon that blinked a mysterious ambience. Under the glare of a gigantic clock, stretching high towering above other construction, this people exited the alley and mingled in the public's pavement. Their suspicious garbs swept upon the concrete ground as they strolled toward a bar and entered all together. A nail was a trademark that became a soundtrack of this specific location's theme. A lousy voice from someone's big mouth unravels the bitterness of solitude inside the desolate wooden space. 1-2 good dresses lady scampered in a labyrinth of tables, carrying the brownish pallet with golden liquids container on top of it. The 5 people with their azure cloak approached the thick mustache bartender, swooping the ground as they placed their bottom on the greenish stool. What can I do for you lots? The mustache bartender said while wiping the glass with a cloth. 5 white curtain. The man on the leftmost spoke up, a tad whispers shush among the place. 5 of ya? The bartender Oceanic swept the shady cloaked group. Aye, the man nodded. The bartender paused a while before said out loud, Cheryl, kindly fish me the papers, love? One of the women who chatted with 4 customers glanced toward the bar place. She faced them back with apologetic manner then left in a rush. She pushed open the door beside the bar and hopped in. What demon you lots pissed off? The bartender raised his eyebrows, the wrinkle on his face foiled again to a paper. Scary one hell of the gal. One of them sighed, there was naked shiver shaking that tone. Fucking killed 3 of my men, one of them still alas, the leftmost man said with a bitter tone, didn't even see her coming. 1 second we joke like a madman, in the next second their bloody head had fallen off. Ah, that's terrible, don't worry, you lots come into the right place, we got your back. The bartender nodded, then he glanced at the door that the woman previously entered. Cheryl. What's holding you, love? 5 seconds of no response, the bartender twitched his lips, he left his position and strode away while mumbling curses. The cloaked group exchanged stares. After for quite some time the bartender didn't show up, they started to feel nervous, in the brink of time prepared to leave, the lights in this place suddenly blacked out. What the fuck? Flippin' going on? The match is about to end. Dozens of yells and insults filled the dim atmosphere while the servers tried to calm them down. The dread of lacking one vision infected the group as they, with a swift motion, headed toward the exit in a line. Rush steps stormed down the ground, high urgency struck their minds. Shia, the person closest to the double-leaf door, abruptly halted his step, making the entire ducks behind him froze their soul and stabbed deep their position. One hand slowly raised, pointed finger shook like the day would meet the end. She's here. Amidst the loud roar of the crowd, in the middle of dusky brightness, a figure appeared, standing right before them with a pair of red eyes resembling a blood staring them down. It's full of power, and a thirst for the whatever its master craving for. The group grew terror inside their little heart, and it's escalate high and fast. Shockwave. A brown diagram instantly conjured on the person closest to the figure and colorless power flew from inside. Shabam. A huge sound crashed on the targeted area, leaving a crack on the surface of the wall as the cloak they wore flapped in a strong wave. The crowd inside the room turned quiet, they directed the vision toward the entrance and gazed upon the group with great curiosity. Suppose the group became calmer in the result of the spell that being cast, but their face devoid from any redness instead. In the spot, where they expected the figure received the impact and now in a bad condition, the hope doomed to extinguish since the target no longer stood there, no red eyes could be seen anywhere in their previous vicinity. Thud. The people including the 4 personnel of the group suddenly heard a dull sound peeped in the room as if something had fallen without restraint. Iron-like smell quickly lingered in the air, drifted toward anyone's nose and made them cringe in the second. The 4th person within the line felt a splat of warm liquid on his hand, he brought it up and touched it before the iron smell swarmed the gate. His expression became dulled for a while, then turned his black boots around to inspect the occurrence that just happened behind him. It was vague, but he could see a body, laid on the ground, while unclearable water pooled underneath it. Body and pool of water. It didn't take a genius to realize what sequence just happened for the person to let out a horrendous scream like a chicken met its predator. With a startled motion, another person in the group raised up his hand and aimed to the ceiling, Mysterious Halo. A sparkle white diagram summoned and buzzed out a ring made of lights toward its destination. It hovered in the air and restored the visibility of everyone within the bar. But soon a series of gasps and screams surged one by one, beating down on the atmosphere. Within their eyes, the last person in the line of the group had been found laying on the top of blood with lifeless face and powerless sign. The group unavoidably jumped back in fright, even one of them stumbled as his hips started giving out their strength. They didn't know what just happened and how possibly the cause of their leader's death. No need to be confused. A voice rang out, melodiously wandered from one tunnel of ears into another, without any hint of fear and dividend. The people waved their head, trying to find the one who responsible for that relaxed tune. Where are you guys looking? I am here. They halted and glanced together in the same direction, which was the table at the most right corner of the place, the one that positioned right beside the window. A woman with jet black fringe hair sat upon one of the chairs, her bank closed to cover her left eyes that apparently now shut tight while she's enjoying a sip of a drink from the oaken glass. She wore a turtleneck knit dress that illustrates the curvaceous surface she possessed. Her medium skin tone poured out a sexiness that flushed up a warm feeling inside someone's guts. While the mood to walk closer ungreeted upon such a feverish lady flamed on, the audience just stared at her in silence. What caged their intention and chained their ankle was probably a long black-handled katana that leaned against her table. It's currently on its sheet, but they couldn't help but felt something grip tight their inner part as they laid their eyes on it. You killed him. One of the group roared. He strode toward the front of the bar place, swaying out his cloak, revealing a man in his 20s with light stubble, black leather jacket, yellow-colored strip and blue denim pants. Stephen, no. His comrade tried to stop him, but the man who named Stephen already raised his arm while his hand holding a wand as long as twice his own hand. Firebolt. Bang. Half part of the dining place was ablaze with the combustion of fire, killing several customers who didn't even know what just happened. A mage could conjure a spell with their own tip of fingers, but if they held up a wand in their hand, the technique they cast would increase several effectiveness in their potency. Of course, this was not just applied to a wand, but also magic swords, staff, talisman, ring, and etc. Every wizards and fighter knew the dangers of using a magical item to power up one spell since they couldn't comprehend the magnitude of the one they cast. The magical item had their own range of boost up and neither a normal wizard nor fighter capable to estimate how high they would raise one magic power. People who spared from the blasted range of Steven's spell watched how the event unfolded with dropped jaw and sickening eyes. They couldn't believe this group of people willing to sacrifice bystander in order to kill one person. They stood up from their chair and took out various handguns, from Colt M19 to Enfield MK, all aimed toward Steven while their fingers readied on the trigger. Seeing the situation made by her friend, one of the group pulled down the cloak on her head and revealed a blonde woman with short frizzy hair. She strode in front of Steven and raised her both hands to the air. "Good sir, please be appeased. We don't want this to be happening. My friend was in the fit of anger and on purpose unleashed it on your people. We would pay for the loss you experience." A middle-aged man separated from the crowd. His hand gripped a Colt M19 and his eyes dangerously stared at the fair-skinned lady. "Bugger off, woman. This has nothing to do with our loss. When one of us is killed, it's our obligation to seek revenge to whoever did it. Your friend here dared to put on such an act. Sure, he knows what will befall him. Please, good sir, is there any way to redeem my friend's blunder?" "I am afraid not. An eye for an eye, that is our creed. Now you fuck off before I blasted a hole in your fucking head too." The blonde-hair lady sighed. She glanced on the rest of her group and Steven who was in her back, then she faced the middle-aged man back. "Then so be it." In a swift movement, the blonde lady fished out her own wand from her sleeve and pointed it to the middle-aged man. "Miasma blast." Puff. A dark greenish diagram appeared and shoot out a corresponding light toward the middle-aged man's chest. He got pushed back and hit a desk behind him, broke it in the processes. The rest of them except the group stunned by the sudden act of the blonde lady, without much further thought, they strengthened their intention and readied to pull the trigger. Arg. Before they even managed to squeeze out one bullet, another ear-piercing sound pushed through their sense. Eyes moved around and searched the suspect. They startled upon seeing one of them swarmed by a greenish ghastly smoke. It entered every hole they had and showed off a frightening effect. The person who got struck by it, his face expressed a horror, with eyes glared in red and mouth wide open to their limit. Their skin became rotten as it turned green and had the epitome of decaying. What's more terrifying was, the ghastly smoke didn't just attack one person at a time, it duplicates in the air and assaults all of them all at once. Every men and women, guns or not, all swarmed by the smoke and killed in a disgusting way. Scream and beg for mercy held no meaning for the group as they watched how people decimated by the strange force. The blonde woman sighed. She took back her wand and glanced at Steven with a pair of indifferent eyes. "Are you out of your bloody mind? It's the sacrifice that I am willing to take so long I get into that vent." Steven didn't back down again, the blonde woman's deathly visage. "And do you see her bloody corpse anywhere? She evades Roger's last attack. What stops her from doing the same?" The fire already wound up. There were indeed several charred corpses laid down on the ground, but that feverish woman's last position only yielded ashes and dust. "Claudia, that is enough," a man's voice called out to her from the side. "We need to escape now, before cops coming here. You pull that kind of action again, I bloody swear to feed you to my plant." The woman called Claudia gritted her teeth before snapped her face away from Steven. She walked toward the direction of the group with distress appearance. Steven let out a mouthful of breath, with a little tense eyebrow. He turned his body aside and followed Claudia's footsteps. Puchy. As his feet stepped on the plank underneath, a long object passed through his left chest, its cold surface drenched with his warm blood and together mixed in a deathly requiem. Ah. From his back, the feverish woman appeared with both hands raised, gripping a black handle that belongs to a considerable sharp katana. The woman red iris leered at Steven without slightest sympathy in them. "Steven." Both person in the group facing the direction of Claudia and the recent stabbed man, thus they naturally noticed his predicament. Claudia jumped in surprise at her comrade's behavior and swiftly turned around while fished out her wand. "Puchy." Not in a second she finished her movement. She saw a blurry figure flashed out before her eyes, then her sight wandered around, completely oblivious toward the event that happened to her. Claudia's head hovered in the air, witnessing without consciousness that the woman already arrived, and she slightly bent her body in front of Claudia's former body. The woman held her katana in her right hand. "Nu. Bastard." The other two left brimming with anger and unwillingness. They took out their own wands and prepared to smite this hateful bitch into ruin along with this place, but... Puchy. Puchy. The woman vanished from her spot and appeared between the men, swiping her blade over the man's neck on her right, completely detached the crown from the throne. Then in a quick motion, she proceeded to stab the man on her left, deep strike into his torso. The man stunned by the recent blow, he fell into his knees and stared at the blade with unbelievable expression. He glanced at the feverish woman while blood spews from his mouth. "Why?" She leered, while remained in her position. She said, Because I have an order, and the price on your head's enough to feed me a whole month. Bollocks. He spat. Darkness started looming his consciousness. He bitterly stared her down. Could you tell the name of the person that placed the bounty? The woman tilted her head and set her eyes upward. Her beautiful feature blossomed in the guise of cruelness. Oh, I suppose I could. Ha. Ha. Thank you. The woman pulled out her katana. She turned it around and sheathed its edge. She walked toward the door with light steps. Her brown shoes tiptoed. Her graceful bearing swayed in the air. She halted right before the door and turned her face to look at the man beyond her right shoulder. His figure reflected on her red iris. Mr. Pendragon says hello. Thud. The man finally touched the ground with his forehead before the rest of his body fell into the side. The feverish woman pushed open the door and walked outside. Her eyes enjoyed the nighty time of romance this area offered, the triplet lamp mimicking the old-style lanterns from medieval age, the coldy mist that danced in the atmosphere, and surrounding building that depicted the imperial theme. Her visible breath coughed out. Despite the simple attire she put, her body remained steady under the freezy wind that brushed against her skin. Bzzzt traversing down the pavement, her phone tickled her waist. She fished it out and glued it to her ear. Yeah, I just finished the task. Don't know if I am going straight home, probably hang out for a while, that new beef restaurant quite attractive. She curled her lips, there was careless appearance painted on her face, but soon her relaxed tone changed as she wrinkled her eyebrows. Hawk team went missing? Martial Artist Alliance involvement? She waved her head, shrugging her shoulder. They probably already dead, not worth further attention. I prefer to stay clear from a nation's special defense. Arriving at the crossroad, the woman halted her steps, leaning her back on the traffic lamp. Her face turned serious. Really? A distress signal? From the rabbit girl? Can someone else go instead? How about Jack? The woman twitched her eyes. She finally let out a sigh. All right, since there is no other option, I handle it, but I demand double in payment. She rolled her eyes. Don't you try talking me through this, you know how I feel about going there. Her expression lagged for a while before she finally responded. Good, you better keep your end. She took down the phone and put it inside her pocket. She inhaled a large mouthful air before sweeping her eyes toward the sky. There was complicated emotion reflected on that red eyes. Renouncement, bitter, hatred, and a sliced piece of sorrow. Cars drove down the road, one by one, passing through her figure without any chance of sped down. First car, second car. Shua. And just like that, her figure disappeared from the pavement, leaving nothing but her memorable fiery aura, lingered in the air akin to a permanent ink on the blank clear whiteboard. 75 Life and happiness. After reuniting settling his discharge papers, Naruto changed his patient attire into casual one that prepared by the hospital. Chatting for a little bit a while, he and Roxy excused their presence from the seductive lady and went home as soon as possible. Wang Ma also immediately leaving Lin Kun behind and heading toward home the moment she received Roxy's phone call about Naruto's recovery and planned to return to the house. They sat upon Bentley's car seat as Roxy trod on the gas pedal and drove the car under the cheers of the lamps on both sides of the road. The night still young, several stores exhibited their product under the flashy neons and ludicrous marketing method. One LCD as big as human displayed its dazzling feature, enticing a bunch of eyes to witness the magnificent soccer match with real charming colors. People with blue, green, and other uniforms stood at the front of the store. Smiling faces and excited voices were the main vocal of their job description. After all, no one wanted to buy something from a shop that had grumpy and temperament server. Naruto did what he always liked to do, leaning his back against the comfortable seat while his cerulean eyes gazed upon the moving scene outside the car's window. He caught a glimpse of a pair, man and woman, with their little boy in the middle, strolling on the street with a happy occasion. He saw a tired sales lady, wiping sweat from her forehead, yet her face remained spirited at the sight of a customer, come by to her store. He perceived a man behind his stall, selling a bunch of toys with a sincere and kind face, even let the children played with them despite whether they would buy it or not. The traffic still held up by the jam of cars at this period of hours. The Bentley stopped time to time without any allowance to slip by. Roxy tapped on her steer. She glanced at Naruto, pondered a bit before braved herself to ask him, "Hey, why do you always smile like that whenever you stare at the view beyond that window?" People harbored different habits while they were in wait, either it was in a car or something else. They could have to listen to some kinds of music, MP3 or radio, reading novel, let it be hardcover, online, or PDF, chatting, playing a game, sleeping, etc. But rare of them had the knack to just sit in silence while looking at the view besides their seat. Well, unless it's a beautiful scenery or their first time seeing such a phenomenon. Naruto turned his face to her. A pregnant pause delayed his expression, then he let out a chuckle. Have you ever thought about what life is? Roxy startled. She never considers he would ask such a philosophy question. She turned silent for a while, then parching her mouth in hesitation. Well, there is a time when I think about it. Have you ever reached any conclusion? Naruto smiled. Based on several books that I have read, life is a search of happiness. Ruoxi fiddled with a stare. But there is a lot of things that could lead to happiness. Which one that is life? Well, people might comprehend them in many different perceptions. Some said, by acquiring much money in one life, we could live the rest of our life without any worry. Do you believe that principle? Ruoxi stared at him with doubtful colors. She frowned at the thought of her past. Despite the deepness of her pocket and shimmering gold in her custody, she remembered how she still this close to almost killing herself. She had money, but it didn't prevent her from committing such an atrocious action. No, I guess not. It's true that some people, well, probably most of the people, considering a materialistic achievement as the way to reach happiness, some of the other, thinking otherwise, that life without any desire could be the ultimate way to attain happiness. But what is the true way? Ruoxi mumbled. She glanced at her finger. The smooth and slender little things that cast a jealousy upon any women and fierce kindle flame upon any men. She faced him back. What about you? What do you think of life? I think that life is everything. Naruto glanced at the scene outside the window. He spoke slowly. Life is out there, a barking dog to a sneaky cat, a mother that nurse her baby, a husband who pull an all-nighter, boys with their comic, girls and Taylor Swift's lip sync. Ruoxi almost let out a giggle with his words. She watched Naruto set his eyes to the front view. Life is a carpenter who grinds his wood with great tenacity, or a painter who framed the panorama of the greenish landscape. He faced her with a faint smile. Life is in here, with me and you, talking. Their eyes lined up in an invisible string. It's colorless but not tasteless. It's not science but also not sorcery. It's powerful yet gentle at the same time. A smile blossomed on her lips. She said in a soft voice, "Then what do you think of happiness?" "For me, happiness is peace." Naruto curled his lips. His eyes declined. "So long I can attain peace, then maybe I could experience that ultimate joy. And I take that peace away from you by involving you with my problem." Ruoxi bitterly mumbled. Naruto shook his head. "No, you not." In the midst of her surprise, Naruto leaned on the seat's headrest. "Until now, I never find that peace, or know what's the meaning of peace. I keep searching but yet to settle, I keep looking but hard to stay. My peace is nowhere to be found." He raised his left hand and caressed Ruoxi's cheek. "Maybe my peace lies with you, or Zhongwei, or Minnow, or all of you, or not at all." He curved his lips in a temperate smile. "Don't you think it's interesting to find it out?" She unbeknownst gazed at him with blurry eyes. Slowly but surely, she leaned to her right, frame by frame, second for a second. Her soft and pink lips approached his gentle and warm one, their face close within hair's breadth, one slight push to cuddle the soft meat above their chin. Tin. Tin. The uproar of dozen cars behind the Bentley awakened them from their charmed predicament. With an alarmed face, Ruoxi quickly stared at her front and noticed the rest of Slumberland already raced to the horizon, without leaving any trace at all. She put in a gear and drove in a panic, fearing for the people behind already take out their Molotov, namely Heavy Rat. Naruto just laughed at the situation and ignored a pair of glaring crystal eyes from his side. Minutes later, they arrived at Dragon Villa and quickly sauntered the wheels toward the house number 89. Both Naruto and Ruoxi got down from the car and entered the house. "Young master, welcome home." As they walked into the living room together, a sight of Wang Ma clad in her blue and white attire along with her generous everyday smile greeted the couple. "Thank you, Andy Wang, and I am sorry for causing such a trouble." Naruto scrubbed the back of his head and let out an apologetic smile. "No trouble, young master, as long you're fine, then everything is fine." Wang Ma nodded, then she presented her hand toward the dining room. "Young master and young miss must be pretty starving. I already prepare a lot of food for you to eat, please don't hesitate to enjoy it." "Whoa, Andy Wang's cooking. No time to waste, Akbu." Naruto dashed into his left without much attention to giggling Wang Ma and ugly face Ruoxi. Look at him, just come out from the hospital and already wave his tail at the sight of food. Ruoxi sighed and rubbed her temple. Hee, such a youthful man like young master clearly unable to keep his stomach empty after a period of time in a stupor. Wang Ma put her hand in front of her lips, preventing some of her laughter from break out. "Young miss, how about you? Do you want to eat now or you prefer to take a bath first?" "I guess I am pretty hungry too, might as well chow down some before he ate all of them." Ruoxi shook her head in bitterness then strolled toward the dining room, followed by Wang Ma in her tail. "Arg. Need water, a chicken bone stuck in my throat." Naruto tapped on the table while holding his neck. Ruoxi and Wang Ma sweat dropped at his trouble. "Who tells you to swallow the bone that not mean to eat?" With hurried motion, Wang Ma nipped into the glass kettle and poured a stream of water toward one of the glass before offering it to Naruto in a swift. He grabbed it and gulped in rush. The lump on his throat went up and down like a piston. Naruto put down the glass and looked at Wang Ma while gasping for breath. "Andy Wang, thank you. I almost die there." "You're welcome, young master. Try to eat slowly and something edible next time." Wang Ma forced a smile as she poured some more water into his glass. "Ooh." Naruto nodded and continued his feast. Roxy let out a sigh at her boyfriend/husband's behavior. She pulled out a chair and waited as Wang Ma prepared her dishes. Despite her dislike toward his boorish attitude and meeting manner, but she would be a lie if not admit this exhilarating and invigorating. When the one who lived here just her and Wang Ma, albeit it's not too depressing but it still somehow felt desolate and lonely. Moreover, Roxy never been someone with large portion of dish, thus the dinner only hold for a few minutes before she went into watching TV for a brief then turning in. Not to mention she sometimes came home really late and already have dinner outside, this making Wang Ma almost alone in the house for the entire day. Looking at Naruto gobbled one food to another, her hunger got stimulated, even asking for another filled to Wang Ma. "Huh, Roxy, you eat that much, prepared to gain few weights?" Naruto laughed while munching some vegetables. "Humphrey, I am a godly food processor, no matter how many foods I ate, they'll never make me fat." Roxy snorted, she lightly bit on the chicken meat. "Yeah? Take out another round and believe me by tomorrow morning, your weight scale will increase 1 bar. "No, it will not." "Yes, it will." "No." "Yes." "Fine. I prove you that even I have another fill, I am not gain any weight by tomorrow." Roxy glared hatefully at the blonde man across the table. She slid her plate to her right. "Wang Ma, please. Young miss. Perhaps you should stop? I fear your stomach unable to hold." "Don't worry, I have a black hole as a tummy." She spat her vision toward Naruto. "Besides, I wouldn't let that stupid jerk win twice for the night." Wang Ma titled her in confusion. Nevertheless, she accepted Roxy's plate and placed the food above it. Then she gave it back to Roxy. "Young miss, please eat more slowly." "Thank you, Wang Ma." She scooped out the rice with the spoon before biting more the chicken meat. The dining room became lively with the voice of 2 people quarreled in the harmony ambience. "Ah, I am dying, someone please call a doctor here." Roxy slumped on the sofa in the living room, her eyes were half-lidded while hand-patting her stomach. The pale on her face proved how unwelling she currently felt. "Young miss, please wait that I am making you a hot tea to ease your stomach." Wang Ma softly yelled from the kitchen. "Ugh, what the heck, I already full like this yet you're making something to eat again." Roxy bitter said. "She's not wrong, based on the tea ingredient, they could help soothe your stomach, even smoothing the digesting process." Naruto nodded, taking a sip on a water while checking his email. "You shut up, I am like this because of you." Roxy glared at him but soon question marks swarmed her head. "How can you remain cool despite the quantity of food you ate? It's clearly far enormous than me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Naruto shrugged. "But you're not starving since the fluid you received to replace the hunger with multiple vitamins." Roxy frowned. "Yeah, but as soon as I stopped taking them, my hunger kicked in, thus I capable to eat that much." "That's unfair," she mumbled. Naruto rolled his eyes. "What unfair? I passed out, okay? It's not like I am intending to starve for 3 days in purpose." Naturally, it's not just because he had been not eating for 3 days that caused the food didn't hinder his ability to move or stay relaxed, but rather his body that quickly digested the food then turning them into energy that could supplement his body, raising his stamina, enforcing his vitality, even recovered a bit portion his chakra. Of course, not all food could give him this kind of effect. Fast food, deep fry food, candy, snack, and other it's impossible to give him any sort of boost aside from sate his hunger. A few minutes later, Wang Ma came out from the kitchen and strode to the living room with considerable steps. Her hands held a tray with a teapot and 3 cups of glass. "Young miss, here is your tea," Wang Ma said as she filled 1 cup and offered it to Roxy. "No, Wang Ma, I don't want to eat, or drink a single thing anymore." Roxy shook her face. "Young miss, please, this will lessen the pain," Wang Ma said with a slightly worried tone. "No." Roxy threw her face away from the cup. Wang Ma inwardly sighed. This is starting to feel like trying to coax a child to eat a vegetable. "This is the last time, I promise." Wang Ma nodded while staying in an offering motion. Looking at Wang Ma tried desperately to give her the tea, Roxy unable to remain to push her away. With slight spiteful temperament, she fixed her posture and leaned closer to the cup. The surface that glinted with brownish color, aromatic steam slowly polluted the air above it. A collective of heat surged from the heavenly pool, pulling her interest to submerge into it. Roxy leaned closer and opened her small mouth, allowing Wang Ma to spill the liquid into her oral cavity. 1 drop, 2 drops. A trail of miniature-size waterfall touched upon her tongue and smeared it with comfortable warmness. It flooded her entire upper cavern and forced out a joyful hum from the tunnel inside her throat. Wang Ma pulled back the cup. She smiled faintly at the response of her young miss gave out. Ruoxi closed her eyes, a light curve hooked the corners of her lips upward, her eyebrows turned weak and nose steadied in relaxed countenance. Ugh! Ruoxi's face suddenly twisted in an ugly manner. She held her mouth in an attempt to prevent herself from puking. She slid over one spot, staying her distance from the middle-aged lady. With distressed face, she pleaded, Wang Ma, please, I don't want to drink anymore. Release me from the pain. Wang Ma twitched her lips. She thought this young miss of her watching too much drama that caused such a ridiculous line spew from her mouth. Naruto laughed secretly while witnessing the interaction between them. He waved his head. Andy Wang, just leave Ruoxi to me. You better get some rest since you must be tired from all the cooking. Wang Ma nodded. Since her effort unable to bear the result, then it's the best for her to just let young master handle the rest. She trusts his capability to take care of Ruoxi. Naruto was Ruoxi's husband after all. Not only he should indeed be taking care of his wife, this is also a chance for them to be more intimate. Wang Ma always yearned for her young miss and young master to start a loving family life. It's one of her wishes to see Ruoxi's happy and contented face. She filled 1 cup for Naruto before she stood up and left the couple alone. Silence covered them both. Naruto, still gazing on his phone with one hand, held the teacup and took a sip on it. Ruoxi heard what he said before and somehow anticipated what trick he's going to do to ease her full stomach, but until now, he's done nothing that worth attention, just sitting there minding his own business. With a little irritation tone, she said, Aren't you going to do something? Not in the moment. He said without even facing here. Well, the night is not going to get younger, and my stomach is getting painful. Give it time. He took another sip. It probably reaches the apex of its process. I am sleepy. Ruoxi's eyes glazed over. It's not even reached an hour. Don't sleep yet or you really going to get fat by the morning. Then you should have done something about this. I am very uncomfortable. Naruto glanced upward before he stood up from his chair. Alright. He strolled over to her position and stopped right in front of her. Ruoxi stared at him with dignified expression. What? Give me your hand. Naruto raised his right hand. Huh? Despite her confusion, Ruoxi still grasped his hand with her own. Naruto carefully pulled her hand, forcing her to follow his guidance and stood up from the comfortable sofa. Without waiting for her to ask, Naruto turned to his right and strolled toward the glass door that connected this room to the backyard. Ruoxi followed his movement without her own will. He unclasped the door and slid it open, stepping into the terrace with a various plants such as Chinese lantern and calamandan within the pot on the side. They're placed on the 3 layers of shelves with growing leaves on the surface. There were 2 chairs with 1 rounded table on the left, and a free from any sort of obstacle path, straight from the glass door. The moon dazzled the environment, a melodious cricket sang their song in tandem. Swaying winds chilled her spine and froze her body akin to an ice sculpture. Shiver played the tune for the goddess skin, but a warm hand soon dispelled the cold mist and hugged the fragile body with a huge amount of heat. Naruto turned around as they arrived in the middle of the backyard, the ground crammed with greenish hair that lightly sank upon being pressed. He grabbed Ruoxi's waist and put her hand on his shoulder. He leaned to her ear as her soft body glued to his firm one. Let's dance. Dance? She turned her face and stared at his cheek with unbelievable expression. Yes, Naruto also moved his head and now they faced each other, just a small movement, good enough to help your digestion process. The couple could feel the breath of each other parties. But Ruoxi's face turned gloomy. I never danced before. Don't worry. I'll teach you. Naruto chuckled. If I say 1, move your legs to the left, and if I say 2, move your legs to the right. You got it? Ruoxi turned silent for a while then nodded her head. Naruto started his motion with number 1. Ruoxi weakly took a step to her left, and when Naruto made a motion with number 2, she instead rushed to her right ahead of Naruto. Her clumsy movement didn't irritate the blonde man. Instead, he laughed softly and in patience taught her to move with him. What they said about Ruoxi as one of the fierce women in the era, perhaps not just a flatter or a joke. She indeed capable to learn something very quick, and now, she already shared the same motion with him, that not only in moving 2 ways but also others. She even could rotate in a graceful way and return into Naruto's bosom smoothly. They swayed side to side, went fro and back. She snuggled into his chest, inhaling his male aura that somehow made her feel hot. She's no longer bothered with the pain in her stomach. You're really good at dancing. Are you sure this your first time? He blew on her ear. Thank you, and yes, this is my first time. Feeling the tingle, she moaned a little while redness filled her cheek. Then you are an incredibly good learner. He kissed her cheek and proceeded to her lips. Some people do say that. She reciprocated the kiss. Few seconds passed before they finally separated. "But why you horrible at cooking?" Naruto snickered, then received a pinch to his waist. "Careful, we are having a moment here, don't ruin it with your jerk remark." Ruoxi smiled, but they seemed held a dangerous sign. Naruto let a helpless expression. "Alright, if that my Princess Ruoxi's decree, then I shall obey." "That's my good night." Ruoxi giggled as they swayed again. She bitterly sighed. "I wish he didn't put any camera in my home, I felt so restricted." "Give it more time. You receive any information about me, didn't you?" Naruto nudged her hair with his nose. "Yeah, but I didn't see them." Ruoxi leaned her head into his chest. "Why?" He raised one eyebrow. I just can't." "Okay. You didn't get bothered with that?" Ruoxi shifted her face and stuck her chin into his torso, both of her hands clasped his neck. "It's up to you to see it or not, whether you believe it or not. I don't have any power to change the past, but I do my best to change what I am." He chuckled as a mouthful of air breathed from his nose. "And what are you?" Her crystal-clear eyes stared deeply into his face. He turned silent before the pair of cerulean eyes repaid the stare. "A stupid man." Ruoxi turned quiet as they basked in a warmth that radiated from his aura. "It's comforting. It's relaxing. It's intriguing." "Naruto." Ruoxi stared at her own feet. There was a shock wave that ruled on her body. Her face turned red and eyes looked at the man with tears. Naruto lightly answered. "I." Her tone was aghast, filled with sorrow and struggle. I have to go to the bathroom." 76 You have a snot in your nose. The first light of the sun breached between the narrow gap of the blue-colored curtain, embellished the dim and gloomy wall with the spark of luster path, gleaming the large piece of white bed that framed upon the room. But the resident inside this over 200-square-foot place was nowhere to be seen on the top of the bed. Instead, a handful of blonde hair appeared a few meters away, and its possessor currently sat on the white carpet above the ceramics tile. His face looked serious, the cerulean eyes focused on what lay in front, and his neat-clipped finger moved in a fluid manner. Two other stuff placed beside the man, who wrapped in a black t-shirt and orange short pant, a small-size box made of wood and rugby ball-scaled blue-colored piece of jewelry. After minutes of finger gesture and folded eyebrows, the man eventually picked the item. He poured all of the attention and grabbed the jewelry with another hand, placing the oceanic-like stone several inches from his legs. The man lined up the thin piece of steel item and proceeded to sink its edge on the attractive stone. Thud. The stone's surface halted. The item progressed at the moment of impact. With a twitching lip, the man put a slight pressure on the item before it successfully passed through the dense material in a smooth manner, as if it traversed a block of cotton or a sheet of silk. It couldn't be imagined how those research and developer people's feelings if they were seeing this phenomenon. The human had been invented a lot of technique and technology over the years in order to smoothly cut something concrete such as mineral or rock, from grinding saw into high-tech laser, heat treatment to high-compression water. Tons of idea and bunch of money had been allocated to further improve the cutting methodology, but none, so far, even close to what this man just did. Despite the brilliant spectacle the man just accomplished, the clear naked provocation to those people's effort and intellect, his face showed no satisfaction. In fact, a great disappointment lingered in those cerulean eyes. Still not succeed. Naruto fell into his back and sighed in frustration. He had been doing the enchantment since the last night, and up until now, he's still unable to cut the heart of eternity in one effortless sway. Since he lacked the variety of diamonds, he either wanted it or not, have to use the one he received from Zhuxiang as the current standard of his progress. He rather unclear whether this enchanted thin knife had met the requirement of his deal with Zulin, the Ice Snow Corporation CEO. Albeit the deadline still further away on the horizon since the weekend time wasn't included in the time limit, Naruto didn't want to make things awkward by confidently showed the item, but turned out it's not working the way he expected. He raised his body and resumed the sitting position, on the ground within an arm's length distance from him. A white paper, not as fragile as cotton paper and not too rigidity like Tyvek paper, could be seen with several strange words marked on it. Two pieces of item lingered above the paper, one still in the exact same condition with the thin knife within his hold, and another already full of crack and seemed fragile, as if the slightest touch would tear it into fragments of steel. That was the failure item, the one that came out as the result of insistence enchantment. While the material grade incapable to provide upgrade much further, it became unbalanced and soon commenced a deconstruction on its own. Once this had occurred, the item became freed from any substance that deemed its function. Even the piece of its fragment no longer worthy stood against a tiny tot cockroach. Naruto put the knife in his hand among its kind. He crossed his arm and stared deeply at them. One fail and two barely succeed. He rubbed his chin. It's still something than nothing, I guess. This three-piece of knives hailed from one mutilated antique dagger he gained from Liu Yuan last night, while they discussed something. he didn't forget to mention the relatable item, conveying his intention on buying the item and proposed a considerable price that maybe caught her interest. Unsurprisingly, the seductive woman didn't haggle over the worth of the item at all, she even willing to give out the dagger without a single cent of repayment. But Naruto rejected her goodwill behavior, and it's not because he's a crude person or something, but he, at the moment, had a backing of a sugar daddy that definitely willing to cover the price, no matter how much he bargained for the item. When you blessed with a huge fortune of wealth, or more specifically, other people's huge fortune of wealth, while the connection between the two of you not even close to being called a friend, it will be one hell of a blasphemy if you choose to remain indifferent and didn't utilize it to the full extent. Naruto offered $500,000 as the price for the item, which making both Ruoxi and Ryuuin flabbergasted since they didn't know Naruto's circumstance. Even for Ruoxi, who practically living under one roof with him still lagged behind in terms of Naruto's situation. Of course, that amount of money held no meaning to her, but for Naruto, who previously only a ramen seller in a small stall, wasn't that still a huge sum? Was he always has that much of money stashed somewhere? Albeit the strange event that happened, Ryuuin, while she was feeling funny, still agreed with his proposition and closed up the deal by promising the item would be delivered into his home. After all of the hassle concluded, Naruto just had to contact the unfortunate young master and prepared to batter him with innumerable words of bullshit. Naruto let out a chuckle as he stood up and stretched himself. He went into the balcony and basked in the ray of early day's light. He's not feeling any fatigue at all, even after working and racking his brain for a whole lunar period, and the sun emerged from the horizon. Birds joyfully chirping as they flapped their feather at the sight of dew, dripped down from the leaves above. He moved his eyes, gazing at the flowers that moved right and left as if waved their hands and greeted the blond man from afar. Bees and butterflies huddled, coaxing the shy four petals to grace them with its essence. Naruto hopped on the rail guard and sat in a cross-legged. He placed both hands in either side of his knee and steadily closed his lids. His blue aura blazed gently, a second for another. It blended against the nature, like two different water inside the same basin, both initially foreign entity, destined to be unique on its own, but a string of homogeneous feature connected the pair, joining them in harmonious environment and developed a whole new entity. Naruto's aura turned orange, wind breezed and water poured around him. The air coagulated, then formed a strange movement in accordance with a mysterious rhythm. Birds stopped their morning chirps, butterflies ceased to loiter around the flowers. They flew from their nest and field, approaching the attractive force that kept pulling them in like a devil whispers. One bird perched on his shoulder, let out a chirp-chirp sound while the butterfly swayed near his ear. A group of wildlife started feeling no longer shy, a gray dusty cat purred on his lap and chipmunks stared from below with its puffy cheeks. His face remained tranquil despite the variety of disturbance on his vicinity. Soon his orange aura turned into green, depicted his figure now became one with nature. He's a drifted wind, a bead of water, an ember of fire, a zap of lightning, and a pebble of rock. He was a flock of ants that carried a peanut to their base, a soaring eagle hovered in the air and prepared to assault a snake, and a mighty whale in a vast deep sea. Nature was him, and he was nature. Luckily it's Sunday and still early in the morning, people still relaxed inside their own place. Even the villa's security had yet to do another patrol. An hour passed and Naruto slid open his eyes. The gathering of wildlife didn't put a scare into the man's serene expression. He lifted his hand and raised a finger. One of the birds separated from his body and perched on it. Let out a hoo-hoo sound as its small eyes stared at him. Naruto grinned and brushed its feather with his hand. Soon a clattering sounds of animals sang in the balcony and one man laughter joined the crowd. Finished brushing his teeth, Naruto came out from his room and overlooked Ruoxi in the living room, watching a morning news with a hot milk on her hands. She wore blue satin pajamas, her hairs gracefully touched the cushion of the sofa she sat. Raising the brownish mug within the hand, she opened her cherry lips and delivered a group of luster liquid inside. "Morning," Naruto said as he paved his way to the kitchen. Ruoxi replied as she glanced at him and showed a smile. The house's cooking compartment can be said equipped with full set of kitchen gears, from baking machine to a coffee espresso machines. The area size provided a lot of room to move despite a large table situated in the center of the room. Naruto strolled onto the large refrigerator and opened it wide. Fresh vegetables, fruits, milk, and other stuff placed inside in a neat manner, including the last night leftover. Wangma, who currently slaughtered a handful of vegetables beside a stainless steel pot with light fire underneath it, noticed a figure entered the kitchen. She glanced at him and startled upon seeing the suspect of her curiosity. A smile curled the corner of her lips. "Young master, are you hungry? I am sorry but the food's still not ready. Do you want me to make something for you? A roasted bread maybe?" "Ah, I am fine, Andy Huang. On the contrary, do you need any help?" Naruto grabbed a banana from the fridge. He closed the ice shelf and turned around facing her. "Young master doesn't have to do anything, just relax with young miss while I cook. Come on, Andy Huang, You said yourself that we are family, how can I let my family do things by herself? He said while munching on the pale yellowish fruit. Wang Ma stopped her activity and pondered a bit. She eventually nodded. Then, young master, can you take over cutting these vegetables while I prepared some steamed buns? Sure do. He finished up the banana, threw the leftover skin into a trash bin, and proceeded to Wang Ma's last position while the person herself went into a cupboard and took out a basin. He grabbed the knife and started mincing on several carrots in steady motion, his movement neither clumsy like a virgin chef nor extremely skillful like a pro chef. Nevertheless, Wang Ma was a bit surprised at Naruto's easygoing attitude in cooking's practice. She thought that he must be not strange in the kitchen's environment. With Naruto's help, the usual 45 minutes long of breakfast's preparation became 10 minutes earlier, and the quality of food didn't even reduce a bit. Young master, I didn't know that you can cook, Wang Ma said while carrying a tray with a bunch of white bowls and plate on it. I once sell ramen on a small stall at the market. None of my customers ever ran away in fear, so I guess I know my way around a kitchen a bit. Naruto laughed as he also carried a tray with him. His cheerful gesture contaminated the middle-aged woman who now giggled in glee. That's amazing, young master. I am sure you must be had a lot of customers. They arrived at the dining room's table and set up the portion of foods on the top of it. Hearing Wang Ma's praise with a sincere tone in it made Naruto felt gratified and warm. He became a bit bashful. Well, you could say it like that. I have, 30 customer at least. Wang Ma's face jumped in surprise. Young master, 30 is a lot of people for one day. No, not a day. Naruto shook his head. A week. Her shock feeling instantly disappeared. She let out helpless laughter and comforted him. Well, young master, I am sure you have done your best. Finished setting up the dining's table, Wang Ma returned to the kitchen while Naruto washed his hands on the sink. He walked toward the living room but stopped halfway and softly shouted, Ruoxi, breakfast ready. The young lady in her pajamas seemed startled. With a brief frown, she turned off the 30-inch TV's display and rose from her seat. Soon, her graceful visage appeared in the blonde man's vicinity. She overlooked the foods on the table with a slight surprise. That's faster than usual, and the food also many. Ruoxi said in an absent-minded tone. Naruto waved his hand. Don't think too much about it. He grabbed her plate. What do you want to eat? Her crystal black eyes scanned upon the edible foods, scrambled eggs, steamed buns, xiao, soup, potato mash, and last night leftover chicken. She shook her head. My stomach's still uncomfortable from last night's feast. Just give me a bit portion of every dish, except chicken and xiao. Alright, Naruto nodded. He scooped a quarter of the scrambled eggs, broke half one steamed buns, took another quarter of potato mash, then finally, filled her bowl with the soup for another quarter. He placed them in front of her, a temperate smile adorned on his face. Eat slowly. Ruoxi made a small nod then began to eat. At this time, Wang Ma showed up again with a water kettle on her hands. She sat down with them after pouring all the available glass and eating the breakfast together with them. So, do you both have any plan for today? Wang Ma said while slowly chewing the eggs. I am going to visit my friends, 2 of them. Naruto nodded as he munched on the chicken. No plan on going out, so probably just spend the rest of time in the study room, Ruoxi lightly said. You couldn't be more have any boring activity than that? He raised his eyebrows. Any better idea? I do, come with me, associate yourself with my friends. A hopeful tone smeared his voice. Which friend you're talking about? She wrinkled her forehead. The one with the blood and the one who suffered in anxiety. Naruto chuckled. I hate blood, but I don't mind a little bit anxiety. Ruoxi said. Her fork kept delivering the steam buns into her oral cavity. Alright, so how about I go for the blood first then come home around noon so we could go for anxiety together? Forget it. She shook her head, a light sigh breeze from her lips. Just go by yourself, don't mind me, they both deserve alone time after all. Are you sure? Naruto said gently. Yeah. Ruoxi closed her eyes as she sipped on her hot tea, the corner of her lips curved upward. If I ever get bored I am just going to bother Kayane. Alright, send my greeting to her. You too. They continued the feast while forgetting another person who got confused with their strange conversation. In an area surrounded with concrete walls but no proper roof on the top, 2 dummy placed not far from the vast water pool with 2 dragons' head and 2 horses' head on it each 4 sides. The sky was bright, resulting in a perfect climate condition. Zhang Wei stood 5 meters away from the dummy's spot, her body faced on the other way thus giving the dummy her slender back. Her serious countenance with both eyes closed expressed the degree of her concentration. Her thumbs and forefingers both hand-pinched on star-looking projectiles. The breeze of wind swayed her hair, and the colorful flowers nearby, its gentle even almost indiscernible. Steady and decisive, the moment she felt her hair no longer waved, Her shoeless feet tapped on the ground and she jumped into the air, turning her body around and upside down. She swung her hands and launched the projectiles toward the dummy. They struck upon the straw-made dummies and created a couple of sounds that roused her ears. She quickly counted them. Her body recovered its initial position and she landed in a squatting style. Zhang Wei raised up, exposing her onyx-colored eyes and glanced at the result of her spectacular acrobatics. She twitched her lips at the sight of 2 black star projectiles embedded on the dummy's surface while 3 another laid around the ground and 1 completely lost track. She let out a sigh, thinking maybe she's not concentrated enough while performing the action. She wiped the bead of sweats on her forehead. Her tight neoprene bodysuit stuck onto her skin and encompassed the heat that contained on it. Luckily, she's still capable to feel a refreshed air on the entire of her arms including her shoulders, and her legs from the knees and below. Walking toward one of stool table with black granite disc, she took her phone and checked on the time. There was still enough time for her to do one more attempt, then taking a breakfast and bath before headed out to the hospital. Remembering the goddess-like beauty who taking the pose as her precious man's rightful wife, Zhang Wei crinkled her nose in annoyance. They both had been giving out each other a cold shoulder, although not so necessarily built a hate among them. When she first time met at the hospital, she quickly ignored her and sprung toward Naruto's room because of 2 reasons. First, she desperately worried about her blonde lover. The moment she heard Naruto's accident, her inner world combusted in chaotic flare and swept by the tornado of fear. Then she saw him in that room, laying with no awareness and strapped into a machine. He, the one that usually stood tall and braved, a smile to her, teaching her to fight blow to blow, tempering her senses to be better than most human. Survival, that's the thing he always taught her. A complete mindset of how to preserve your life in a fight. Glory, wealth, fame, and honor, those meant absolutely nothing if you only met a death's door in the end. Her heart as if pricked by 10,000 needles at his predicament. She wishes nothing more than replaced his position, making him regain the previous condition, assuming the man's posture she used to see on him. As for the second reason, the moment she saw the appearance of this wife of him, she was simply jealous. The perfect face she possessed as if it never been touched by a single impurity. The bearing she carried akin to a celestial goddess descend to the earth. Did you ever read a story about a goddess who unable to return to her realm because someone stole her silky shawl? Then she fell in love with a mortal and married him? That was the first thing that comes into her mind when she gazed upon this goddess-like beauty, and the flame of jealousy kindled inside her guts. Thus for the remaining of their interaction, the negative emotion constantly surged and played its part by making her unable to stay friendly toward her. Zhang Wei let out a sigh. She knew that her behavior isn't worth the praise. They both shared the same man and he would be the one who received the residue of their ill relationship. As someone who just a lover, maybe she should act as one and made a compromise. While shaking her head, she put down her phone, and reached out from the yellow box beside it. She took out another 6 of the star projectiles and walked to the 5 meters location from the dummies. She allocated 6 projectiles into her both hand respectively, 3 to 3. Her body faced the same direction as the dummies. She closed her eyes, focusing her sense toward her target. Achieving a skill beyond mere human, surpassing the limit of the normal senses. She jumped, throwing out the 6 projectile in upside-down position. Sounds sparked as she rolled in the air and landed perfectly smooth with her 2 feet. It's 3. Her face showed a great disappointment. Only 3 of the projectiles that she heard stabbing against the dummies. The other 3 either stabbed into the ground or had gone missing to somewhere she couldn't be more cared. Oh whatever, maybe I can cool off my head by swimming a while. You count on your mind too much, let your instinct do the job. When she about to plunge into the light-colored water pool ahead, a man's relaxed voice slipped inside her ears. The voice was soft and full of deer but brought a giant impact on her brain, raining it with innumerable lightning bolts. Zhang Wei froze on her spot, her eyes stared at the bottom of the pool, her breath turned lag, and everything inside her as if coagulated. When you try to throw a shuriken or other thing with your another sense, black out your mind and lit up your instinct. The voice getting closer but she still unable to turn, her feet as if glued into the ground, failed to lift, hard to move. Don't use 6 at once, started from 1, then slowly build up from there. Now, not only she could hear his voice, even his intoxicant aura coated her presence, the warm heat transmitted, she's feeling it through her back, literally. This time, she forced herself to break free from the invisible restraint and braved her body to turn around, witnessed the immeasurable happy fact that just stood behind her. Her eyes gazed, a man with a white jacket and orange long pants appeared, his glowing face and bright yellow hair shone under the glare of the glorious sun. A soothing faint smile and loving eyes blossomed, closely resembling the miracle of penicillin toward every sickness in the world. She endured in pain and his smile cured it in the instant. Hey. He said. Hi. She hiccuped. I miss you. He said. I miss you too. She wept. Do you know? He walked up to her. reaching out for her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. What? She pasted her face on his chest, didn't even hesitated to dirty his white attire. You have a snot in your nose, he chuckled and blew her face. Dumbass, don't ruin the moment. She almost broke out a laugh. He leaned his face and kissed her tears, then finally lodged his lips on hers. She happily complied, with both hands on his neck. She heatedly joined their lips. With a fervor on his body, he held her thigh as she hopped into his torso. With her soft body in his bosom, they entered her boudoir, and amorous moment triggered by the joyful moan. 77 True sense of belonging. Half NSFW. Under the silhouette of red blanket, two youngsters collaborated in a passionate intercourse. With one slender leg over his firm butt, Naruto pushed his phallus inside the charming young lady again and again, even after her eyes glistened with blurry colors and a voice she let out akin to someone who flew into the peak of Mount Everest. His lips and nose greased on the surface of her skin, leaving behind traces of his profound mark on the ruddy land. His hands never for the one that liked to stay idle, touching all over her part and kneading them with his utmost care. She tilted her face upward, looking at the ceiling of her room while he spoke love words into her ear. It's endearing and compassionate. He nibbled on her lips, provoking her attention into another make-out session as he painted the wall inside her moist cavern with his innumerable white essence. She certained her womb already crammed with it, and her fertile eggs swam among the sea of his graciousness. Will this be the time that I finally get pregnant with his child? They had always experienced sex without the use of any sort of protection. Neither of the parties ever mention about it, thus they never prepare for it. She just checked on her cycle, and the past sex activity had been in line with her safe days, thus her womb yet to bear any organism. Although she tended to ponder, with the amount of release he used to let out inside her, she should be already pregnant more than her fingers can count. She even bought pregnancy tests and inspected it twice in this past few days. The last time was 3 days ago. She still remained clear. She honestly felt confused as she whether should feel happy or sad when the negative mark shows up. On one hand, her current predicament clearly not suitable for any conceived situation. She just dealt with few another assassins yesterday. Imagined if she bore any child now and 3 or 4 months later, another assassination happened. She hardly believed could handle them while protecting the baby at the same time. While on another hand, this was his sperms, the essence of the man she loved. Even if she accidentally got knocked up, she forever cherished the baby with all of her might. People believe a child presence would crystallize a relationship between two couple, albeit this view mostly meant to a marital issue, but she's sure it must be also true for people outside of marriage. Despite Naruto seemed like a person who not bother with this topic too much, but a woman, let it be a doctor, entrepreneur, teacher, cops, nevertheless a mother in the end, or at least possessed a motherly figure. This also the truth for Zhang Wei. No matter how fierce her occupation or her combat skill, she yearned for a life where she could have a happy family, a husband, who will only love her for eternity, and children, the little devils that soaked her winter with their summer. Well, of course, the dream of having a husband like that already plummeted into the ground. Naruto slid his lips from hers and attacked her exposed neck, the white jade marked with several hickeys, and the idle phallus resumed its pistoning movement. Zhang Wei's body moved according to his thrust, and rapid breath amorously shoot out from her mouth. Finally, Naruto let out a satisfied roar as she mewed in exhausted appearance. She really should learn how to finish their intercourse without him, making her feel like a boneless and spiritless person every time they had finished the deed. With half-lidded eyes and ragged breath, she glanced at the blondie who went into her side and gasped for more air. Are you satisfied? Her mouth let out a gentle voice despite no smile on her natural lips. Naruto's firm chest heaved as his mind became a little lightheaded. In the midst of that, he still managed to force out a chuckle. One of the best sex in my life. Good to know, Zhang Wei said with a hint of bitter. Naruto turned his right and slipped his hand below Zhang Wei's head. His left hand guided her body to enter his embrace. He rested her face under his chin. Sorry, you must be very tired. You think? She snorted but enjoyed the firm sweaty body that holds her captive. Naruto said nothing more as he just smiled and stroked her enticing back. Hey, I have something to tell you, she said while resisted the urge to go to sleep. With a complicated emotion, she whispered, today. I am fertile. No indication that hint had changed in his figure, neither his rhythm breath nor his tranquil torso. After a slight pregnant pause, she said, there is a big chance that I may conceive your baby. Still no response from the opposite party. Fear started to brandish their fang inside her guts. Random thoughts such as he wasn't ready to have a kid yet, or hoped she didn't get knocked up, rouse inside her mind. What if he never bear any desire to have a baby with me? After all, I am part of the dark side of the human society, which clearly not a good occupation to write in their child's resume, not a proud achievement either for the kid to brag it in front of her or her friends. Unlike that Lin Ruoxi. Not only she has a very daunting profession, She even possessed that goddess-like appearance. And more importantly, she is his legitimate wife. Unless Linroxi unable to get pregnant, then by her having children first will be a great insult for this wife. In the eye of society, a human who couldn't continue their family line because genitals defect or things like it, they would be considered as human waste. They will never free from the mocking gaze, insulting smile, and degrading laugh. What if, because of that reason, Linroxi would tell him to force an abortion to our child? What if he complies? Or worse, what if the abortion was his own idea? Unknown to her, the hand she put around his body shivered in a light wave, making the blonde man wrinkle his brows. He didn't know what is going inside the young lady's mind right now, but he knew she's depressed. He tightened his embrace on her and gently brushed her skin, Rose. Even with the voice akin to a soft wind, swaying the leaves in a lush forest, Jiang Wei refused to turn her face and looked at him. She pasted it neatly into his chest, with both eyes closed and shivering body. Naruto sighed. He copied her movement by closing his eyes. With a slightly curved on his lips, he said, I can't have a descendant. At this moment, her shiver immediately disappeared, her fear gone in a puff of smoke, everything she previously felt replaced with a tornado of confusion and denial suggestion. She widened her eyes and glanced upward. She said in absent-minded expression, Why? I am a soul possessor of chakra and have unidentified blood. What do you figure from that? Jiang Wei frowned a little while. Are you saying because you have a unique blood thus it's impossible for you to make any random female become pregnant? She tilted her head, but I am by now share the same type of blood with you, so what's the problem? No, my unique blood has nothing to do with my ability to procreate. Naruto shook his head, he opened his eyelids and stared at her onyx ones. I can't have a descendant because I am not the part of your realm. Boom. A massive explosion blasted the confinement of her brain. She blinked her eyes hundred if not thousands of times before she finally able to utter her words. Say what? I am not from your realm, Naruto lightly said. You're an alien? She knitted her forehead with a great effort. No, an alien is a term for any beings that come from outside of your planet. I am from a different realm. What is the meaning of realm? Realm is a name for a dimension that contains a whole different world from one another. Naruto turned his eyes upward. Like heaven realm or hell realm. What? Heaven and hell it's real? Jiang Wei jumped in surprise. Albeit the teaching of heaven and hell existence had been going in the world up to this day, but she actually one of those people who didn't really believe on that opinion. She wouldn't have killed that many people because apparently killing is a bad deed and every person who do a bad deed would have suffered a torturous experience in hell. Yeah, I am afraid they are. Naruto nodded. That's it then, I am going to hell. Jiang Wei patted her forehead into his chest and spoke in discourage. PFFT, what are you saying? Naruto burst out a laughter, his joyful tone sparked an irritation flame inside her. She opened her mouth and bit on his skin. Yow. He ceased his motion and bitterly let out a groan. Humphrey, that's your punishment for mocking me. She brought up her mouth for a moment before plunged down and resumed her passionate biting. You woo. Okay, I am not going to mock you again. No forgiveness. Rose, please, you gotta stop biting, or there will be wound. Stop pretending you scare of your wound, I know you heal quickly. Son of a bitch, why I have to tell her about that? Jiang Wei curled her lips, ceased her activity for a brief and continued to torture her blonde lover. After concluding their playful commotion, Naruto helped Jiang Wei got off from the messy bed and entered the shower together. It's another chapter of misery for Jiang Wei as Naruto ravaged her body again, 2 times before she braved herself to angrily roar at the blonde. Slippery soap, bodies fragrant, and hot shower proved to be a deadly attraction, even capable to make a man like Naruto lost control over his desire. They finally came out from the shower before spending almost a whole 1 hour inside. They put on their dress and ate a breakfast together in her open-air pool. So, tell me, what is this you, being from a different realm than mine, have any effect on your procreation? Jiang Wei dressed in a white plain t-shirt and long thick training pants, probably for the reason not to provoke any wolf to surge from a certain man. Well, it's very simple. No creature whatsoever could be spawned from the union of 2 different realms dweller. Naruto clad in his white jacket and orange pants, resting his body on a lounge chairs made of oak. It's that true? How can you know about it? She wrinkled her eyebrows, her mouth chewed on the fried rice that Naruto delivered. She leaned her back on his body and enjoyed the scene of the dancing colorful flowers from afar, the one that she groomed for this few months. I have been told. And Rose, do you honestly think I never slept with other women before? Naruto chuckled. He scooped a spoonful of brownish-colored rice and ate them. Humphrey, I never suspect you are virgin before defiling me. Your pervertedness and sex techniques must be from your experiences dallied with many women. Jiang Wei crinkled her nose, one curve slanted her lips. Oh, PSK, experience had nothing to do with that. I am born with that expertise. Yes, quit being proud, it's a bit disgusting. What? Disgusting? Strange, all I heard from you was harder. Or it feels so good. Naruto let out a smirk. That's... Zhang Wei's face turned red as she unable to refute back. Damn his witty remark and that menacing pleasurable tool of him. Naruto laughed and consoled the young lady while coaxing her with a spoonful of fried rice. So, are you okay with that? Zhang Wei suckled on a white straw that led into an orange juice as she heard his inquiry. Her enticing lips left the straw. With a wrinkled eyebrow she said, which part? The fact that there are so many realms, or you not from mine, or the heaven and hell existence, or your egoistic self-satisfaction perverted nature, or you couldn't make me pregnant. Naruto's expression paused. It was as if a bone-chilling air froze his face. I am going to say all of them. He bitterly shook his head, but let's limit it with a pregnant thing for now. Oh. Zhang Wei glanced at her orange juice, then she nodded her head toward him. Okay. You sure? A genuine surprise took a hold of his face. You do realize that with my circumstance, you won't be able to have your own chipmunks, little devils. Zhang Wei titled her head and set her eyes upward. Her loose hair fell into the side. It's true that having them might be kind of fun, and I won't lie that I never have the desire to create a happy family. But I realize that now with this huge information I receive from you, the facts that the world is much bigger than I thought makes me feel small and powerless. She glanced at Naruto. There was a pair of onyx eyes that conveyed a loving gaze. Then I thought about you, for had been sent into my world, alone. I couldn't imagine how hard it must be, the forlorn you silently endured, the desolation you suffered. What's the mean of that small dream of mine compared to lessen your pain even a little bit? What's the mean of imperfectness compared to the warmth you always provided to me? The smile. The attention. She stood from him, taking a stroll toward the edge of the pool before twisted her feet around, gleefully smiled as she faced him with a bright appearance. Your imperfectness makes me gratified because, behind that cool and awesome visage you have always shown to me, there is a piece of error that makes you no different than us. Even if you are from a different realm, to me, we are the same. And no matter who you are or what you are. She took 3 steps closer. I am still loving you, always been, always will. He widened his eyes. The smile she presented akin to a Chinese bellflower, blossomed in the glare summer day, so dazzling yet beautiful. Naruto glanced upward, settled his eyes toward the moving clouds and the bright blue canvas ahead. His face was calm, the eyes were tranquil, his smile was faint. Because, for the first time since he arrived in this realm, he felt the sense of belonging. 78 Kage Bunshin training and hamsters ha. Zhang Wei jumped into the air. With upside-down position, she threw 4 shurikens into the dummy ahead and nailed 3 of them into the surface of the dummies. Under the braved sunlight that closed to reach its peak, Naruto observed her action with serious eyes and crossed hands in front of his chest. She landed on the ground and rolled to her side. Her unsteady legs proved how she unable to maintain her post-landing figure. Her breath spoke a stuttered sigh. She shook her head after looking at the result on the dummies. It seems 3 shuriken is your limit. Give it a rest. There is no benefit in forcing yourself into an overexhaust situation. Naruto approached her in a relaxed gait. Zhang Wei hesitated for a while before she eventually nodded. Naruto was her master. After all, he knew what limit she currently could reach. Now, let's review your shadow clone progress. Naruto brought up his hand and wiped Zhang Wei's forehead with a cloth. Okay, she took a deep breath as her master retreated several steps. Zhang Wei joined together her hand, her mind focused on controlling the chakra circulation inside her system. She could feel the energy flowing in their path while prospering the sore within her muscle and rejuvenate her stamina. She knitted her eyebrows. Despite the shadow clone technique chakras cost condition, but the process of making the clone actually required a proper build, so the chakra that had been used don't come in naught. For example, in order to summon one shadow clone technique, it required 0.5% of your chakra, but it not necessarily mean the clone would perfectly manifest in an eidetic form of the user, like the clone face's attributes in a complete mess, the skin tone including its clothes diverse too much, and other else defect. Using jutsu required a proper timing of release, like pressing a button in one of those games. If you pressed it too soon, you get a normal score, and if you pressed it too late, you get a bad score. But if you manage to press right on the cue, a golden score would pop out in the screen. Along with the passing of time, Zhang Wei let out a shout, shadow clone technique. Poof. Another woman that closely resembled her figure appeared in the midst of smoke. She wore the same clothes and shared the same feature, her natural lips and dainty nose, height and body figure, the t-shirt and the training pants. But unfortunately, there were several parts that still different from the creator herself. Instead of a pair of onyx eyes, the clone had silver instead, her skin also a bit paler and not rosy enough, and so did many other features. Good enough to trick people within a dim environment or bad observation skill, kept training until you could make them perfectly the same as you, Naruto said while rubbing his chin. Okay. She smiled with both hands behind her back. Naruto moved his neck and cracked his fist. Now the clone, let's test her endurance. Eh? Both the original and her copy flabbergasted. The clone pointed her finger toward her face. You want to fight me? He prepared his stance. Clones initially had 1/10 endurance from their original, but believe it or not, if they tend to receive a blow, their endurance can be upgraded. Naruto then shook his head, but it won't be a large margin. At most, it will stop at 3/10. Besides, it can also be considered as the user to determine his or her endurance perimeter. Zhang Wei and the clone exchanged glances. The original young lady finally gave out her consent as she stepped back and made a certain distance with them. Both Naruto and the clone faced each other with 1 meter range separated between them. The clone bent her body before she dashed forward and lashed out her right leg. Naruto swiftly raised his left hand while proceeding forward. The moment her leg arrived at the target, it got blocked by Naruto's hand. At the same time, Naruto punched the clone's face and tackled its standing leg by hooking it with his right foot. As the clone plump ass and smooth back hit the ground, Naruto turned around, clutching its leg, and with a snap sound, he broke the leg. Poof! The slender limb within his arm instantly gone, along with the rest of other limbs and its whole body, leaving only a lingering smoke in his near vicinity. With a shocked expression, Zhang Wei couldn't believe that Naruto was so ruthless against her clone, despite it only a figure based on chakra, but it still got her look and bearing. Yet he did not even hesitate to wound the clone. Create another. Naruto turned around and faced her with a light smile. Zhang Wei abruptly fixed her posture and summoned another clone. It braved forward and fought another battle with the blonde man. They traded punch and kick for 2 rounds before Naruto dodged its incoming uppercut. He punched its right waist, grasped its hand, twisted it around as he threw the clone into the ground. Naruto bent the clone's hand as let out another broken snap sound. Poof! Without a single change in his expression, Naruto said, another one. One clone appeared in a cloud of smokes and they soon entered another sparring session. Poof! This time, the clone didn't have enough movement before Naruto rushed forward, punching the clone right cheek, threw out a jab right on the face, and he finished it with a strong kick in the chest. The clone instantly disappeared. More. Poof! For the whole 5 minutes of unbalanced match, Naruto had slaughtered innumerable clones as they kept spawning from Zhang Wei's side. If the first 2 battles at least required 4 or 5 seconds for him to kill them, then the rest of onslaught perhaps not even reached 2. Naruto jumped on the air and kicked a clone face. He turned around and swept his leg on another clone. As he rolled in the air, he plumped his elbow toward one of the clone head. Smoke after smoke clouded the area as the immense killing spectacle occurred. His punch and kick knew no bound, unleashed without restraint. His attack no longer intended to knock down or injure but to kill his opponent as fast as he could. While usually, a woman would be proud of how strong her lover, Zhang Wei instead have her face darkened. She also didn't know how many clones she had summoned. At first she created the clones per his instruction, but now, without even wait for his call, she already summoned 1. Hell, she even summoned 3 of them at once. She no longer cared whether they had the same look with her or not, she just summoned them, more and more. Her mind foreboded with anger, eyes glared at the blonde with annoyance, and hands joined tightly. Why they are so weak? Why he killed in a cruel and heartless manner? I am the same as her, we share the same look. Gritting her teeth as she saw Naruto grabbed one of the clone's neck and easily snapped its bone. Her breath became rough, her voice panted, and mind swirled in desperation. His indifferent face and attitude, making her bore fear inside. With mind getting heavier, she closed her eyes and attempted to summon another clone, but she immediately felt a hand grasped hers and strong arm pulled her into a warm embrace. She, who usually smile in glee or hum in satisfaction being cuddled by this body, now struggled. She moved her hands and legs in agitation, thrashing around as they hit upon the person who hugged her. No, don't kill me anymore. Please let me go. Don't kill me. Her face flushed and red and lips shivered in a strong wave. This strange behavior of her only survived for a short time. A warm aura coated her gloomy one and they blend into one. Blue flames washed the speck of dirt away and made it shone, returning its original blue color. She no longer felt the distress and murky mind inside her brain. It's like entering a sauna, both reflexing her body and purified her mind. She became peaceful, with great feeling reigned inside her guts. She opened her lids and saw Naruto faintly smile at her. She startled immediately but no intention of leaving his embrace. What happened? What do you remember? He whisked the strand of hair on her face. I remember that you spar with my clones, you killed every single one of them, and I felt this disgusting feeling inside of me, like anger and fear toward you, as if you are my greatest enemy in the whole world. I even bore the thought of killing you, Her face became pale and tone-filled with anguish. That's not originate from your own mind but influence from every clone that I had killed. Naruto simply said. Eh? Are you saying the clones are capable to bear such an emotion and have their own thought? Yes, they are, but not each of them. The clones, it's like one body that has many hands which could do all different tasks. All emotion, knowledge, experience, and many other, they all combined into one and transferred toward their creator after they dispersed. So, this clone. They all fear and hate you? Zhang Wei frowned. Naruto nodded, but it won't last long since after they transferred all of them toward you, they will back to normal again, like a clean white sheet. Oh. She let out a relieved breath, leaned exhaustedly in his embrace. I am so fearing what I felt before was true. I am sorry that you have to go through that. Naruto shook his head, but this is one of the ways to train Shadow Clones technique in order for them to yield out more function. What function we are talking about? She wrinkled her eyebrows. The most basic use for Shadow Clone is that for creating a confusion and distraction for the enemies. Unlike normal clone, they have bodies, chakra, and can fight too. Albeit they possess a low number of attributes and not really as good as the original, but with a frequent training, they could become strong. It required both the clones and the user effort to do that. And what I mean strong is that not just they could fight better, but they can think on their own, thus capable to make their own strategy. What more awesome is, along with their growth, they can help you in chakra control training. After all, their knowledge and experience will be transferred to you, while your fatigue may be insufferable, but that's one way to gain a better practice for everything. Zhang Wei rubbed her eyes. It's true about the fatigue. I felt so tired now after everything calms down. Then let's tuck you in the bed. Naruto stood while carrying Zhang Wei in his bosom. He strolled toward her boudoir. You won't do something weird, right? Her eyes glazed over, her crown leaned on his left shoulder. Huh, now you mention about it, the last deed only finished in 2 times, it's an even number, I don't like it. Naruto curled his lips, and he licked it. Oh, might as well just kill me while you at it, go to your wife. Zhang Wei snorted in a weak tone. He laughed softly. Alright, I am just kidding, I need to look for Minute anyway. Oh. She nodded, she tightening her grasp on his neck. Send my best regard to her, as the same sweetheart cohabitant. Naruto shook his while bitterly smiled. They arrived at her bed. He put her soft body on the top and laid her head on the soft pillow. The bed cover had been replaced, thus their previous messy activity no longer had the trace. After making sure she's comfortable, Naruto kissed her forehead and he stood up from the bed. Walking through the door, then he greeted the men and women who part of her group. Zhao, how's the society? What's the latest event that happened? Naruto drank a coffee while a young man with a look not older than him sipped his beer. They both sat on the stool in front of the bar place. We received some new recruit 3 days ago, ransacked several other bases, and gained several additional support from interested third parties. Zhao gulped down the beer, the yellowish liquid spilled between the gap of his lips. He put it down. Many gangs prepared for the incoming Underworld Summit. Rumors say there will be exciting events that would happen. I see. Naruto rubbed his white cup. The fragrant smell breached into his nose. Rose still intend to challenge her father? Zhao nodded. There was a bitter in that little smile of him. Elder sister already makes some preparation. She also had been training our expertise in firearms and melee combat. Oh, she kicked our ass so bad. I see. The bitter taste of black coffee submerged his tongue, but his face showed no hate for it. Big bro, are you perhaps going to help us? Zhao said in hesitation. Despite our progress and elder sister insistence, in truth, we lack the confidence to beat her father. Si Chu-Ming's West Union Society had been going for 15 years, his men and gears definitely far more superior than us. Elder sister had been trying to make a deal with other gangs, but so far, she only managed to convince insignificant people. Naruto turned silent, he lightly sipped on his coffee. It's not that he didn't care about Zhang Wei and her people, but a life like that wouldn't possible for him to walk through anymore. His current problem already gave him quite a headache, not to mention trouble with Zhu Xiong. He wasn't kidding when he hoped for peace after coming into China. Despite the recent piling trouble, he still won't give up on it. Not to mention he had a proper job now. He realized that probably a mundane life like that, such as becoming a normal officer, perhaps most suitable for his predicament. Looking at Naruto went all silent. Zhao bitterly smiled. Zhang Wei already commanded them not to bother Naruto in their underworld business, but he thought about facing Si Chu-Ming's men and influence. He felt dread all over his guts. Despite the man no longer in West, but his influence was still strong in here. Many eyes and ears still provided the man for any information, and bunch of hands, willing to work for him. Naruto took another sip before he stood up, fished out his wallet and left a cash nearby the cup. I must go now, thanks for the coffee. He turned and strolled into the entrance. Zhao could only sigh as he watched Naruto's figure disappear behind the door. The metropolis Zonghai city brimming with liveliness in the middle of the day, chitty chatter of people in the city park, hustle of crowd in the trading center and cars that drove like the racing horse in a track. Somewhere in the central area, close to the border of north part of the city, a souvenir shop with brown roof and cream wall built among the other three-story construction nearby. Several merchandises had been placed in front of the shop. There were woman accessories, keychain, small toys, and other things. A woman bent her figure in front of the stuff. Her purple-orange streak hair fell gracefully into the side of her face. With a little smile like a clear blue sky, she tucked one of her hair into her left ear. The stuff that managed to caught her amethyst-colored eyes was a pair of hamster icon for any gadget strap. It came in orange and purple color with each respective hamsters facing a different direction. This will be good for congratulation recovery gift. Without pondered much further, she grabbed the hamsters and strolled inside the souvenir shop. After a few minutes inside, she came out with a red plastic bag. She strolled into her left and walked along with other people on the pavement. Today she wore white jeans and a blue long-sleeve shirt, complete with black slipper under her sole, delicate watch on her wrist and white handbag on her shoulder. She appeared very relaxed and carefree. After all, she just received a message from certain someone. If not for a bunch of stranger on her side, she already bounced her steps right now. Today's weather rather nice for a stroll in a park, not too hot that made people broke out a sweat or too humid for causing someone to just roll on the bed. With a rather quick step, Minna strode along the street, took several corners and crossed over few cars roads. Soon, she came by into an area with most of the building have 4 level of the floor. Few only have 3 floors in here. One building painted in bluish color stood among them and that's her destination. A man with blonde hair, white jacket, and orange pants sat on a Subaru BRZ that parked behind 3 other cars that situated beside the pavement. Normally, people will get angry if saw a stranger sat upon their car. Minna not different either, but the person who sat upon it, not only she recognized him, he was the one who presented her the car, and also, her sweet golden-haired boyfriend. "You here?" Minna exclaimed as her amethyst eyes brightened almost in a second. Naruto heard the soft roar and turned his face to the left. He raised his body from the car and approached the beautiful purple-orange-haired woman with a faint smile. She hugged him as they came into contact, since their height only a few inches different. Unlike Ruoxi or Zhongwei, she's unable to paste her face into his chest, instead their head went above into each other's shoulder. But that thing hardly bothered her mind right now, she only thought about his presence. It's real, firm body and warm sense, it's not an imaginary or hocus-pocus illusionary, it's a real figure. I was worried. She nudged his shoulder with her nose. A soothing perfume invaded his nasal passage. It's like smelling aromatic herbs with a little flavor of vanilla inside. He raised his right hand and gently brushed her head. I am sorry for disappearing like that, it's unfair to you. It's not your fault, I am so glad that you're fine. After hearing you got an accident, I wanted to visit you but your wife said you'll be returning in a few days, so I ceased my intention instead. Minna said with a hint of sadness, I am sorry if you think I am unsympathetic, but since your wife had said so, I don't have other choice but believe her. On the other hand, despite your wife said she's fine with our relationship but I don't want to irritate her, thus I decided to make a compromise. That's thoughtful of you, it must be painful. Naruto lightly smiled. PFF, a bit, but what can I do besides complying to her request and telling Chief Mo about your situation? Everyone in the PR also worried you know. Zhongkai didn't even touch her snack for the entire day. Oh, yeah, that nosy heroine must be exploding with curiosity about what happened to me. Naruto waved his head and sighed in bitterness. Yup, she's like the queen of gossips, but she genuinely worried about you, you should text her. Minna chuckled. They walked inside the building hand in hand, stepped into the chocolate-colored stairs and climbed the building. A lot of kind people they passed by, from a kid into an elder, ordinary face and remarkable one. The building had 3 floors and each layer held 6 compartments except the second floor which had 7 rooms. The pathway between the wall came in a bit narrow but at least it still provided enough space to move without having to lean your shoulder if you passed by other people from the opposite direction. Minna's room on the 3rd floor, a door with golden-colored 18 number on its surface greeted his eyes. Minna fished out her key and put inside the hole. Thud at the same time, a door behind them opened wide and revealed a middle-aged man that seems in his 30s. He had a lean body and quite tall, around 1 foot above Naruto and Minna. His hair was rather short with a pointy spike. Oh, Minna, you home? The man carried a bag of trash. His deep-set eyes glittered the moment he saw the carefree yet hot Minna. Ah, Zhu Liang, nice to meet you. Minna lightly smiled. She stopped at her door's gate. Minna, I have 2 tickets to see Jody Chiang's concert tonight, how about you come with me? He excitedly closed the door behind him and faced Minna, his eyes as if not seeing the appearance of another man beside her. Sorry, I have work tomorrow, Mina said in an apologetic tone, then she glanced to Naruto. Besides, I have a boyfriend now, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to go alone with another man. What? Zhu Liang's face turned ugly. You got to be joking, right? I have been chasing after you for many years, silently endured your chatty about that long-dead boyfriend of you, and now you suddenly have a boyfriend? He had seen Mina's former boyfriend's picture before, thus he knew that the man in front is not him. His cheerful face became a bit darkened. His eyes observed the blonde beside her. He admitted this man indeed handsome, especially his cerulean eyes, that combined together with his blonde hair made him looks like a Western person, but the making on his face had Asian people feature. Maybe he is a mixed race? Yeah, we become a couple just a few days ago. You weren't here, so I don't have any chance to tell you yet. Mina nodded. Zhu Liang gritted his teeth. His face looked dangerous as he glared at Naruto before facing her again. Minu, I can't accept this. I forbid you from making any contact with him again. Zhu Liang, please be sensible. I don't need your permission to make my own future. She shook head and let out an annoyed sigh. Minu, how can you do this to me? I have been chasing you over the year, and all I got is thank you for the dinner or thank you for driving me home. He clenched his fist. The dinner at your birthday party that you pleaded me to come, and driving me home because we live in the same building. Mina retorted, Zhu Liang, I never consider you more than a friend. Please don't make things awkward between us. You are a good friend, and I respect for you that. Ha ha ha, friends? After all of our interaction, you considered us just a friend? Please mind your words. There is nothing weird between our interaction. If you considered happy morning greeting and taking care of your dog while you went away as something special, then please, refrain yourself from continue thinking that way. Mina also failed to remain stoic. She glanced at Naruto with a bit scared eyes, feared if he got any misunderstanding. Naruto, who previously just silent, after he understood the current predicament Mina face, he turned his body to the man before him. If he had to admit, this man with Zhu Liang name actually quite handsome. With that body build he possessed, he certainly could get any woman he wanted. It's sad to think that the woman he after only kept him behind the door, yet he thought she gave out a sort hint about to open it. Naruto didn't face with him with a threatening face or hideous expression. Mina considered this man as one of her friends, thus it will be more appropriate if he approached him with a friendly manner. Offering his hand, Naruto said, Hey, I am Naruto, Mina's boyfriend. It's good pa. Take that dirty hand of you back. I don't need your pretend good face. Before Naruto managed to finish, Zhu Liang slapped his hand away. Oh, well, at least I try. Naruto inwardly sighed. Zhu Liang, how can you insult him like that? I will never consider you as a friend, anymore. Minu's face darkened. With a snort, she grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him inside her compartment. Minu, you better mark my words. I don't accept this situation and I will have my due. 79 Only him, not me. Minu's compartment consisted of 4 2 bedrooms, 1 living room connected to the kitchen and 1 bathroom. The living room had several types of furniture such as a purple-reddish sofa, knee-height table, shelves with books, DVDs, and other stuff, 20-inch TV, dining table, and other. No window that you could slide open like the one in his house or Rose's boudoir. Most decoration painted in purple, even the silverware had several of them in that color. The sound of room's refresher that sprayed out fragrant scent invaded both the couple's senses. Whatever scent she used, he liked the flavor. I am sorry that you have to be bothered by his behavior. Minu, while still holding Naruto's hand, faced him with an apologetic expression. He took back his gaze, one curve slanted his lips. I am fine, but it looks like I have a love rival. Mina rolled her amethyst eyes. Nothing ever happens between me and him. If you want to consider a lover rival, then it will either be Ying Ying or Li Yifeng. Huh, who are they? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows. Do Mina have other pursuers? You wanna know? They walked into the kitchen table. Mina glanced at him over her shoulder and fluttered her eyelashes, as if tried to entice the blonde man. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. The provoking gesture she exhibited spore different flavor than Zhongwei, much less Ruoxi. While both women still very young and had childish-like vibrant sometimes, Mina currently at the peak of her youth, it could be said she's situated between mature and young complexity, thus generated a mysterious vibe. Just like her favorite color, which some people considered to be a mysterious color. He scratched his cheek in bitterness. After all, he just done many times with Zhongwei this morning, yet the flame inside his body flaring up again as if demanded to be released right now. With his undying will, Naruto forcefully pushed down his heated furnace and restored his relaxed appearance. I don't mind to be acquaintance with your admirer, perhaps we share something in common. Oh, what will it be? Mina seemed startled as she didn't notice Naruto's behavior from before. Naruto sat on the top of the table, he curled his lips. We all men, human, and alive. PFFT, of course, you are. Mina broke out a laughter. If you're a ghost then I better be a priest. Why? So you can chase me away? Naruto snickered with both eyes closed. Au contraire. She took a step closer and leaned toward him, one finger pushed out from her slender hand and touched upon Naruto's chin. I am going to trap you inside a necklace and make you mine only, all mine. The blonde became absent-minded at her gesture and unable to reproduce any reaction for quite some time. A heat surged inside his guts and almost make the red of his eyes. He shook his head and grabbed her hand. Minno, you become more unbearable since the last time I see you. Oh? Minno unavoidably let out a giggle, her amorous tune akin to a melodious pheromone into his ears. Perhaps. I need something. From you. Just say the word. His eyes gazed upon the purple-orange streak-haired woman. It transmitted a feverish glare that even made Minna's skin rose on their temperature. Minna returned his gaze with seductive appearance. She leaned her free hand into his chest, pushed it lightly as she bent down into his right ear, biting on it before let out a devil whisper. So, your sink's pipe is leaking? The couple now stood together inside her bathroom. It's a simple one but still had a tub on the side of the wall. Yeah, it just happened yesterday, I think. Minna sighed as she strolled into the water valve on the pipe that stuck into the wall. She stretched her hand and rotated its knob. It let out a sound and shook a bit before streams of water poured out from the pipe. She quickly shut the valve again. Well, have you called the building owner? This should be their problem to fix, right? Naruto crossed his hands in front of his chest. Every problem that resulted not because the tenant's fault supposed to be handled by the building's owner. After all, it's regarding the service of their facility. If they didn't take any responsibility from it, then anyone could guarantee a lot of complaints would be buzzed out at their doorsteps. I already did, but they said the people who they usually hire to fix it currently unavailable for today, thus it won't get fixed by tomorrow. She shook her head in a dejected manner. Then wait for tomorrow. What's the problem? It's the sink that broke. You still can take a bath and did other stuff, right? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows. Yeah, I do, but I felt uncomfortable leaving it in this kind of state until tomorrow. She blinked her eyes many times. Will you fix it for me? Minno, is not that I hated to fix it, but I don't have any expertise on it. What if I only make it worse later? Naruto scratched his cheek. His eyebrows twitched a little. I heard Mogul have the steps of instruction in how to fix it. She set her eyes upward and her finger touched on her cheek. How about you try to find it there? Oh, they definitely there, no doubt, no doubt, Naruto shrugged, but it didn't mean I can fix it just because there is an instruction. Minna pouted, her face akin to a pitiful child being disowned from their toy. She glanced hopefully to Naruto, only for the blondie to heartlessly shook his head. She eventually sighed in bitterness. Okay, I am just going to wait for the technician to arrive tomorrow. She let out a wry smile. I am sorry for forcefully asking you to fix it for me. You're right, it could get worse if anyone without experience fixing it instead. I don't actually hope you're capable to fix it, I just want you to try. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Why? I don't know. I kinda just did. Minna faintly smiled. Never mind, don't bother with it anymore. Are you hungry? I cook for you. Naruto closed his eyes before he eventually sighed. He slid open his lids and gently gazed her. Do you have utility tools? Minno's eyes brightened in the instant, as if the sun breached into the puff of cloudy smokes, revealed its lights and shone the gloomy worlds. I don't have, but we can borrow from the building owner. She nodded her head like a pecking bird. You go borrow it, and I search how to fix it, Capic. Naruto chuckled and left the wall behind him. Aye, Captain. Minna straightened her back and saluted like a sailor, then she hugged Naruto's arm as the couple went out from the bathroom, then did the task that was assigned. Naruto opened his phone and searched how to fix a pipe. Many sources piled up his screen and he clicked them one by one. Some suggested using a strong adhesive tool such as duct tapes, other recommended replacing the pipe, and much other advice. Naruto tried to relate Minna's current pipe condition with one of the advice, but it still left with so many searches. After reading from one post into another, even watched some vids regarding this endeavor, he finally settled on trying to put a duct tape on it. Thud. Minna returned into her compartment with a red iron box on her hand. Despite a little flushed face she had, her face still smeared with a joy. Here's the utility tool. Have you found a way to fix it? Naruto smiled. Yeah, I did. I think I am going to put some tape on it, just to make it hold for a while. You have water-resistant duct tape or something? I don't think I have. Minna frowned, then she shook her head. Yeah, I don't have it. Let me just buy it from the general store nearby. She ran into her table and grabbed her purse. Anything else I should buy? Naruto slid his phone. A rubber maybe. Alrighty. Minna left her compartment in a gleeful manner, leaving the blonde who helplessly waving his head. The general store located on 2 blocks from her location. With a rushing step, Minho arrived at the building with books and magazines on its displayer window. She stepped inside and browsed the shelves for water-resistant duct tapes. After turning around several plastic-coated tapes, she got the best tapes she could possibly think, based on the price and its brand, along with its quantity. Minho searched for a rubber but unable to find one, thus she asked for the help from the keepers around. Several minutes of ransacking the store, Minho came out from the door and left in a hurry. Minho. Right at the corner before the area of her residence, a familiar voice punctured her ears. Her face turned complicated for a while before giving the suspect of this voice a brief glance of her amethyst eyes. "What do you want, Zhu Liang?" This person, precisely the middle-aged man who had a conflict with her and Naruto at the narrow path before her compartment. She and he had known for a whole year. Back then, she still hung on her hope for her ex-boyfriend to still be alive and come back to her, thus she never had any intention on going out with other men including Zhu Liang. She admitted this man indeed possessed a masculine charm and she would be a stupid woman for not taking any flatter at his attempt on wooing her. Unlike that bastard Ma, she never sees Zhu Liang brought in another woman back into his place or do anything outrageous. He also well-mannered and sometimes act very cute. If not for her faith in her ex-boyfriend, perhaps she is willing to become his girlfriend. But then, Naruto come. At first, she didn't have a special feeling for the blonde man, outside than just a good coworker, nothing else surged inside. Then it came when he first saved her from Ma's provocation in the PR floor, the way he willing to lower himself just to rain Ma with thousands of flattery words, redirecting his attention from her. He neither act too daring to ignore the chain of command nor act too coward to step up for someone else. His behavior is too hard to discern and this made her somewhat curious at him. People said, what led to love? First is curiosity then changed into attraction before the last transformation. They talked a lot once in the files room. He told his time in America and the life in Japan. It's a surprise for her that he actually had been to France and Egypt too. No wonder he had a knowledge and wisdom bigger than people of his age, he had seen the world a lot. Then there is that time at the hospital, at the printer center, at the flowing cloud. She didn't know is this love or not, but she felt great attraction toward him and she would like to find out what the outcome of this relationship. If this is far from love, then she hoped for one day it will get closer then slowly become one. Minho. Zhu Liang let out a bitter smile. I want to apologize to you. Minho wrinkled her eyebrows but said nothing. I have been rude to you and your boyfriend, here. The lean man brought up a plastic bag in his hand. I have bought you guys a lunch, how about if we ate it together in my place? Minho startled at the sincerity inside his tone. She indeed mad at him but it's not reaching the phase where she hated him. Of course, if he kept his aggression toward Naruto, then she didn't have other choice but broke their relationship as a friend. Perhaps she would have to move out from her apartment in order to get away from him. Yet, fortunately, the man behaved in a good manner. This made Minho breath out a reliever and began to accept him as her friend once again. She nodded her head. Okay, we will get there once our business is done. Ahaha. It's good, I'll be waiting, but please don't take too long, you know my stomach always pick a fight with me. Zhu Liang sighed in a dejected manner. Minho giggled as she put her hand on her lips. Alright, we'll try to come sooner. They both walked together as they headed into their own room. Well, it's not actually together as Minho seemed to lag behind a bit. Despite their recovering in the relationship, she still knew her status as someone else's significant one thus she kept her distance from Zhu Liang and making sure they didn't walk in the same line. Zhu Liang kept his smile along with their path and seemed not bothered with this. They bid goodbyes and went into each other's room. Unknown to Minho, a bit sneering smile smeared someone's lips. Hey, I am back. Minho closed the door behind her and looked around the living room but no blonde hair whatsoever in the vicinity. Then she heard a sound from her bathroom, light curves manifested on the corner of her lips. She strolled toward the direction and peeked around the corner. Her eyes captured the image of Naruto, crouched in the bathroom floor with tools scattered around him. His hand held a piece of pipe while rubbed his chin, the serious look on his face depicted as if he currently deep in thought. She leaned her shoulder and head into the wall on her right, a gentle smile became stronger within her lips and her eyes went blurry in a dreamy tone. It's a lie when she said she didn't know the reason why she wanted him to fix the pipe, the reason it's actually very simple. She wanted to see him as a husband. Because she knew, despite what he declared back then, it's almost impossible for them to be a proper husband and wife, at least not in this country. She wanted to know how it feels to have a husband, the one who will be looking at your well-being, the one who will panic when things became awry, a stupid and silly act of a husband. He didn't know how to fix things but he punched his own chest and tell the wife, don't worry, leave it all to me. She patted her own chest, she felt the heartbeat rapid movement and her cheek groomed in blushes. Naruto put down the pipe in his hand, and he started wiped its length with the cloth as if trying to clean it. He picked up pieces by pieces and stared at them with brief attention. Mina stepped inside the bathroom and knocked on the door. Naruto startled and turned his face at her. A wide grin stretched his mouth from west to east. "Oh, you back. Welcome home." Mina nodded in a gentle wave. "I am home." "Well, it should be at least hold for a while." Naruto put the pipe, which now had black tapes and rubbed on its surface as new decoration, back into the wall and connected it to the pipe that led into the sink. He rotated the valve and it flowed with no problem into the sink. He stood up and twisted the mechanism on the faucet. The water streamed down in a fluid manner, without any obstruction at all. Naruto put his hands on the water's stream and washed up his own hands. He twisted back the mechanism and retreated from the sink several steps. Mina already stood behind with a towel on her hand. She reached up to him and wiped dry his hands. Finger by finger, gap by gap. The gentle smile on her face and the patience on the pair of her eyes showed how much her devotion in doing this for him. Despite it only wiped dry his hands. Naruto once again became dazed with her action, especially when she tilted her head to look at him, the reddish hue on her cheek and ripple water on her eyes. Naruto leaned his face forward and kissed her cheek. His meaty lips lingered on her smooth cheek, feeling the supple texture and her body temperature, smelling her fragrance that he hated to part it, hearing her flaming breath that tickled his sense. Naruto fiddled his lips on her cheek for a while, then crept them slowly toward her sexy lips. His hand held her jawline and guided her lips into colliding with his. Their lips finally greeted, the soft pink lips held into each other, sullied the opposite party with an intimate touch. Naruto's head moved in a sluggish manner, with eyes never leave her gaze, his lips occasionally parched and smooched her delicate enticing parts. He pried it open and playfully brandished his tongue. It's naughty and made her itchy. Mina reciprocated with the same fervor, even tried more aggressive than he was. She licked his tongue and they danced under the spotlights. But no hurry in their kiss still. Like joyful birds in a bright clear morning, she actively searched for the warmth that was his lips. She pursued if he lean, she chased if he dodges, and she caught if he surrenders. Both man and woman, without so much on using their limbs, sinking in the glamour of amorous pink moment. Only head, lips, and eyes that unceasingly played their part, both hands hung in idle and both legs stood in silent. After a long time, perhaps infinite hours, the couple separated their lips, a single thread, glistening with translucent color connected both pink meats. That was the proof of their everlasting motion, the mark of their feelings' euphoria. Mina's eyes became droopy but refused to shut it down. She captured his face. She would never want to miss this moment. She hated to ignore the blissful sensation on his face. So did Naruto. Even when he had kissed dozens of women, more than one could count with their fingers how many they fell into his embrace. But not even one of them could compare to the taste of her lips, the intoxicant sense it brought every time he ravaged on them. Not even the one he had with Rose and Ruoxi left the same taste. Is it magic? Had she cast some strange spell on him? Had she put something inside his drink and make him felt this way? No. No poison could affect him, not one spell would able to pass his detection. So what is this? Why does he feel this way with her? Normally, his mind would start their gears, trying to come up with any possible factors that affect the circumstance. But he couldn't be more care about such a thing. So did Minnow. She turned around, grabbing Naruto's hand and gently pull it, without any questions raised in the air. She led him into her bedroom, the room that was several feet across the bathroom. She opened the brown-colored door and strode inside, taking Naruto along with her. Her room came with 2 by 3 meters with a single bed in a white sheet, along with one wardrobe, makeup desk, and other furniture. No intention on closing the door, Mina dragged Naruto into the side of her bed. She twisted on her feet like a graceful swan and clashed her supple body with his firm one. She took an initiative and seized his lips, colluding in a feverish manner. His male instinct flared up, with both sturdy hands circled a smooth and hot figure. He replied her emotion and teammates with her in this desirable attempt. Lips moistened and tongues raged a war. She nibbled her fingers on his white jacket's zipper and pulled it down. She pressed her palm toward his muscular chest and pushed it lightly, raising her desire once more. Feeling annoyed with the thin barrier that separated her palm from sensing the true epic of his torso, Mina took back her mouth from him and lifted his shirt. It went above his head and the article left its master. Her hands traveled along his sweaty and hot pack, reaching up to other parts on his body. When the teapot is hot, don't wait till it's cold. Naruto moaned as he felt her palm all over his torso, unwilling to get left behind. Naruto pulled back her face and kissed her stronger than before as if intended to melt their lips together into one. He left her lips and attacked her neck, sucking on her skin until a red mark scourged her fair land. He kissed her shoulder but groaned at the inability to kiss the skin that laid underneath this bit-thick shirt. He lifted it up and freed Mina from her containment. A purple-colored bra entered his eyes. It showed half of the plentiful hill behind it, and watching those twins still pressed by the hateful undergarment made Naruto curse whoever had the idea on producing them in the first place. His hand into the back and unclasped the bind easily like snapping fingers. The moment that bra fell onto the ground, Naruto widened his eyes at the spectacle before him. He knew she's big, but not to this extent. He reached out the bountiful and beautiful breast that jiggled before his eyes. His large hand could only grasp part of it, and a soft yet elastic feeling his hand tasted boiled the already flaming blood. He roughly groped on them, and Mina's head glanced upward, moaned in pleasure. Do you like them? Naruto bent his body, and buried his face between the texture, his voice muffled by the deep crevice. Are you kidding? I don't like them, I love them. How could you hide such an enticing pair of heavenly globe? I was embarrassed by it. I never think that having such a breast, actually, a good thing. That's why I hide them for so long. Mina brought up one finger and bit on it as Naruto started kneading on her breast, played with her nipples, even sucked on them with no restraint. Naruto took Mina to her bed, and he sat on the edge with Mina on his tights, leaned her back into his chest. He kissed her lips, and hands repeatedly assaulted her breast. Mina's hand held Naruto's head as their lips connected, and another hand helped him play with her mountain. After done so long with their foreplay, both parties currently in their birthday suit, with Naruto laid on the bed and Mina sat on his tights, in front of her pink slit, a raging tool emitted an itchy heat and made her body trembled in agitation. Not only Naruto, who spellbound by her pair of plump breasts, but Mina also startled and surprised at the size and length of his majestic tower. Is this size natural? Had he used the sort of Enler gaining tool or something? Had he taken a pill or something? Her mind became chaotic with an innumerable possibility of the cause of his phallus condition. Don't get her wrong, this is the first time she saw it in real life. Yes, she watched those movies, okay? She knew the thing that appeared in those scenes are either special effect or with other unnatural methods. She grabbed his phallus with dizzy eyes. An unknown fear raged inside her. What should I do? This. Is it possible it won't fit me? Did his wife also suffer from this kind of thing every day? What happened to her? Did she have any sort of trouble in walking after they did the deed? Looking at Mina's hesitation expression, Naruto let out a sigh. He sat up and hugged her body. Take your time, okay? Just put it in slowly, let it slide inside you inch by inch. Sensing her nodding, Naruto released Minu and laid his back on the bed once again. His eyes appeared to relax, but a naked anticipation painted that pair of cerulean eyes. Mina crouched on her feet and hovered her slit above his phallus. With a gentle movement and hand held his phallus's head, she brought down her slit and slipped the head inside her moist cavern. Her face twitched at the feeling of it mushroom-like head, stretching her wall as if a hot stake struck inside of her, but this one at least generated a comfortable feeling. She kept bringing down her bottom and pain traveled all the way inside her system. It's almost unbearable, but she persisted because she heard a moan came from her blonde lover, a satisfied moan, a joy of something pleasurable coated his length and brought euphoria all the way into his brain, electrified it with dozens of powerful emotion. She struggled. Despite the pain that almost made her want to quit, but his happiness fueled her desire. She wanted to hear it more, she wanted him to be happy much more. With a great resolve, Mina dropped her entire body and slammed against his pelvis. Her face glanced upward, with tongue out from its cave, eyes widened to their limit, and muscle strains became tense anywhere on her body. Naruto jumped in shock despite the enormous pleasure his phallus feeling. He quickly rose his body and tightly hugged her body. Minu, are you okay? Please, hold on. He let out his aura and it hugged the purple-orange streak-haired woman in his embrace. He didn't dare to move or do anything, just let her stay inside his embrace. He could feel her distress, her joy, her sadness. He failed to know the reason for her various emotions' sudden appearance. He heard a sobbing sound. It's faint, but his ears managed to catch it perfectly. He brought his hand on her head and brushed it gently, his aura unceasingly protect her from the gloomy color and restored her spirit. I remembered about him again. In the midst of her weeping, she spoke in a stuttery breath, her tone sparked thousands ache inside his heart. I can't help. The thought of betraying him. Her body shivered, even when they are in the peak of intercourse session, she unable to forget his existence, or make it go away. This feeling, it's like a curse to her, it's painful, so painful. Minu. Naruto put his nose on her shoulder, this time, despite his raging tool took a nest inside her cavern, but no excitement or arousal rose on it. He just felt this stuck-up feeling, a bitter dry in his throat, and hard to breathe. I am sorry. Tears unceasingly spilled from the corner of her eyes. Naruto didn't know how to make it right to her. How can his figure compare to someone who had left deep impression inside of her? They had known for years, while she and he just met for a couple of weeks. Naruto clenched his hand. He didn't care what happened to him, he no longer cares, as long she could feel happy, even that means his figure would be overshadowed by his appearance. Minnow, he whispered but only gained a sobbing tone. He took a deep breath. If you want me to look like him, then I could do it for you. The sobbing tone paused, almost in the instant as if it never occurred before. Naruto leaned back and gazed on her face. Despite the absent-minded expression she wore, Naruto only gently smiled. He brought up his hand and caressed her cheek. I can make you. Only see him, not me. 80 pain and sorrow. What are you saying? Mina said in an absent-minded expression. Naruto paused for a while. He continued on caressing her cheek, the smooth skin being flourished by his gentle hand. I can do a technique to change my figure into anyone and anything I desire, even when it's not a real thing. I can shift into a cat or a dog. Becoming a chair or a table, anything that within my capability. Including him. In Minu's bedroom, on the top of her bed, a man and a woman stared into each other's eyes. One had shock and unbelievable lights all over her eyes while another filled with compassion and honesty. They wore not a single article thing, their body pasted onto each other as his steel and firm sword penetrated her deep and moist cavern. Blood dripped from the edge of their union and soiled the mattress below, along with his thigh, but none of the above caught a single of their attention. With unclear notion what's going inside this couple's mind, they only bothered with other kinds of thing. Confusion and denial. Firm and conviction. Both applied to the woman and man respectively. Are you kidding? Can you really turn into him? Mina said, her face still full of doubt. It's not a big deal for me. Naruto faintly smiled. But, why? Why are you willing to do this? You said to me that I need to move on with my life. If you change into him, then how the hell I should do that? Mina turned her palm into a fist and hammered Naruto's chest with it. Her tone was filled with anguish and pain. It stung his heart far deeper than before. He's not bothered to block it, his hand only focused on caressing the cheek that now stained with a stream of translucent thing. I did say that, but I never wish you to forget about him. Naruto said. His voice had always been gentle. It's like nothing ever make the man below her ever be angry or sad. But how can I ever be happy if the memory of him still lingers inside me? How can I love you when I can't even forget about him? That. Only you know the answer. I have no clue at all, but... His eyes gazed downward. I wish the memory about him will never ever vanish from inside your mind. Why? She looked at his somber face and the small curve on that side corner of his lips. She felt strange about the blonde man in front of her. Most people had always been jealous with the memories of his or her lover's ex, especially when they had such a deep and profound experience with them. The words "go back to him then if you such love him or don't put me and him in the same shoes" would throttle out from their mouth every time their lover said you not kind. Unlike him, or he never complains this much. Perhaps if memories could be bought with money, they spent millions if not billions to buy those annoying ex-memories away from their lover, just for the sake of them to never reminisce again. But this man, he's willing to let her keep those memories, even not hesitate to camouflage his appearance into becoming him. Why? Naruto only smiled. He held her fist and raining it down with kisses, because even though it had suffered you a lot, but it also the happiest memory you ever had. You changed, from the tomboy and wild woman into a gentle and caring just for the sake of him. Tons of scenery and panorama of life you both had seen together, embedded deeply into the stem of your brain until this very exact seconds. Smile and cry, laugh and scream, those emotions decorated your entire experience, making you for what you are today. His lips left her knuckle, her eyes already turned moist. You had become a woman that manages to attract a lot of eyes, stopped many hearts, and halted tons of breath. You had complete your metamorphosis, from a slow and ugly worm, to a soaring beautiful butterfly. All thanks to him. He changed you, he is your whole world. I can't compete with that, I never am qualified to do it. Compared to him, I am just a visitor, a newcomer, forever be your second, unable to replace him, but I am fine with that. Because what's the meaning of pride but if I have to see you suffer? I can't replace him but I can become him. What will you see? It's the face of the man you always love, you hold dear into your heart. Cast me aside, I won't bear a grudge, so long you happy, then it shall be worth. Silent followed after his last words. The ticking of a clock like a siren of a heartbeat. Tears, bead for bead followed, dripped down from the edge of jaws and flooded the luster skin below. With a hiccup in her tone, Mina held his downed face and titled it upward. The amethyst eyes lined up with the cerulean eyes. Both tried to seek the opposite party's feeling and sense the pain they silently endured. Hey! Mina gapped her mouth. Shiver played the rhythm inside her tone. Can you change into him? Her lips trembled. Between the flowing tears, they appeared groomed with rosy color. Please. Naruto's expression lagged. One couldn't describe what he's currently felt. Is it pain? Is it hurt? But it only lasted for a brief as he restored his smile and nodded gently. He raised his both hands and mumbled, "Transformation technique." Under Minu's observation, Naruto's figure filled with smokes. She could feel the firm body underneath her change their contour become something she once felt familiar when they used to sit under the lush cloud of leaves, breeze in the wind of spring, river stretch as far as eyes could see. They cuddled, spoke each experience in the words of loves, singing the tune of Dear until the dream took over their bearing. She smiled at the memory but also pained her heart so much that she almost caught out a blood from her mouth. The smoke became clearer, soon the figure began to emerge, part by part, skin to skin. It wasn't long until all the puffy cloud dispersed completely, and the face she missed so much greeted her eyes. The pair of black eyes that resembled a moonlit night, clear as bright as it could, with stars showering the universe. Strong diamond-shaped face that knew no bound of its luster, no hurt on the eyes even when they stared it for so long. Short hair with both sides undercut, army special style, proof of the man's loyalty and pride of his country. She used to jump in joy whenever this look came out from the long compartment of a train, stepping under the gate with spirited and strong gaze yet shifted into gentle and meek once they fell upon her. She used to laugh, grasping his arm, walking together to the outside of the station, eating lunch in his favorite fast food. She used to glee when they walked into an amusement park, hand in hand, stepped inside the giant roundabout attraction, held into each other embrace as they slowly reached into a top. But it's no longer there. What joy now replaced with a sorrow, waiting for a long time in the front of the airport, just for a false hope for his face to appear. What laughs replaced with endless tears, screaming until this voice no longer persist, until this mind no longer sober. What glee replaced with a bitter, not knowing for what truth or lie anymore, stuck between the gray, surrounded by the high block of a wall that ceased the news to flow. Mina faintly smiled, with an anguish-filled tone, breath heaved as if something stuck in her lung passage, eyes rippled with clear bright water and droplets of tears rained down her cheek. "Hey," she said. When the opposite party opened his mouth, she quickly halted it with her finger. "Please don't talk." She knew this illusion would instantly break if the person let out his voice. He never hears the man's voice, how could he possibly disguise it too? "How are you? Are you happy somewhere? Have you fulfilled your dream? I always been waiting for you, every afternoon on the weekend, in our favorite place, even when rain stormed, snow froze, and heat blazed. I am there, waiting for you. My parent told me it's useless to wait for you. They say you no longer care about me. They say you have found a better life than being with me. They say you no longer. She held into her mouth, her rugged breath wandered in the space of the room. "I love you, I always do, it's hard to forget about you. To abandon the promise we made, to stay in faith and hope for our fateful day to come. But now, I am in bed with someone, not you, not in our sacred night, not in our nuptial chamber, not after our wedding, not after our ceremony, it's not you. I cheat on you, I am sorry. She leaned forward to his chest, weeping as hard as she could, no hold up, no hesitate, as if she poured all the burden she felt, the frustration she kept, the suffering she endured. He didn't do a thing, he simply sat there in silence. Perhaps, the reason why he could feel something different with her is at how resembling her situation with his. The guilt that never goes away when he stood in front of her grave. It's a strange day, they just uncovered the conspiracy that could cause a great disturbance in their village. If they moved too late to stop it, not only they would lose all the war's effort, even their precious village could be taken, losing its mark on the face of the map. Ergo, they all should be happy and cheered, now that internal problem had finally gone. But no. The village was quiet instead. People gathered on one building, stood up in line while one by one moved forward to pay respect at the memorial ahead. It's raining. As if the world cried together. The ceremony placed on the rooftop of the building, thus no canopy whatsoever blocked the rain from pouring the people. But no one cared, they just silent, looking at their own feet at the shame they bore inside. Today, the village lost another brave member, a female, dared herself to disguise as a bride and infiltrated enemy's territory, fought her way out to accomplish the task, and she succeeded yet failed to survive. Crowds slowly dispersed, one by one, until no one left, except one person. Rain unseemingly to stop yet the person unceasingly stayed. Drops of waters fell from his short hair, from the edge of his nose, from the tip of his joined lips, from the base of his knuckle. His black attire stuck close into his body, courtesy to the bullets of water from the gray clouds above there. A woman slowly came behind the person, she gazed at the man with a worried expression, his usual strong prestige now became strongly devoid from any power. It was as if he's slowly fading. "Hey," the man said without turned his back. The woman who had her hair tied into two buns tilted her face at him. "You used to hate me, right?" I Think so? Yeah. Tell me. The man moved his face and stared at the sky. He let the rain punish his face. How you make it disappear? The woman scratched her cheek. A redness adorned her face. I think, I just get used to you. The man chuckled, but a clear sorrow vibrated his tone. Then tell me next. How to be a heartless person. The woman widened her eyes. It hard to erase. This pain. The man gritted his teeth. It's hard to breathe, my mind aching, my eyes blurry. Hey, tell me. How to make it stop. I try so hard but it won't stop. It's still here, the pain, please, just. Anyone. I told her not to, I told her to retreat, I told her to just get away, run, just run. Why she wouldn't hear me, why she didn't just run away, I told her to, I told her. Thud. The woman rushed forward and hugged the man from behind. She pasted her face on the back of the man. Don't hold back, let it out, it more hurt when you try to hide it. No one will see this side of you except me, you can count me in like I always count on you. Let it out, I am here for you, your secret is safe with me. In the midst of heavy rain, mingled a meek cry of the painful heart. Mina wiped the tears from her eyes, her expression had turned for a better, she's smiling now like a blooming flower. She stared lovingly at the face not belong to him, seeing that expression of her make him somewhat gratified but a sadness also loomed inside. Thank you for the memory you give to me, the pain and the love, you always be part of me that I will never erase as I try to love someone else. That man is weird, but he's gentle and kind to me. I have slapped him and yelled at him but he does not hate me for it, instead he came to save me from a perverted beast. Do you know? Previously that man was having an accident. I felt this worry and great fear inside me. I thought it was just an anxiety, but I was wrong. No anxiety could give me that deep care toward his well-being. When he called me and told me he was fine now and want to visit my home, a huge amount of happiness flowed me into the sky. I don't know why, but hearing his calm and temperate voice was a huge deal to me. I am so happy while nervous a bit at his intention to visit me. After all, I never am alone together with a man inside my own home besides with you, and all we did is kissing and cuddling, thus I kinda nervous what we should do. Then I remember my broken pipe, thus I decide to let him fix my pipe, hee hee. Mina spat her tongue in a cute manner. She displayed different action and manner when she interacted with him, it's like a junior who bashful at her senior. I observed him while he was fixing the pipe, it's clumsy and funny but also warm and tranquil. When I cleaned his hands, he stared deeply at my eyes, my heart beat a skip and somehow a single thought popped out from my mind. I want him. I want to be with him. I want to be his. And you know, once I have broken my virginity, I suddenly remembered about you. I stop and crying instead. It's embarrassing. He must have to mock me. What kind of woman remembered another man when they are in the middle of intercourse? But the man. He didn't say such thing, instead offer me a ridiculous way to humiliate himself. It's funny, frustrating, and make me deep grudge with him. Thus if that man didn't appear right now, I am going to hate him for the rest of my life. Mina threw her face to the side and crossed her arm in front of her large bosom. She closed her eyes and made up spiteful appearance. Naruto blinked his eyes several times, processing the words she just said, then with abrupt movement, he dispelled the transformation and appeared in his original form once more. Minnow, the man you hate is here. Naruto grinned brightly, his sadness instantly blew away and a big stone as if being lifted away from him. Mina peeped with one eye open, then she suddenly pushed Naruto's body backward, making him hit the soft mattress underneath them. With a crafty smile, Mina bent forward, her finger traced his chest, and went down his chiseled back, her heaving bosom entranced his eyes. You have made me hate you and you shall receive my punishment. She smirked in a satisfied manner as he moaned at her touch. Remember, hateful man, one love might perish, and one love might persist. Whichever you are, one effort will decide. She leaned backward, stood erect in accordance with his upright tool. She twitched her eyes at the pain but braved a seductive smile to him. But one thing you should know about the fact. The seductive smile changed into a sincere grin, cheerful and bright as sunlight, eyes smiled along, curled to the side and expressed her genuine happy feeling. That is, I am yours, now, and forever. 81 Love is simple NSFWMMM. Mina twitched her face, she moved her waist slowly, trying to get used with the foreign tools inside her moist cavern. Every spark of friction that had been made as if widening her once tight and long tunnel, conditioning it to fit the man's pleasurable raging phallus. Her both hands stayed on the ripe six-pack belonged to the body underneath her bottom. The man's figure isn't over-muscular or not too shallow, that's simply devoid from any muscle. His frame also not big, which giving the impression of mutuality between their posture. Which is perfect for her. Naruto groaned, her sacred and untouchable place choked his organ, squeezing it hard that he almost came right in the heartbeat. Luckily his willpower and perseverance had beat down most of the men out there, thus he capable to persist and steel himself. Minu's figure might not as slender and youthful as Zhang Wei, not even come close to Roxy's curvy appearance, but she certainly had her own unique flavor which Naruto found it intriguing. Especially those both prominent twin peaks that hung on her chest. Naruto had seen the world and it's rare for a woman, especially in this region, to have that big unless they had fully mature which usually at the age of 40. But Minu certainly still under 30, unless she was the same as him but he don't think that is the case. Nevertheless, he like it. With sweat covering her luster skin, Minu's movement became steady, she found the rhythm of this amorous engagement and strove to follow it through. Naruto tilted his head upward and closed his eyes in enjoyment, her rugged breath and beautiful tone invited his moan to sing together, her liquid smoothing the process of their intercourse. Minu increased her pace, gaining an approval from her blonde lover. That's it, Minu, keep going. Naruto placed his both hands on her hip, encouraging the master of purple-orange streak to further improve her action. Minu dropped her legs and rested them on her either side, she started bouncing on his lap, her tongue sheathed and unsheathed his length in a fervor gait. Her marvelous breast beating up on the air while they swung up and down. Her face became ruddy, with mouth occasionally parching, she muttered praises and ecstasy words. It feels so good, Naruto, it feels so good. I can feel something raising inside of me. More, With intention on assisting his lover and increasing her pleasure much further, Naruto raised his body slightly and reached out to her bountiful mounds with his both hands. Minu yelped in surprise, her droopy eyes snapped open, tongue fished out from its lair. The free-bounced twin peak seized by two hateful hands, they rebelled within the cage but the result it's fruitless, his hands' movement it's brutal and crazed, he kneaded on her asset until meat spilled between his finger, two pink soft peanut became as hard as diamond and they stabbed the center of his palms. Her movement became frantic as she refused to ignore the moment to reach the eternal peak, she straightened her back, forcing Naruto to raise his body slightly in order to stay in touch with her breast. The furnace of lust inside her guts became unbearable, soon she roared her frustration and released the build-up feeling inside of her. Mind never been this lightheaded before, she's not pure innocent woman who never know self-pleasurement, there was the time when boredom hit her hard and forced her to participate in indecent activity, especially when no one else in her apartment. But the current engagement busted all of those pity and lonely act. Her mind lost to the aftertaste of reaching the intercourse peak, her natural fragrant scents poured out and infecting the room's atmosphere. The place is not big to begin with. While the woman indeed feeling the joy, the man it's yet to arrive, in a swift manner, Naruto raised his body and gave her a kiss. Minu brought back to reality by his sudden kiss, with eyes widened to their limit, she felt her lips forcefully sealed up. His both hands hugged her and pasted their body together, her marvelous breast pressed up against his chiseled chest, the excessive meat overflowed from the gap of their body, as if a balloon at ready to burst open. Hamulu. The soft lips fought against the thick one, his tongue battered hers and swept her mouth, it brushed her pearl-like teeth, wiped the ceiling, and plunged deep inside. Her eyes getting blurry from the revitalized arousal, courtesy of his dominance over her lips, breasts, and moist cavern down there. His phallus organ resembled a burning spear that melted an entire giant iceberg, gushing more liquid from her drenched mound. MMM. Both parties' humming tune resounded in the room, with rushed tone and haggard breath. She couldn't believe another wave about to hit her again by this simple French kiss. Perhaps after the first orgasm she experienced, the rest will follow sooner than usual. Maybe also his male alpha behavior that shivered her heart, thus stimulating her sensitivity far greater. Sometime women just like being dominated, and this also applied the same to any men that liked their women to take the initiative. For a long time having trouble to breath freely, her limit about to arrive along with another orgasm that soon unleashed its might, but at the nick of time, Naruto lips left her mouth as he tackled her around and slammed her soft body on the top of the mattress. Without asking for her permission or letting her understand the situation, he spread open her legs, pulling his dick until its head is the only one left inside and he pushed it hard, slamming his pelvis into her plentiful bottom. Mina screamed as she threw her head backward, his sudden aggressive movement caught her off guard and forced out another pleasure wave from its containment. Naruto didn't bless her with mercy, without letting her to rest, he kept pounding on her moist cavern, his firm butt went a blur as he swung his waist back and fro. Her body jiggled, her heaving breast flung in an erotic manner. Yeah, Naruto, harder. Mina roared, despite she just lost her virginity but pleasure had corrupted her way of thinking, she only chased for another peak that soon arrive. She placed both hands on their respective side, letting her bountiful breast entice the blonde man to seize them. Complying to the Majesty invitation, Naruto reached out to the twin peak and fondled them roughly, using them as a handhold. Naruto further intensified his stabbing motion, making her yelp and mewled. Do you like them? Have they satisfied you? Mina stared at her breast that had changed into many shapes in the fault of his crazy groping. They simply the best, Minu. I love them both. Naruto growled, his eyes went red at their intercourse as it one of the best he ever had. Good, good, worship them more, adore them more, caress them more, Naruto do as you wish with them. Mina tilted her face, the sweat that glistened her body had made a single part of them became glossy and smooth. Naruto held her twin peak together, he brought down his head and suckled on her nipple all together. His tongue brandished the pink panther diamond and his white tongue bit on them. Mina placed her both hands on her forehead, the feeling is simply unbearable to her. A small orgasm rapidly shot out, her muscle had tensed many times that she no longer cared to count. Naruto turned Mina to her side and let her lay on her left arm, he hugged her right slender leg and focused his pounding. His piled his own orgasm, many times his phallus had let out small essence inside Mina's womb but the real population still colluding inside his sack. Mina spoke akin to a broken recording, good and more became her favorite words of the day. Naruto dropped her leg, he went into her back, left hand groped her left breast and right hand directed her chin and they kissed once more while he resumed the everlasting pounding. Soon his meaty cannon became too tense, a sign that the ammunition ready to launch. Mina's last orgasm had approached her, with the combination of his French kiss, wild grope, and strong pound, this last wave perhaps the biggest one she would experience. Naruto bit on her lips, he said in rugged tone, Minu, I am about to come. Inside, just let out inside, please. Mina winced at the pain on her lips. Damn sure I am. He seized her lips and their tongue danced together. His movement became faster and faster before he finally struck a last push and sprayed the white seeds like a water from a hose. Mina closed her eyes, her body became stiff and tense like a sculpture. An explosion occurred inside her brain and wiped out every single consciousness she ever possessed. The warmth inside her loin further intensified her sensitivity, making her body shook in elation and twitched in joy. It took time for both youngsters to recover from their respective peak. Naruto also had sex with Zhongwei many times today, thus his exhaustion actually much dire than Minu, but this was her first time after all, thus she unable to adapt with the feeling and blackness invaded her mind quickly. In the last wisp of her consciousness, she forced herself to utter the last words, I love you. In the room that lasted with pink atmosphere, Mina's eyelids shuddered before they fluttered open, albeit she only could have halfway. She noticed her bed isn't the soft mattress she used to know, instead it was firm and somehow slippery. She felt the large hand brushed her back, not with the intention to rouse another amorous heat inside her but to provoke a gentle and warm notion inside her heart. The hand traveled along her smooth back in gentle manner, many times, it never ceased. Mina felt sore all over her body, and her place down there hurt a little since the adrenaline no longer provided her with a painkiller. But nevertheless, no sad or depression lingered inside her heart. After she had confessed her inner feeling to her ex/Naruto in disguise, she felt a great burden had been lifted from her shoulder. She never going to forget him and he had his own place inside her heart, so did Naruto. The past shouldn't be buried, let it stay inside you and fuel your intention for a brighter future. Love is hard to attain, it normally required a lot of process and ceremony such as dates, a lot of gifts, problems to face together, getting know each other. But sometimes, love is a simple thing, you don't need to eat cheesecake many times to simply fall in love with it, you don't need to read all of the 7th edition of a novel to fall in love with the series, and sometimes, you don't need a long process to love a person. When you know he dared to bear a pain in the sake of your happiness, what would you feel? When you realize the man in front try his best to compromise with your situation, what would you feel? When you find out that he has helping you with your inner demon, what would you feel? Mina faintly smiled, she moved her face and stared at the face belonged to the body underneath her. Naruto placed his head atop his arm, he stared at ceiling for a long time, his face expressed the deep thought he currently in. What's inside your mind? After a long time of staring, Mina called him out gently. Naruto didn't startle as if he already knew she sobered, he glanced at her face and let out a faint smile, Minu, I have been thinking. Naruto took a deep breath, he lifted his hand from her back, the trace of loss appeared within her eyes, I can't take his position within your heart, forever never can, no matter what I do, he will always take the best boyfriend trophy. Mina didn't interrupt him, she just simply bored her amethyst eyes into his cerulean one. So I thought, why should I compete with him in boyfriend experience? Naruto replied her gaze with heated manner, you're not someone who need a boyfriend. Eh? Mina halted her breath, the hint within his words froze the processing of her thought. Minu. Naruto's face became serious, his eyes expressed a strong resolve, you need a husband. Naruto, what are you? She stuttered, her mind once again crumbled by thousands of explosion. Will you, Mino? Naruto faintly smiled, his tone is firm yet gentle at the same time. Will you marry me? 82 you grow in me marry you? Mina gasped and her exhaustion disappeared in the instant. Yeah, Naruto chuckled at her reaction, and it's not a joke. He scratched his cheek. Well, of course it's not in the near time, perhaps a month later? After all, I still need to meet your parent and other proper arrangement. Naruto, what about your wife? Mina said in a low tone, despite she felt gratified at his idea of getting marriage, but the current law only allowed a man to have one legal wife. What about her? Naruto shook his head while happily laughing. She's still my wife, both of you will become my wife, or perhaps 3. Are you planning our marriage in overseas? Mina wrinkled her eyebrows. Why bother going out when we can have it here? Naruto huffed in irritation. Naruto. I don't think that's possible. Unlike other public administration, the marital department couldn't provide any sidetrack from the policy. That is why many big family up until today only admitted one legal wife despite they have many mistress. Mina frowned. Well, normally it couldn't, but I manage. Naruto smirked. Don't you have a confidence in me? Mina startled. After a long time of silence and deep stare, she let out a sigh and rested on her head on his firm chest. I suppose I let you handle it. Whoa, is that mean you are agreed to become my wife? Naruto laughed, he raised his body and hugged her tightly. Humphrey, Mina's cheek grew red, she fluttered her eyelashes at him. Should I? Hee, if you don't comply, then I am going to force you. He smirked badly. Mina lazily turned her face away from him, crossing her hands in the front of that marvelous breasts of her. I like to see you try. Alright, don't regret it. Naruto stretched his fingers and commenced the dances on her waist. 1,000 years of misery. Stop it. Naruto, stop it. PFFFT, Mina wiggled her body around and tried to get away from him, but his fingers as if glued to her waist. Whatever action she made, she always failed to get away from the ticklish feeling. Come on, say yes or I won't stop, even in 1,000 years. Naruto clutched her body with his both legs, his fingers flashed on a luster land akin to a great musician. No. You can't do this, you can't force me, PFFFT this is unfair. Mina playfully hit his body, trying her best to put the man's deed into a stop. Oh, it seems you can endure my technique. Fine, let me see how you handle with this. Naruto grabbed her leg and he raised it upward before launching an artillery toward her soul. Mina thrashed around, with now his body beyond the reach of her hands and one leg held down. She could only laugh in helpless way. Okay, I give up, I'll marry you, you hateful man. After suffered in a joy for a long time, Mina finally resigned with rugged breath and heaving chest, her body covered in sweat once more. Naruto stopped his action, with a faint smile, he made a bunch of seals then grasped his own palm. Under the observation of Mina's eyes, Naruto opened his hand after a while, something appeared on the center of his palm. Mina focused her blurry eyes and startled at the thing he held. It's a ring. A plain blue-colored ring that emitted a cool temperature and white icy mist. Naruto grasped her right hand and put the ring on her finger. I don't have a ring for the occasion, so let this be a replacement for a while. He let go her hand and watched how Mina absent-mindedly traced the ring. He flashed a smile, although that ring is made of ice but it won't melt it under normal temperature, even capable to sustain its form in a slightly higher climate. He rested his fingers on her cheek, the smooth surface flourished with a gentle caress. By the time it melt, I promise you a proper ring to have, so be patient until then, K? His soft gaze and calm voice, combined with the swayed hand on her cheek, Mina's heart flooded with sweetness and joy. She rubbed against the ring many times as if unable to believe what thing just occurred before her. She didn't care about how Naruto can make this thing manifested within his hand or why this ring couldn't melt like other normal ice-made thing. Her finger not even felt cold after being trapped inside the ice ring, instead a soothing and comfortable sense lingered on it. After a long time in her own world, Mina set her eyes toward Naruto. She smiled beautifully for the first time since they had met. The smile she mustered with all of her heart poured into it, conveying what she felt in the most plausible and simple way but bearing the heaviest graciousness that one can't easily comprehend. It's like a smile of an innocent child when they first time received a new dress, or when they first time went into a zoo. It's gratifying and pleasing to look. Naruto stared in daze, as if a mysterious force invited him in. He leaned forward and kissed her lips. She reciprocate in passionate sense and they once again indulge in amorous activity. Time had gone much further toward the west. After a long time in deep loving intercourse, Naruto and Mina shared a sweetheart bath together. They went into the living room as their stomach grumbled in protest. Oh, I forget. Mina snapped her mouth open in the instant, the way she walked still a bit funny since the weird sensation within her lower genital caused her much suffering. Forget what? Naruto held her hand as they strolled into the living room. He had helped her ease the pain a bit with healing technique, thus she capable to walk now, albeit resembling a drunk person. Zhu Liang had bought us a lunch and invite us to eat it together. She frowned in helplessness. Zhu Liang? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows before nodding his head. Oh, your neighbor and admirer. He's still hell-bent on chasing you? Do you want me to pummel him into an obedient son? Stop it. He had apologized to me for his recent ill behavior and sincerely treated us a lunch. Mina slapped his chest, earning a fake painful twitch from his face. Well, judging by the needle, let's hope whatever he bought for us is still eatable. Naruto glanced to the clock that hung on the wall. He supported Mina's hand and they both went outside Mina's place. Arriving behind a door belonged to the place at the other side, Naruto tapped his knuckle on it and waited together with Minno. They heard someone's talking behind the door, then a few minutes later, the door swung open, revealing Zhu Liang with a gruesome on his face and bitter eyes. Minno, I know that I made a mistake, but isn't this a little bit too much? His face darkened while frowning deeply. Minno about to apologize, but Naruto beat her to it. We are sorry for the late. I have been distracting Minno and made her busy, thus she forgot to mention your well-intentioned act. I hope you can forgive her and let me repay it by treating you as well, sometime in the future. Zhu Liang glanced toward Naruto. A glint of coldness flashed before his eyes before he curled his lips and masked a kind of expression. Oh, it's fine. I am going to consider it as my punishment for my recent behavior. I shouldn't act like that. Minno is my friend and you are her boyfriend, thus you should have become my friend too. Minno didn't notice his unusual expression, but for Naruto, who had dealt with a lot of enemies, even a single weird thing won't miss by his eyes, but he didn't show any reaction to it. Instead, Naruto just smiled and rubbed the back of his head. That is kind of you. Minno is truly blessed to have a good friend around her. Minno nodded her head in gratified manner. Today just became better and better for her. Not only she managed to retain her friendship with Zhu Liang, she also had a fiancé now and will get married soon. Well, aside from annoying feeling that surged from her private part. Come in, don't just stay in the hallway. Zhu Liang opened his door and waited beside the frame. Naruto helped Minno walked in. Her face groomed in redness at the thought of Zhu Liang caught her weird manner in walking. True as she thought, Zhu Liang wrinkled his eyebrows as soon as he saw her slow gait in attempt to sit on the couch in the living room. Also the way Naruto intimately supported her make him uncomfortable and let out murderous glare. The strange and fearful thought popped out inside his mind, the way she walked, the time she took to show up before his door, and this bastard blonde made her preoccupied. His face twisted in ugly manner. He knew the sign of a girl finally became a woman, when the pure had gone, replaced with the mature and cultivated one, when the maiden had been corrupted with the world's pleasure. He had taken many virgins too, thus it wasn't hard for him to come into this conclusion. Zhu Liang clenched his fist as he glared dagger at the back of this man and woman couple. With a great effort, he tried to calm himself and approached the two as they arrived on the couch. What do you guys want to drink? Minno, I have your favorite apple juice on the fridge, he said in a forced smile after letting out a light snort. Naruto gave him a brief glance, then turning his face at Minno, he said with a smile, you shouldn't drink something cold yet, it wasn't good for your recovery. Ah. Minna startled. With a ruddy face she stared at her own tight and said in a small sound, then I have a hot tea. Naruto glimpsed at the lean man before him. I have the same with her. Zhu Liang's face became more ugly after hearing their conversation. It literally had been confirmed now that Minna is no longer a virgin. Son of a bitch, how dare you? Zhu Liang really wanted to stride forward and punch the blonde in front until he broke his nose and jaw. In the term of duration of he had been knowing Minna, he should be the one who become her boyfriend or at least had the chance to sleep with her. He had spent many effort to please her and faked a lot of smile just to appease her. Yet he only receive a thank you, and thank you. I don't need your thank you, you bitch. In order to hide his fuming in anger face, Zhu Liang quickly went into a kitchen. Unlike Minna's place, the room of his rent is much bigger, even had its own kitchen space that blocked by a wall, thus Naruto and Minna unable to see how he grabbed a mug and crumbled it to pieces with his own hand, out of frustration. He first time met Minna when he visited an association in Zonghai's city. It can be said it's a love at the first sight. Her mature temperament made him thought she was already married. He almost bailed on the idea of hitting her. After all, he's not familiar with Zonghai's family structure. What if Minna's husband is a prominent man or a young master from a big-named family? A single finger from them could destroy his life and his enterprise. He's not stupid enough to risk his life to hit a woman belong to the bunch of people like that. But somehow he unable to resist the temptation to chat with her. Eventually, he braved himself and came to say hello. Her gentle smile and soft sound had fluttered the man's feeling, making him flew into the highest layer of the sky. For someone in his 30s, he should be indeed already look for a woman to be taken as a bride, but his occupation had made him busy and most women he met is yet to move his heart. Some of them did, but they no longer single. even already married. He had dallied with many women, but all of them just for his fun time and pent-up release. After all, work can be very stressful. As he is getting more interested with Minnow, he braved himself to ask her whether she married or not, but he didn't receive any answer, instead just a faint smile before she left his association workplace. With a bunch of research he conducted in order to gain information about Minnow, he finally knew the truth about her condition, which is abandoned by a long-missing boyfriend. With the thought of considering that boyfriend is dead and not even from prestigious family, his conquest on courting Minnow then started. Grudge lingered inside Zhou Liang's mind. He put the foods inside the oven and waited for it to be heated. He glanced to the set of kitchen knives that placed on their shelf not far from the oven. The thought of stabbing the blonde man and tore his throat became a ludicrous enticement. But Zhou Liang stayed his hand. He had things far better than brutalize and barbaric murder like that. With a cold smirk on his face, Zhou Liang went into a cupboard and fished out something from it. It's a white color powder, huddled inside a transparent plastic. It's untraceable and undetected, quickly solvent under the mix of water. With only a few doses, this powder won't capable to bear the name of murder weapon, even can help your bowel movement if you ever had the hard time with it. But if you put it in a larger dose... Zhou Liang curled his lips, sinister color blazing on those pair of black eyes. His ruthless plan didn't stop. He bent down once more and took out another thing from the cupboard. It's another powder with blue color now. This thing bore no danger, not at all, but if you put it together with another dangerous things, it can serve as the delay for that dangerous thing to begin its reaction, thus can be considered as the timer for a bomb to explode. Zhou Liang couldn't help but wanting to laugh for his ingenious plan. As long that hateful blonde man drinking the tea with his powder mixture in it, by tomorrow morning he will meet his demise, but by the time that happened, he would be no longer around here, thus Zhou Liang would be free from becoming a suspect. And Minna could finally become his. It's no matter whether she was agree or not. If he had to take her by force, then he shall do it. Enough of playing gentle cat, time to become a fierce tiger. While Zhou Liang was deep inside his hideous plan, he didn't realize that his murderous intention and gloomy aura had polluted the atmosphere around and easily sensed by someone who's sensitive toward nature, like Naruto. Even if your body got blocked by layers of concrete cement, his sharp sense could still feel the rotten, stink, ugly, and bitter aura beyond that wall. No matter how hard you tried to hide it, your aura will expose the true feeling that lurked inside your heart. Lips could deceive, words could lie, eyes could trick, and hands could dismay. But don't ever try to think you can hide your aura. Only someone or something without heart or emotion could achieve this, but even the cruelest or the most psychotic murderer unable to become completely heartless. Naruto frowned. He grasped Minno's hand and distracted her from the show that 40-inch LCD played. Minno, how long have you been Zhou Liang? Minna titled her head, then she set her eyes upward. I think a year. Do you know what he do for living? Of course, he's a merchant, selling a bunch of stuff like furniture or garment by taking order from other city. Sometimes he got one from other country too. Minna placed her finger on her lips. He is very busy. I think within a month. I only met him in several occasions, but whenever we do, we have a good chat. She nodded her head and faintly smiled. Then she noticed Naruto's deep frown gesture. She became panic. We are not doing anything beside chat. Please don't get the wrong idea. Naruto, startled at her sudden, exclaimed. He broke a chuckle and caressed her cheek. Yes, I know. My Minna is adorable and obedient cat. How can you mew on random stray cat? Who is your cat? Minna frowned, but the gentle caress on her cheek made her smile. Minna, is there any chance for you to live with me and my wife? Naruto said in a hoping tone. Eh? You want to move in with you both? Minna wrinkled her eyebrows. Yeah, aside from sooner or later you will be my wife, I am more comfortable when you are in the near distance. Our home is too far apart. Well, the thought about you worried about my welfare is comforting, but I am afraid I have to decline. Minna shook her head in facing him in apologetic manner. Why? If you afraid of my wife, then you have nothing to worry about. She's actually take a liking upon you. Naruto chuckled. His hand had moved from her cheek into her side hair, brushing them gently. Naruto. What she had accepted and acknowledged is my status as your lover, and I know it must be not easy for her to do that. When you tell her that you are going to marry me too, I believe she will have different feeling from me. Perhaps she will bear an ill thought about me and no longer accept me as what I am. Even thought she later will accept my status of being your second wife. I don't think she will agree of living under one roof with another, her husband's wife. Naruto, a house akin to a castle for a king and a queen. There will be no a second king or a second queen there. No queen shall compromise on the power struggle, and each of them will strive to be the only one. I don't want that. I also want a place that solely only belonged to you and me. A place where we tied our bond, indulged in our love, and shared the life together. A place where you are the only one who will see me in my weakest state and so do me to see you in your weakest state. And one day, I am going to conceive your child, and later having a small family of our own. I believe your wife also want that. So, it will be better for us not to stay under one roof. Naruto sighed as he heard her confession. It's true that Rukongai perhaps accepted Minu as one of his lover, but the moment she heard he's going to marry her too, she might not like it, maybe will shout angrily at him or giving him another cold shoulder. But it's the risk he needed to take and he's not fear for accepting the consequence. On the other hand, making them live together seemed not a plausible idea, not to mention Rukongai is yet to agree to expose her identity toward Minu, and Naruto didn't know whether she will agree or not. Making Minu live with Zhang Wei also not good. Zhang Wei life is constantly in danger by assassination and underworld gangster problem. It will implicate Minu if she stayed there together. Remembering Zhang Wei, Naruto rubbed his head. If he going to marry Minu, it seemed only fair that he marry her too. Comparing to Minu or Rukongai, his relation with Zhang Wei is far stronger. She had known his biggest secret, she even had shared his power and now her blood also the same as him. But with Zhang Wei's situation, he didn't know she will agree or not. She's on her path of battling her father. He feared if he asked her hand for marriage now, her dream will falter and she soon hesitate. Naruto didn't want to be someone who had struck her from her wish and dream. People might say that nothing will change after they become husband and wife, but the truth is, everything change. Your wife wouldn't have the same thought as when she became your girlfriend. Your husband might act different compared when he just your boyfriend. It's nothing strange, it's just how life is. Mina sensed Naruto's deep thought and troubled expression. She tilted her head, and she smiled gently. She lifted her hands and grasped his head. She put it on her shoulder and brushed his golden hair. Shuayush, don't think too much, let it flow and see how the future will unfold. It's a mystery to brave, you just have to face it and accept the consequence, then strive for the better result next time. You need to remember that we all love you, perhaps is not a blind love or utmost love that we will sacrifice everything for you, but you have place in our heart just like we did in you. Remember, you're not alone in this, for the better or the worst, we all here for you, I am here for you. Naruto widened his eyes as the scent of her hair filled his nose and drunk his mind. The gentle hand spoiled his head as if a mother nursing her child. Naruto felt this once, under the blossoming of sakura tree and in the middle of grassland clearing. Soft thigh, gentle hand, black hair and blonde hair filled his eyes. Numerous and complicated feeling rose within his guts, but he ignored them and just closed his eyes, enjoying Mina's nursing like a child sought for his or her mother comfort. Soon, Zhu Liang came out from the kitchen with a tray on his hand. The moment he saw their intimate manner, he almost threw all the food to the ground and roared in anger toward them. Motherfucker, bitch please, you guys in my home, have some decency will you? Are you guys trying to provoke me? Is that it? Zhu Liang clenched his teeth and cleared his throat. Ahem. Mina glanced toward the source of the sound and remembered that they are not in her place. Her face groomed in redness. She leaned to Naruto's ear. Naruto, Zhu Liang here, I let go your head, Ki? 5 more minutes. Mina smiled bitterly and only let out apologetic face to Zhu Liang. The sport-like man twitched his eyes in annoyance. He really hated this blonde and wished nothing but thousands of curse fell upon him. He really expecting tomorrow news about someone's death without a proper explanation. Let's see if Yama will laugh at your tease. Zhu Liang snorted. He strode forward without care for Naruto's situation and said in a loud tone, the food's here, eat it before it went cold again. Silence fell upon the room, but in this moment of tranquil, the temperature around the room dropped all of a sudden. Both Minu and Zhu Liang shivered. What the heck happened? Are the temperature's control broke? Zhu Liang wrinkled his eyebrows. He placed the food on the table in the front of Minu and Naruto, then he rushed toward the temperature control on the wall not far from them. He looked at the mechanism and noticed it set at the usual condition. He raised his hand and rotate them around, but nothing changed within the temperature. In fact, it just getting colder and colder. What the fuck happened here? While he gritted his teeth at icy feeling on his skin, Mina felt warm coating her body instead. She didn't know for sure where is it come from, but she assumed this thing happened in the fault of blonde within her embrace. She glanced at Naruto and noticed the blonde stayed still as if he became a solid statue. Worry started filling her heart, but she didn't know what to do. She eventually just decided to continue rubbing his head in a gentle manner. After 5 minutes of the man suffering in cold while the woman worrying in silent, Naruto opened his eyes. The cold temperature vanished almost in a heartbeat, then he lifted his face toward Minu. Thank you, Minu. He smiled, but Minu could notice the strange lights within his eyes. Do you want to return to my place? I cook you something. She failed to understand, but the most thing she wanted to do now is to comfort the man before her. Naruto shook his head. He glanced at Zhu Liang, who coated in thick blanket, and stared around in confusion at the sudden return of the temperature. He already prepare us a food. It will be rude if we just leave. Let's eat them. Naruto pinched her cheek and proceeded to pick the food on the table. I am not really hungry. Help me finish my food. Mina fluttered her eyelashes to him. Naruto chuckled as he understood her meaning. He dropped his plate and picked up the food is a rice with chicken curry and several vegetables within it. It already not let out any steam anymore since the previous cold air had dispersed them. Naruto scooped a spoonful of curry and offered it to Minu's mouth. The moment she about to eat it, he took it away and placed it inside his mouth instead, munching on it while let out taunting smirk. Minu huffed in annoyance, but soon he delivered another attempt, and this time it's really landed inside her mouth. They ate in harmony while disregard the man who sat not far from them and wore an ugly face. His blood is brimming with an anger and almost explode like a nuclear blast. So, Mr. What's your name again? Zhu Liang tried to strike a conversation, but the way he expressed his forgetting Naruto's name without any hint of guilt at all. Naruto glimpsed at him before resuming his activity toward Minu. Uzumaki. Ah, yes, Mr. Uzumaki. What did you do for a living? Zhu Liang nodded, then smirked in mocking manner. PSK, typical question. Naruto rolled his eyes while Minu appeared slightly angry. Zhu Liang toned when asking this, clearly smeared with bad intention. I am Minu's co-worker, we work in the same department. Eh? You also in public relation at Yulei? Zhu Liang wrinkled his eyebrows. The rumor he heard from his association in regard of Yulei's PR recruitment for men is supposed to be super hard, yet this man capable on entering them. Is the rumor not true? Or this man use his relation to enter the department? Zhu Liang refused to believe this man had high competence quality, thus he started to ponder all negative way Naruto used to breach into Yulei. But nevertheless, he also glad that Naruto's status just a common employee, even when he came from famous corporations such as Yulei International, but he's still an employee who had the salary perhaps only 3-digit for each month. Unlike him, who could easily gain 5 to 6-digit. Pride started raising within his chest. He puffed out his firm pectoralis and straightened his back, as if tried to demonstrate his dominance over his wealth. Naruto, are you thirsty? Oh yeah. Here, Mina picked her glass and offered it to Naruto. He gladly sipped from it, and the next thing happened almost made Zhu Liang blurted out his eyes. Mina took a sip, but she placed her lips on where Naruto placed his, as if they make an indirect kiss. Son of a bitch. Zhu Liang almost wanted to bit on his own shirt as envy filled his heart at their intimate manner. What's the importance of wealth when you don't get the girl or the woman? So many gold, but the woman you like chase other instead? This got stolen feeling is too damn hurt. Also, they had been eating and drinking from Mina's portion. There is not powder put within her, thus his plan is yet to success. His face getting darkened, but soon his eyes brightened. Minu, I remember about the souvenir I brought from my last work trip. Wait, I get it for you. He stood up from his spot and rushed inside his own room. Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows, but Minu just shook her head in hopeless manner. Soon, Zhu Liang came back from inside and gave the packet toward Minu. Here, Minu, when I am there, I passed by a jewel shop and the stuff inside reminded me of you. Minu smiled. She grabbed the packet, holding it with one hand, then faced him again. Thank you. Then she placed the packet on the table and continued eating the food with Naruto. Zhu Liang's excited face froze. With a dot in his tone, he asked, aren't you going to open it? I will, but perhaps later. I am eating now. Minu glanced at him for a brief, her mouth chewed on a vegetable. But it's no longer held much value if you postpone it. Zhu Liang frowned. What did you give her? Food? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows, his mouth bit on the stainless spoon. I said I am passed by a jewel shop. Why would I buy a food in there? Why they even serve one? Zhu Liang shook his head. Is this man deaf? Or is he stupid? Perhaps he never see a jewel shop before. PFFT, what a lamer. Oh, you said you passed by a jewel shop. I thought you just passed by and didn't buy anything. Sorry. Naruto waved his hand in a careless manner. Whatever. Zhu Liang rolled his eyes, then ignoring the stupid blonde man, he glanced at Minu, his eyes full of expectant. Minu opened it now. Please. Ha, why you are so persistent. Minu sighed in lamentation. She glanced at Naruto as if seeking for his approval. This gesture earned another twitch from Zhu Liang's lips. Naruto shrugged, then nodding his head. Minu chuckled. She grabbed the package and slowly opened it. Zhu Liang's eyes grew in excitement per her fingers' movement. Every time they danced in untying the rope, his heart would jump in elation. Minu dabbled with the package for some time before it revealed a small square box within it. Her eyes widened a bit, then they returned to normal. Zhu Liang's excitement fell slightly at her brief surprise, but he didn't put too much trouble with it. When she saw what is inside, she definitely will jump in happiness. He had spent a fortune to buy this from the jewels clerk, even had loaned several of his assets in order to buy it. Not only this is a very rare item, but also became the object of adoration of most collector in the world. And he was lucky to be able to gain it and gave it to the woman he adore. He waiting for her to jump into his embrace and saying thank you many time, perhaps repay it with several exclusive act. Zhu Liang no longer care about another man presence inside the room, he just want Minnow and all about Minnow. Minnow stared at the small box with complicated eyes. Is not she worry whether she will feel something toward it, rather she didn't want to cause a bad mood toward Naruto. She glanced to him for the last time, but the blonde man just stared at her with faint smile and careless expression. She became a little upset at his attitude. Another man about to give her a present, why don't you show a slight worry? Minnow, open it. Zhu Liang roared and gave Minnow a scare. Shaking her head, Minnow stared at the box and lifted its case slowly. Soon, silent looming inside the room, Zhu Liang already went mad at the image of Minnow leaped into his embrace and conveyed her graciousness. But that the moment never came as Minnow just stared at the stuff inside with wrinkled eyebrows. Was she got dumb because too happy after seeing the item? Yeah. She must too happy that she unable to respond. Don't worry Minnow, this father will await for your soft body until the end of the time. Zhu Liang, is this what I think it is? Minnow expression shadowed. Yes, Minnow, yes. I spent so much on it, but don't worry, for you, every single cent is worth. Minnow raised her body, with the box on her hand, she strolled towards Zhu Liang who already enjoyed for the moment he awaited shall arrived. Minnow stood before him and seconds for another seconds, the time had arrived. For the box to fly into his face. You pervert. Minnow glared at him with hateful eyes, she never expected the man to dare giving her such an item. Zhu Liang stumbled backward and rubbed his nose, his eyes smeared in confusion colors, he thought she will throw herself not the box back into his face, he roared at nonsense thing she did, Minnow what the fuck are you doing? Why the fuck you throw the box at me? Don't you fucking recognize the ring? What ring? You pervert. Make sure you check the item before you gave it to a person. Minnow didn't back down, she clenched her fist and teeth, I really wrong about you, I can't believe you dare giving such a thing to me, from now on, don't you ever dare to greet me again. Minnow, what are you saying? Zhu Liang crouched and grabbed the box, look, this is amethyst he halted his speech all of a sudden as he saw the item inside the box, it's a purple oval thing with a small rotor stuck on its surface. Both Minnow and Zhu Liang was not an innocent person thus they recognized such thing from those erotic films. Naruto stood up and whistled, whoa, I can't believe you are this brave man, I never dare to do this. Minnow. This is not. This isn't. Zhu Liang's face became pale, he stared at Minnow with fearful eyes. Minnow didn't bother listening to his explanation, Naruto let's leave, I don't want to be here anymore. Naruto nodded, with a relaxed appearance. He went closer into Zhu Liang and grabbed the self-assistance pleasure item from his hand. Naruto winked his eye, thanks for the gift bro, you are one brave lad, go to the nearest brothel and have yourself to be spoiled there. Naruto supported Minnow's hand and they strolled outside the room, leaving the absent-minded and soulless Zhu Liang alone in the desolate room. Back at Minnow's place, she hugged Naruto's arm and acted like a spoiled child, okay, now return the item back to normal you know. Naruto chuckled and let out his badly smirk. Humphrey. You did such a trick before, why stopping you from doing the same? Minnow honked her mouth, then curling her lips, by the way, you are a pervert and hateful man. Yes, I am plead for guilt then shall accept the pervert title for the rest of my life. Naruto raised one hand. Stop playing, show me real the appearance she said as she clung on his arm. Naruto chuckled, he pushed out two finger and touched her forehead, soon the item image went blurry then slowly formed into a small ring with amethyst gemstone stuck on its crown. Minnow's eyes glittered at the sight of her favorite color embedded on the accessory, she grasped and stared at it for a while. Naruto scratched his cheek in bitterness, yeah, such thing of course will attract woman, the misfortune for such a poor guy like him who wouldn't be able to buy his women with such valuable thing. Minnow nodded then she turned around and curled her lips, give me your pinky. Eh? Give me. Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows and did as she asked, she grasped the finger and put the ring on it, it didn't go in smooth since his pinky still bigger several inches from the ring's diameter. But Naruto didn't bother with such calculation, he blinked his eyes and observed her action with funny feeling. Aren't you the one who received the gift? Why putting it on me? Minnow held his hand and brought it to her face, she let it touch her face and she gave it a kiss, my favorite color for my favorite person, this is such a perfect occasion. Naruto almost broke laughter from her behavior, he shook his head, you are such a weird person. Then he encircled her waist and pasted it to his body, but I don't hate it, in fact. He leaned forward and blew her ear. You grow in me. 83 Take the pill without water. Naruto and Minnow spent the rest of the time by watching TV and eating snacks. Minnow leaned on his right chest as they cuddled on the purple sofa in the center of her room. She giggled at the scene showed beyond the screen of her TV. She picked two potato chips, delivering one into her mouth while another one into Naruto's. He playfully licked her finger also giving it a little bit prowess of his teeth, creating a shameful blushes time to time on the smooth land at the each side of her nose. At this moment, Naruto patted her shoulder. Hey, will you be busy for the next couple of the days? Mina raised her eyebrows and turned her face at him. I think I am. You do remember that Yulei's autumn exhibition is coming sooner, right? PR will be busy promoting the event to the public and our work relation. Yeah, I remember. As a matter of fact, what I am going to ask can be related to PR's job desk. Naruto hugged her and bore his cerulean eyes to her. Do you remember Liu Corporation's charity event? Of course. How can I forget such an event, especially after a horrible trouble befell on it? Mina nodded. I have a friend that is part of the corporation and she asked me to accompany her into a long trip toward the orphanage outside of the city, almost reach into Shaanxi province, I think the village called Nen. Naruto rubbed his chin and stared at the ceiling. What? Naruto, that's perfect. This invitation could help a lot in our exhibition's promotion, also boosted up Yulei's name. Mina snapped her body posture, facing him with a couple of widened eyes. Yeah, and she also allowed me to take 3 or 4 people together in order to help for the agenda, also letting me to bring any Yulei's trademark so long it is appropriate. Naruto lashed out his smile. I want you to come, and other sisters whoever available to join us. Mina frowned a bit, then she faced him again. When we will go there? 3 days from now. She led us to make some preparation while she prepare hers. 2 days later, she has been invited to be a guest star in a famous talk show, and she invite our CEO to appear together. While I do have things to do and had to meet some client, I think with a drop of Liu Corporation's name, I can push forward several meeting and postpone the other. Mina touched her lips as it curled to the side. Yeah, I think I can make it. Great. Naruto leaned down and seized her lips with his thick one. Mina hummed in elation and hugged his neck. They make out for some time until Naruto broke down the connection and left her soft-lipped vicinity. The reddish hue groomed on her cheek and the trail of translucent liquid improved the beauty within her dazed expression. Naruto rubbed her lips and proceeded to kiss her forehead. I left the rest who will join us up to you. You know all of them far better than me. Mina pasted her face on his chest and inhaled his unique male flavor. She felt the sense of safety and peace coating her as the scent traveled through her sense. The thought of wanting him all for herself surged inside her mind, but she quickly diminished such a selfish intention. She closed her eyes, the image of his figure embedded deeply into the stem of her brain, marking a certain territory only for the memory about him and all the things he had done. Naruto gently smiled. While rubbing the back of her head, he leaned into her ear. Don't you think this is such like fast-forward honeymoon for us? With her eyelids still shut, he continued, the nature and fresh environment, far from the crowded buzz of the city. We will taste the sound of crickets at the nights, the howling of the owl, the sway of luscious trees. At that time, the green smooth grasses will stay behind our back, stars will be our ceiling, and moon shall spots us with its reflected light. In the morning, the first dew will drop onto our forehead, waking us in the remembrance of the friendly nature. Our eyes will catch the couple of squirrels, watching us from above the branch of the tree, along with a colorful feather bird who sing a song of a morning hymn. A light curve pulled the corner of Mina's lips, his words like a piece of puzzle fragments that one by one making the whole picture together. Within her mind, a depicted scene of what he said start to become real, and they are both in it. She could feel his strong arm underneath her head as they stared at the dark sky, but spots of stars brimming it with lights. The far beyond thousand of galaxies ember filled their eyes, and the rounded while shy moon peeped at their tranquil moment. Mina opened her eyelids and glanced at the man before her. Why you keep trying to make me fall harder for you? And it is succeed on the every attempt? If this is a soccer match, perhaps you already become the player of the match who score the most. Mina rubbed his face, the strong jaw but rounded chin. Can she ever forget this making of the man anymore? She brought forward her lips and touched the man's one. She coated it many times, passionately colliding the soft meat together while her small tongue playfully hit around. She pried open the lips and tangled their tongues together. The wrestle between the pinkish spear began, and neither wanted to raise the white flags. She pushed him backward and sat on the top of his torso, with body bent downward. She tucked her strand of hair behind her ear and ravaged his lips as if no day will come after tomorrow. The everlasting make-out progressed too long that the bright sun became sleepy and went into its slumber. The lunar looked into its left and right before creeping out from whatever hole it previously hid. Naruto stood outside the building while stared at Mina, who stayed in the front of the double-leaf door. So, I'll see you at work? Naruto chuckled while softly set his cerulean eyes at the purple-orange streak-haired woman. Mina nodded, with a light curve on her lips. She said, I'll see you too. She paused before another ruddy color smeared her face. Honey. Naruto startled at the special name she reserved for him. Eventually he laughed. All right. Sweetheart, see you soon. He strolled forward while his upper body still faced at her direction as he waved his hand. The nighttime in Sunday moment came a bit peaceful than usual days, perhaps people already prepared for another busy time in the next day or school hours for students. Naruto usually just going to flash his way toward home, not to mention the distance that quite far, but he refrained himself from doing so. After he had made quite a distance from Mina's building, Naruto paved his way toward a dark alley, with several turn and confusing corner. He stopped and said without turning around, "Seriously, we have just met for a day, but for you to like me this far even put on effort stalking me. I am quite flattered, Zuliang." From the dark corner of the alley, a figure with a thick coat and head cap strode out, his face twisted in an ugly way and filled with hate for the blonde. Naruto still didn't turn around as if the figure behind him held no danger or a slightest significant for him. Zuliang twitched his lips, with a pair of sinister lights in his eyes. He said, "How long have you been noticing my action?" Naruto lifted his shoulder slightly. "Since the second I left Mina's apartment building." "Then why you didn't try to get away? Or pick a cab to go home?" Zuliang frowned. "Oh, if I do that, I would have missed the chance to meet my fan." "Who's your fan?" Zuliang growled. His face became grim with darkened tone. "Mina should have been mine if not for your interference." "Well dude, let me make this clear." Naruto waved his hand but still faced the same direction as Zuliang. "With me or without me, Mina wouldn't be able to accept your feeling because inside her heart, she only hold true love for her ex. He is dead. What's the use of true love for someone who rot in the ground and decay in the sea? I believe with my effort, Mina soon will fall into my embrace. I believe I can wear down her belief and make her forget about her ex." Zuliang spat his words at Naruto. "He is not dead." Naruto frowned, then he glanced at the dark sky with a faint smile. "As someone who hold her dear, I want the best for her happiness, thus I believe her ex is still alive somewhere. Perhaps one day, he will return, and when that time come, Mina will have to choose." A genuine soft gaze filled the pair of cerulean eyes he possessed, "And I support the decision she will make, even if that mean I have to disappear." Naruto's tone is full of care and belief, it even make the wind sway his attire gently and warm atmosphere caressed his skin. But Zuliang didn't care with his lamentation, he only curled his lips in disdain manner. "Hey, you are fooled in for believing in such a nonsense. If her ex ever going to be alive, then I am going to do just like what I am going to do to you." He squinted his eyes. "I am going to make him disappear once again." For a merchant you certainly have a lot of confidence in doing such a deed. Naruto chuckled. "I have been traveled into many places and countries, dealing with a variety of people, let it be them who walk under the light or those who lurk in the dark." Zuliang smirked, a cold visage flashed before his eyes. "Do you know the recent breakthrough in drugs department?" "Should I care?" "You will be soon." Zuliang slanted his lips. Government had secretly undergo the test of the new prototype of drugs that can enchant someone's attribute for twice if not thrice-fold of their current one. Strength, speed, stamina, regeneration, reflex, just name it all, and they shall enchant it all. Samples from a population had been chosen to receive the drug's treatment. They had succeeded on increasing them in a small scale, but as the test progressed and developed further, the samples started showing a sign of abnormality, from strange behavior to a violent tendency. Thus the researcher made a conclusion that albeit the subject's attribute received the boost stimulation but it also damaged the very core of human themselves, their brain. Since the result is still unacceptable and dangerous, the drugs is yet to distribute but several people managed to get the hand of it. Those who work in underworld gangster definitely interested in such rare item, and merchant who could provide it for them will have the sea of gold await for them. Zuliang curled his lips. "I believe you already get the idea. So you as the lucky merchant sells such items to them, blah blah, you get rich and what? You going to batter me to death with money?" Naruto chuckled. "Of course not." Zuliang frowned, his face getting darker. "I am going to show you the prowess of the drug. And make you take it to the grave. That man only belong to me." Bam. In the instant, the lean man disappeared from his initial spot and arrived behind Naruto. He lashed out his hand and aimed it hard toward the golden hair in front. The air even let out a booming sound. Zuliang believed with such a swift movement, Naruto wouldn't be able to reach in time and he will suffer a great damage into the back of his head, which can cause an instant kill for anyone with weak structure. Naruto tilted his head to the side and raised his arm along. As Zuliang's hand passed beside his right ear, Naruto pushed his right elbow and hit the man's face with it. Bang! Zuliang stumbled several steps backward with a red mark on his face. Naruto looked at his elbow and rubbed it slowly. Hard indeed, but I had fight someone harder before. Naruto glanced to him over his shoulder. A taunting smirk adorned his lips. I guess the so-called enchantment drugs is not so awesome as you think. Zuliang widened his eyes. With a denial on his face, he angrily shouted and made another attempt to punch Naruto's head. Naruto dodged it to the side. He grabbed Zuliang's arm with his left hand. He punched it once then swiftly decked Zuliang's waist. He bent his body and went beside Zuliang's right side while twisting his arm along. He swept Zuliang's right leg and let go his arm at the same time, making the lean man fell flat into the ground. Zhu Liang felt his face became numb at the impact toward the concrete ground. He also felt pain on his arm and sprain on his shoulder. Naruto stayed, a smirk manifested on his lips. Power increase indeed, defense became immeasurable, speed turned unfathomable, but a fight not a mere punch or kick. Just because you suddenly can crush a stone with a punch doesn't mean you suddenly can fight. Zhu Liang rose on his feet, he gritted his teeth and clenched his hands in anger. He fished out something from his pocket. It's a pill case. He popped it open and chucked one pill into his throat. Whoa, you can take a pill without a water, that is awesome. Naruto clapped his hands. Joke while you still can. Zhu Liang sneered, the next thing will make you scream in fear. Arg. Zhu Liang roared as his muscle bulged all of a sudden, vein popped out from his temple and his eyes filled with red thread. Fascinating, Naruto grinned, his palm made a provocation gesture, come on, don't be shy die. Zhu Liang sprung out, his speed and agility seemed to increase in a high degree. Less than a second, a tall figure showed right before Naruto's eyes and he hammered down his enlarged fist. Naruto used both hands to block the incoming impact, the dull sound sparked in the atmosphere. In a swift manner, Zhu Liang launched his left hand and struck his fist to Naruto's abdomen. Naruto didn't dodge the incoming attack, he instead lashed out his right fist and jabbed Zhu Liang's throat with it. No matter how strong your body enchantment, 5 things will always be your weakness: throat, eyes, joint, foothold, and male private part. Gak. Zhu Liang felt a pain on his neck and the inability to breathe freely. He stumbled backward, his hands about to grasp his own neck. Naruto didn't let this chance go away. He strode forward, performing several hits on Zhu Liang's body, started from his abdomen, then he went into Zhu Liang's knee. As the enemy fell into his knees, Naruto hooked punch his face several times, right and left, making Zhu Liang became dizzy and blood spew from his mouth, along with a few of his teeth. Naruto finished his attack by grabbing Zhu Liang's hair and slammed his face into Naruto's right knee. Nose broke and forehead bruises. Zhu Liang fell into his back and his body painfully wiggled. Naruto didn't proceed further, he looked for a trash bin and sat on it, both arms cross over his chest. You know, I am not with Mina just because she's beautiful or hot. To be honest, I have met many women far prettier than her. What attracted me to Minu is that I understand what she's feeling, waiting for the happiness she sought to arrive despite many enticements came to stray her path. What you want from her is not just move on from her feeling but also make her forget the existence of her ex. This is unacceptable because that's what she is today, her memory of her ex that build her into the woman that attract your attention. Ha ha ha. Zhu Liang wiped his bloody nose, a crazed appearance filled his face. What a bullshit. I don't believe someone can be that significant to her. She already liked that from the beginning. It's her inborn characteristic. Naruto sighed. I take it she never tell you about what she's like before I met her ex? Zhu Liang twitched his lips, despite he knew about her past but mostly in general descriptions such as how long she and her ex had been together, what moment they met, and other general stuff. She never tell him that she's a wild and uncultivated woman before, acting like a boy. Or her bitter feeling whenever she mentioned about her ex. That probably because Zhu Liang himself also only care for Minu in the present, he only cared to conquer her, to make her his without even consider Minu's burden. He didn't know the gentle smile she gave him whenever he asked about her ex not only bore a joy but also sorrow and pain. Thus Zhu Liang will never understand what Min is going through. Naruto is different, not only he knows someone true emotion based on their aura, he also had seen that smile many times in the past. The smile that brought him the greatest pain. Because he knew what they mean, but he chose to ignore. Zhu Liang raised his body and stood on his feet. He stared at the blonde in front with hate on his eyes but mixed with a flavor of fear. It was true about what this blonde mentioned in regard to fighting. If 2 inexperienced people struggle in a fight, most they know are throwing punch and kick, the winner are the one who hit the hardest. But when it comes to experienced people, they will clash in technique and skill. The one who would win is the one who can counter his enemy's strike with his technique and overcome the incoming attack with his skill. Zhu Liang realized the man in front of him actually had a knowledge in a fight, this bringing him a great of a trouble. Perhaps he could defeat him if he took another pill. But the allowance limit of taking it was only twice for certain amount of times. If he took another, not only his brain could crumble but the repercussion after it's over can damage his body greatly. Zhu Liang clenched his hands, the thought of failing to kill the man he hate almost making him cough a mouthful of blood. But the side effect also cannot be ignored. Naruto stared at Zhu Liang who froze in his spot with red face as if he would explode at any moment. Naruto let out a sigh. Look, I usually won't let something as dangerous as you to be alive, especially when you are this close around Minu, but I give a chance to walk away, if you promise no longer chase after Minu. Don't worry, you can stay at your old place, hell be friend with her if she allow you to. Minu previously considered you as her friend, and believe me man, don't let such a chance walk away. Who knows, maybe in the future, because you're a friend with her, she introduce you into someone that can replace her within your heart. As a man, I give you an advice, take this chance. As a human, I also give you an advice, take this chance. Give up now and live for another day. There is no honor or glory to cheer if you lay behind the funeral board. Zhu Liang listened to Naruto's words with closed eyes. Soon the flushed anger on his chest resided, albeit his muscles still bulged, veins marked his skin, and eyes filled with red thread, but something on his visage that no longer appeared grim and depressed. Instead, he seemed peaceful. Zhu Liang opened his eyelids and stared briefly at the man before him. The genuine serene expression this man wore, as if he held true to his words and the real meaning within it. His face became bitter, then a wry smile appeared on his lips. It's a wry one but held no malice. No wonder men take a liking upon you, you are really out of the kind. Naruto waved his head. I am the same as you, a man with a lot of mistake and unfulfilled wishes. We both love the same person, but we don't have to be enemy. Minu is not belong to anyone, she's her own person, it's up to her, which she's like. Then he grinned brightly. Alas, we both can't beat that hateful ex of her, that make us even. Zhu Liang startled, looking at Naruto, who grinned with such relaxed face at the person who just tried to kill him brought a different sense inside his heart and complicated emotion. After a long time of silence, Zhu Liang sighed and he let out chuckle, yeah. In the Dragon Villa, inside one of the houses, Ruoxi yawned as she closed a heavy book on her lap. Being a CEO is a work without an hour. While an employee's work duration had been set up by the city's regulation, no one care about CEOs period. In the weekend, while normal worker can enjoy the watching TV cable series or went into shopping with a friend, CEO like her had to read a book or company's monthly report to prepare for a future plan. At any time and anywhere, she always had to be ready whenever the situation raised up. Who said that after the company became bigger, CEO job would become easier? The bigger company mean more facility here and there, the increasing need in labor force, more budget need to manage, and many other thing. Ruoxi stood from her chair and stretched her body. Her beautiful curve appeared on the outline of her long-sleeve shirt and black short pants. She left the desk and watched the outside scenery behind the glass toward the balcony. The moon appeared bright today, as if it lit with excited luster. She remembered her first time handling Yulei under the tutelage of her grandmother. By the time she admitted to the hospital, Ruoxi had been replacing her position as the CEO and managed her baby. Ruoxi loved being near her grandmother. Her venerable and loving voice always made her comfortable and couldn't help wanted to be spoiled. Even when she was already in such a lady age, Ruoxi always acted spiteful in front of her and assumed a child behavior. But her grandmother never angry, even when she making a mistake in managing the company, her grandmother will patiently explained it to her, and slowly made her understand. After she passed away, part of Ruoxi's heart also missing, gone under the soil toward the place she couldn't forever retrieve. No one help her withstood the burden on taking care of the company. Wangma and Kayani can only do so much, but none of them capable as worth as her grandmother. She became cold and distant. There is the time when she just briefly respond to Wangma or ignore Kayani completely. Luckily, both person understood Ruoxi's situation and they never bother with it. Ruoxi raised her fingers and pressed her smooth temple. She could feel a slight comfortable pressure being applied to them, but it wasn't enough to relieve her ache. The problem with Zhu Xiang also brought her a lot of stressful situation. She understood that several problems she faced in company came from his influence over her work relation. There was this time when the usual fabric producer that used to work with her company, all of a sudden demanded for more payment, albeit they are still under one contract. They said the fabric material had some difficulty and the labor also slow at their work. After she took her time in researching for the information behind the case, turned out the fault lay behind Zhu Xiang's influence in corrupting some executive on the fabric company and giving their labor a lot of hard times. Without had much other choice, Yulei in the end resigned and they made a new contract, but the price they demanded is too unreasonable that Ruoxi didn't have a choice but forcing her hand. She blackmailed the CEO of the fabric company in attempt of sexually harassing her. She felt no guilty over the thing she had did, even after she heard a lot of labor was fired by the fabric company. Yet it only held for so long. After the problems concluded, that feeling surged inside her, the uncomfortable sense of using other people in our whim, especially when they are not in fault, the loss of many people's job, this pain of picturing how they eat or where they live, whether they are starving or not. It's a painful stabbed feeling that sometime kept her at night, even unable to sleep properly. She poured all the guilt into her work and promised herself such situation no longer occur. But she could only do so far. Mistakes will always been made, as she not a godly being. A mere mortal, with a lot of burden on her shoulder. Tap. Tap. Ruoxi's ear twitched with the sounds of knocking on her door. She heaved her chest, and fixed her complexion. She glanced toward the door and flashed out a faint smile. Come in. The door swung open. The figure that appeared instantly brightened her heart and dispersed the gloomy thought, with that little smile on his face, this person akin to a sun that delivered her into a dawn and braved a new day with a cheerful thought. Hey, I heard you didn't eat anything yet. The person strolled in, his face as if never know the bound of sadness or grief. He always smile, looking strong for her eyes to feast. I am not hungry. Roxy waved her head. The person arrived before her, then pulled her soft body into his embrace. That wouldn't do. What if you had fallen ill? The man's sturdy body surrounded her like a boiling teapot, but not hot enough to harm her. Instead, it's warm and good to be hugged. Roxy rested her cheek on his chest. A lazy and meek young lady temperament manifested on her expression. Anyone who saw the usual arrogant and cold CEO now akin to a mild concubine like this perhaps will scream that the world had gone end. Do you want me to take you eat outside? The person buried his face on her fragrant hair. I don't wanna eat. Roxy honked her mouth cutely. The cold CEO turned out can act cute like this. Then how about if we go somewhere special? The person didn't get mad with her temperament, he just grinned cheekily. Where we are going to go? Her crystal black eyes lit with expectation. Well, it won't be special anymore, if I told you now. The man slanted his lips. Humphrey, jerk. Roxy curled her lips, then she left his embrace, turned him around and pushed his back. Then get out now, I am going to change my clothes and you not allowed to peek or I am not going anywhere. The man with blonde hair shook his head in a helpless manner. Yes, my princess. Roxy giggled as she closed the door behind him. She stopped for a while and traced the door with a gentle gaze. Grandma, why I am happy when he's around. Grandma, you said there will be the day that I will feel happy if I see a person, feel sad when he leave, feel miss when he gone, and feel dear when he speak. Grandma, I ask you what I am going to do if I found someone like that? You said in a simple answer, my dear Zixi. You marry him. 84. You have no right. Zonghai City at night, filled with glamorous lights and tranquil ambience. It's a rare occurrence in the metropolis city, but it nevertheless happened once every week. A blurry shadow hopped from one street lamp into another, like a steed that dashed its hoof. It raced throughout the path into the unpredictable horizon. On the back of this strange quick shadow, a beautiful figure curled her curvaceous body and pasted it on the firm surface beneath her body. The blazing wind scrapped against her jade-like face and forced the woman to squint her eyes, but the crystal black eyes showed no sign of pain, instead excitement and enthusiasm. She had ridden a superjet once, but the experience it's not comparable to the current transportation in a human meat suit. The night air tended to be cold, sometimes it reached several degrees below zero, but the woman felt nothing but warm. It was as if a heat transmitter unceasingly stayed close to her. She knew the man below her can do a lot of amazing things, perhaps more than she thought he could, but not in her single mind ever pictured he capable of doing such a feat. A human required a device or vehicle to let them ever able to just float in the air, much less flying around. Thousands upon thousands airship model had been invented, from the rather small one into the gigantic jet that could carry more than 50 passengers at one time. But this man only needed his feet and whatever thing he had in store to allow him rushing in the air like a sparrow glided with its colorful wings spread out. Of course, he's not technically flying per se, but still close enough to reach that achievement. Roxy circled her hands around him, breathing upon the back of his neck and inhaled his male aura to her satisfaction. This blonde man before her just kept getting mystical and mystical each time, making her surprised in awe again and again. She wouldn't find it strange if this man perhaps even can make a double body or transform into someone else. She had watched many movies and read novels with characters who had mysterious powers and such, but never thought such a thing actually could happen in real life. She remembered when he wrote a strange blue flame thing in the air and spoke his oath to her. At that moment, her heart shivered in strong waves that she never had before. It's like gazing upon miracle that cannot be explained through many kinds of literature and thesis. She realized at that very seconds, the man before her could accomplish anything that is an outreach of any common man, singling out every one impossible deed that people claimed it couldn't possibly be done. The scene of high-structure buildings and other cities' monumental objects kept flashing before her eyes, but she didn't bother with it too much. Nothing sort of interesting to look anymore for someone who had lived here since childhood. They soon left the group of concrete exterior and approached a bridge, the man still not ceasing his speed, making her wonder where their destination rested. Zonghai was a huge city, consisted of main 5 part of the area, west, east, north, south, and central. Most of the offices and other business prospects mainly focused on the central, but not closing the possibility that the other areas also had few of them. The reason is varied, but mainly because of the expenditure for the building and land is cheaper than the central. The southern district is the focus of the gambling establishment. It's the brightest and most dazzling place at night. Even when you just arrived at the border, you could see from afar a glittering neon and luster atmosphere, shining the whole district as if it's a daylight time at the area. Some casino even opened for 24 hours non-stop and not once closed their gate, even in holidays. The east side held no memorable characteristic, but it was rumored that the biggest Zonghai underworld gangster built their base there, thus the east side had the weakest law enforcement and the crime rate is quite bigger there. The west side was famous for their best red light district prospect which takes the whole area called Wine Street. Well, don't get her wrong, she knew this not because she frequently go there, or had any sort of interest with such an attraction. When you had a lot of coworker and work relation, rumored sometimes will reach into your ear whether you want it or not. As for the north side, it's the largest area of the 5 and had the most crowded population, not just the local, even immigrant and tourist live there, thus north side actually the most hetero-culturalistic place in the metropolis-acclaimed city. But don't say they all lived in harmony, the racist problem would nevertheless always raise in that district, most of the time just a normal squabble between certain individuals or a small family, but there were times that it reached into a deadly confrontation which led to a public fight. Several minutes later, they passed the bridge and not long after that, they arrived at the sort of cliff. Naruto ceased his steps and stood before the guardrail. Without putting his hands from her thighs, he stared at the dark horizon which separated by the line of blue ocean that swayed with gentle waves. The salty scent invaded both persons' nose and the ocean wind breezed their attire. Roxy blinked her eyes several times. She's not unfamiliar with this place. Hell, most the people in Zonghai City also knew this area. It wasn't because this place is special or sort, they all knew because this place sits a small beach beside the main road, the road that most people went through in the morning to go to work or went into somewhere else. At certain times, the place also tended to have a traffic jam, mostly in the evening, thus they are not feeling any special from this road. The beach and the main road was separated by a high and sharp cliff, 30 feet or more from the beach ground. There was no way to travel down unless you brought a rope or special ladder, no place to park your car either as there is no space that accommodates it. Unless you're willing to drop your car several kilometers far away just to watch the sea without had any mean to the beach, then be her guest. Roxy doubtfully asked him, "Is this the special place you mean?" Naruto chuckled, "What? Disappointed?" She startled and quickly shook her head, No. It just... weird." Naruto heaved. "It's nothing special because people never try to explore it, they are too lazy to enter a hard and untraceable area, especially when no one provides them with assistance. It's understandable, after all, with such a tall and straight cliff, no one had the mean to go down." Roxy frowned. Why people have to trouble themselves with such predicament when there are more accessible places? True. Naruto looked at the yellowish moon in the sky, its luster akin to a small bulb that flickered in the desolate dim room, but whoever dares to enter a brand new place, they might claim it all for themselves. "Did you?" Roxy put her chin on his right shoulder and huffed in a chuckling manner. Naruto smirked, tilting his face toward her, letting the corner of his head patted Roxy's forehead. "You know me, I like somewhere tranquil and peaceful, it's like retiring from the crowded and chaotic world. But you also love being in public, together with a lot of people embracing the world madness and difficulty in life." Roxy closed her eyes and enjoyed their closeness. "Haha, I am a complicated person." "You not just complicated, you are a weirdo." Naruto raised his leg and stepped onto the stainless guardrail, tightening his grasp on her thigh. He said in cheerful words, "Well, you better hold tight, because we are going to jump in." "Ah. You not being serious, right?" Roxy widened her eyes and dropped her jaw. "My lady, I always serious." He raised another leg and now he completely stood on the rail, along with the beautiful charming Roxy on his back. "Here we go." Then he jumped. "Ah." Roxy closed her eyes and hugged Naruto's neck quite strong. She could feel their falling speed gradually increased, her heart as if still hung in the air while her body plunged downward. It's like when she tried to suicide from the coffeehouse second floor but now with an unwilling heart. She was expecting to hear a crash as they landed on the bed of sands, but turned out after they had reached few meters left from the ground, their body decelerate. They are resembling a fluttering leaf that made its way toward the brownish soil and tapped softly as it landed. She peeked through the gap between her eyelids, looking as nothing out of ordinary happened toward them. She opened wide her eyes and breathed out a relieved breath. She angrily snapped her face toward Naruto and pinched his cheek with her utmost strength. "Don't you dare do such a thing anymore. Do you want to kill me with a heart attack?" The skin of his face stretched out but Naruto didn't reveal any painful expression, he only grinned sheepishly and he strolled toward the shore. "Put me down, I also want to walk on the sands." Roxy released the poor guy's skin and honked her mouth. "Oh, but you are so soft. I hate to part you from my back." Naruto shook his head in unwillingness. "Put me down, you pervert." She playfully hit his body. He sighed and eventually his hands left Roxy's slender thighs, The loss of soft feelings somehow groomed a sadness inside his heart. Ruoxi still clung into his neck as her feet touched the sands. She tried to balance herself after for sometimes being held by him. Her legs were quite numb for several seconds, then she brought down her hands from the man. She looked at Naruto, such expressed a loss as if someone who just got conned for money. She giggled, almost broke out a burst of laughter. She approached him, tiptoed and pecked his cheek. The moisture lips flourished his tanned skin, a trace of warmth lingered and her fragrance blossomed on his face. "Thank you for taking me out." The kiss only lasted for a moment and she retreated, putting both her hands behind her back and shyly smiled at Naruto. Ruoxi wore a white mantle and silver jeans. Despite the multi-layer clothes she put on, it didn't hide her graceful appearance and curve on her body, especially that jeans which emphasize her slender legs and plentiful bottom. She put on some makeup that increased the beauty on her already otherworldly gorgeous face. The gloss red lips on her small mouth ignited the desire for him to taste it, and a slight reddish hue on her cheek invited him to savor her luster skin. But Naruto didn't yield against his desire. He raised up one hand and offered it for her to grasp. A slight honest smile on his face held no dirty thought, resembling a knight who invited his queen into a dance. No knights are allowed to blaspheme their majesty. His expression polluted and infected Ruoxi. With a graceful motion, the delicate hand accepted the man's calloused one and they strolled together toward the shore. Their feet sank into the ground, the sound of the wave encored their presence, and thousands of stars greeted their figure. They walked along the shoreline, sharing their experience from the past and wishing their hope for the future. She giggled at Naruto's dream to share ramen into the entire world, becoming the world-class chief that could serve the best taste ramen dish. He chuckled at her ambition to build her enterprise even to the most corner of the world, not only became #1 fashion and cosmetic but also conquer other market business. Both people strolled until they arrived at the end of the line that blocked by a giant stone. Ruoxi thought they will turn around and retrace their steps back, but Naruto instead bent his body and forcefully grasped her legs as he held her in bridal style. She yelped in alarm and almost struggled, but to her amazement, Naruto retreated backward, toward the vast ocean behind him that grew with a gentle wave. After several seconds of moonwalked, she noticed that their altitude not even slightly decreased, as if they just still on the same level of the ground, which she found it impossible. She turned her head to glance downward and soon let out an alarmed voice. Naruto's feet were floating on the water. No, not floating, he stepped on the water. He kept walking on it as if the surface of the water is made by something solid. Nothing obstructed his movement from traversing the land of the ocean. She noticed there was a blue like a light came out from his soul. Perhaps that's the reason why he could traverse without sort of difficulty on something aquatic. She marveled at his ability and blurred her eyes in a magical moment. He once again managed to impress her with his mystical ability, but along with the impression, a lot of question rose in her mind. For example, what is his true identity? Why he went into China? How come he sell ramen on the small stall at the side market if he could just build a proper shop somewhere? But she decided to just hold on to the thought. There will be the day when things get unravel. For now, she wanted to enjoy his magnetism and live this world-like dream. They soon arrived at another shore several meters away from the side road one. It's far smaller, like just a bank of sands that stuck to the cliff beside it. At the end of the side road, there was a long tunnel that led into another part of the city. This bunk of sands exactly at the side of the tunnel outer wall, thus no one will notice its existence. Naruto put down Ruoxi. She glanced around with confusion since nothing out of ordinary is happening here. Then she felt a big hand tapped her head. She turned around and saw Naruto smiled at her. Wait for several minutes, it will happen soon. Ruoxi pondered for a while of his intention but found unable to think of anything. She nodded her head and they sat together in the sandbank. She leaned her back into his chest and he caressed her hair while humming a soothing tune. Hey, Ruoxi said in a low tone. He responded lightly. Will you hate me if I do something bad? She spoke in hesitation. A hint of doubt filled her tone. That depends. His tone was soft, sneaked past into her small ears. On what? She stared at the horizon line far ahead. On the outcome of your action. Such as? For example, you took over the remote of the TV and making me unable to watch anime and cartoon in the weekend. That I might hate you, you know, jerk. I am serious here. She pouted while a peep of laughter breezed from her sexy lips. Beside, you already grown up like this but still watching cartoon. Hey, it's art, okay? It's the only art that I ever got interested, Naruto snorted. A macho man usually watched hot-blooded TV series or movies, you know. She curled her lips, gun blazing and sword clashing. With a real actor. Naruto sighed. He cuddled her tightly. I can't bear watch such a thing because how fake and an overdramatic situation they made. He pasted his lips on her temple, causing her to squint one eye. For a man like who had been in numerous war, such a scene already branded into our brain as something gruesome and bloody, it's not something we can enjoy anymore. and definitely not in our top list of time-wasting moment. Sorry, I don't know you are that sensitive. Ruoxi huffed. She traced his cheek. I also don't know that you had been in war. Are you previously in the army or something? I am several times part of the army. Naruto faintly smiled and enjoyed her caress. I had been a soldier, a commander, and a leader. Eh? How come you are a commander and a leader in such a young age? Ruoxi raised her eyebrows. She found the man before her is getting mysterious. Ruoxi, I want to share my secret with you, all of them, but not now, not at the moment. You are not ready yet to know everything about me. Naruto lifted her hand and groomed her back palm with his thick lips. But I promise you, one day, everything will be revealed, just like my oath to never make you feel alone. Ruoxi heaved. She honestly feels sad that Naruto didn't want to entrust her yet with his secret, but nevertheless she wouldn't force him either. Everyone had their secret to keep to themselves, a secret that no other person than themselves who knew about it. He had one, she had one. She only nodded her head, didn't want to press the man she held dear much further. Then she declined her face, stared at her own bosom. Back to the first question, will you hate me if do something bad? You need to give me the example first. For example. She set her eyes upward, then faced him again. What if I cause a lot of people suffer in hunger or force them to leave their house and became a hobo on the street? Oh. Naruto frowned. He seemed to ponder seriously. Then I guess I should hate you. Badump. Ruoxi's heart as if struck by lightning and dragged down into the dark abyss under the deep gloomiest ocean that offers no way out till infinite time. Her mood instantly depressed, the dim lights filled her jade-like face and turned the lustrous skin into a pale bloodless one. Her power seeped out from every spore of her skin, abandoning the corrupted body that no longer worthy of its power. He hates me. Because I am a bad person. He no longer wants to be around me, because I am evil. Perhaps. That's the punishment I deserve. Naruto noticed her desperate visage. He quickly grabbed her chin, turning her face toward him, and he leaned in for a kiss. Woo? Ruoxi widened her moist eyes at his sudden aggressiveness. Her breath no longer could sway freely as they had been stuffed inside her mouth. Her body pulled dominantly toward his as if intending to melt it into one. Naruto closed his eyes. His lips overlapped hers while his hands, one on her chin and another behind her waist. Ruoxi's heart shivered. Her sadness slowly expelled from inside her fragile body, replaced by the sweet and amorous that heated her skin and ignited the flame inside her guts. She closed her eyes, reciprocating his action with her own passionate way. She grasped his hair and made a mess of it, pressing his face toward her much further. Their tongue tangled up and Naruto went backward, bringing Ruoxi's body to lay on the top of him, and they engaged in intensive makeout. Her face flushed red, not only from the lack of air but also from the overwhelmed feeling she currently bore. It wasn't Naruto that actively prolongs this endeavor, but herself who as if want to erase something inside of her by lashing it out on a kiss. She bit on his lips, didn't care whether it will create a bruise or swollen it soon. She pressed deeply her tongue and slurped on his liquid as greedy as she can. Perhaps this was her way to implore her frustration against his last remark. Yes, I have done a bad thing. Yes, I have wronged people. Yes, I have caused a misery. But who are you to hate me? I am just a human. You have no right to judge me. You have no position to blame me. You can't hate me. I won't accept you hate me. Tears slowly made out from her eyes, drenched the handsome face below her lips. She desperate for air, but she didn't want to separate their lips, feared she will break out the moment it happens. She's suffocating, from her own mistake and fault, from her error and dirtiness. If she could return back in time, she wishes to change it all. She didn't want to build her enterprise under any other people's scream of pain and shout of ache. That dark history that will taint everything her grandmother ever built, corrupting her baby and slowly dragged it to its ruin. At this moment, Ruoxi hates herself more than anyone, even more than Uzuyong. Eek. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a high-pitched tone resounded from around them. It distracted Ruoxi from her delusion of pain. She opened wide her eyes and glanced to her left, her innermost feeling startled. She couldn't believe what she just saw. On the surface of the water, not far from the edge of the sandbank, a gray creature with a long mouth and small eyes popped out. Its size nearly as big as her waist, and it shrieked joyfully at them. It's a dolphin. A baby dolphin. Ruoxi absent-mindedly stared at the animal, she unable to believe that in such small portion of a beach, there will a cute and beautiful creature waiting under sea. Without her realizing, Naruto already sat up, tracing her jade face and kissing her lingering tears. She closed her eyes at his intimate action and she got off from him. She watched Naruto stood up and strolled toward the baby dolphin. Hey, how have you been? Naruto spoke softly toward the animal. Its small frame resembling it like a stuffy doll. Eek. The baby dolphin whirled around the water, responding toward Naruto with a cheerful tone. Yeah, I am sorry for not visiting last week. Something comes up and I unable to meet you. Eek. The baby dolphin clapped its fin. The rest of event turned quite strange. Naruto kept talking with the animal as if he talked to a person, but what's strange is, as if he understood what the dolphin said and so did the dolphin toward what he said. Needed to be reminded that the dolphin is still in a small age, even if they are an intelligent creature, they shouldn't capable understand human words yet, even the adult dolphin needed a proper training to understand human language. Eek. The baby dolphin titled its head and stared at Ruoxi. Ooh, she? She is my wife, eh? Like your father and mother. Naruto chuckled. He stood up from his crouching position and strolled toward the dazed Ruoxi. He placed his hand on the top of her head, brushed it gently. Hey, why don't I introduce you to my friend? Eh? Ruoxi stared at Naruto and faced back at the baby dolphin. Come on, Naruto pulled her hand and they arrived in front of the animal, crouching their body. Naruto hugged Ruoxi from behind and moved her hand toward the fish. Hey, her name is Lin Ruoxi, isn't she beautiful? Ruoxi felt strange at Naruto's action. Why the hell you make such an introduction toward the animal? Did they even understand shaking hand? To her amazement, albeit it's not a handshake, but the baby dolphin pushed out its long mouth and patted Ruoxi's palm with it. It's cool and wet, but she had no hate against it. Instead, she felt something inside her trig. Eek. The baby dolphin parched out its mouth several times as if trying to talk with her. Naruto chuckled. He leaned into her ears and spoke lovingly. The dolphin said, "You are so beautiful like a mermaid. Are you possibly a descendant of gods? Perhaps Neptune or Poseidon?" Ruoxi startled and faced Naruto with an unbelievable expression. You can talk with an animal? I do, come on, say something to her. I relay your words. Naruto nodded. Her? Ruoxi blinked her eyes. The dolphin, it's a female. Ruoxi seemed lost for any words. After a while, she exhaled a mouthful of breath and braved a smile toward the baby dolphin. Thank you for the compliment, but I am not any god's descendant, just the same as him. By the way, you are so cute. Naruto spoke the same words as she did. Strangely he didn't speak in any different language. Ruoxi could even listen to his speech but the dolphin as if understand his words but not hers. Eek. The baby dolphin jumped out from the air and clapping its fin as if happy being praised by Ruoxi. The corner of Ruoxi's lips turned upward. The dolphin action dispersed her gloomy thought and distressed over the previous scene a few minutes ago. Then she felt a warm body pasted her back, strong arms hugged her waist and hot breath smogged her ears. What I said before, it's not complete. I might hate you for what you did if only you ever regret it and wish for it to change. Ruoxi, life is strange, the future is bleak. We did our best in every turn but a mistake for another mistake will always raise. We can't make everyone happy, there will be a sacrifice to be made, and you have to be ready to accept the consequence. I am the same as you, perhaps my mistake is a lot worse than you, but I know I can't change them. I can't change what I have done, but I promise I won't repeat the same mistake. The past isn't made to hold our back, instead to push us forward. And you need to know, at the end of your journey, I will be there waiting. Even if you fall into the hell, I will be there with you together. Because you're me and I am you, our feeling is connected. The whisper of the winds carried his voice to dance into her heart, ignited the candle to lit in the dark, setting her path toward the end of the blurry tunnel and arrived in the room of light. Ruoxi sank into his body, wishing she could be truly one with him, the man who accepts her for what she is. He didn't demand a lot of things, hell, perhaps he didn't have anything to demand from her. She was content, her inner feeling is peaceful, tranquil seized her sense, the cheerful baby dolphin shriek didn't affect her at all. She hoped for this moment to last for eternity. She hated to be awake from this, the moment when time worshipped them both, ceasing its every second to move the serenity away. Alas, the world needed to rotate, to restore the balance of the universe, making the whole mysterious systematic once again rolled. She fluttered open her eyelids, staring at the baby dolphin who swam with its back while clapping its fin and shrieking as if demanding attention from both of them. She chuckled and glanced toward the man behind her. Her pair of crystal black eyes stared deeply into the man, memorizing his every feature, from his thick lips to the couple of cerulean eyes. At this moment and seconds, she promised herself that she will no longer gloat on her past, will not killing herself from torturous guilt. She wanted to be happy, and it didn't lay on anyone else, not even him, it lay in herself. It's not their effort that makes you happy, but your feeling who accept that happiness. She glanced back at the dolphin and they are chatted together with the help from Naruto. Exactly an hour after, the baby dolphin waved its fin toward them as it swam back into the sea. Ruoxi and Naruto returned the courtesy before they dashed back to the shore beside a side road. Several minutes later, they both arrived there and prepared to climb the cliff. Thought Ruoxi didn't how he would do that, but she trusted him completely. She looked to her left, but soon she wrinkled her eyebrows, squinting her eyes deeply before let out an alarmed tone. What, What happens? Naruto startled and looked her over his shoulder. Naruto. Roxy stretched out her finger, it slightly trembled. There is a body on the shore. 85 The feverish woman slaughter. Naruto quickly turned his face at the direction that had been pointed by Roxy. Beside a rock that several meters away from them, a silhouette of a human could be seen laid facing the sand. The body possessed an ear's-length hair and wearing a bit loose shirt with a pair of long black pants. Half of his or her body got flooded repeatedly by the sea wave, but no response whatsoever from them. Roxy grabbed his shirt and worriedly said to him, Naruto. He wrinkled his eyebrows for a while, then he left the beach cliff's wall and approached the body while carrying her on his back. He knew that the person is still alive because he checked on his or her aura, albeit it's faint and weak but still had a hint of life force on it. He previously had a thought to just go and didn't bother with it, but it seemed unknowingly how Roxy can know his line of thinking. Under the gaze of a pair of sad crystal eyes, Naruto couldn't carry on with his initial idea and now he is several inches away from the body. He put down Roxy from his back, the beauty CEO gently sat down then walking to his side, Naruto crouched as he observed the wet and sandy body. His hand reached forward and held the body left arm, he pulled it as the body turned over their back. Both Naruto and Roxy widened their eyes at the sight of the master of this body's face. Although is not exceedingly beauty, but she had quite a bit charm with that cute small eyes, delicate nose, and little cherry lips. Mixing it with the pale tone of her skin and slim outline of her body, she resembled a white rabbit with pair of red eyes and two upfront teeth. Naruto didn't have to check on her pulse or heartbeat since he already knew she's alive, so he carried on to the treatment on someone who just got drowned. He opened the woman's mouth by touching her chin then pinched its side, his head leaned down and his thick lips quickly covered her little one, a line of hot breath quickly invaded her stuffy chest as he leaned back and pressed her chest in certain pressure. Roxy felt a bit jealousy seeing Naruto kissed another woman in front of her, but since she's not unreasonable, she knew he did that in order to help her recovering. A few minutes of unceasing treatment had passed. The fainted woman finally coughed out few water from her lung then she went to lay on her right arm. Naruto wiped her back to ease her cough until she finished and returned to lay on her back while gasping heavily. Huff. 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 Her eyes closed and knitted in pain while she greedily sucked on the fresh air around the vicinity of the beach. The couple could hear her low-pitched tone under her hoarse gasp, and they shared the same idea that the woman's voice is rather pleasing to hear. Where am I? She surprisingly spoke in Russian. Roxy wrinkled her eyebrows at the thought of this woman identity as a tourist or immigrant, but it's rather rare to see a Russian people in Zonghai City. She thought about responding to her in English and inquiry her previous question but Naruto's following words made her greatly surprised. You are in Zonghai, China, side road shoreline. He said in a fluent Russian. His ability to speak such a language in a smooth manner like a flow of water caught her off guard, but then again, he had been going around the world before thus it's not really strange matter if he also can spoke for a couple more foreign language. The woman peeked one eye to see the person who responded to her in her nation language, it only eased her feeling a little bit since the person just capable to speak in Russian, and not their local. How can I be here? She said weakly. Naruto shook his head, I don't know, we just found you laying here, drifted by the waves. Are you the one who helped me? There was a hint of doubt inside her tone. He answered it by a mere nod. She closed her eye again and said in a relieved tone, thank you. Feeling a little left out from their conversation, Roxy crouched beside Naruto and pulled his shirt. She said in English, hey, let's take her to the hospital for a better care. No hospital. I can get better by myself. She said in the same language. Roxy turned her face at her. Her face expressed a great concern, but you require proper treatment, at least several medical attention. I am a medic, I know my own health, just leave me alone. Please, and thank you for saving me. She hurriedly say. Roxy turned to Naruto and expressed her awkwardness how to proceed in this situation. Naruto smiled softly, he held her hand and glanced at the woman. There is no way of getting out from this shore without some assistance from special ladder or climbing gear. Let me help you reach the side road and we can go our separate way. The woman went silent for a while, then she nodded helplessly. Naruto waited for her to be ready, then he put both hands underneath her body and lifted her up as if she weighed nothing. The woman seemed surprised at how easy he picked her, although she is a lightweight, but she's still close to 100 pounds. They turned around and about to walk to the wall but Naruto immediately ceased his steps. His face grew serious and said to Roxy, get behind me. Roxy doubtfully stared at him. There are several peoples who approach this area, quick, get behind me. She startled but heeded his words, she took a few steps to his back. The woman on his arms had her expression became grim, she worriedly stared at the view ahead then glanced at Naruto, we have to get out from here, fast. What's the hurry? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows at her. Those people you mention, they come after me. Please, I beg you, take me quickly to leave this area. A hint of desperation filled her tone. Naruto went radio silent at her request while Roxy frowned her beautiful face. Please, I pay you no matter how much you request, even if you want me to pay with my body, I don't mind, but please take me away from here. The tone she used to plead was very depressing. Roxy's face became cold and her opinion toward the foreign woman greatly decreased, but she can sense the urge inside her voice that she terrified at whoever approaching them. Naruto waved his head and lightly chuckled, my beautiful lady, your offer is ludicrous, but I fear there is no way to evade them. Then his expression turned stiff, because they already arrive. Not less than several seconds after he spoke, several blurry shadows jumped down from the side road and quickly stood before them. Those people all are men with varied body figure, but they all wore the same clothing, which is a black-colored attire from the top of their body to the bottom of their shoes. Their faces were all fierce and coldly stared at them, but more focused to the woman on Naruto's arms. The man in the middle went forward. He had a slick-up hair with several strands of red streak, his tone as if could freeze the air. We don't intend on any harm, just hand over the woman. Naruto didn't cower at his glare. His cerulean eyes swept all the men before him, observing their posture, the way they stood, which arms that slightly went ahead from another, and each of their aura. Then he focused his eyes back at the slacked-up-haired man. Who is she? None of your business, so long you hand her over to us, we promise to leave immediately, he said with no change in his tone. Roxy, who stood behind Naruto, grew anxious inside her heart. She can feel a great shift in the atmosphere as soon as they arrive, and it suffocated her. Thankfully, Naruto's lean posture that guarded her in front provided a great deal of sense of security to her, and she couldn't help but lean closer, even almost pasted her curvaceous twin peak into his firm back. Naruto's expression also didn't lose their coldness compared with them. After several minutes of long staring and glaring, he slanted his lips and said, okay, take her. He stretched out his arm and offered the woman to that man. The Russian woman's face immediately became desperate and a bitter disappointment filled her heart. But she couldn't do anything in these circumstances. Even in her best condition, it was impossible for her to defeat the black attire men, much less in her current one. The slacked-up-haired man nodded in satisfaction. He curled his lips a little, but if one are observant, they can notice a flavor of sneer and disdain, combined with a mild arrogance in that lips. Both Naruto and Roxy were people with a great sight and good at reading people's face, thus they noticed this and felt discomfort inside them. While Naruto quickly ignored it, Roxy, on the other hand, clenched her tiny fist tightly as if she was unwilling her man to be mocked like this. But she also considered that Naruto's action was the best solution that he could do. Instead of spraying into a useless fight, it will be better to end the conflict peacefully. It may shame them in the beginning, but it will not create an additional future problem that may or may not bring them a great headache. Despite the Russian woman's begrudging eyes directed at him, Naruto still put on careless expression, and that man had approached him in close proximity, about to pick her from his arm. In this moment, oh, what is this? Am I late for ceremony or something? Out of nowhere, a seductive female voice resounded in the shore, waking up everyone from their silent state and immediately raised up their guard. Out of those people, Naruto is the one who had the greatest change on his face. His sixth sense to detect the surrounding area is already extended to the point that a slightest wisp of aura wouldn't possible to avoid his detection. In his careless state, he could still feel a living force so long they strongly emitted their aura. The area he could cover also went beyond the word large if he was focused. But the possessor of this seductive voice managed to slip by his detection, as he didn't detect her arrival at all. There were only two possible explanations for this amazing feat she done. 1. She used special ability or item to hide her presence, or she far stronger than him. They immediately searched for the one who responsible for that seductive voice and quickly found a woman in red attire leaned against the cliff that led to the side road. She put one-piece dress that covered her entire top and halfway covered her tight, followed by a long red stocking that led into a pair of Timberland boots which also came in a red colors. Her entire frame akin to a blurry figure of flame that could grow a heat inside anyone's guts and intensified the furnace of their desire. Her fringe hair that also covered her left eyes increased the seductive charm the woman possessed, that one look from her enough to attract dozens of men to swarm their passionate gaze at her. Naruto, even when absent-minded for a while, not only he was surprised by her sudden appearance, but he never see such a seductive woman before. He thought Liu were an already hot, but this woman is in the entire different league. He immediately felt a strong pinch of his waist. Naruto laughed bitterly inside his heart as he knew the perpetrator of this fierce martial arts. The rest of the male, as if charmed by her figure, the slacked-up-haired man is the first one to recover after for some time. He angrily said, "Who are you? This is a private business, get lost." His men also chased away their dirty image of her and restored the fierce appearance on their face. The feverish woman ignored his roar. Instead she spoke in a language that only the Russian woman and Naruto who understand it. Rabbit girl, since when you have so many admirer flocking around? The Russian woman who seemed is recognized by the feverish woman didn't have any happy face filled her countenance, the one that previously grim and full of hate now turned into terrified and full of horror. Q. She was so deep in stuttered manner that she not even capable to finish the sentence. The slacked-up-haired man felt humiliated as this is the first time he was being ignored like this. With his authority and family influence, no one dared to mock and belittle him, much less dare to ignore him. He stepped forward and stood in front of his men, coldly gazed at the feverish woman. I warn you once again, this is a private business, scram immediately or I will force you. Ooh, so dominant and arrogant, how are you going to force me leave, Mr. Strange Hair? She crossed her arms in front her bulging chest and curled her enticing lips. Strange Hair? You dare to jest me? The man twitched his lips. Who are you? What do you want here? Yes. That's the $1 million question, isn't it? She tapped her finger on her elbow. Let's see, who am I? Maybe I am just a bystander, who got nothing to do with all of this. Maybe I am hobo who search a place to stay for a night. Maybe I am hooker, who look for rich incompetent man to prey, or maybe. She glanced downward and faintly smiled. I am just a woman, who seek for the meaning of life. Then she faced them again with a chuckle. As for what I want. PFFT, what a woman didn't want. Channel, Victoria's Secret, Ferrari, iPhone, shoes, night romantic dinner, a caviar, luxury apartment, jewelry. She threw her seductive eyes toward them and licked her lips amorously, a satisfactory sex. They could feel their animal behavior almost pulled out from their deepest inner desire, the thought to dominate this feverish lady before them become too enticing to ignore. Even the slacked-up-haired man gulped his dry throat and felt a great deal of discomfort on his private part. His mind immediately thought how to defile the woman ahead as soon as possible. The dirty notion rose. The lecturer smirked at the corner of his lips. It seemed you aren't acquaintance with her, perhaps you are one of her colleague. In that case, I have you to follow us back into our place. We promise we won't treat you. His eyes swept her entire body from top to bottom, secretly ogle at her curvaceous part, harshly. Oh? You want to force me to come with you? You think that I am that easy? She laughed lightly, her tone enough to intensify their already crazed hormone. Follow us in your own accord, you will get the best treat. Decide to disobedient, well. He wretchedly smiled. Let's just say, not even dog can bear it. Ah. I like this kind man, arrogant and cruel, dominant and alpha. You think you can act whatever you want and take whatever you need. Such a simple and boorish thought, a high level of thug if I must say. She raised her arms and stretched out her alluring figure, revealing all the curve for these men to feast. But to conquer me, you at least need to have the capital to do so. She hooked her finger and beckoned toward them. Come here if you dare, seize me if you want. These men laughed inside their heart in a mocking and disdain manner. Who are they? They are part of the group that even the most influential family in China need to bend low their head in the front of their group, feared by many other association for their big prowess and ruthless leader. For so long, no one dared to invade China recklessly because the very prestige of their group that shackled those invader and bar their feet. The slacked-up-haired man glanced to the man beside him. Take her along with us, if she dared to rebel, you know what to do. The man nodded and rushed toward the feverish woman direction, his steps even filled with excitement and hope the woman actually rebelled. Everyone watched how the woman didn't react or try to run away as he approached her, their face filled with pride and delight, knowing soon a heavenly pleasure shall befell on them. Only Naruto, the Russian woman, and Roxy that stared at the event with different expression. Naruto watched their interaction with interest but dignified face. The Russian woman breath suddenly went rough as if she felt the greatest fear impacted her inner organ. Roxy gazed with crinkled nose and disgust at the feverish woman's slutty gesture. The way she provoked these male desire is too overbearing and filled with blatant seduction. Her fingers kept on pinching Naruto's waist so he couldn't get seduced by her too. The man arrived and reached out his arm, his hand as if aimed toward the feverish woman's arm that placed underneath her bosom, but in truth, he actually wanted to seize those prominent twin peak. In the nick of time, the feverish woman who just stand in careless manner suddenly grabbed the man's wrist. She twisted his hand, then slammed his entire front to the cliff's wall beside her. Her act is swift and decisive, not a single second waste with unnecessary movement. In the middle of act, the woman pulled something out from her back, a glinted cold light reflected on the stuff she fished out. These people unable to anticipate the sudden change of event, they couldn't even notice she took out something from her back, but Naruto, who focused his eyes on her movement, immediately changed his expression. He glanced over his shoulder and shouted, "Close your eyes." Roxy startled at his sudden instruction but she didn't dare not to obey. She snapped close her eyelids then glued her face toward his back to further block her vision. Pucci. Without any warning, At the back neck of that man, its surface had been embedded with a sharp steel in the form of blade belonged to a dagger held by the woman's right hand. The movement is smooth and unrestricted, proves she hadn't done this for the first time. Arg. The man choked on his blood and his eyes went to the back of his head. Soon the luster of his eyes began to fade as his life had gone from the existence. The slacked-up-haired man and the rest of his team went shocked as they finally realized what just happened. They couldn't believe this weak and concubine appearance-like woman actually such a ruthless killer. Oh. The feverish woman sighed in lamentation. Such a quick to finish? I am sorry, but I prefer men who can last longer than me. I guess you just not my type. She pulled out the dagger from his neck. She didn't bother wiped the blood and sheathed the small weapon back. Then she took out another stuff and this time, is far longer and fiercer than the previous one. A black-hilt katana. She brandished it for a while, then pointed it toward the rest of them. She said while licking her lips, "Dinner time, Mary. Kill her." The slacked-up-haired man roared, and his men rushed out from their position. They all launched many variation of attack, from punches to kicks, palms and knees. Those fierce and strong attacks aimed to one direction only, and if the feverish woman didn't put up any way to guard against those attacks, she inevitably will suffer a great injury, perhaps an imminent death. Shua. Under Naruto's strict observation, who now enlarged in surprised and shocked, the feverish woman banished her body from the existence and she manifested into the back of one of her attacker. In a swift move, she slashed her katana horizontally, creating a large crevice appeared on her target back as blood splashed out from there. Shua. She reappeared on the side of one of her attack and thrust out her blade, stabbing him from his left armpit, pushed through toward his right shoulder. His heart had been long severed into two. Shua. She beheaded two of them. Shua. She chopped one of these people's legs. Shua. She separated one of her attacker upper and bottom part of the body. Less than 3 minutes, a total 7 men excluding the slacked-up-haired man, were now completely laid on the bloody sand, only 3 of them that still had their body intact, while the rest either lost one limb or 2 of them. The feverish woman stood amidst the blood pool, her black-hilt katana constantly let out a strange glow as these people blood smeared its blade's surface. The slacked-up-haired man fell into his back and trembled uncontrollably. He never been a strong fighter before and liked to bully people with his authority alone. Thus, watching a lot of his men being slaughtered like a pig making his innermost feeling grew dread for the feverish woman. He couldn't even prevent small leak pushed through his male part. The feverish woman glanced at him with half-lidded eyes. She stabbed her sword in the middle of pool of blood then minced toward the slacked-up-haired man. A scent of blood quickly lingered in the air, making the Russian woman's skin turned pale while Roxy almost cried as she held Naruto's shirt tightly. She didn't know what happened, but based on these people's scream and many splash sounds, combined with the reek of iron scent that assaulted her nose, she figured out a worst scenario in the turn of event. She never fond of blood, not before, not ever. She went panic at the sight of nosebleed, and anxious at a mere splinter. Only Naruto's face that remained steady. In fact, he no longer paid attention to what the woman would do to the slacked-up-haired man. He just observed the black-hilt katana that strangely let out a ghastly glow in the middle of blood, and his ears caught this weird hum came out from it, as if a creepy moan of an animal just resounded in the area. The feverish woman kept strolling toward the man who hunkered on the ground. Please don't hurt me. My family have a strong influence in China and our organization. If they ever know you kill me, they will commence all of the force to hunt after you." Typical silk pant young master, battering his enemy to death with a bunch of bullshit threat. The woman ceased her steps, a hesitation appeared on her face. "Really? Your family influence is that fierce?" Yes, so long you let me alive, I promise I won't tell anyone what just happened here and pretend didn't know anything." Sensing his threat worked, the man immediately felt a great sense of joy. "You do that for me?" The woman moved toward his direction again, her face filled with anxious and a hint of nervousness. In my entire life, I never fail any words. Trust me, let me live, and we shall forget anything." The man curved upward the corner of his lips and smiled comfortingly. "I see. I like men who can keep their promise." She stopped in front of him, put one hand on her back as she bent low her body, the heaving breast that defied the gravity strongly presented in front of the slacked-up-haired man's eyes. He swallowed his own saliva. If not for the dangerous circumstance he currently in, he already felt up those jugs with his hand. But her finger gently traced the surface of his face. "I trust a dead man far better. Pucci. Wagak." In the nick of time, she pulled out the dagger from her back and slashed the man's throat. Without any concern or remorse on her eyes, she just easily took out a man's life. The slacked-up-haired man grasped his throat and stared in terror at the feverish woman. His mouth occasionally parched out, letting a mouthful of blood trail down freely from the corner of his lips. Several moments later, he fell into his side while his eyes filled with red vein and everlasting sorrow. The feverish woman stood up, sheathed the dagger back into its place. Her playful manner had gone, replaced by a cold stare toward the corpse of the man. Pathetic fool. Every silky pants like you deserve to die. 86 I like your foreplay. The feverish woman observed the fruit of her bloody party and nodded her head in satisfaction. Then she swept her eyes toward the other 3 people who still alive aside from her. She curled her lips. Oh, what do we have here? She put both hands behind her back and minced to Naruto's position. Her red iris scanned his figure from top to bottom. Handsome face, lean body frame, perfect height, healthy skin, strong jaw, blonde hair. Her steps was getting closer, the curve on her lips never falter. Yes, you close to my type. Hunky, what's your name? Ruoxi's heart immediately went ba-dump after hearing the feverish woman took an interest to her man. She closely grasped Naruto's shirt while raising her expertise in the pinching martial arts that she secretly adopted. Naruto bitterly laughed inside his heart. Why the hell you are getting jealous all over like this? But his face remained cold on the outside appearance. Glancing to the civilians' lifeless bodies around the shore, he bore his eyes toward the woman. Are you here for the lady? He slightly raised the Russian's woman on his arm. Her skin had devoid from all blood in the existence of her body. Her eyes stared in terror at the woman. You are so rude. I ask you a question. She huffed in annoyance, but then she rose a smirk. Don't you fear I do the same with you as I did to them? If you want, why bother with the chatter? Naruto simply said. Maybe because I like a foreplay. Her seductive figure had arrived a couple feet away from him, though jump into the main event is not so bad, but I prefer my interest got roused first. She cast her heated eyes at Naruto. One could see a dangerous light flashed in the reflection of her lenses. So, who are you? Naruto closed his eyelids halfway. With uninterested face, he breathed out a light chuckle. Who knows? Maybe I am just a passerby, who accidentally stumble upon the crime scene. Or maybe I am part of them, who secretly in disguise and look for any excuse to trek you away. The feverish woman turned absent-minded for a brief, then she amorously giggled and rose a smirk. A dangerous game you play here. Such answer can deliver your head up to the stake, you know. Perhaps. Naruto responded with a slight raise on his shoulder. She gave a mysterious smile, then she moved her eyes over Naruto's shoulder. Quite a woman you have back there, no wonder you have no interest in me. Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows, albeit his figure only slightly bigger than Ruoxi, it should be enough to hide her from the plain sight. The previously not dead people proved this fact as they quickly got into the matter instead of taking their time leered and lecherously peeked at her. But this woman easily knew the cold CEO behind his body had an exceptional appearance, but it shouldn't be possible for her to figure that out by just a mere glance. Just take the woman and leave, we want no trouble. Naruto ignored her remark and offered the Russian lady on his hands toward her. The Russian lady face darkened. At this moment she felt humiliated from being tossed around like this, as if she was a stuff that people didn't want. Such in a rush? Oh, here I thought we started to get know each other. The feverish lady sighed, then fluttering her eyelashes at Naruto. Hunky, next time we meet, let's have a dinner, shall we? No. Naruto's simple response made the feverish woman's body somewhat shivered. There was a red tone that smeared part of her face. Her breath even turned rougher. Ah, harsh and cruel rejection. It makes me more excited and interested at you. Naruto and Ruoxi both rolled their eyes at her strange behavior. She couldn't possibly a masochist, right? She picked the Russian woman from Naruto's hands. She didn't even forget to brush his back of the palms and tickled it a bit before placing the burden in human suit onto her shoulder. If Ruoxi's pair of crystal eyes caught this action, perhaps she already yelled out slut. She retreated several steps, gave out her seductive smile toward Naruto. I will anticipate our next meeting. Without waiting for Naruto to answer her, she turned around and strode toward the direction of her black-hilt katana. The strange weapon no longer glowed with creepy color. She grasped the handle, pulled it out from the ground, and sheathed it on its scabbard that placed in line with her right part of the body till it stopped a couple inches below her tight. Normal people won't easily detected that she carried such a dangerous weapon around, as the scabbard color also mixed with the tone of her attire. She ceased her steps and turned her face at Naruto, those pair of the red iris akin to an eye of a predator who lurked in the shadow, stalking for a prey. In the moment where she let out a chuckle, a blur shadow that glinted a cold light flew from her position. The motion is fast and swift. No normal eyesight could capable to catch its figure and intercept its movement. Naruto abruptly raised his left hand. Without a change on his expression, he caught the projectile, which turned out to be a short dagger she previously used to kill. It reeked with sweet and iron scent. What's more horrible is that the dagger wasn't mean to him as the target, instead the beautiful CEO who hid behind his back. He precisely held the dagger on its hilt while the blade already hovered above his left shoulder, pointed downward toward Ruoxi. His quick reflex on catching the dagger didn't phase the smile out from her face, neither the cold gaze he gave her that had a hint of killing intent. Roxy failed to witness the sequence that just happened as she still closed her eyes and pasted her face at Naruto's back. All she sensed is that Naruto made a strange gesture and he had quite strong scent of a unique male flavor, which she greedily inhaled. Whoops, my hand just slipped. Care to return it back to me? She curled her lips and blinked her eyes several times. Her left hand rose in the air in asking manner. Naruto's fixed face went froze for a while, then he shifted his hand position to the dagger's blade and his hand swung in an arc. The dagger launched in the speed that more or less the same in the previous one. The difference now was that the dagger's handle is pointed toward the feverish woman instead its blade. The feverish woman faintly smiled, but there was a hint of disappointment inside the curve on her lips when the projectile arrived and she prepared to grasp it. In the brief of time, in a very small frame within a second, the dagger suddenly rotated. The once that harmless and dull handle went downward, in the process of turning its own body 180 degrees, and the fierce also sharp blade about to replace its initial position. Everything happened so fast, not any normal human could have foreseen this kind situation. The feverish woman's red iris revealed a great deal of surprise, even a brief horror passed through those enchanting eyes. If she was not respond in time, her hand might cut in half by her own weapon. In hurried, she turned over her hand and barely able to dodge the dagger blade's swinging arc, then she quickly slapped its steel surface that reeked with iron scent and its line of fire immediately shifted. The dagger passed beside nose and went forward to the cliff's wall. The sharp dagger sank its edge quite deeply on the surface of the wall, even a small crack appeared around the stabbed spot. The feverish woman didn't bother check on the result of her dagger bright outcome, instead she stared in a meaningful way and complicated manner at Naruto. Both people didn't say anything, only stared into each other's eyes. There was a strange and mysterious invisible line that somehow connected the line sight of this two youngster, enkindle one hot desire that might raise a red string that tied up two different bird of fate. After a while, the feverish woman raised up another smile, but this time it held different tone. It's not a flirty, or playful. It's not mean to be considered as enticement. It was as if a genuine smile. Even a small flavor of relief and happy notion surged on her beautiful face. I like your foreplay, the feverish woman said softly. Then she turned her body around, strolling toward the cliff's wall. I hope one day we can meet again. I hope not, Naruto said in a different tone. Hey, another direct rejection. It must be not my lucky day. She stopped before the wall. Goodbye. Shoo. Then her body just disappeared like that. She didn't even pick her dagger that had been embedded into the cliff. Naruto waited for several minutes to pass before he twisted his soul and hugged Roxy in a bridal style. Along with the surprise on the beautiful CEO's face, his feet grew a greenish color, then they both disappeared from the shore. The gentle wind carried the meek waves to dance in the lonely tune and sophisticated tranquil of the shoreline. Naruto didn't immediately take Roxy into their house but wandering around the city for a while, traversing from one high building to another, and they perched on a random communication tower. He wanted to ease her from the nightmare that just previously occurred, which was a success, as she looked very happy, looking at the city that cramped with a lot of buildings that manifested both the bright and dim luster of a neon. They chatted a joy and gleeful occasion, joked and flirted to each other until she satisfied and readied to go home. In the next day, the family consisted of 3 people had a spirited breakfast as it full of laughter, chuckled, and giggled. Then the young couple went into work while the middle-aged lady cleaned up the trace of their feast. Roxy actually offered Naruto to go to the office along with her, but Naruto rejected it since he didn't want any unwanted rumor to trouble her later. With a sigh, Roxy went along with his idea. The thing that made Naruto's heart grow warm is that she approached his position, then her slender fingers grabbed his necktie, despite it's not a mess, but she as if pretend to fix it for him. Then she tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. The loving touch lingered for a while, even turned a little bit passionate with a small action of the pinkish meats. She leaned back, beautifully smiled at him while reddish tone groomed her cheek, and she said, have a nice day at work. 87 It's not easy to have a handsome face. It's Naruto. Naruto, welcome back. Congrats from your recovery. A loud cheering sound and noisy greeting quickly smacked his ears the moment Naruto entered the public relations work floor. Left and right filled with beautiful face and delicate appearance of an old ladies that impatiently offered him their sincere congratulations. Naruto faced it with a slight embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head and unceasingly returned the courtesy. Some of them even offered their breakfast, which he politely rejected since he already ate. Despite he had only been work for 3 weeks here, his coworkers' behavior on welcoming him is warm and filled with pleasing attitude. Such a situation was impossible for him to remain calm, thus a light redness crept into his face. After pushed through the crowd of flowers, gently, he arrived at his own desk with a slight relief on his face and soothing breeze came out from his lips. Rough morning, handsome. The woman who sat across his desk glanced toward him while resting her elbow on the top of her desk, A smirk of playful manner manifested on her smooth face that supported by the back of her palm as her ponytail fell gracefully into her back. Morning to you too, Sister Hongyan. Naruto rolled his eyes before expressing his cheeky grin toward the lady in her beige suit. Zhao Hongyan giggled. You are really something, aren't you? Previously came in fine in the morning, then suddenly having an accident in the noon. Well, who can guess? It's called accident for a reason. Naruto forced a smile. It's not like I am planning on having one. I was worried, you know. Out of nowhere, her smile faltered and a sad light filled the tone of her eyes. When I didn't see your figure return even until the work's time over, I am filled with this fear and creepy feeling of something might happen to you. Sister Hongyan? Naruto raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that she will have such an emotion in regard of his welfare. I waited, in my desk, for you to return. I sank in my horrendous assumption, predicting that you might never come back. She pasted her forehead on the back of her palm. There is a hurt voice in the midst of her speech. Sister Hongyan, I don't know you feel that way. I am sorry. Goosebumps rained over his chest. Naruto is never the person that knew how to comfort a woman from their tearful moment. His best action is usually just let their tears dry out, or he could hug or kiss her in attempt to stop the sadness inside their heart. But he couldn't possibly do that to her, right? Or he could? How cruel for you to do that to me. Moreover, my heart almost split into two the moment I heard your predicament. It was as if the fate decided to punish me for whatever reason I deserve. His sensitive ears caught the tone of sobbing. It's faint to anyone but clear, as loud as a ringing bell to him. His expression froze in the spot, along with the numb on his body as he sat on his chair with another silence. Naruto, do you want to know what I feel when I see you stroll in from that door with careless expression as if nothing happened? Her palm no longer idle, they moved and rubbed her eyes. He didn't answer, merely just stared at his own height, then faced Zhao Hongyan with hopeless expression. I feel relief. But also hurt and ache. You come in with relaxed face, but you don't know what I have been going through to handle with my sorrow. Sister Hongyan, Naruto clenched his hands. He couldn't help but somehow feeling hate for himself. It was because he had exhausted his mental condition along with the depletion of his chakra to its bottom limit that he had no choice but succumbed into a comatose for a few days. It's nothing for him, but perhaps that's not easy to deal with other people. Back at the hospital, Roxy had tired herself in taking care of him. He noticed it at the first time he opened his eyes and witnessed how she slept in an uncomfortable manner on the chair beside his bed. Her hand still not giving up on holding his. As the CEO, she must have a lot to take care in the company, but decided to drop them off in order to stay with him in the hospital. She didn't even show a complexity to such degree when she accompanied her own father. Zhang Wei also the same, from the fervor she exhibited at their amorous engagement and willingness on letting him do whatever he wanted to her yesterday, she must have a hard time and missed him a lot. Not to mention Minnow. Naruto sighed, but what he unable to comprehend, how the heck Zhao Hongyan also worried about him almost the same as his women. So far the relationship between the two of them just a coworker who happened sharing the same block of the desk. There was not a single special moment, that ever occurred among him and her. He understood if she was concerned to him as a friend and coworker. But wasn't her reaction is a bit too much? Could it be that she has fallen in love with me too? Oh. Is not easy to have handsome face. Curse and bless you whoever give me this kind of look. While Naruto sighed in bitterness of his good-looking fortune, the phoenix-like eyes woman in front of him resounded again. Naruto, do you know how I feel about you? Naruto gulped his throat. It took times for him to come with the term of her confession. There was many to consider it, especially when she already married and he had 3 women now. He shouldn't carelessly respond to her low mumble tone. Sister Hongyan, I don't think this is appropriate. Remember that you have a husband. Naruto spoke out with voice filled with hesitation. Naruto. She as if turned deaf toward his suggestion, instead onward on her path of confession. Naruto. Sister Hongyan. Naruto's face instantly darkened. He wanted to reject her but struggle with the words that won't hurt her feeling or strain their friendship. Naruto, I love. She snapped her head upward. To Naruto's surprise, her expression isn't filled with water poured down from her eyes or face's muscle that winced because of the pain. No sadness or sort. Instead, it's bright like a clear sunny day. Naruto, I love seeing your expression like that. PFFT, ahahaha. She gaped wide her mouth while pointing her finger at Naruto. The blonde man widened his eyes for a moment, then the dark on his intensified. It was resembling a bunch of gray clouds that ready to storm down the earth with armies of water. He looked at Zhao Hongyan, who trembled in joy and patted her heart through her chest. It didn't cast out the gloomy thought inside his heart. Naruto glanced around his desk. He tore an unused piece of paper and curled it between his finger. Naruto, haha, come on, it's just a joke. You don't seriously think I am going to confess at you or something, right? A spit sounds could be heard from the gap between her lips. It seemed his misunderstanding is a great humor for her, like a person who did a stand-up comedy. Humphrey, Naruto snorted. He finished curling the paper between his finger, successfully turning it into a ball. Then he placed it in front of his nail as the small ball leaned against the body of his thumb. He snapped his finger and launched the ball forward in the fastest speed it could. Normally, such a toy won't capable to hurt anyone so long it didn't hit human weak spot like their eyes, inside of their nose, or entered their throat. But the paper ball he launched as if different. As it progressed in the air toward Zhao Hongyan, it was covered in a blue pale color. Within less than a second, it arrived on her forehead, and instantly smacked hard against it. The force wasn't enough to tilt her head backward, but a red mark appeared on it as she yelped at the strange object that stung the part above her eyebrows. Yow! Zhao Hongyan closed one eye and abruptly brought up her hand, covering the mark and rubbing them unceasingly. The feeling is similar like got bitten by an ant. It eluded an itchy pain along with a little flavor of soreness. Naruto didn't pardon her with mercy. He tore up another paper with indifferent face and curled another ball. Ah, Naruto, I am sorry, I just playing around. The woman had felt the fierceness of his paper ball, even cause a bit damage to her smooth skin, thus she couldn't bear another attack. Pa. Woo. Naruto heartlessly launched the paper and it smacked the back of her palm as she tried to cover her face. He did that on several times more until Zhao Hongyan's face filled with bitterness and her hands, along with neck and face had a lot of red mark on them, kinda hickey, but less amorous. She had real tears a bit spilled out from the corner of her eyes as it turned moist. Do you recognize your mistake? Naruto squinted his eyes and aimed another paper ball at the poor lady. Yes. Zhao Hongyan cowered under the might of his paper ball. What is it? He pinched the paper ball, ready to commence another assault. I won't joke with you anymore. Pa. Ah. Zhao Hongyan brought up her hands and rubbed her forehead. The paper ball somehow accurately hit the same spot over and over again, thus the red mark started to become really visible to everyone's eyes. Wrong answer. Naruto tore up another paper. How come it's wrong? She hatefully glared at her blonde colleague, with a hint of fear expressed within the pair of her black eyes. You can joke all you want, but don't play with a man feeling like that. Naruto rolled the paper till it became another ball. Remember, you are a married woman, you have a status you need to protect, and someone's feeling you need to care about. Don't play with things you shouldn't touch. Zhao Hongyan widened her eyes, she turned her face downward and stared at her own tight, hiding her expression from Naruto once more. What the hell, like you now about me? She mumbled with a mosquito tone, but Naruto's ears still picked up what she just say. He didn't startle but merely wrinkled his eyebrows. Naruto dropped the paper on its finger, then he somehow searched for something inside his desk. Hongyan, do you have a ruler? A metal one would be good, he said while still ransacking his own drawer. Do you still want to punish me? She said without facing him. Yeah, I think you still not receive enough lesson. He said without any care. There was a brief pause between the couple, then Zhao Hongyan opened one of her drawer and fished a silver-colored ruler. It's a standard 30 centimeters ruler. She offered it to Naruto. Here, use it until you satisfied, her voice held with bitterness but no longer any kindness inside. Thanks, he grabbed it, turned it upside down for a while, then tapped its head toward his palm. A clear ringing tone entered Zhao Hongyan's ears and she closed her eyes while twitching her face. The sounds is getting bigger, it was even reached up to the point that her ears started to ring, but after some time had passed, no hurt or pain approached her sense. Yet the sound still created a havoc in the vicinity around their block. She started fearing other people might hear the sounds and became curious about what occurred in here. Remembering her white skin that smeared with red mark, the other sisters might get a wrong idea of his so-called punishment. She didn't know what he was doing right now. The sounds he made by using the ruler as if someone who sharpened his knife on the grindstone. After a long time of nothing happened beside the sounds of the ruler smacked against a soft meat. She fluttered her eyes open and horrified at the scene she was. In front of her, Naruto rolled up his sleeve, showing the tan skin of his forearm. His right hand held the silver-colored ruler and it repeatedly hit his arm. Naruto, what are you doing? Zhao Hongyan unable understood the sudden change in event. How come he was hurting himself like this when he should be angry at her and punished her? His face remained stoic, but it's no longer gloom or dark, it was soft instead. The pair of cerulean eyes stared at her with gentle gaze and faint smile breached the cloudy bitter inside. How many times I have hurt you? He asked gently. I don't know. Confused at his behavior, she said in stuttering manner. Then I won't stop until you remember. He glanced back at his own arm and unceasingly slapped the metal ruler on it. Unlike her, which the mark started with pale color, the one on his arm quickly groomed in red like his blood had rushed into his. His motion is fast. Zhao Hongyan even saw the ruler went blurry, The smacking sound became horrible at this point that she believed even Chief Mo could hear it from inside her office. She rose from her seat, glancing turn left and right, but found people strangely ignored the thing that just happened inside their block, as if the sound he made is nothing but a breeze air. Zhao Hongyan frowned, but her face quickly changed as she saw Naruto's forearm already blazing red. She bent down and roared, "Stop! Stop! It's 15, you shot me 15 times. Okay, then it would be mean that I have to take 45 times more." He smiled while closing one eye. Zhao Hongyan gaped her mouth, then hurriedly spoke, "Why? Why you are doing this? Shouldn't you be punishing me instead?" "I already punish you," he lightly said, "this is mine to bear." Looking at his arm that started to become blue, Zhao Hongyan couldn't hold it anymore. She strode toward his seat and grasped his hand. "That's enough, I am being stupid and overstepped my boundary. I know that I should have acted like a married woman more. Hongyan, move away, this has got nothing to do with you, it's the punishment I deserve for taking thing too seriously." Zhao Hongyan shook her head. With an abrupt movement, she placed her own hand atop his bluish mark and she said with strong conviction, "If you continue, then you have to hurt me too." Naruto widened his eyes, then halted his ruler movement, right few inches away from the back of her palm. He faced her and both stared in intensified gaze. Time as if froze for them for a while, neither party taking any breath for the occasion, only eyes that remained glued to each other. After several moments had passed, Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of air. "Why you getting worked up over this? My arm just slightly went red." "Slightly what?" "It clearly turned blue like that, we have to take care of it quickly." Her voice filled with an urge. Naruto shook his head and chuckled. He pushed out two fingers and patted her forehead. "I am fine. Are you possibly drink too much caffeine last night? You seem deluded." "What are you saying? How come you relax like this when I am trying to help you?" Zhao Hongyan said in a tone full of wrath. This blonde male is a bit hateful, didn't he? Here she was worrying about him, yet he accused her from speaking nonsense. "Open your hand and see it for yourself," he laughed a bit. Zhao Hongyan snorted. Her hand abandoned his forearm. She said while glaring at him, "See? Your wound is." She paused in the instant as she looked at his arm and it was smooth clean. She rubbed her eyes and gave it another stare, but it's still perfectly clean. She grabbed his arm and turned it upside down while observing it carefully. "Yee, how can this be? Did she really see it wrong? But, she remembered take nothing strange to eat this morning, also sleep properly last night. How come she imagined thing?" Hongyan, the male on her left, spoke gently, forcing the beige suit woman to glance at him. "You are beautiful," Naruto said in an alluring tone, making her heart shivered in a great wave. "Anyone that become your husband must be truly have a good luck. If your husband failed to see that, then I swear he is worse than a dog." She almost burst out a chuckle after hearing him diss her husband, but Naruto quickly cut her reaction. "Even so, even when you have a dog as a husband, he's still your life companion, the man of your life, the foothold of your marriage. Respect him even if he ignore you, cherish him even if he trash you. There is a treasure at the end of the journey. Your suffering will be granted with a fortune. All you need to do is be patient and hold out as much as you can. Don't give up till the last drop of your will had gone. No human remain as they are forever. Even the hardest diamond can be molded." She blinked her eyes as she stared at his honest face, and his words rebounded inside her consciousness. Their body closed to each other. He sat on his seat and she bent down, holding his arm, their face only a few inches away from each other. But no lust or a desire flamed on between these two people, only an invisible string of kindness and a group of comfortable atmosphere that colluding both human figure. "You right." She smiled and turned her face down, looking at the arm she held. "I guess I am not making a full effort yet." She snapped her face toward him. She said while giggling, "You sound like an experienced wife, you know. Well, with this many beautiful women surrounding me, sooner or later I'll turn into a female." Naruto bitterly sighed and curled his lips. "I guess we have started. Prepare you a pair of skirt and charming trouser." Then she mimicked his motion as she curled her lips. "It's a joke, right?" He forced a smile and skin turned a little pale. "Perhaps," she said, but her eyes stared at him akin to a tiger ready to pounce. They chatted while still in the same position, until a familiar female voice broke through into the tranquil inside the box. "What are you guys doing?" 88 finishing the deal with Ice Snow Corporation several feet away from Naruto and Zhao Hongyan's block. A woman with shoulder-length hair and wearing a typical office suit clad in a sleeveless jacket stood by while staring at them with wrinkled eyebrows. Her eyes filled with suspicion and her face expressed a doubtful visage. Zhao Hongyan startled, remembering that her hand still glued to the blonde guy's arm, her cheek adorned in a red tart. She quickly took her hand back and left few steps away from him. Naruto didn't show the same reaction as his female companion. He slanted his lips, leaning his back on the seat, and he faced the woman with taunting eyes. Well, Who is this heroine that finally decide to show up her face? Zhang Kai crinkled her nose, holding tight the bag on her shoulder. She struck a pose with one hand on her waist. Humphrey, you just recently got accepted into the office but already dared to skip a day, even pretend on using the excuse of getting caught in an accident. You might fool other sister but you never trick this sharp intelligence of mine. Ooh, in the front of your mighty brain, I am nothing but a weak and fragile peasant. Naruto sighed and waved his head helplessly. Hey, I know you will finally confess. You even dare on using minute to interpret your debauchery of lies, you this despicable man. She snorted and pushed up her nose higher into the air, her tone filled with mischievous anger and lips crooked into a playful manner. Zhao Hongyan shook her head, rubbing her own temple in shame for her bestie's way to ruin her own image in the front of someone else. Yes, I'm guilty as charged. Please heroine, enlighten me with your holy guidance. He raised his hand in surrender, then facing her with subservient look, please tell me, what reason that I could possibly have to skip myself from attending the office? Zhang Kai frowned, her forehead knitted quite deep as if she was thinking something hard. Zhao Hongyan twitched her lips in annoyance while Naruto gradually grew a smirk. Aha, I know. She tilted upward, snapping her own finger. She spoke with confidence, you must be got hooked by pachinko, right? Naruto and Zhao Hongyan glanced toward their respective thighs and feet, both people eyes shut tiredly while gloomy aura filled their head. I don't even like gambling, Naruto thought in depression. Yeah, whatever you say. Naruto flagged his own hand, then a slope manifested on the corner of his lips. On the other hand, I heard someone had been long not touching her own snack. This is a blasphemy toward the citizens of snack, you know. The fierce woman ahead of him suddenly as if her throat caught something hard to swallow. Her face turned pale with a little bit flavor of strawberry smeared the smooth cheek on her round face. I don't know what are you talking about. She glanced to her side while wiggling her own body. Sure, disregard everything I said. Naruto faced ZH, smirking a little. Sister Hongyan, I remember a famous line but I don't quite know who says it. It says thou forsaken the snack, thou shall suffer the famine, is that, right? The ponytail lady leered at him then stared at the pouting woman before them. She nodded her head while wickedly smiled. Oh yeah, it's horribly true, the sin of those the damn for abandoning the grace of the snack, he or she will get the eternal pain of everlasting hunger. CK, surely I didn't want that kind of thing happen to me. How about you, Sister Hongyan? Neither am I. Ooh, I felt sad for those who did though. I can't imagine how they suffer the famine. Naruto bitterly shook his head. We better keep our distance from them, hunger is contagious. Oh. Looking at both people started bad-mouthing her, the violet-like iris woman unable to bear much longer, with face full of anger, she stomped her delicate foot, then drilling her sight to the ponytail woman beside the blonde. Enough. Hongyan, how come you sold me out like this? I thought we were friends. Zhao Hongyan shrugged while holding back laughter. Friends joke to each other, just consider this as a joke, will you? Besides, I am not the one who spill your little misdeed. If not you, then how he knew about it? She clenched her jaw. Beats me. Zhang Kai frowned her cute rounded face, then she suddenly lashed out a roar. Minu. You come out to this, sister. Shut up, Dante, create a commotion in the morning. From the special room belong only to the supervisors of PR department, an aggressive and commanding shout struck all the co-workers outside, their body instantly stiff and went on their own business. Zhang Kai straightened her back and stood in fright, cold sweat dripped down her temple while her face getting paler. A tearless cry could be seen from her face as her future career potential certainly became gloomy after this sequence. Naruto and Zhao Hongyan exchanged glances and could only bitterly smile to each other. Naruto, came to my office. The commanding tone resounded once again. Naruto rose from his chair, striding his path toward the specific room inside the worker floor. Both ladies he left behind stared at his back with different expression, one with worry, another with grudge. The scent of lavender invaded his nose the moment he pushed the gray-colored door. Chief Mo, excuse me. Behind the blue neat-arranged desk, a cute face appeared serious and her fingers magically danced on the notebook's keypads. Her eyes reflected a bunch of text that had been repeatedly type and retype as it rapidly progressed toward the end of the page. She noticed a blonde figure at her peripheral's vision and heard his familiar tone breeze through her ears. Her delicate finger froze for a while. There was a strange feeling rose inside of her, not the uncomfortable must disappear kind of feeling, more like stay deep inside, don't wander around. Make yourself comfortable, let me finish this for a while. Correcting her jumbled emotion, she spoke to him without giving his eyes the taste of her cute face as her fingers continued their dance. Naruto looked around. He proceeded several steps towards the greenish couch on her room but ceased his steps the moment he saw her electric teapot that stayed idle. He glanced to his superior who knitted her short forehead while her finger samba became waltz. He could see a small tooth jab her natural colored lips. He let out a chuckle, then strolled toward the teapot. "Chief Mo, allows me to boil you a tea, okay?" "Sure," Mo Kayane simply said, her eyes never leave the display of her small notebook. Naruto grabbed the handle, went into the dispenser on the room, filled the pot with fresh water and strolled back toward the pot initial position. He put the plug into the hole and let the electric teapot heat the water inside. Grabbing the tea sachet, he tore up its upper paper part and took out a brown-colored powder, trapped inside a transparent small bag with large pore on its surface. He grabbed the tea bag by holding its white thread and plunged it deep into the water-boiled teapot. He waved the tea bag up and down several times before he fully rested it on the teapot. Then he waited patiently for the water to boil and its translucent color turned deep brown. For the whole time, Naruto didn't once rest or sit on the couch while he waited for the tea to boil. His expression revealed an honest patience that clarified his intentions on making the tea not just because she was his boss, but the act purely out of his kindness. Time to time, Mo Kayane will look at him and gazed upon the small curve at the corner of his lips. She delayed her face for a while before glancing back at the display of her work, typing the flat alphabets and put on some strings of line on this virtual document. Soon, the tea had been brewed, the soothing scent lingered in the room, joyfully embraced each other with a flavor of lavender. Naruto took out a cup and a small plate. He poured the miniature waterfall of deep fragrance brownish water into the porcelain cup and presented it for his supervisor, several inches away beside the blue small laptop. "Chief Mo, please have the tea," Naruto softly said. This time Mo Kayane no longer denied him from her cute pleasing face. She closed down the monitor on her notebook halfway, then beaming up a smile into her subordinate. The smile is fresh and carefree, blooming akin to a wildflower opened up its blossom in the center of sunlight among the grisly lush of forest. So innocent and pure, not once untainted by the world dark abyss and corruption of the dirty hand. He had seen her smile, but at this specific moment of a time, as if he saw it for the first time all over again. Naruto shut his eyelids halfway, eyes bore into that smile as if it was something peculiar he found interesting but hard to manifest. How long had it been since the last time he saw that kind of smile? "Thank you," she cheerfully said as she lifted the cup and took a sip of it. The hot water gripped her tongue and filled her oral cavity with light taste of a jasmine. MQ couldn't help but hum in satisfaction after got the taste of the heavenly blessed tea. Naruto went silent for a while, then he said lightly, "Don't mention it. How's your health?" She leaned into her back, fiddled with the cup within her both hand. "I have been well." He stood straight beside her desk with the teapot readied in his hand. "I am sorry we have yet to visit you after the accident. How bad is it?" She put down the cup on the plate, stared him down with concerns on her eyes. "It's fine, Chief Mo, it only a small injury. I am already fine now, right?" True, she observed his appearance and found no single indication that he had any sort of trouble or discomfort, just like back then. "But I still owe you a visitation. How about we all going to a dinner after work? Me, you and the rest PR worker?" MQ tapped her finger on the desk. "Now that I think about it, I still owe you one treat, right? Chief Mo's schedule is crowded, you don't have to force it." Naruto wryly smiled. "Yeah, I kinda am. How about this, next weekend, I treat you the promised food, deal?" She winked her eye and took another sip. "Sure, I can make it. It's a date then." Naruto nodded. "Is there anything you need from me, Chief Mo?" No, I just want to see how you're doing, and you seemed fine. You can return back to your desk," she said with face full of smile. "Oh yeah, don't forget about the ice-snow deal. The contract deadline is tight." "Thank you for your reminder, then please excuse me, Chief Mo." He placed the teapot on her desk then strolled out from her room. The moment he closed properly the door toward her room, all blood rushed into her head as her smile went stiff. The hand that held the cup of the tea trembled as droplets of sweat trailed down from her temple into her smooth cheek. D.A. Date? I am going to have a date with him? How's that possible? For God's sake, he's married, Kayane. What the hell are you thinking? Outrageous. She abruptly rose the cup in her hand and clogged the rest of the tea into her mouth, but she soon put it down with bitter eyes and red lips honked in misery. It's hot. Naruto walked back to his desk, a figure already await for him there. She stood gracefully with right hair fell into her chest area while the left one tucked behind her ear and pinned with red hair ornament. She wore a dark purple jacket with white shirt slipped under the layer. "Morning," she said. "Morning." He raised his hand, there were purple lights flashed on his pinky. The woman blushed, she declined her head and brushed her right hair, purposely exposing the blue icy stuff that stuck on her ring finger. Naruto's gaze immediately became heated, he wanted to embrace the woman ahead, but the environment sadly didn't appropriate, especially when Zhao Hongyan sat behind her, albeit she's not paying any attention. Naruto arrived before her, gently said to her, "How's your night?" "Never slept better than before," She blinked, then mischievously smirked, but if I had my pillow, it would have been much better. Naruto chuckled. He sat on his desk. Hey, you had been offered before but chose to deny. Beside, you already played with inside the case. What could you possibly want anymore? What playing with inside the case? More like battered by a rough dough. My body is sore all over. Mina rolled her eyes, then patted her mouth and giggled. They continued chatting while using weird phrases that enough to make Zhao Hongyan wrinkled her eyebrows. But eventually decided to give up trying to decipher their words and just mind her own business. Is there any problem with your neighbor? Naruto slowly moved his position and now he only a couple inches away from Minnow. His hand secretly encroached upon her hand, out from another person's eyesight. They hooked a finger to one another. No, in fact, I don't know what happened, but this morning, when I left to work, I accidentally met him in the hall and he just declined his head to me like how normal acquaintance greeted each other. Minna's heart fluttered and anxious at the same time by their gesture behind the scene. This is like inside those movies where the main character cheated on his or her spouse with their coworker. Silently engaged in forbidden love affair escapade. Naruto nodded his head, his finger went into her palm and tickled it a bit. If he asked for apology, then I sincerely hope you can forgive him. Minna twitched her arm, feeling funny and goosebumps at his playful manner. She slanted her lips, fluttering her eyelashes at him. She pushed out her chest while pasted her left arm toward her breast, boldly show off the marvelous twin peak that impatiently tried to break out from its tight compartment. Pushing out one tooth, she bit on her own lips. Naruto widened his eyes at her provocation gesture. The flame inside his furnace almost combusted in the fervor of her attempt to seduce him. Remembering the feel of her prominent mount, if not for the conscience of their whereabouts, perhaps he already laid her on his desk and repeatedly ravaged her here. The charm of the peak young woman indeed terrifying, especially if they are as awesome as Minnow. The perpetrator of his sudden explode in hormones only giggled joyfully at the success of her dazzling seduction. She glanced to her left and right, and muttered something with her mouth. Then she immediately left, swaying her hips as she minced toward the direction of the files archive. Huh, where is she going? Zhao Hongyan noticed her coworkers leaving his desk and tilted her head in confusion since she just left without saying any words. Minnow. This sister have a thing to settle with you. Out of nowhere, a heroine jumped in with both hands clenched tightly. She startled, then glanced to left and right. Yee? Where is Minnow? No, she just left. Zhao Hongyan shrugged and returned to her computer. Oh damn this stomach, if not for you come in such a bad time, I might already catch Minnow already. Then her face went pale while rubbing her tummy. I am sorry, I won't yell at you again, please don't mad at me. She swiftly turned around and rushed toward the outside of the workplace again, leaving both people with huge sweat drop on their forehead. She worry me sometime. Zhao Hongyan sighed at her friend's antic behavior. Her stomach trouble come from the exhaustion and trouble sleeping. She must have pulled too much work yesterday, Naruto softly said. Eh? How do you know about that? SHR dropped her jaw and looked at him with unbelievable expression. I have my way. Also, why do you think I provoke such a ridiculous drama at the beginning? Naruto smiled faintly. Oh my god, that's horrible, I need to help her out. She quickly stood up from her chair and dashed toward outside the room. Naruto looked at her disappearance figure with fixed countenance. The moment Zhang Kai appeared before their block, he already knew how terrible her condition is, albeit she tried to cover it with makeup. The pale on her skin, also black line under her eyes, couldn't manage to avoid his observations, not to mention her pupil dilation, and trouble in breathing. Naruto sighed as he stood up from his desk and went to the archive room. The place is not big, only half-quarter size of the main work floor. It consists of several shelves with many box and multi-layered stainless steel cupboard. The moment Naruto turned around after closing the door, a figure immediately seized his neck and soft lips attacked his thick one. The attacker kissed him wildly, as if trying to convey every desire she had for him. Her hand even started impatiently unbuckle his pant. Naruto did the same, as he slid down her skirt's zipper and unlatched its spine. Quickly both youngster pants fell down onto the floor. Luckily, the archive room didn't have security cam inside, merely have one that pointed at its front door outside, thus their activity is safe so long both parties remained silent and kept calm. The hell with calm. Naruto cast out a barrier around their figure, thus no matter how loud their engagement, no one will hurt it outside. He also had froze the lock so no one can enter the room suddenly and catch their action off guard. Soon a grunted sound and amorous moan filled the room with a lot of files. One shelf shook fiercely as one hand that held its frame repeatedly shaking the entire furniture. Well, it's not like she did that in purpose, but the person behind her that grabbed a hold of her leg and raised them in the air, kept plunging his phallus in a really harsh manner and filled every impact with a bang. The tremor moved from one shelf into another, her both hands now held onto the rack while her entire bottom had been lifted. The papa sound created by the meaty slapped of their sacred place enough to cause someone turn deaf for the moment. Since they can't abandon their own post for so long, the couple had to do it fast, thus they quickly intensified their action and both reached the Mount Everest peak. Gasping and breathing hard down on the floor, Naruto and Mina cuddled in each other's embrace. He repeatedly brushed her hair and held her hand while stared at the room ceiling. She sighed in satisfaction and noticed his lamentations. She caressed his face and spoke softly. "What's in your mind?" "I am worried about Sister Kai," he said without moved away his face from the ceiling. "The lass? What happened to her?" Mina raised her head and said in concerned tone. Naruto told Mina his observations on regarding her health. Mina much less already knew her fiancé is extraordinary, thus she didn't bother much how he figures it out, but she immediately expressed a worried color after hearing Naruto's words. "This is not good, she eventually will break down if she kept working too hard like this." Mina frowned deeply. "Can you think any sort of way to help her? Maybe we can lend her some money to pay her husband debt." Naruto turned his body to the side and rubbed her leg that pasted over his tight. "You know her, you know how hard-headed she can be, you think we never try on doing that?" Mina sighed while lazily leaned her head on his chest. "Well, let's try it again, maybe she'll listen this time. In the previous time, he managed to get her into accepting his treat, maybe this time, he also could get her into accepting the help from other." "Of course we could, but you need to know that she hate the most that people took a pity on her. She's not a defenseless woman who can't do anything to strive for her own freedom. You just prepare other sister to get on with the boat, leave it to me when it comes to persuading her." "Alright, I leave it to you, honey. Sweetheart." They ended the activity with another amorous and passionate session as Mina straddled him. With both hands attached with each other they called out the satisfying wave for the last time. Finished with the needs to unleash their desire, both Naruto and Mina went out from the archive room, secretly. They bid goodbye and headed into each other's destination. Mina made her way toward the restroom outside the work floor. Along the way her complexion had returned to normal aside from several blush and strange feeling within her loin. Well, since letting it on the environment and making the archive room dirty is out of the question, Naruto had to spray his essence inside of her, and she was impossible to gush it out there, thus. "Yeah, just like what you imagine." Naruto somewhat funnily looked the way Mina walked as she tried to close tightly her legs, fearing a bit of his essence dropped onto the floor. He wanted to tease her but refrained from doing so since he also had not enough heart to be cruel at her. Luckily the working hours had been ticking, most employees already busied on their own activity, thus Mina had no trouble paved her way through the sea of people mine. Or at least that was she thought. "You foo-foo." A creepy voice crept out behind her. Mina's danger alarm suddenly went off, but before she managed to make any counter plan, two arms already hugged her from behind, frightening her as she yelped and her legs spread open. "Mina, you think you can get away from this sister predatory censor?" Clack. A strange sound of some liquid thing innocently fell down onto the floor. That Jonkai face that filled with victory signs shifted greatly into a confused one, while the purple-orange streak-haired woman in her arms went absent-minded instead. "Huh, what is this?" She was about to bend her body and identify the UFO that just touched down the land. But a fist of God, filled with wrath, ascending high to the sky, and plummeted back to the earth with severe acceleration. Bang! Several stars flew away along with a loud shout and the creation of a big lump. "Mind your own damn business." Several hours later, the sun had rose another steps, had taken one chance away from sitting upon its rightful throne. Naruto was no longer in Yulei. Right now, he was standing in the front of a white desk with a large stone, glittering as bright as it can, rested magnificently atop the surface of the desk. His hand held a piece of thin blade, the edge glinted with a cold touch and one could feel its sharpness in several distances away. Naruto focused his eyes on the white stone, his cerulean iris not once showed a ripple. The muscle on his face was tensed but he adopted a carefree visage, thus the situation is not arrive at the grim atmosphere. Another person stood by beside him, her face is coldly mesmerizing, pair it with her black frilly blouse that failed to conceal the outline of a pair of big bun on her chest and small skirt that carved the small waist she possessed along with full rounded mound bottom and white skin of a tight, she's like a perfect sculpted icy statue. The cold beauty now masked her face with tensed appearance with a little excitement of an expectation lingered on her eyes. She was a bit skeptical about their agreement but didn't brood against it that much since she still can gain a lot if the requirements is unfilled. When she received his call that the tool is readied, she almost unable to believe it and thought he's not being serious, but then he told her to prepare some mid-grade gemstone or any raw material for him to use as the test object. This was enough to tell her, he's not playing around. The moment he took out that thin knife, she knew that thing is not ordinary. She could feel a mysterious power being held inside the blade and she couldn't help but foresee its succession. Naruto raised the knife and hovered it above the white gemstone. Zulin told him that the stone is called Paladin Pearl. one of the gemstones that prominent with its thickness and hard substance. Naruto didn't know whether the gemstone is harder than the one he had, but he deliberately disclosed the information about it from her. He didn't want her to know about that blue gemstone in case she decided to later replace the object with something harder. He brought down the knife, the silhouette of the blade as if enough to tear apart the air around it and splat the atmosphere into two. Remembering the content of their deal, Naruto's heart is quite gloomy. Yule needed to pay 50 million fine if he unable to submit the necessary requirements in time. The contract's due is within a week of a normal working days, albeit he still had enough days to complete it, but he found an unsatisfactory feeling if he had failed many times beforehand. He could only hope that however strong this so-called paladin pearl, it's not stronger than the heart of eternity. Soon the blade pasted on the top part of the white stone, Zulin's eyes grew widened along with the unceasing seconds that had been passed. One droplet of sweat trailed down her white jade skin and a lump of saliva swallowed by her slender long goose neck. No dull sound. No single dull sound ever rung in her office's vicinity. No strange biting tongue voice knocked part of her drum. Her face instantly absent-minded, while the gorgeous cold beauty immersed in her dazed countenance. The handsome male beside her slanted his lips way more curvy than he ever was. The blade went through the white stone without any sort of obstacles. It smoothly slashed down the stone like a blade cut down a butter. No hold-up, no hesitation. It was fierce and elegant, as if the white stone is made of a marshmallow in the first place. Thud. Finally, some familiar dull sound buzzed their ears, but is not the result of difficulty on the cutting process. Instead, it already finished on separating a small chunk of a white stone, perfectly without any rough edge. Naruto secretly let out a relief breath. He grabbed the white stone's chunk and brought it to Zulin. "What do you think, Miss Zu?" The cold goose caught the item awkwardly, then she gave it a stare, along with the man who responsible for it. This is impossible," she mumbled with disbelief. Naruto shrugged. He put down the knife beside the stone and presented it to her. "Give it a try." He retreated to the side. Zulin glanced at him and the item back and forth. She finally steadied herself and walked forward. Her white fingers held the handle with a flavor of shivering tone. She raised the knife and slowly hovered the blade above the middle part of the stone. Naruto chuckled at her clever way to prove his creation potency. If it can cut the thickest part of the stone, then it proved the stuff is a real deal, but if not, clearly its importance only hold that much. She brought down the knife. Part of her heart wanted the blade to fail to cut the stone, thus bringing her company much closer to attain 50 million fine. But another part also wanted it to success and opened up many variations of achievement in the future, hundreds of probability that the knife could provide for her company. Time progressed slowly. No strange dull sound punched her on the ears. In fact, she had this marvelous feeling as the blade progressed through the hardness of the gemstone that famous for its thickness. Cut and cut. Down and down the road. Soon, the white stone finally had been diverged from one another. Two pieces of glittering jewels had graced the normal-looking table and made it shone. Zulin sighed and placed back the knife on the table. She faintly smiled as she turned around and faced the male beside her. "Congratulations, Mr. Naruto, you truly managed to score the impossible." "It's just luck." He said that, but one can see a smug appearance on his face. Zulin didn't despise his gesture. The usual fixed-face woman right now let out chuckle. "Then I guess it only leave with the workers you said need not any break and no stamina." "Sure, how can I forget about that?" Naruto said with careless appearance. "I get them done tomorrow morning, just prepare any work you plan them to do." Then he scratched his cheek. "But please go easy on them, don't make them do too much complicated stuff or particular act that require a specific talent. In regarding that, I can't promise you." Zulin pondered for a while, then nodded her head in compliance. She perhaps a business person who thought about utilizing an asset to their fullest, but she also knew which limit she shouldn't overstep. In any case, the man beside her had fulfilled one of his almost impossible wishful promise. She won't make it hard for him because she knew now this man is not ordinary, perhaps is a good prospect for the future of her company to be remain in a good term with this person. "Mr. Naruto, thank you for your good effort. I assure you, we will provide the best gemstone for the necessary extension in your company design." Zulin stretched out her slender hand and offered it to Naruto. Naruto smiled. He grasped her hand professionally without any sort of wicked intention. "I hope our cooperation can go smoothly. Both your company and I can strive for each of our succession together." They stayed their hands together for some time. Eyes stared into each other while lips faintly smiled. After a while, Naruto finally let her go. "Then I guess I head back to my office now. Is a pleasure to have a businesses with you, Miss Zu." "Oh, Mr. Naruto, are you in a hurry?" Zulin startled and said in a doubtful tone. He raised his eyebrows but never faltered his smile. "No, I am not. I just thought that since today's matter is complete, I might as well head back. It closed to lunchtime anyway, wouldn't want to miss the free lunch from my company." Regarding free lunch, how about having it in my company's cafeteria? Are you sure? Won't you be busy? Zulin bit her lips, then smiled apologetically. Yeah, I do, therefore I won't be the one who accompany you. Naruto went silent, then he nodded his head. Alright, if you insist, then I won't reject the treat. Is free food after all. Yeah, it's a bad thing to reject a free food. Zulin nodded her head and chuckled in joy. She said in comforting manner, our cafeteria had a lot kind of dish you might can choose, so you don't need to fear if you found one that not suitable to your taste. Is there a ramen? Naruto eyes lit in expectations. Her smile expression froze, like a fish got thrown into a cold water and stuck in an iceberg. She hung her head in shame, red blood blaspheme part of her face. We don't have ramen, but we do have fried noodle. I think. She rarely ate in her company cafeteria, thus she wasn't sure if they had served that dish. It's an embarrassment to her if he knew that she's not that fond with her company dish. Well, it's actually a lot of dish. She is a veg, mostly like eating salad. Oh, Zulin. The cold beauty face turned really red. Looking at the beauty became agitated in shame. Naruto unable to hold back his chuckle, he slanted his lips and teased her. That's a disappointment. Here I thought your cafeteria is complete, ha. One can only hope sometimes. His voice filled with sadness and bitter. Zulin snapped her face upward, her expression instantly changed, panicked. I am really sorry. How about if we order from outside? You just sit comfortably here while I waited. My assistant bought you the food. But it's from outside, is the same like going to a restaurant and order some steamed bun but they don't have it. Instead offer me the one across the street. It's insulting and rude. He snorted in annoyance. Forget it, I just going to return back to my office. No, I am going to ask for the chef to make some ramen for you, please. Her face turned frightened and she spoke hastily. Her skin that already snow-like white now turned so pale akin to devoid from any red blood cell. Her enchanting lips trembled and eyes seemed desperate. PFFT. Naruto held his lips while holding his laughter. He said roughly among the midst of his giggling. Ahahaha. I am just kidding with you, why you are so serious? Zulin startled, her ruddy lips went agape for several minutes until those ravishing soft fruits slowly turned into a pout. Then the cold lady for the entire sequence took the temperament of a child while the blonde guy unceasingly flattered with 1,000 apologies. In the Ice Snow Corporation, a woman with black trouser and blue pale shirt walked inside a long white hall with elegant steps. She flashed out her smiles to any coworkers she passed by, few she needed to decline her head in a gesture of salute. Her perfect waist that showed the infinite charm of a woman swayed left and right as she traversed down the hall and headed toward the unclear destination. Albeit the common gesture of greeting coworker is not a strange behavior for her to do, but one can see her smile is somewhat different today. Usually she showed a smile that neither servile or arrogant, not too kind or forced, but today, something pulled the corner of her Monte Carlo lips far brighter than they're intended to. As if the master of this extraordinary waist outline was currently in a happy-go-around mood. Her steps albeit elegant, but everyone can notice the urging feet that half dashed and half slouched. Like she wanted to run but feared getting teased, or wanted to walk but feared getting late. Inconceivable. Soon as she stumbled upon the company's cafeteria when a certain person already awaited in front of the place's double-leaf door. The person wore a gray-colored attire from top to bottom, a red necktie placed neatly on his chest. He leaned against the door while crossing his arm. He greeted every personage that went in and out the food place. The woman ceased her steps. She hid beside a tall decoration plant, fished out her phone and started fixing her appearance. She already graceful and beautiful, yet she's like a part of Lego that never have a finish makeover. Everything she did increase her charm more than she already had. She took a deep breath, with a smile hooked the corner of her lips. She braved out from the plan and prepared to greet the man, but soon her expression froze in the spot. It's simply because that man with a hair like a glowing torch currently was flirting with other ladies. The way their face turned red and that hateful confidence smirk on his face quickly boiled her sanity and brimmed her blood to the fullest. She unable to bear it any while longer when the blonde is getting closer with them. He even dared to brush the female employee hair behind her ear. With a heavy snort, she approached them, and spoke coldly, "Glad to see you have fun here." Naruto was strolling beside many tables that provide a lot variety of food. Zulin turned out isn't talk nonsense about the kind of foods he could have in here. There were small munchies like xiao and egg roll, heavy one like fried rice and noodle, cakes with chocolate and vanilla taste, pudding. There were also soft drink and juice. Albeit it was indeed crowded with many tasty edible grubby, sadly, the food wasn't on the company tabs. Each employee had to pay with their own money in order for them to have it the taste. Thus, unless they feared not of losing too much money, they can only be picky about what they want to eat. What a cheapskate company. Naruto rolled his eyes at his own thought. Pick what you want, it's on me today. Naruto set his eyes straight ahead, towards the smooth back of a woman who swayed her slender waist charmingly and so desirable. He could notice a hostile tone she bared against him, which he failed to know for what reason. He knew that they are rarely met, especially when the deal currently handled by her own boss, thus increasing the distance of the communication between the two of them. Miss Wonky-oo, there are so many food in here, I just have what you have, Naruto lightly said. Humphrey, how can a man was indecisive like this? You should capable on picking on your own. She coldly said. Yes, I can. But it's just a food, why you so worked up over this? He tilted his head in confusion. Anyway. Are you sure to pick the same dish as I am? I ate so little, I fear your great appetite won't enough to eat only so much, Wonky-oo's eye sneered as they kept walking beside the foods on the table. It doesn't matter for me, I am also not that much fond of eating. He wrinkled his eyebrows, what's wrong with you? Oh, did you finally care? Good for you, I am fine by the way. She said simply. Naruto shook his head as he unable to understand how she could have a bad mood like this. Oh well, maybe her cycle is coming up now, thus her emotions is rather unstable. Better stay clear then. Thus Naruto decided to zip tight his mouth and empty his idea on talking with her. While he was guessed correctly her great aunt is indeed come to visit, but he was impossibly to guess that her irritation actually came from him. Pervert, player, playboy, cheater, lecher, immoral, XXXXXXX. Wonky-oo's eye threw an artillery of curses upon curses inside her heart as she remembered how he's such a flirt with other women. Despite whether she realized or not that there was nothing special brewing among both of them. Soon they picked the dish, which is only a small cake, and brought it up to the dining table. Naruto frowned as he looked at such simple lunch she have and couldn't help but stared at her with pitiful face. Do you really eat only this? Yeah, you got problem with that? Wonky-oo's eye said with a fixed face while inside she actually holding not to burst laughing at his puppy expression. I don't mind, really. Naruto took a fork and ate it piece by piece. He didn't like ate sweet, thus putting this horrible cake inside his mouth is like a torture for him. A sweet torture. He almost wanted to throw up but forcefully held her back in respect for the woman beside him. It tastes good, right? Wonky-oo's eye wickedly smiled as she observed his expression and noticed it's not twisted in a good way. She concluded that perhaps he didn't like cake, thus her irritation with him digressed in a large margin. After a while, Naruto had strove to finish the hellish experience and gulped a lot of mineral water to shove down those hateful softy cake. Wonky-oo's eye laughed out loud. She tapped the dining desk repeatedly until the plate under her cake trembled. She had to stop eating in order to sate her laugh or she might got choke. Naruto bitterly glanced at her. He spoke in sad and pitiful manner. Look what I need to do to make you laugh. At least what I endure is not result in nothing. Ahahaha, you need to see your own face when eating that chocolate jam. You are the same like a kid tried to eat vegetable. It's hilarious. Her body all trembled in the cause of his action, which resulted in her gleeful shout. Naruto twitched his lips. He begrudgingly said, it's always fun to see someone become happy under other people's suffering. PFFT, I am sorry, I didn't mean to, it just. PFFT ahaha. The rest of people inside the cafeteria had been long became her audience. They curiously looked at what madness had occurred on that beauty over that table. It took few moments for Wonky-oo's eye to regain her bearing. She apologized many times to Naruto and ordered another dish, which was not a sweet this time. So, how are you doing, Ms. Wonky-oo? Anything new these past few days? Well, other than the release of our several new products and good improvements in sales service, nothing really worth to note, she said slowly. Truth to be told, Snow Ice Corp currently had some financial trouble, but it's not appropriate for her to disclose it to people outside the company. I see, at least there is still something new to be said, he grinned while biting on the shrimp. They chatted for a while until Naruto finished eating and immersed on his drinking. In the midst of time, from outside the cafeteria, a man rushed in with roses in his hand. He made a beeline on the free path among the dining table and arrived at a specific location. Wonky-oo's eye and Naruto desk. The man knelt and brought up the rose on his hand. Wonky-oo, please marry me. 89 He is my boyfriend. Cough. Naruto almost spurted out the water inside his mouth. Damn, a public confession? What a one brave lad. The man beside their dining table was not older than Wonky-oo's eye, about around 27 or 28. Albeit he was kneeling, but Naruto could guess his height perhaps close to 180 centimeters. His body posture is rather muscular and he had a thick waist, kinda like a bear. His face though had an outline of a rectangular, strong jaw and sturdy chin, overall, is not bad looking, even can be considered as handsome type. Wonky-oo's eye, please marry me. The man said, no, shouted is more appropriate. He raised high the flowers on his hand and presented them toward the slim-waist woman ahead. Naruto moved his chair slightly away from her. He crossed his arm in front of his chest while his left hand held the water bottle, put one leg over his thigh and assumed an interested appearance. Public confession is actually not a strange sight to behold, but it's not common occurrence people would see within one company. Unlike back in a time where people still teenagers, feeling love so flamboyant as if God had graced them with its ultimate prize, they can perform any public confession as many as they want and capable to shrug it off when they failed, but as the time progressed, the older they are the more eroded the thick skin they had, especially women. Wonky Uzaya twitched her lips and brought her hand up to rub her forehead. Hukayang, how many times do I have to tell you that I am not interested in getting a marriage now? Then please be my girlfriend. My love for you is real. You can cut open my chest and you will see my heart beating hard because of you. This man who seemed called Hukayang is relentlessly kept the posture, his hands stayed firm on the air. Naruto nodded his head in respect for this man's dedication. He approved his way of pursuing one beloved woman. Man, after all, need to be brave. But it seemed the pretty and charming lady didn't get her heart sway by his proclamation. Instead, her face is getting more annoyed. It was a clear sight based on the many wrinkles on her forehead as she frowned. I also neither had the interest on having a boyfriend. To be more clear, I don't want to be in sort of any relationship at the moment. Wankyu, tell me what I need to do to make you my girlfriend. I am willing to do anything. Hukayang's voice was getting louder, as if it wasn't already enough to attract a lot of attention. Many people in the cafeteria started looking at their direction, whispers shushes in the vicinity of the area, creating many uncomfortable air in the atmosphere. This again? Chief Wonky would just need to accept the proposal. Why she has to be so against it? I know, right? It's not like Chief who is bad looking. His position in the company also cannot be easily trifled with. I heard Chief who broke up with his girlfriend just for the sake of pursuing Chief Wonky. Perhaps this is the reason why she didn't hold any good impression on him. So what? His girlfriend maybe is not as beautiful as Chief Wonky, thus it's understandable if he dumped her. Also Chief Wonky should be flattered instead. I mean, a good-looking and successful man proposing her like that. Humphrey, I think she just want to play hard to get. Many commotion started ringing in the place filled with the scent of food, although Wonky Uzaya can only faintly hear what they said, but she figured it out it wasn't a good thing. Her face turned red in embarrassment and fury. She was infuriated by Hukayang's infinite attempt on wooing her and she not once ever feel good about it. There were many reasons she couldn't accept his proposal, while one of them is that she truly had no intention in a relationship yet since she had the desire to pursue her career first. Another one is that she also heard the rumor regarding this person way to treat his girlfriends, but she not just heard it, she sought for it. She wanted to know whether this person is genuinely tried to court her, but after she found the truth, there is no more goodwill she had toward him. What she found about him is that Hukayang liked to play with women's heart. He flattered them with thousands of flowers and poetic words, then he eventually would get bored after done playing many times with his girlfriends. He cut off the relationship and soon searched for another woman to play. So with or without her involvement, he eventually will dump his previous girlfriend. She had straightforwardly told him she didn't want to be his girlfriend, much less becoming his wife, but the man's head as if made of brick wall, so hard that any reasoning unable to prick its surface. In spite of her annoyance, she couldn't shame this man in front of many people. They say you may stab the knight, but you should never defile his pride. She didn't want to force Hukayang to the corner, fearing the cow will get the mad cow disease and infecting her along in the process. She didn't want him to resort into any underhanded tactic just for the sake of getting into her pants. Believe it or not, he had the background that can make her life is like a living hell in the company, and she didn't want to resign, thus leaving the president alone, much less in this kind of financial crisis. Really? Will you do anything for me? Wonky Uzaya forced a smile. One can notice an exasperation tone inside her pair of eyes. Yes, anything that can make you agree into becoming mine. Hukayang nodded his head. He acted as if he didn't notice her annoyance. Fine, in the future, please forget about me and look for another woman instead. I believe you can find someone 10 if not 100 times better than me. That I can't do. You are the only one for me, Wonky. His eyes heatedly look at her, filled with passion and adoration. And I don't want that. How about I introduce you with one of the sales employee? How about Zhongzhou? She's very pretty, had a pair of large chest and innocent-like temperament, and entirely one league above me. You're certainly forgetting me after you get to know her. A woman will usually feel uncomfortable telling people that her quality was lower than any other women, but she really didn't have a choice. His attempt in courting her is really started scaring her wits. Hukayang froze for a while, which ice snow staff that didn't know Zhongzhou, but he actually never see her before as he only heard her appearance based on the male employee's description. Looking at his expression donned the mask of doubt, Wonky Uzaya breathed a relief air, while inside she snorted in contempt. also feeling guilty as she just sold out the poor girl into the bear's arm. "No, I just want you, Wonky-oo," Hukaiyang said while waving his head. Wonky-oo's eye almost staggered onto the floor, her body already shivered in anger. Most people will go all after hearing such die-hard love confession, but not her, not to this man, since she knew he just pretend assuming the perfect lover appearance. If he's such like her, he wouldn't reveal a doubtful visage like before. Wow, this dude is awesome. Naruto inwardly thought while he whistled, then took a sip the water from his bottle. He looked to his left and approached the first guy he found. Dude, how long he had been chasing her like this? The guy is a lanky person with white shirt, black necktie, and blue marine pants. He didn't bother being asked by a random strange blonde person out of nowhere and responded after rubbing his own chin, "I think it started from several months ago." Did he do this every time? Oh yes, every time is a public confession. He had done it once in a parking area, in front of the entrance, in the lobby, in the hallway, in the lift. Hot damn. Who is this guy? How can he had such a thick face? Naruto's eyes lit in amazement. The lanky guy looked around before leaning closer to Naruto and put one hand beside his lips. His mouth smelled like tobacco and his sensitive nose twitched badly. Luckily he's on a good mood, and this is not an appropriate place for violent. Any other time and place, he already lashed out his fist to this guy. It's not that he had a thick face, he just have a good backing inside the company, thus he can act it as careless as he can. I see. Naruto quickly took a distance with the ill-sent person, but who is this guy anyway? He is the security department director. Security? Naruto startled, then he frowned a bit. How come a security had a good backing? What is their relationship? Are you new? Or are you that new guy that recently had been accepted in the sales department? The lanky guy wrinkled his eyebrows. No, I am from different company. I am here because of our company's dealing. Naruto quickly waved his hand and smiled mirthlessly. Ah, no wonder you don't know. Oh well, this is not something taboo to discuss anyway, and not a secret either. That Hukaiyang over there? He is the son of the company's vice president. The lanky man lightly laughed then spoke without any concern. Huh? Naruto, instead of being amazed by what he said, he only expressed a great deal of confusion. The son of the company's vice president? But why he held the post of security? Well, yeah, he is the director, but still. Naruto failed to understand why such a father with fierce position but putting his son in the rather low position like that. A vice president's son certainly will assume a good aspiring position, right? Like finance manager, production supervisor, human resource director, logistic manager, and many other things. Naruto knitted his forehead quite deep as he unable to find why securities director is part of any of the above. Is either this Hukaiyang is extremely a goofy person or he rather a very strong fighter? Looking at his muscled figure, perhaps is more toward the later. Naruto continued chatting with the guy while Wonky-oo's eye continued suffering from Hukaiyang's flattery. Her face had turned gloomy as she didn't know how to handle the situation. Should she just run? But what if this person follow her around? It's greatly impolite act and bratty gesture, but with this person thick face and special privilege, she couldn't think it's not impossible for him. Also, even if she managed to get away from him this time, but he will definitely do more outrageous action in the later days, which she depressingly unwanted such an event. Wonky-oo's eyes is so beautiful, like a bunch of Cambodia's blossom. Wonky-oo's hair is smooth and graceful, like a highest quality thread of a silky line. Wonky-oo's waist is extremely sexy, it's like the most antique hourglass ever be created. He kept spouting those nonsense and cringed compliment which only made her more repulsive toward him. He also slowly crept toward her position until he only several inches away from grabbing her hand. Wonky-oo's eye's face darkened, she turned her face to the left and saw Naruto leisurely chatted with other employee while sipping on his drink. She bit on her lips, clenching her hands for quite a while. Actually, the reason why I always rejecting you is because I actually, at the moment, truthfully, have a boyfriend. She declined her face toward her own chest as it groomed in red, almost resembling a red light traffic sign. What? Hukaiyang barely able to register her words into his ears, not to mention other people who distance away from their location. Only Naruto that now turned his face at her with surprised expression filled his cerulean eyes. I have a boyfriend. She lifted her face and angrily shouted. Hoa people's voice started whispering once more, question and more question raised into the air. What? Really? Our goddess Chief Wonky-oo already had a boyfriend? I quite envy, to be able to hug her such small waist, dying without burial I am willing. Naruto widened his eyes in amazement, he didn't know that she actually had a boyfriend, no wonder she kept rejecting that amazing man. Oh, life is indeed a sour lemon. Then he slanted his lips in quite gleeful manner. One is that he felt happy for her, second is that things became much more interested now. He sipped the water and watched how Hueco handled such a shocking news. The large man's expression became lagged for a while, then he laughed out loud all of a sudden, his voice enough to cause a lot of people winced, the one who suffered the most in Naruto and Wonky Uzaya. While Naruto had sensitive hearing, Wonky Uzaya is the closest to him, thus she received the full impact of his voice. She swore her ears turned buzz for a moment. Wahaha. Wonky, what funny story you told me. You have a boyfriend? You never even had a close male friend within this 1 year. He patted his face as if her confession tickled him too much. Humphrey, what do you know about me? My relationship with him is a secret, why it was secret you didn't need to know. She crossed her arms in front of her bulging chest and spoke coldly. Enough Wonky, I know this is just your attempt to put me aside, I know you are still single and a virgin at that. Hueco put down his hand and roared at her. Her heart almost jumped out from his sudden bellowed. Fear started linger inside her chest but she forcefully toned it down and calmed herself. So what if I am still a virgin? We both promise each other not to have any intercourse until we got into our nuptial chamber. Haha, please Wonky, this is no longer funny, just drop the act and willingly become mine. His body shivered from the surging rage inside, he even started smiling in dangerous way. This is not act. And if you still don't believe me, you can ask that person himself as he currently with us. She chuckled but inside already crammed with bitterness. Hoa. Another commotion broke out the moment she finished her words, people once again talking to each other. Wah, really? Chief Wonky boyfriend is here? Where, I want to see the guy who steal my goddess and beat the crap out of him. Agreed, let's give him a little piece of our mind then taking him out for drinking night. Oh? Naruto unable to contain his excitement, things really started to heat up now. Will he be able to witness a triangle love sequence between Wonky Uzaya, Hueco, and this mysterious third person? Perhaps he should recorded this and named it the Clash of Bitter Triangular Relationship. He clogged on the rest of his water. Hueco sneered, then he shrugged. Fine, which one? I ask him personally. Wonky Uzaya turned hesitate for a while, then she tilted her face to the right side while her arm raised and she lifted one finger, a slender bone and fair skin aimed at certain direction. All people's eyes followed her line of finger and soon widened their eyes in amazement. Time as if froze for quite a while, no one dared to speak or even fart. All silent, became as quiet as possible. Then it moved again, cued by the sound of water pushed through the gap between the lips and spewed toward outside like a fountain of maddening water. Spurt. 90 little minks. Naruto was shocked, the lanky dude was shocked, Hueco was shocked, the people was shocked. The lanky dude suddenly had absent-minded expression, he couldn't believe what just happened. In his entire life, he only had normal-like experience. From elementary till to date, nothing, absolutely nothing out of his expectation. He had checked his horoscope for today, it was indeed telling him that something will happen with him today. He never a believer for such an absurd fortune-telling before but now his mind had been broadened. It's true what they say that life is never straight. Sometimes you took a curve and sometimes you went up. It's not always the scene of desert greeted your eyes but also sea and forest, mountain and green field. He just couldn't believe that today, in the midst of many eyes, under the observation of Hueco, the director of security department. In the front of beautiful woman like goddess, the dream of many men including him to hug her small waist to go home. Today. He had been drenched, from the top of his head, to the base of his neck, dirtied and wet by the impurity water that hailed from someone's mouth. No matter how handsome the face is, no matter how beautiful that jade-like cheek, the water is still from inside his mouth. Few was halfway toward his throat, some still mixing together with his saliva, and just like that, the person threw all it up then smacked it hard against his head. Naruto coughed several times as he really had no idea, like in million times, such a thing will occur. Okay, he admitted he is a handsome boy, destined to be flocked with many hot chicks and swooned by thousands of beauty, but this sudden change of event really caught his guard off. Currently in a certain spot nearby the dining table in the Ice Snow Corporation's cafeteria, people were gathered together to witness the amazing love quarrel between three people. The main character, Hueco just finished committing his usual routine of public confession, and the main heroine, Wonky Uzaya once again rejecting him. Sucker for the main character. Moreover, twist and turned out the main heroine Wonky Uzaya declared that she had a boyfriend, which is the true reason why this our lover boy. Hueco always concluded this endeavor with futile attempt. Oh, poor lover boy. And all curtain finally had been rolled up, the secret third person that had became the nail on our lover boy path to romance had been revealed. And it's no other than myself. Haha. Naruto slid his lips to the side and laughed in a bland tone. Oh. Trouble. Oh. Trouble. You just like to troll with me, aren't you? Him? Huqiang wrinkled his eyebrows, then he glanced Wonky Uzai, who had her face all painted in red. Then she slowly nodded. The big man face suddenly turned fierce, then he glared back at Naruto, roared out of control, "Who are you? What's your name? How come I never see you around? How long both you have been together?" Boy, he didn't even ask whether it was true or not, just straight up believing her. Naruto declined his head with a depressed thought, now I am worried with this company future protection. The audience of this silly drama also many turned confused as they unable to recognize the blonde man ahead, well, until one of them did. "Oh, I have seen him before. Do you guys remember a week ago when young Master Chen sent our CEO a bunch of arranged flowers? Of course, such a big event, how can we forget, but wasn't the flowers in the end all get trampled? Is he the one who did it?" No, he was the one who beat up young Master Chen bodyguard." Then all of the audience went too. "I remember there are 3 of them, right?" "Yes, and they actually harassed Chief Wonky-u, but this guy stepped up defending her. Also when 3 of them wanted to attack him, Chief Wonky-u returned the favor by defending him. Ooh, it's so romantic, you guys won't believe it, 2 of them are cared for each other." The person's eyes turned shining in adoration. "I swear, this guy just easily beat them up." When they started their assault on Chief Wonky-u, this person swooped in, hugging her waist and knocked them all down to the floor. "Oh, yes, I remembered that part. He was so cool and they both are so romantic. Oh, no wonder, now I believe they are really a couple." Suddenly people set their eyes toward Wonky Uzai and Naruto, it filled with fervor and heated gaze, as if they currently became the object of worship. Even the drenched lanky dude beside him no longer glared with his deadly gaze, instead he akin to someone who got love-struck, and creepily leered at Naruto. "Holy crap, for a bystander you are really an annoying one." Naruto twitched his eyes after being reminded the previous confrontation in the company's lobby. Wonky Uzai's heart also went beating madly. It's not unusual for her to gain a little bit of spotlight, thanks to her occupation and beauty, but she never being adored like this too much. It's so exaggerated that she couldn't help but thought the idea of escaping from here wasn't so bad. She buried her face into her bosom, then secretly peeked at Naruto like a shy maiden. "Oh, what the hell, not you too?" Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance. Huqiang heard what those bunch of unrelated birds chirped about. The jealous inside his heart suddenly burned so fierce that it almost combusted his entire body. Moreover, Wonky Uzai's ruddy face and shy smile provoked the flame of desire and jealousy to combine and became one large giant furnace. "Okay, that's it. In order to take away Wonky U's heart, I challenge you into a duel." With anger on his face, he raised his arm and pointed his burly finger at Naruto. Oi, how come things progressed to this point when he's not even talk one bit?" Naruto really wanted to scream out loud and told all of them to just fuck off. Well, of course, for the ladies he will kindly ask them to leave. Naruto didn't answer the invitation of the duel. He glanced at Wonky Uzai. His face resembled someone who just heard an unfunny joke or didn't understand a joke. Just blankly staring at her without any sort of clear expression he exhibited. Wonky Uzai art as if ready to jump out from her bosomy chest, now she all red from head to toe, a mixture feeling between shy from memory of the week ago and embarrassment from the current lying predicament. She somehow unable to look at him straight in the eyes, she went as far as looking at the other side. Oh, how nice it would be if there is a small nice hole she could fit in. Hey, are you a man or not? Let's have a duel for Wonky U's affection. Huqiang once again roared. You are the only one who wants that, stop dragging me along. Naruto let out a tch sound as he kept staring at Wonky Uzai. Naruto went silent for quite some times. Huqiang already started becoming impatient while Wonky Uzai getting anxious. People who previously waited in the side with anticipation slowly lessened one by one. They just simply left because nothing is really happening and they thought Naruto isn't dare to accept the challenge. There are only few of them left, loyalists toward this reality no setting up triangular love sequence show and hope to see the end. Naruto's expression was simply unable to discern what he was thinking at the moment. He resembled someone bored, also a tad lazy, like a sleepy person with their half-lidded eyes. When they thought he really didn't have the guts to accept the challenge, finally Naruto breathed out a heavy sigh. He flashed out a helpless smile, waving his head left and right. Little minx. Look at what you have done. His words were smooth, flowed in the air like a dancing tune from the Song of Love. It filled with endearing and compassion that shook every single person's heart in this entire small universe of a cafeteria. Wonky Uzai widened her eyes and she lifted her face to see him. The view she saw almost made her legs turn weak. It was unknown whether it only her who perceived this, but at this specific time of the moment, inside her eyes, within her sight, Naruto's figure as if very dazzling. With that bad boy smile he bore, the glazed cerulean eyes he put, and charming pose he did, it was enough to chase away her consciousness. Not only her, but other women and few gay person almost immediately get their eyes turned into love shapes, and they envied greatly the lucky small-waist woman ahead. Oh. Naruto put one hand inside his pocket, another hand brushed his hair with adorable sigh pushed through his mouth, looking at my little minx behave like this. I simply couldn't stop loving you dearly. Kaya. Those white lilies already became his fan, perhaps the thought of creating an occult to worship him began to emerge inside their brain. Loving me? Her Monte Carlo lips went agape, and her jaw dropped like a free-falling ball. Naruto smirked, then he paved his way toward her. Hukaiyang simply unable to speak any words after looking his performance that easily become a top-notch lover. He may had attracted many women before, but the way this fellow blonde hair acted, outclasses him from many different perspectives. His steps was perfect, neither too slow nor too fast, each foot held a unique elegance like a nobleman from different country, set off on a far journey to look for a lady and appropriately asked for her hand in marriage. Under the watch of her eyes, he arrived and stood proudly in front of her. She tilted her head and stared in absent-minded. Not even in her wildest dream, she ever saw him in this kind of look before. So loving, dreamy, and prince kind of look. Naruto badly smirked, he raised his hand and forefinger hooked. The top part approached her cheek and he caressed the smooth surface gently. Quick lightning bolts electrified her system and turned her brain into a mush, his simple gesture, but she could sense the deep feeling he mustered at every stroke he made. Oh. Wonky Uchiha couldn't help but sighed in desiring manner. Little minx. Naruto leaned his face downward, his lips grew closer to her at every second, and she was too entranced to avoid his enticing lips. So inviting. It had reached a couple inches away from their lips to touch. The audience already screamed in fervor while Hukaiyang gritted his teeth and clenched his hand. His body shivered at the thought of his beloved will be kissed just like this in the public. At least get a room, will you? Wonky Uchiha slowly closed her eyes, expressing her obedience toward his initiative to spark the make-out and ignited the firework of romance among them. Time passed by, second for second, minutes and minutes. She didn't know how long she had closed her eyes, but she sensed nothing flourish her sexy lips. She tried to push out her lips a little but still sensed nothing strange tapped against it. Wrinkling her eyebrows, she doubtfully peeked through the gap of her eyes and quickly snapped it open. Naruto's face is really near hers, even almost pasted on it, but he did nothing to precede the kiss. Just stayed unmoved while keeping that hateful enchanting smirk on his face. Little minx. You have behaved really bad. Yes, I am bad. Just kiss me already. It's my job to punish you if you become naughty. Yeah, I want your punishment. Just do it already. Just like what our daddy had been tasked me to do. Just like our daddy. Our daddy? He had strictly told me to take care of my baby little sister in case she went overboard. Yee, what are you talking about? Who's your baby sister? Naruto leaned back and he claimed loudly, as your elder brother, I was disappointed you're lying like this. Wonky Uchiha blinked her eyes, the rest of people in the room also went silent and their expression turned dazed. Hukaiyang's previous gloomy expressions greatly shifted into astonished one. What the hell are you talking about? Elder brother? Wonky Uchiha said in tone full of doubt. Yes, oh, little minx, my dear little sister, since the day I had been adopted till today you always act spiteful but never lied. Today elder brother is disappointed. Naruto waved his hand and honked his mouth and complained. Huh? Adopted? Elder brother? The room briefly devoid from any voice, only the sound of air conditioner that spoke in a hoarse manner. Then with the same tone, all people except Naruto gaped open their mouth as big as they can and shouted, Na-anai-ie. 91 Bitter story. The audience unable to believe what they just heard. Chief Wonky who has an adopted elder brother? Moreover such charming and dazzling young male? Inconceivable. Hukaiyang's eyes became astonished, the previous bitter hatred he had for Naruto almost disappeared in a spot. But the one that had the greatest reaction of all of them was naturally Wonky Uchiha herself. How come the situation turned complicated like this? Naruto, what are you say pa? Kaya. Before the small-waist woman managed to finish her sentence, a clear crisp sound suddenly came from behind her. She yelped as her body stumbled forward and she held her bottom which suddenly aching while feeling hot all over. Most male in the room blurted out their eyes at the sight of ripple that came from her bottom, and Hukaiyang drooled at the erotic sound. You dare to? Pa. Arg. Naruto carelessly swung his right hand and smacked that plump ass of her. His hand felt the comfortable soft mound, and couldn't help but swung it once again to taste it. Pa. Stop that. Wonky Uchiha's face already turned red with eyes glared fiercely at the blonde man before her, hateful. How can you spank a lady in a public area? Oh god, where she should place her face now? Naruto assumed a righteous appearance, he said while pointing one finger, That is your punishment for being such a liar, your punishment for not calling me elder brother, and the last one was an interest. What punishment, you big pervert? Wonky Uchiha's face darkened, her bottom started feeling so hot as if it burning all over, she might even suspect it swelling a little. Then Naruto opened his arm and brought her into his bosom, while his cheek rubbed against her temple. Oh, my little minx, I am sorry for being too harsh with you, but I don't have a choice. Our daddy had been told me to properly teach you in case you did something atrocious. Oh, my soft heart couldn't bear it seeing you in pain like that. Her darkened face turned deep shade red. She could smell his unique man scent combined with vanilla perfume he wore. The firmness of his body stuck on the front part of her womanly asset, deflating them a little, and his warm crib almost short-circuited her system. Okay, I get it, stop rubbing on me. Wonky Uchiha closed one eye as Naruto unceasingly rubbing succeeded on annoyed her. Then she sensed Naruto's hand once again fell into her butt. Her forehead took many wrinkles as she deeply frowned. She knew she had greatly bothered him by forcefully accusing him as her boyfriend, but wasn't this a bit too much as retaliation? When she thought the blonde man once again wanted to sexually harass her, instead that hand just stay idle on her plump mound, and it eluded a comfortable aura that somehow eased the aching on her bottom. She couldn't help but moan at the feel. It was as if she had been getting massage down there without a handmade single-bit movement. After a while, her bottom had returned to its initial proportion and Naruto let go her body as he patted her head. As she looked at his smile, she immediately declined her head in embarrassment. That redness between her eyes cannot be denied. Naruto turned around and faced the audience with a mild smile. You guys probably wondered how can I become Wonky U adopted elder brother, right? They all nodded their head like a pecking cock. Even Wonky Uchiha curiously stared at him, wanted to know what nonsense excuse he would tell them. Oh. Naruto suddenly had bitter visage. I wanted to tell you, but it's not a beautiful story. Looking at his sad countenance, many women also became sad. They even told him not to force it if he can't. But if I don't tell you, how can you trust me as Wonky Uchiha adopted elder brother? I am really stuck in a hard place. He glanced at her. Little minx, what should I do? Eh? She startled, looking at his eyes filled with meaningful stare. She went silent for a while and quickly responded, Naruto, you don't have to, little minx. How many times do I have to tell you to call me elder brother? Is it too hard for you to say it? Or having me as elder brother is a shameful condition to you? He made a pitiful face, even dripped one tears from his eyes. Kaya, baby, don't cry. The fanatic went uproar, even almost sprang forward and swarmed him to ease his pain. They also hatefully stared at their own chief, as if what she said before it's a great taboo that no one should spoken. Wonky Uchiha quickly had a cold sweat. She observed ahead and found out Naruto secretly sneered. She immediately gritted her teeth. She snorted, then set her eyes toward the side. If elder brother doesn't want, you don't have to. Tell them. Whoa, little minx. Naruto abruptly hugged her again, even slightly lifted her body from the ground and swayed it side to side. I am so happy you finally called me elder brother. Just kill me already, Wonky Uchiha bitterly thought as her body being trashed around in the air. Naruto placed the human-sized rag doll back to the ground. He shook his head afterward. But little minx, this people need to know the truth. After all, how can they trust me as your elder brother if the box is still unsealed? Therefore, I have to uncover this sad and bitter story. Naruto strolled toward one of the table. He hopped onto its top surface, placing his feet on the chair. He cleared his throat. Ahem, I know many of you still didn't believe that I am Wonky Uchiha's adopted brother. I am willing to tell you my past as long as you promise me not to spread this into the people outside. Let the Pandora remain inside the box. Let my secret only known by the people in here. Can I trust you guys? Yes, you can trust us. Alright. Before I begin, I suggest you prepare a lot of tissue. Naruto took a deep breath. He put on a sad face before he faintly smiled. The story began with a pure and naive young lady who lived in a secluded village called Hidden Leaf Village. The village is strict with its traditional rule and forbid many of its people to leave the village, so the young lady from born till matured age never once left the vicinity of the village. One day, while she was looking for a herb plant inside a forest, she stumbled upon an incapacitated man who got shored by the river's stream. The girl was kind. She didn't have the heart to just abandon the man with such condition, thus she approached the body and commenced an inspection on it. As she observed the man's body, she startled at the fact that the man had distinguished appearance from her, starting from his hair, which is bright yellow colored, face feature that had the making of uniqueness, and skin tone that's light reddish compared to her. She immediately concluded that the man is an outsider and worried if his body ever found by other people from her village, perhaps his fate turned for the worse. Since the young lady cannot take the man back to her village, thus she persisted on treating him on the river's creek. It was a bitter experience. She had to travel back and forth to his location, which is quite a distance, selling many of her stuff to the village as healer to buy a lot of medicine, lying to her family and friends, collecting a lot of herb in the forest, making a tent for the man to rest, all for the sake of that man. Of course, her effort wasn't a fruitless one. Several weeks later, the man finally fluttered, his eyes opened. The young lady immediately became entranced by the color of his iris. It was cerulean blue, so bright and clear like the blue sky. The man spoke with a language she couldn't understand, but it didn't hold back the interaction between the two of them. Starting from using hands gesture till made some drawing on the creek's soil, they built up their communication slowly, until the man taught her his language and so did her to him. All of this happened without the knowing of her relative. She secretly brought foods and her father cloth to give to the man. The pure and naive young lady spent more of her time with the man instead with the people in the village, thus they grew suspicious at her behavior. And one day, her secret finally had been exposed. Her family was furious, especially her father, which is part the village prestigious person. Having his own daughter to have a relation with an outsider is a big shame for him, thus he and the people of the village wanted to take the man into custody and publicly executed him. But the love between them had already budding. The pure and naive young lady was crying loudly, pleading for her father not to kill the man, promising she won't have any relationship again with him. Her eyes was desperate, her skin was pale and her voice is hoarse. She spent day and night kneeling in front of the village's head house so the chief could grant the man a mercy and just sent him out of the village. Clear day turned brighter as hot as it can be, rainy day turned colder as icy as it can be. But the young lady remained all four in the ground, her forehead pasted on the dirty soil. She didn't once sleep, only dried tears and hoarse sound that accompany her lonely figure. In the end, the village's head cannot bear the woman's insistence, neither her parent, thus they decided to send the man out of the village. With a bitter goodbye, the young lady never once saw him again. But her torment of life didn't end. Exactly a few months after the man's departure, the village found that the young lady turned out pregnant, and the father of her child clearly is the outsider. She even admitted it herself. The pure and naive young lady had committed two sins in the regard of the village's rule. First is engaging in physical relationship without marriage, and the second is that her partner was an outsider. These two sins was one of the greatest taboo the village people should never break, and the young lady happened to cross both of it. So without have any much choice, the young lady was cast out from the village while she was pregnant. Since she never leave the village before, the young lady clearly didn't know what she should do or where she should go. Then she remembered someone told her about a city several miles away at the north from her village, thus she walked toward that direction. Without any supply provided for her, she had to consume the foods from mushroom and plant, drink any water from the rain and river. Time to time she would have stomach and she would lay on the ground until it finally away, which sometimes can take 2 days. She was freezing and sweating, her legs almost tired out every time. She never had any good sleep since she feared for any wild beast will attack her. Moreover, each month, her belly will grow bigger. It made her getting harder to walk, but she never complained about it, only gently rubbed her large belly and spoke lovingly, "Be patient, my dear little child, we will soon meet up with your father again." Yes, the force that drive her to strive on her path was the wish to meet with that man once more. In the duration of their interaction, he had told her where he hailed from, and where he currently stayed. The reason why he fell into the river was because he experienced an extreme water sport, but an accident happened. The young lady didn't know whether the city she headed is the same as the city the man currently stayed, but she hadn't much choice in the first place. 7 months had passed, she finally arrived on her destination with her big stomach. Carrying that extra weight began to make her backache and her condition is no longer can be said good. It's already a miracle she could survive that long. She tried to ask the people in the city about the man's whereabout, but looking at her tattered dress, smelling her ill scent, and sensing her chaotic condition, many people instead taking their distance from her. Even before she managed to open her mouth, those people already went away. In the end, the woman unable to stay on her feet any longer, unlike in the forest where she could sleep anywhere, the city is rather harsh and the ground is hard, also cold. In any time, she fainted and passed out just like that. She woke up in the midst of homeless people who offered her a sanctuary. Her big stomach forced her had to accept these people. She also telling them about that man and hoped they could help her found his location. These people was more than glad to help her out, but weeks after weeks, they still unable to get a single info about him. Finally the day of labor had come. With her utmost strength and speck of willpower, she endured the pain of childbirth, her consciousness trapped between light and dark, bringing the new life to this world almost with the cost of her own. But she survived. The young lady was a survivor, so did her child, a pretty boy with blonde hair and cerulean eyes. The young lady remembered the man's favorite food, thus she named the boy Naruto. And good news came at the same time. One of the homeless people found out the man's whereabout. The young lady had been told quickly, even when she just recovered for several days. She immediately took off, taking her baby along. The house where that man resided was very big. It's like gazing upon a small hill back at her village. It also surrounded by a tall black fence. The young lady tried to enter through the gate, but the person who stood in the front denied her from entering. Even when she claimed she knew the master of this house, the person still not budged from his position. It's understandable that she was being doubted. With her rugged cloth, messy hair, and dirty body, no one will believe she actually know the person inside the house, not to mention she carried a baby with her. Did not give up from meeting the man, the young lady awaited outside. She convinced herself that the man eventually will come out. True enough, in the midst of hunger and baby crying, the person she expected to meet finally strolled out from the building, riding sort of carriage with no horse, and began to exit the building's gate. She swiftly stepped forward and halted the carriage, almost getting hit by it before the driver abruptly stopped. She went into the side door and unceasingly spoke, calling out the man's name. The door swung opened, and the moment she saw that face, that blonde hair and blue eyes that she endearingly invaded every dream whenever she slept, the longing she always held as she gazed at the sky. But reality is hard to accept. Albeit the person is exactly the same man she loved, but his behavior is different. He no longer the gentleman she conversed many months ago, not the one who said many beautiful poets and sang thousands cheerful songs she that found amusing. He was no longer the one that caressed her hair and kissed her lips as they joined their body under the brace of air that swayed the soft tune of the leaves. One simple words, mixed with cold tones and indifferent gaze, enough to tell her, this is not him. Get away from me, ugly. The young lady was stunned. It was true that the difficulty of her journey had changed her appearance a lot. She's no longer the fresh and beautiful flower that hidden inside the secluded village. Her beautiful and long black hair had changed into swirl and messy one. Her white skin had lost its luster, now akin to a dirty napkin. But she couldn't believe that the man unable to recognize her one bit. She tried to speak out her name, but the car already drove off, leaving her behind, alone in the street. Depressed, the young lady awaited once again for the man to return, trying to convince herself that the man just unable to recognize her appearance. As soon as she said her name, he must have remembered her again. That's not the only reason why she didn't walk away, it's simply because she had no home here. And she was too ashamed to come back to the homeless people's place. After all, she just left without words and gratitude. How she had the guts to return there. Therefore, her last hope was just the man. Even if he unable to accept her, at least he took in the baby who had been crying for quite some times. She opened her dress and breastfeeding the baby, a gentle face appeared on her as tears bead by bead lingered on her eyes. Hours and hours, minutes by minutes, seconds after seconds. The man was still not returned. The outside climate is cold, hunger had been hunted the young lady, exhaustion had been hunted the young lady. But she never ceased on comforting her baby. She spoke lovingly, told her son that his papa soon will come to take him in. One night had passed, sun once again perched on its highest throne. The car that carried the man finally came back. The woman put on her last power to stop the car and went to the side, calling the man's name while shouting out her own name. She tried to appear cheerful, covering at least her desperation. The car's window slid down, and the view inside made her inner world crumbled. It's a sight behold not appropriate for a children to see. The man had two women inside, three of them wore not a single shred of article. One woman was on his left side while another hugging his body tightly, from the redness and sweat on their body. Clearly they had been enchanted by the amorous interaction. The man once again spoke coldly to her, telling her to back the hell off and stop bothering him. The young lady had thoroughly shaken to her core, her mind turned blank, her face devoid from any emotion. As the car left her behind, it also marked the end of hope she had for the man. She twisted her body and walked away from the house vicinity. Her steps was lonely. Her bearing was dimmed. The young lady had very exhausted and her breath no longer stabled, but she strove, didn't stop on comforting her baby, walked the bitter road toward the unpredictable end. The young lady knew she won't survive this time. She knew she had to leave the baby alone. But she was unwilling. She didn't want her baby to live on the street like a trash. She prayed. With each steps she begged the God to have mercy, not for her but for the baby. Is a pure-born child, not having a slightest corruption marked his surface. She prayed. She begged. She pleaded. And her effort had been answered. Soon she stumbled upon an orphanage. She used her last strength to knock on the orphanage door, waiting as she shivered and hugged the baby. The door finally opened, revealing a kind middle-aged man who startled at the sight of the young lady. He wanted to take her to the hospital but the young lady rejected. It was enough for her life to burden another people. She just wanted to use her last time to make a will for her son. In her slowly diminishing vitality, and the help from the middle-aged man, she told all of her life experienced in paper and left the message for her son, for him not to hate his grandparents, not to hate her village people, and more specifically, not to hate his father and her beloved man. Even in the end of her time, she still loved the man. 92 I never want to know. Many people started sobbing as they heard Naruto's backstory completely being told. White thin tissue had been distributed into each other hand and soon there will be more to hold, a joy to whoever's selling them in the first place. Naruto unfolded the bitter past with mixed expression and combined tone. He smiled when describing his mother naivety and kindness. He depressed as he conveyed how hard the journey she experienced. He filled with sorrow and desolate while speaking about her last moment. Wonky Uzaya went silent. She put one arm below her breast and it grabbed a hold of her another arm. Her eyebrows turned soft and the watermark on her half-shut eyes rippled. At first she thought he would tell some ridiculous lies and she had prepared to mock it inside her heart. But after she listened to it, she unable to make any single jokes on it. It wasn't that she can't, but she just wouldn't, because she hardly knew him in the first place, and what if it was true? Then his mother's fate was truly sad. The bear-like Hueco knelt and huddled with other people, his nose blew on the tissue while a bead of tears fell from the corner of his eyes. In fact, he actually had the most tissue. The storyteller himself paused for a brief. It was as if he needed time to regain his bearing. He joined his hand together and stared on it as he rubbed his thumb. My mother. I couldn't really tell how she looks like, it was just based on the description made by the orphanage's caretaker. He groomed a smile, the corner of his lips lifted a bit, but I like to think she was very beautiful, resembling a most precious gem hidden in the thickest layer of the earth. She akin to a rarest flower in the midst of common one and blossomed only when the other did. The beauty of her petal outclasses the other despite her late of growth. That's what I like to think about her. The people expressed their agreement. To still love someone and disregard their harsh treatment is a trait that hard to be found in any people nowadays, perhaps in the past also. What this people didn't know is that Naruto used the description of his so-called mother by using the one possessed by other individual, namely a certain blonde maiden. Thus my life in the orphanage began, and I have to say it's not exactly a wonderland there but not a nightmare either. The caretaker was kind, and so did other staff. The neighborhood itself wasn't bad, they rather accepted our presence and sometimes even invite us for a lunch. Of course it wasn't a high-star restaurant food, and it's not exactly free since we had to help with some chores. But the children there including me had no complaint at all. Naruto grinned while let out a seep of laughter. His carefree attitude infected other in the room and dispelled a bit of gloomy sense in the atmosphere. Only Wonky Uzaya that seemed had no change in expression. Good life won't stay forever. Exactly 3 years since I was born, the location of our orphanage was bought by some rich people. Some people accepted the money offered to move on and some strongly rejected it. They rejected because the place they had been lived is not just a simple wooden house or cemented one, it's a place that stood since the age of their grandparent, bought and gifted to their parent and to them as a legacy. It held so much meaning and memories including the orphanage building. Moreover, it's already an industrial revolution at that time, many steam factory was built inside the city and fresh environment gradually began to lessen. It's difficult to find a location like the place where our orphanage stood. Naruto sighed and shook his head, he continued, then a hellish life started. Each day filled with terror and hardship, a random thug will come and smash the people's property, sometimes wrecked and trashed the wall of the building for no apparent reason. A group of drunkards hanged around the neighbor and left many bottles of wine, along with other inappropriate stuff to look for children. Smoke and other sharp ill scent lingered in the once fresh atmosphere, forcing people used masks to go out from their house. Day by day, people unable to bear it again. One by one left, running away from the aggression as they had a family to worry about. The caretaker also worried about us, but even if he accepted the money, it's impossible for him to host all the children like he used to be. Thus the caretaker began to advertise adoption in order to decreasing our population. A smile hooked the corner of his lips. He glanced at the small-waist woman beside him and gently said, "That's when little Minx's parents showed up and adopted me, because they are desired to have a boy within their family. To be honest, I wasn't their first choice to be adopted, but back then, this little Minx here was throwing a tantrum, complaining the parent wasn't going to love her anymore. She was a cutie, but really a bully. Many boys stared fearing her and cowered when they were being asked whether want to be adopted or not. And guess the only one who could tame her?" Hearing the pride tone and looking at the smug face, it doesn't take long for people to know the answer. "What bully? What this nonsense you are speaking of?" Wonky Uzaya twitched her lips, hatefully glared at the blonde man ahead. "Ha. Because I was tired with her attitude, I fished out my frog from its cage and secretly put it inside her pretty dress. Oh, it's hilarious." She started screaming and crying, running around the room like her butt caught by fire. It took all effort to catch her and calm her down, then her expression turned fantastic as her parent decided to adopt me instead. "Oh, it's a war filled with bloodshed. For many years, not once we ever get along, whether inside or outside, we always fought for a smallest matter. She always ended up losing from me though. There was this one time she tried to fool me by saying Santa is real and he wanted to meet me in the midnight. In the next day I told her Santa indeed real and gave me a gift. He wanted to give her two, but since she was a bad kid for not believing on Santa since she's not presents, then the gift was burned to ash. PFFT, after that sequence, she always wrote a letter for Santa to forgive her. It's a message filled with tears and snot. She started behaved as a good kid, not even tried to make any prank for me just for the sake of Santa to grant her mercy. Like a obedient puppy, she did what I told, even willing to clean my frog's cage. Naruto told many shameful matter with the public which created many laughter to ring. People time to time would glance to Wonky Uzai and snickered a lot. They couldn't believe their chief was actually this cute. Despite she knew what he said was a lie, it didn't help to slow the red of anger from creeping into her face. She gritted her teeth and strode forward. She raised her hand and pinched his right ear until it stretched really far. Enough. Don't embarrass me more than you already had. Her action and expression validated the words he spoke. In fact, that's what Naruto hoped in the first place. When a person got mad because something or someone, they tended to complain. How they did is irrelevant since they eventually just going to support his lies. This way the fake elder brother's status became ironclad and he needed it for the next phase of his plan. Ouch, ouch, little minx, I am sorry, I stop now. Naruto fake a hurtful tone but sounds so real that Wonky Uzai hummed in satisfaction. She let go his ear and crossed her arms while standing at his side. Naruto rubbed his ear and begrudgingly glared at the smirking woman. In any case, our parents saw me as someone who could protect and take care little minx, therefore they decided when she later arrive in the age of marriage, any single sane men in this world, should receive my agreement if they want to court my baby sister. Naruto curled his lips, his gaze swept the men inside the room and lastly fell onto Hueco, and my criteria is competent. Truth to be told, there were many suitors that had the idea of chasing Wonky Uzai, from the fresh year worker to the experienced men. Many of them already fell for her at the first sight and many also had been rejected by her. Still, the idea of taking her hand to the wedding ceremony was deep-rooting inside this people will thus they never discourage. Only after Hueco began his conquest that the rest of poor Sod whimpered and hid behind their own tail, the bear-like manpower of influence making them powerlessly gave up the thought. Now hearing Naruto claimed in such a way, they began to raise their desire once more. Dozen of eyes heatedly stared at Wonky Uzai's figure, and she began to feel great discomfort at that. Her face looked surprised at his words. She started to think his initial ridiculous act just a part of grand scheme he actually had in store. Hueco's eyes lit in excitement, albeit he yet to hear the criteria. He believed to be among the knight who had the chance to take the princess home. In fact, he thought he was the only that qualified. Naruto pushed out one finger, then speaking out loud, first. The men stood up from their seat or ground. The women grew their jealousy and curiosity upon this competition. First, they must be human, he said with serious countenance. People staggered, some girls almost fell from their chair. Wonky Uzai created a PFFT sound as she almost laughed. Second. Naruto took out another finger, they must be man. Lips twitched in annoyance, bitter compliment the anguish in the face. Only Wonky Uzai that seemed become more cheerful. Third, they wore suits. Fourth, they have shoes. Fifth, have reliable id. Sixth. Seventh. Naruto's still speaking about his turn but most people already sat back or left the cafeteria. They simply thought this elder brother of the chief perhaps had a wrong circuit inside his brain. It's not that his criteria was hard to fulfill, but all of them was simply not serious. Like for real, how come can write his own name and know how to count to 10 was a credible requisite. It's more like requirement to enter a kindergarten. Before leaving, they gave Wonky Uzai's figure a last look before unwillingly departing. Time was progressing slowly, the lunch break finally over but Naruto still announcing his requirement as if he was a broken recording that no end. 55th, he can touch his own feet, Naruto was raising both hand while seemed his fingers was jumbled in complicated numeric system, then he looked at his front and noticed there is no one left. He dropped his jaw and looked at Wonky Uzai who drank on a mineral water. Where they go? The break is over, they need to return back to the office, she said after her red lips left the bottle's head vicinity. She giggled cheerfully. Well, how come they already left before knowing the rest of the requirement? Naruto frowned and appeared angry. They got job to worry about? Wonky Uzai's sweat dropped, then she glanced at certain spot, except that man who could act as he wish. Naruto looked at the same spot with a sigh. What the pair spotted on is exactly Hueco who slept on his chair with both hands crossed in front and head looked upward. Drool fell at the corner of his mouth. Oh, he look rather cute, Naruto chuckled as he stretched his own body. Yeah? Why don't you two get together? I sure you both will make a great couple, Wonky Uzai sneered, then she stood up from her seat. The small waist swayed left and right. Not my type. I like pendulum. His eyes glued at the movement of her waist. She noticed it and a flattered feeling surged inside of her, but she quickly covered it with a snort. Pervert. Wrong, little minx. Naruto waved his finger. I am a gentleman pervert. Still a pervert, and stop calling me little minx. Oh, here I thought you liked being called little minx. He assumed a wrong face. She chuckled a bit and gave him her own water. Here, you must be thirsty from speaking too much. Ah, thanks, you read my mind. Naruto accepted it and drank without hesitation. Wonky Uchiha smiled faintly, then it shifted into a wily one. I am sorry. Yeah, you should. Naruto put down the drink and wiped the water with his wrist. I don't like being dragged into a conflict like that, at least not when I had no other choice. Humphrey, not that, I am actually glad I did what I do before, you deserve it after all. She raised up her chin and appeared proud. She remembered once again when he flirted with those office ladies. It somehow gave her an annoyed feeling. Huh? Why are you apologizing to me then? Naruto twitched his eyes. He didn't know how he disserviced this small-waist woman. I am sorry, about your mother. She dropped her previous expression. Bitter clouded her face. My mother? Naruto startled, then he burst out a chuckle. You actually believe what I just said? You of the all people should know that I just fabricate that story. Seriously, how come I know so much detail of the naive and kind lady's life? Even if she did told me through her will, it's impossible to be that detail. Then, everything you said, all of them, is a lie? She raised her eyes and stared into his cerulean one. Naruto didn't answer her immediately. He glanced at his front. Only most of them. Most? She wrinkled her eyebrows and pondered a bit. She said with a little doubt, is that mean? You really hailed from an orphanage? Naruto sighed and nodded. She covered her mouth, then another hand held his shoulder. I am sorry, because of me you had to relieve such experience. No, it's fine, it wasn't that bad. His hand tapped onto hers and comforted. Wonky Uchiha went radio silent, then she spoke again with worry. Have you ever known your parent? Naruto set his eyes to the floor, then he looked at the ceiling. Never, I never know about my parents. No, I never want to know about them. Even when I had the resource and the capability to do so. Yee? Why? Do you hate your parent that much? The wrinkle on her forehead was getting many. Naruto only chuckled. He grasped her hand and gently set it down, then he jumped down from the table and left with a lingering words. It wasn't my parent that I hate, it was me. 93 The reason Wonky your dress is really pretty. Hueco spoke while his news on his nose fluttered in the room. Both Naruto and Wonky Uchiha stood in his respective side with different expression held in their face. Wow, he even has the dream, he must have so much crush on you. Naruto glanced at her and teased her with a smirk. Yeah, too bad for him though, 'cause I still don't like him. Wonky Uchiha lifted her shoulder halfway. Why? Because he broke up with his girlfriend? Girlfriends, he had broken so many women's heart. Wow, this guy is such a player. Awesome. Don't admire him. Naruto stared at the man before him. His face might be handsome and had a manly figure, but the way he behaved was rather goofy and childish. This kind of person actually had the guts to play with women? Maybe he didn't learn a proper manner to treat one lady? Many men only knew how to flirt and get a woman's heart, maybe their body along the way, but hardly there is men that can keep one around. Well, sometimes the fault happened on both sides, so no one can judge whether the man just had some bad luck with women or for other reason. Naruto raised his right hand and carelessly slapped Hueco's left cheek. He did the left one since his right cheek had some drool on it. The force enough to send his head to the side but not letting him fell from the chair. Wonky Uchiha gasped. Naruto's harsh way to wake the man's up is rather shocking to her. Pick me. Pick me. I am the only qualified. The bear-like man immediately stood up from his chair the moment he awoke from his slumber. The trail of liquid from the corner of his mouth dripped down onto the floor. There was a long silence after his uproar and he startled. A calloused hand brushed a pair of eyes and looked around only to find two people left to exist in the room. Where the other people go? He dropped his square jaw. Work, Naruto said with a light smile. Break time's over already? The pair of man and woman nodded their head. Well, whatever, thankfully I am security director, I don't have to be in office all the time, he shrugged. Naruto chuckled at the man's manner while Wonky Uchiha twitched her lips in disgust. She hated a slacker type like this, especially when they had no responsibility at all toward their position. A director might not have the same obligation to obey the rule like a normal worker, but it will make a good impression and example for them. It also will lessen the gap of distance between the position, thus create less awkward situation when the director required something to fulfill from the worker, or with more simple words, order them around. If this was a normal circumstances, Wonky Uchiha perhaps already dashed off back to her office. After all, There were many things she had to do and clients she needed to meet, but since the CEO had told her to accompany Naruto, therefore she remained obedient at his side. Oh. Hukaiyang's face turned excited. Elder brother. Did I pass your discernment? Wow, he even directly called me elder brother. Naruto almost wanted to burst out of laughter, but he sensed a great amount of anger stacked up beside him, thus he forcefully swallowed the expression. You are the sole survivor of this challenge to be able to court little minx. Really? No one can imagine how happy the way he looked the moment he heard Naruto's approval for him to chase his beloved one. Then he shifted his glance to Wonky Uzaya. His eyes sparkled a passion that reached the infinity and beyond. The object of adoration gritted her teeth in annoyance, then she glared at Naruto dangerously. Naruto trailed down one cold sweat, with a smile still hung on his face. He said slowly, only if you can beat me in an arm wrestling. The two persons startled. Hukaiyang said in doubtful tone, arm wrestling? Yeah, you do know arm wrestling, right? Of course, elder brother. But Hukaiyang looked at Naruto's slender-like arm, then he compared it with his own, which almost twice in size. Are you sure about this, elder brother? What? You doubt my strength? Naruto chuckled. Also, isn't it good if I am weak? You can easily carry little minx to go to home. Yeah, you heard me right. Beat me in arm wrestling, then you don't need to court her, you don't need to flirt with her anymore, you can directly carry her into the nuptial bed if you desire. Both person had their body shivered with different reason. Hukaiyang inner desire suddenly flared up at the thought of picking up the lady of his heart with his both hands, then throwing her into the soft bed. As her body juggled at a bouncy mattress, he immediately pounced at her and the night of romance began. Wonky Uzaya inner desire also flared up, but not in the same way as Hukaiyang, but more like she wanted to walk up to the blonde man ahead and kicked him out to the endless horizon. Seriously, what the heck is he thinking? Treating her like an object that anyone can bet. Oh, wait, someone usually bet on something precious on them or worth the gold. Is it possible that he thought of her as something precious? The small-waist woman glanced up to the ceiling. The deeper she gave it a thought, the darker the blush she had on her face. Soon she declined her face and found Naruto was looking at her with wrinkled eyebrows, steamed as if blow up from her head. She immediately shook her head and waved her hands in denial. Naruto thought this woman had a lot weird things going on with her today. Perhaps she should check up with doctor soon. Or therapist. Elder brother. Let's get on with it, now. Hukaiyang roared. It scared both Naruto and Wonky Uzaya. They walked up to one of the table, placed two seats on different sides. Hukaiyang unclasped his wrist button, then raising up the sleeve up to several inches above his elbow. But he found Naruto didn't do the same thing. Instead, he just leisurely sat on the chair and rested his elbow on the top of the table. Of course, it's not necessary to do what he did, but it showed at least a bit preparation for the duel, and most of the time your forearm muscle will bulge as the wrestling on progress. It can be quite uncomfortable with the thigh clothes wrapped it up at that time. Oh, whatever, perhaps elder brother didn't really serious on doing this. Maybe he just want to test my consideration toward my opponent that's smaller than me. Yes. That's maybe what elder brother real intention is. To make me show my gentle side despite facing against my enemy in front of Wonky U. Elder brother, you really care about my love life. At this moment, Wonky Uzaya minced at Naruto's side. Her face was somehow smiling, but Naruto knew there was a deep danger held in that tone. She bent down her body, her red lips closed to Naruto's ear vicinity. He could taste her hot breath tickled his sense, but it gave his heart a cold instead. You dare to lose, I feed you with cakes for your entire life. Then she raised her body and retreated with a swaying hips. Haha. Naruto bitterly laughed. Why, she sounds like an angry wife. Hukaiyang already occupied the seat across the table, his hand stretched out and readied on the table. He noticed there was still a distance between his hand and Naruto's. A frown pulled his face down. Elder brother, can you extend your hand a little bit? This way we couldn't get the wrestling to start. Oh? Naruto smiled. But you are the challenger, wasn't it you who's supposed to do that? Hukaiyang startled, then he frowned again before nodding his head. Elder brother is right. How foolish am I for asking you such a thing? Please forgive me, elder brother. He shouldn't disrespect the blonde man before him. After all, he is going to be his brother-in-law in future. Moreover, Wonky Uzaya's happy marriage life decided by his hand, thus he needed to treat him well. It's fine, your behavior is good, me likey. Hukaiyang started feeling bashful, even when he is a man again, getting such compliment enough to flutter one heart. Wonky Uzaya stared with half-lidded eyes as if she was bored by the charade that being displayed. Hukaiyang fixed his position and extended his own hand. Now by the portion of the table's length, he most likely covered 60% of it. They both crossed over each arms and grasped the opposite party's hand. Naruto's expression never changed one bit and Hukaiyang also appeared relaxed. but one could see a light shiver on his eyebrows. Well, we need a judge to oversee the duel. Naruto tilted his face to the side. Little Minx, my dear little sister, why don't you take the position? You'd be more useful that way than being a bystander. Wonky Uzai snorted, but it's not like she got other thing to do anyway. Both parties ready? Naruto nodded, but Hukayang bellowed instead. Wonky you wait for me. I am going to make you my bride. The small-waist woman twitched her lips, her small hand already turned into a fist and readied to pummel this blockhead bastard, if she had the power. Oh, if Naruto lose, I am just going to expose the truth. Better be called as a liar than being with him. 1, 2, 3. Go. As soon as Wonky Uzai's crisp voice finished the cue, both person immediately strengthening the grip on their opponent's hand. Hukayang had some trouble in positioning his hand since it went unbalanced with the length he's supposed to assume, but he still had the confidence to defeat Naruto. He went to the gym to build his arm and body, not for without reason. In fact, he decided to be lenient and lessening his effort in order to let Naruto have the sense of equality. It would create an awkward winning if the person himself lose badly. At least until he realized that no matter how he tried to bring down Naruto's hand, that part of limb stay firm on the table. It's like trying to move away a statue. Hukayang groaned. He could feel the tense in his muscle as he increased the output of his strength and successfully made Naruto's hand slightly move to the side. His eyes turned brighter at the sight, and with a great resolve, he put some effort on it. Bit by bit Naruto's hand tilted until it reached below 30 degrees, but at the moment he reached that point, Hukayang's whole body already went red while perspiration soaked his attire. Wonky Uzai saw his entire arm filled with vein, even his temple also popped out with one. He held his breath and gave all of his might to give the last touch to finish the game. Sweats from his forehead slipped inside his eyes and made it take. On the other hand, despite in the losing side, Naruto didn't lose the smile on his face. His hand barely shivered while the offender trembled all over. You could have just give up, Naruto said, his tone creep with a small malice. If you keep going like this, your hand might get an injury. His lips curled to the side. Little Minx indeed is a remarkable woman. If I am not her elder brother, I don't mind get a piece of her myself. He didn't realize the words he spoke actually cause a thunderbolt to struck the small-waist woman on the side, but is it all worth? To hurt your own arm like this, perhaps it could cause you a permanent injury, all for the sake of picking up women? Not just any woman. Hukayang spoke in the midst of rough breath. Wonky Uzai is not an ordinary woman. Both people got surprised by his response. Wonky Uzai's face turned absent-minded for a while. You seem know something about Little Minx. Naruto tilted his head to the side and smirking a little. It was few months ago. I was on my way back from the date with my old girlfriend. It was already evening, so the road is not crowded. I was stopping my car in the traffic light. When I looked to the side, I saw 3 people played a simple instrument from the food can leftover and sang The Reason by Hoobastank. 2 of them still a teenager, and the other one is. He opened his eyes to force himself to look at the woman at the side. Wonky Uzai's eyes turned confused for a while, then she frowned as if trying to remember the same event. It wasn't long for her to finally receive the revelation. It's normal of me to recognize her. After all, we practically a co-worker, in the same level of management at that. I was confused at first why she joined along with them and singing together. Then I realized it as I noticed the half-filled casket in front of them. Her voice was not that bad but also not that good, and coupled with the loud clanking sounds, it completely ruined the song itself. But people still threw away their money, perhaps because she was a beauty, thus they took a pity on her. Naruto almost blurted out a laugh, and Wonky Uzai's face filled with shame. Yeah, is not the best way for her to help them at that time by singing together. She's quite a bad singer after all, but looking at their empty casket back then, she didn't have the heart to just leave them there. Moreover, she also forgot to bring her wallet, thus it's the only way for her to help them. But what made me entranced until the car behind me honked their alarm as if they wanted to kill me, it was her face that was glistening by joy despite the weariness on her forehead. Whether you knew it or not, Wonky Uzai had quite many clients and she was popular among the coworker, but she didn't hold any embarrassment from doing such a petty job. Didn't fear of her own reputation to drop because of dirty occupation she temporarily did. I had been living my life without care of other. I don't care what the people next to me eat tomorrow, or they had anything to eat at all. I don't care about many women's heart that I had been dumped, because I was selfish. It was the first time that I actually hate looking at my own appearance in the mirror. Wonky Uzai changed my life. And so did opened my eyes to the world, opened my heart for the love at the first sight. Naruto and Wonky Uzai already went silent, especially Wonky Uzai. At first she thought the big man had actually just another of those who after her figure and trying to get inside her clothes, but after hearing his confession, she realized how wrong she had been. True enough, data was just data, Information was just information, no matter how valid those are, doesn't mean it was enough to reveal the truth. Because human was a complex creature, they easily can changed, far more easier than a form of water, but sometimes they also hard to change, far harder than a diamond. Why you didn't tell me before? Wonky Uchiha said with a soft tone. I was embarrassed. Uchiha's face turned red. I didn't have the guts to tell you about it. So a loud public confession is your brightest idea? She sighed in helpless manner. He kept his mouth shut while kept trying to push down Naruto's hand that only several inches away from the table. Hukai. Wonky Uchiha smiled. This was the first time she ever smiled to him. I am sorry because I have been wrong about you. After reading your track record of past love live, I simply thought you just a playboy who liked to play with women's heart. No, you are not wrong. I am that person. Or at least what I used to be. Until you changed me, Wonky U. At that evening, at the side of the road, your voice reached up to my heart. You waked me up from the blindness of the cruelty of the words. You had restored the sympathy that had been long lost to me decades ago. Wonky U, you are the reason for me, and you are my first love. Wonky Uchiha widened her eyes, then she declined her head. She looked at her feet for a long time, before braving a smile toward him again. The smile was so pretty, dazzling akin to flower in the middle of summer field. I receive your confession and I am so glad there is someone who loved me like that. She spoke slowly, each word was careful and meaningful, but I am sorry, I can't reciprocate the same feeling toward you. Hukai widened his eyes, his face looked infuriated. Why? Why couldn't you accept me? She tilted her head, her smile never lost from her face. Will you accept, if I say I don't know? Huh? The man's anger rose to several degrees. Are you kidding me? What kind of reason is that? I wanted to say because I am chasing my career, but after hearing your true confession, I still don't get the feeling about you. You are sweet, I truly tried to get the feeling but I just couldn't. She apologetically smiled. If I am truly meaningful for you, then I hope you accept that I just simply couldn't love you. Hukai finally went silent, a last bitter smile appeared on his face. Is there a hope for me in the future? Maybe. She nodded, but at the moment, there is none. I see. After both of them concluded their feeling, the third person who had taken the mantle of an audience punched out the last line with a faint smile on his face. Then let's conclude this game, shall we? Naruto easily lifted Hokai's hand and gently tapped down the back of his palm at the surface of the table. Such a good boy, you are rather cruel for rejecting him like that. Naruto watched the fading figure of the bear-like man before it completely disappeared beyond the double gates. Really? I guess I am not as good as he think I am. Wonky Uchiha chuckled as she sat on the chair. Seriously though, what's your reason for not liking him? I like him. She retorted, I just couldn't love him. You do realize that love is sometimes not instant, right? You should have given it chance to grow. Naruto stood up from his chair and walked up to her, sitting atop the table on the side. I know, she nodded cleverly, but somehow, deep inside me, I don't want it to grow. Ha, you are one complicated woman, it will be hard for you to find a significant one if you behave like this. Naruto twirled around his finger. Humphrey, my love life is not for you to care. She crossed her arm and threw her face away from him. What? How can that be? But our daddy had told me to look for you a qualified candidate husband. He said with righteous manner. Okay, quit the act, it's getting disgusting now. Naruto shrugged, then he somehow let out a chuckle. I could think of 2 reasons why you are incapable to accept him. Do enlighten me, oh expert in relationship. She put her hand on her Monte Carlo lips and giggled. Naruto fixed his posture and cleared his throat. He raised one finger to the air. 1. Is that you are gay? PFFFT, what a terrible guess. I don't get the feeling either toward the same gender. She chortled until her body trembled. Or 2, someone already inside your heart. Naruto carelessly put up a second finger. Come again? As fast as wind blew, her expression instantly changed from the joy full of laugh to confuse and bewilder. You already interested at someone, thus until you receive the confirmation of their feeling or at least knew what they thought about you. In sexual attraction of course, you won't capable to move on to other people, Naruto explained slowly. Her eyes immediately widened, she stayed her gaze for a long time to the blonde man on the side. Well, that's just a guess anyway, maybe you had other problem that we don't know of. I suggest you see a therapist. Do you want me to introduce you with one? She is amazing. Naruto nodded his head before pondering out loud. No need. She said while eyes glued into him. Hey, Naruto. Is it possible that I am into your BZZZT at the nick of time? Naruto felt a buzz inside his pocket. He raised his hand to cease her from talking and he picked up his phone. After looking at the id of the caller, he said with wry smile, Oh, I am sorry, This is my chief, I got to take this one. Oh yeah, please, go on. Wonky Uchiha quickly said. Naruto pressed the green icon and put the phone into his ear. Chief Mo. Ah, yes, Mina mentioned it to you? Ah wait, don't get mad at me, it's not like I forgot mentioning it to you then. Naruto sighed. Yes, Chief Mo. I'll be back right away. Naruto put down his phone with bitter face, then he looked at Wonky Uchiha. Miss Wonky U, I am sorry, I gotta go, I see you later? The small-waist woman turned a bit sad, then she flashed out a smile to him. Okay, you have a job to do, and I also have mine. But Naruto? Yup? Do you mind if we go out sometimes later? She asked while hesitated. Go out? Naruto dropped his jaw, then he chuckled. Did you just ask me for a date? I don't know. She shook her head, but her eyes somehow filled with hope. Naruto went silent, then he nodded. Sure, I don't mind, but my schedule is rather tight this weekend. How about next week? I can make it. Alright, I see you then. 94 Naruto vs. Jonkai. As soon as Naruto returned to Ulei, he dashed off to Mokayani's office immediately. The cute chief appeared smiling, but he didn't know why he had no good feeling toward it. So? Mokayani said in a long tone. In my defense, I kind of forgot to mention it with you. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and awkwardly laughed. Good reason, but not enough defense. Her forefinger tapped on the blue desk. Can I say that your beauty had taken my memories away the first time I saw you this morning? Naruto smiled slowly. Digress. Oh, thank you. You are sweet. Looking at her genuine smile, Naruto exhaled a mouthful of air, almost. But that's still not going to save you. Naruto shook his head, with a lamented face. He said sorrowfully, fine, Chief Mo, I have no excuse about my mistake, punish me as you see fit. Then he declined his face, looking at the brown carpet in the room. For quite some time his ears had been devoid from the response of the cute chief ahead, but soon he heard a single giggle breeze through. What punishment, you dolt? You just made a great contribution and you expected me to punish you instead. Mokayani held her lips with the back of her hand, her body trembled at ticklish feeling inside her heart. Naruto twitched his lips, another case where this chief of him really liked to play with her subordinate. Not only it was annoying, but it started to get really old. But in the end, she had the authority one hole above him, so he couldn't really do a thing about it. Also, he didn't think that the human resource will accept such complaint. Well, maybe, but they certainly wouldn't do anything. Okay, I am sorry, I didn't mean to cause you a distress, it's just so fun to see you get all grumpy. She ceased her laugh and calmed herself, smiling brightly toward the blonde man. Forgive me, Ki? Naruto startled and looked to the side, a blush appeared on his face as he scratched his own cheek. Damn, why his chief has to be this cute? Freaking unfair. As he unable to stay mad at her. Yes, Chief Mo, it's nothing to fuss over, anyway. Naruto returned his bearing and faced her with a normal visage. Mokayani nodded. At any rate, you have done well in creating a connection with Liu Corporation, even managed to include us in their big charity event. It's a fortunate news, as a relation with giant company like that could boost Yulei's reputation and promote our upcoming exhibition, therefore what you did is a great merit. Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows a little bit. He remembered saying to Mina that he had a friend in Liu Corporation and coincidentally asking him to join the event. It basically not his doing effort why his company could get a chance like this, but he assumed perhaps the purple-orange streak-haired woman told Mokayani otherwise. Thank you, Chief Mo, it just luck. Well, I need to thank your luck, because it is superb. So far from the moment our president made her stance in the company, we never had the connection with such giant before. We did have a lot of other companies to make up for it, but still. Nothing ever compared to Liu Corporation. Mokayani said, her eyes lit with everlasting excitement. Really? Never? Naruto looked taken aback. She nodded, then she shook her head. Of course it's not because our CEO or any of us is incapable, but you know the temperament of those giant corporation. What they want is to monopolize many categories of market in the world, and the rise of Ulei under Lin Ruoxi's hand brought many threat to these people. I believe Liu Corporation thought about the same thing. It's a rare occurrence of any companies to ever invite such a potential growing company like ours to a beneficial event like charity, because even thought they hosted the event, there is a chance of the said company could outshine the host. Even if it is not, it still hold great effect in a long term if it is done properly. That's why I am surprised when hearing this from Liu Minu. Since I know her track record is good, there is no chance that she was lying, thus I asked it to you for confirmation. Naruto never thought that Yulei's growth in Ruoxi's leadership was this exponential. He knew she was fierce, but after hearing it directly from Mokayani, he still had underestimated Ruoxi in certain degree. But when he thought about it again, why she had so much trouble in dealing the likes of Zhu Xiong till she required his help. Is Zhu Xiang actually hard to deal, or Ruoxi has something else in her mind? So what do you want as reward? Mokayani said gently. Naruto dispersed his thought and concentrated his vision again to the cutie in front. He crossed his arms and pondered deeply. Well, I have not a lot of things that I'm particularly interested. Then it should be easy. She beamed up a smile and nodded. What is it? Oh, raise in payment is excluded since you automatically gained it, is the result of your achievement. You can ask for more leave. Normally you could only have 3 days, 5 if it's under special circumstances such as mourning from the losses, within a half of year, but I can grant you for more 3 days. Of course weekends and holidays did not count. You can have extended time to arrive to the office, but I can only grant you 15 minutes more. So what is it? Naruto slid his lips to the side as he thought deeply. He looked at the charming and cute face of Mokayani. He smirked with a flavor of tease. Chief Mo, I can have anything I want as reward, right? Of course, so long it's reasonable and within my capability. I grant you any wishes, Mokayani said without any suspicion in her tone. Then, Naruto had a bashful face. His cheek turned red for some reason. Can you grant me your lips? Eh? The beautiful chief wrinkled her eyebrows and her eyes became confused. What do you mean? I want to kiss you. Boom. Her mind instantly blew up in one giant explosion. It shattered the consciousness into billion pieces as her expression went dazed. She froze on her seat, unobstructed and unmovable by anything. Naruto snickered inside his heart. Humphrey, trying to play with me before, let's see how I play with you. But seeing Mokayani had been in a long time don't yield any response. In fact she was as if turned to human-sized statue. Naruto let out a long sigh. Oh, how come when he want to have fun, things become like this? He was expecting she turned shy or at least flushed with anger, started throwing a tantrum about his shameless behavior. Then he could say he just joking and use the reward she offered to make her forgive him. It's not that he wanted to waste such a perfect chance to have extra leave or other things, but he just didn't have any interest in the first place. Might as well use it to troll with his supervisor, it's a rare chance anyway. But if she had no response like this, he didn't know what to do. Chief Mo, I fine. Before Naruto managed to finish his sentence, the statue-like Mokayani finally spoke once more. But her reaction was far from what he pictured. Her expression was serious, those eyes held no playful manner and the corner of her lips crooked upward a bit. It's not cold-like response, but mild acceptance. If that's what you want, then I give it to you. Mokayani said in a gentle tone. Naruto swallowed his throat, looking at her lips that was glossed by the enchanting red lipstick. He was a foolish if he didn't get attracted. If he was a man with a dick as his brain, he probably went silly already. Chief Mo, I was just kidding. You don't have to comply. Naruto forced a smile. A cold sweat dropped from his temple. Mokayani stood from her chair. She minced at Naruto's direction. Her eyes stared deeply at his. Are you sure? Don't you have the desire of me? If you really want, I'll give it to you. It's just a kiss anyway. It's not like I am no longer a virgin after that. Naruto took a step back, looking at her slender figure that wrapped in black office suit including that long black stocking. He had a great temptation to come along, but he still had the conscience of their different of status, and how she is his superior. As a man who once part of chain of command, Naruto held a tremendous respect for it, because how can someone lead a group, much less a nation, if he couldn't obey the law and regulation that had been made? For example, you made a jury to decide someone's faulty with the fact that had been provided, so even if you are a president, you cannot decide someone's guilty because you're not the jury, and you don't have the stuff to prove their guiltiness. Once you decided to force your way through it, only chaos that followed soon. Chief Mo, I am sorry, I shouldn't use such a joke to tempt you. I know my place. I like to change my wish. Naruto straightened his back and said with certitude. Mokayani arrived several inches before she stopped her steps, the smile on her face never faltered. Don't you found me attractive? Naruto shook his head. No, you are very attractive. One of the rarest beautiful women I ever met. Then why do you want to change your wish? I really don't mind, you know. She curled her lips. I am not a teenage girl who went crazy for their first kiss. I also not so much about being conservative. I know what lies behind business world. I know sometimes we must make compromise. If I even couldn't do this, then how I supposed to carry one? Naruto declined his face. His expression was unable to be discerned. Chief Mo, you are lying. She wrinkled her eyebrows, her face filled with slight anger. How come you say that? Because your smile is the brightest one that I have ever seen. Yes, even Ruoxi, or Rose, not even Minnie couldn't compare with it. Only her, and could compete. My smile? She blinked her eyes. Yes, Naruto lifted his face, as she looked at his expression. It was strong with confidence, filled with unyielding faith. Mokayani now turned absent-minded once again. Someone with that kind of smile, It's impossible to have such impure thought. Even when she knew the reality behind this world, she will strove against it and in the end, prevail as the winner. Naruto grew a smile, his iris blurred with distant image. In the front of cruelness, you might cry. In the front of tyranny, you might fear. But you never lost the hope, you never compromise for the wicked, because you had the belief, you trust your own view of the worlds. That's why, your smile is so bright. Both person went silent. Naruto's mind had returned to the present, once again seeing the cutie before him who closed her eyes and grasped her own elbow. After a while, she opened her eyelids, then there it was. The smile. The smile she beamed up that hold no corruption, clear as the sky of the day. Smart mouth, you certainly know how to flatter someone, she laughed cheerfully, clearly pleased at his previous words. Naruto shrugged, didn't say anything more. Soon they talked about the charity event detail, and she also knew that Mina had began to form a team to going there, and she recommended Naruto as the team leader, which Mochiani had no problem against it. Since Liu Corporation only allowed 4 people to go, that means Mina needed to pick the best people. Most likely she will go to other department to recruit people. Mochiani had directed her to go to logistic. Mochiani told Naruto to contact the people in research and development team, specifically the design people, to make a proper attribute attire. Since the consumption had been handled by the other company, they have one less thing to worry about. Under the direction of Mochiani, Naruto finally set with all the things he needed to prepare. These several days before departure will be the heck of busy times for him. The sun had set down, departing from this side of the world, and appeared at the faraway side, as what Mochiani promised before. The PR's workers went to have dinner together to celebrate Naruto's recovery. The place she picked for the feast was surprisingly a normal-looking dining place. With white wall and unique wallpaper painted it, this place rather cozy and fitting for any class of civilian. There was this one line on the wall that managed to make him smirk: "Let us cultivate the culture of laziness in cooking, because in truth, it's our job to fill your stomach." The moment Mochiani and the sisters went in the dining place, the staff inside as if already knew them. They greeted politely and directed us to the arrangement table. Whether it was readied beforehand or Mochiani had contacted them was unknown. Despite the place that looked normal, but the food's indeed fantastic, not in the rareness of the dish or how expensive it was, but the taste and uniqueness was superb. There were this dish of meatballs that was filled with chili, all of its inside are only bitter hot chili, but the sisters seemed like it very much. The meatball's appearance made Naruto remembered Rukongai, and he pondered if she had eaten anything or not. Of course, there was no feast without beer. In fact, the quantity of beer outsized the quantity of foods. Despite he disliked toward it, he didn't have any mortal hatred on it that he swore will eradicate any beer from the world, but the feeling of unable to get drunk somehow giving him the envied sense to other people. Even Mina had slightly became drunk, and she yet to stop to drink. She glanced to Naruto and winked before she took another drink. Oh, this seductress. Naruto bitterly shook his head. He knew that she was free to worry from getting drunk because she wanted him to take her home, maybe had the intention to hold him captive for the night. Fua, ah ha ha ha. Naruto twitched his ears at the annoying laughter that came from his right. Several chairs from his spot, Jonkai was standing upright, her hands hold a cup of beer, and she laughed without shame. This sister is full of might, no one can defeat her in drinking contest. Beside her chair, a sister had laid her cheek on the dining table, her eyes practically turned into a whirlpool as she unable to contend against the heroine. Zhao Hongyan could only palm her face and sighed at her behavior. The heroine seemed really can hold on her liquor as she had defeated two sister, and now she looked for another prey. Naruto leaned his cheek on his palm and smiled at her attitude, remembering her bad complexity at the morning. He was gratified that she can be carefree like that, but he knew it won't be persist for so long. There will be another day that she would come with such condition again, and if it kept continuing, it's just a matter of time before she succumbed into tiredness and fell sick. Weak body and exhausted mental could be the origin of many type of sickness, which both could be trivial and crucial. How he should help her. How we should help her. That's the two things that kept bothering his mind as he witnessed she beat up another sister in drinking contest. Naruto was totally surprised at her durability in drinking alcohol. Even when this was her third fight, she just looked barely drunk. After thinking for a while, a wicked smile pulled the corner of his lips. Naruto texted Minu and Zhao Hongyan. Then he stood up from his chair. Sister Kai. What? The shoulder-length haired woman sent her violet-like eyes toward him. Naruto grabbed the cup on his table and raised it to the air. Let's duel. 95. I still want to win PFFT. Are you sure want to challenge me? Zhang Kai waved the beer's cup in her hand. The other sisters had directed their attention toward these two people, expecting the brewing storm that was about to happen. One thing you should know about me, I never back on my words, Naruto carelessly shrugged. Well, what are you waiting? Come here, sit on my side. Zhang Kai patted her previous challenger who had fallen gracefully from the ring of the battle. The person moved away with wobbly gait as the prowess of the beer punched the stronghold of her consciousness. Naruto walked around the table and seized the spot she prepared for him. Shall we get started? Jonkai placed one cup in front of Naruto and she poured the beer. Wait, instead of normal drinking's duel, how about we spice the rule a little bit? The corner of his lips curled upward. I don't mind, what do you got? The shoulder-length haired woman wrinkled her eyebrows and donned a mask of interest. Naruto reached to his pocket and fished out his brown-colored wallet. He flipped it open and brought out one yuan coin. Let's set the rules like this. Each time before we drink, I will flip the coin, and before I reveal what picture the coin show, we choose which side is our champion. The one who got it wrong must drink the beer, and here is the catch, if you got it wrong for a second time, you have to drink the beer twice. Also, in case you lose again in the next turn, you drink the beer thrice, and so on. Jonkai frowned. She's not unfamiliar with the flip coin rule, but this version Naruto made clearly unseen by her before. It's not exactly genius modification but still clever no matter how you see it. Alright, sound exciting, bring it on blonde. The heroine who feared nothing definitely won't fall out from any challenge. Naruto just chuckled while shaking his head left and right. The other sisters also abandoned their activity and observed the eve of the fight between a male and female. Naruto placed the coin atop his forefinger and his thumb nipped the bottom part. In a nick of time, he snapped his thumb and sent the coin up to the air in a straight line. It twirled its side numerous times and landed perfectly on Naruto's back palm as he closed it with his another hand in the instant. So, what side you choose, Sister Kai? Naruto flashed his smile. My horoscope is Taurus and it has a symbol like a head, so I am going to pick head for sure. The woman cheerfully said. Then I have the tail. Naruto lifted his hand and a picture of number 5 appeared on the coin. Naruto sighed while Jonkai laughed in happiness, going on and on about her luck is a god's gift. Without wasting any times, Naruto picked his cup and drank whole the beer. He put it down while closing his eyes, knitting the spot between his eyes as he exhibited the effect of the beer. Hey, don't tell me your tolerance is low, don't disappoint this elder sister. She laughed with mwahaha like sort of second-rate villain or something. Don't worry, a man won't bend his head in front of enemy even when he is crippled. I am not going to surrender even I have a low tolerance of alcohol. He smiled in carefree manner. Good. Then let's continue the battle. After 10 rounds had passed, Naruto lost 4 times and Jonkai lost 6, but in the term of how many each of them drank the cup, Naruto never had consecutive lost, thus he only drank once each of the time. As for Zhongqi, she always and absolutely lost 2 times, thus she had to drink thrice. The battle was going like this, NZCZC 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 N, Naruto, ZC, Zhongqi, in a sum, Naruto, followed with his loses, only drank 4 cup of the beer, while Jonkai technically had drank 9. Now the strong and fierce heroine looked dazed with her face brimming in redness, her eyes rippled with blurry colors. Even so, she persisted on continuing the battle until she had her head touched down the table. Naruto shrugged since he didn't have any problem to prolong his inevitable winning. At this moment, he sent his eyes to Zhao Hongyan and Liu Minu. The 2 women nodded secretly before they went around the table, whispering in the ears of other sister, even Mokayami herself. Naruto looked a bit startled. He wasn't expecting the relationship between the chief and her subordinate is no different than a friend in the outside like this. Now that he remembered where they are currently had a feast, it shouldn't be that much a surprise that she could relate easily with her coworker. Sister K, why don't we ante up a little bit? Huey? The lad as if no longer could focus her attention. Let's place a betting and we have another 10 round. Whoever have call it wrong the most is the one who lose the battle and the winner will take all the money away, get it? Naruto said in a slow gait. Betting. Jonkai mumbled while she hung her head. Her eyelids almost closed many times but she snapped it open in the instant. If she was sobered, she definitely felt something was amiss in this duel. First, she had a very high resistance against the effect of alcohol, gave her 5 bottles of wines, she swallowed all of it without any worry. Since the beginning of her duel with other sister till the last 10 rounds she had with Naruto, she pretty much just drank 4 bottles at most, yet she already turned into state like this. Second, Jonkai hated gambling or sort. For obvious reason she never placed any betting in the first duel. Come on Sister K, it's all fun for a while but now just getting boring, why we don't put something as a stake to bring the joy back in the game. Naruto spoke in enticing manner, he is akin to a multi-level marketing people. Sure. Whatever you say, she huffed and rested her cheek on her palm. Good. Sisters, why don't you guys also bet, this fight needs money. Naruto laughed while crossing his arm. Alright, the duel is kinda fun to watch. Might as well participate too. Zhao Hongyan first opened her mouth to speak before the other sisters followed her tone. But you won't have all the money, okay? Just 10% of it. Mina mingled in. 10%. So stingy. Naruto honked his mouth in discontent, his face twisted in ugly manner. TSK, Mr. Naruto, it's not good to hog everything, and we should grateful for every little thing, Mokayani chirped while smiled gracefully like always. TCH, fine. If Chief Mo said so. Naruto looked to the side with red on his face. It's really hard to adapt with the cute face his superior possessed. Ooh, Naruto was shy. Hee, it seems like someone has a crush with our chief. Naruto, remember you have a wife. The blonde twitched his eyebrows, he snapped his face toward them. Oh, shut up. Despite his angry roar, the sisters in the room didn't have any fear, they just giggled and laughed out loud instead. Let's begin, already. How long this gonna take? Jonkai patted the table with her cup, slamming it quite hard for multiple times. The preparation of the bet finally had been set up, the money that had been collected reached to $1,000, such an amount enough to buy a pair of expensive shoes. Sister K, let's begin the second match. I am going to have a date with that awesome-looking watch. Naruto excitedly poured down the beer into her cup. She barely had any response. Naruto hurled the coin into the air and caught it with the back of his palm. He picked the head while Jonkai picked the tail. They all watched with intense stare at the picture that would be shown by the coin. Its head. Muah. I love you, my lucky coin. Naruto introduced his lips' surface to the cold iron of the circle thing. That's gross. They faked a distasteful expression. Huh? Is that mean I am drinking? Jonkai doubtfully said. Boy, her head felt dizzy. Yes, Sister K, your turn to drink now. Naruto lifted her cup and placed it on her hand, then he pushed it close to her face. Sure. Jonkai didn't waste any time, she poured down the beer into her mouth and swallowed it immediately. Thud. Next. She slammed down the cup onto the table and wiped her lips with her wrist. Naruto curled his mouth to the side, he began the second round, and it's still Naruto won. In fact, in this match, Naruto just called wrong 3 times while the rest bad luck downed upon Jonkai. The last drink she gulped, she barely could keep her eyes open, with arms that had lost their power, she even failed to put the cup back on the table and let it fall to the ground instead. Her side of the head stumbled to the top surface of the table and she had eyes turned to whirlpools now. The rest of the sisters wrinkled their eyebrows and exchanged glance to each other. They knew this betting plan was supposed to help Jonkai solve her problem with those debt collector people and they thought Naruto will let her win. But after seeing the outcome of the match, they no longer knew what this blonde had for a plan. Even Zhao Hongyan and Liu Minu unable to hide their confusion. Naruto sensed the people's confused eyes that had been directed to him. He faced all of them then let out a snort. What? Even if just a pretending game, I still want to win. His response almost made every single person in the room staggered to the floor. What are you, a child? Naruto exhaled a mouthful of air then grinned toward them. The next step of the plan required all of us to lie a little bit. I hope sisters didn't mind about it. Oh, Chief Motu, please forgive me for dragging you into such charade. No, don't mind me. I also want help her but we hardly know what to do. The cute superior waved her hand. Alright, first, you guys need to tell her that she won the match, not me. That means she earned all the money, also she probably won't remember how many shares she would have from the bet. Next, I will borrow that money from her, this means to prevent her in case she wanted to return the money since she hadn't any of it in her hand now. The last step is that I will repay her back not in a form of another money, but a bunch of grocery and other necessity instead. This way, she wouldn't have a reason to reject them since these things could get expire, thus the money is well spent. After hearing his plan, everyone as if had a revelation inside their mind. Their eyes widened in elation while iris sparkled in enthusiasm. So basically, we didn't help her pay her debt, instead, we helped her with her needs. Zhao Hongyan knitted her forehead and thought deeply. Clever. Though technically, we still help her somehow, least she won't have to worry about her health now. Naruto nodded. Since it is your debt to pay, she won't feel any heavy heart or reluctant to accept it. Mina smiled as she finally got the whole plan Naruto had. Naruto only winked at Minu, receiving the blush from the purple-orange streak woman. That's a good idea. You have done well, Naruto. Mokayani couldn't hide her admiration inside, her eyes stared at the blonde ahead with full of appreciation. Nah. It's nothing. Naruto scratched his nose in embarrassment. Several minutes later, the dinner also concluded. Everyone went back to their own residence with Zhao Hongyan delivered Jonkai home while Naruto rode a cab along with several sister and Liu Minu. 96 I haven't hear your voice for a long time. NSFW Minu purposely picked co-workers with house or rent place that is located before her own residence. This way no one would know Naruto's destination is the same direction with her. After dropping off those sisters, Naruto moved to the back seat with the reason to accompany Mina since she could be lonely. He said that for the sake not to offend the driver. Throughout the journey, the purple and orange streak-haired woman had rested her head in his right shoulder. Her whispered of breath was calm and peaceful. It's like hearing a baby's snoring. Naruto grasped her hand and sent out his aura to help her recuperate from the alcohol toxics level. Of course it wasn't so effective without Sage's mode, but it still helped her a little bit. True enough, the ache from drinking too much beer gradually decreased from Minu's head. Her sleepy sense became sober as the time progressed with the roar of the car's engine. Soon they arrived at her place. The blue-painted building let out a dim ambience to its surrounding area. Naruto paid the cab along with the money his coworker gave to him for their part of the share. He and Mina stood side by side as they watched the yellow mixed-green car dash to the horizon and disappeared at the block. While holding Mina's hand, Naruto turned around and prepared to head to her compartment, but the lady herself remained stay on her spot, didn't budge even a single steps. With a wrinkled eyebrows, Naruto glanced to her and found a naughty smile adorned the matured lady's face. She minced closer to him, encircled her hands around his neck before kissing his cheek, then spoke lowly into his ear. "Carry me, honey." Her voice such invaded his personal space that gave him a large stimulation on his system. Without gave it any further thought, Naruto bent forward, brought down his arms as he held her thighs and back. Naruto swung her to horizontal position and proceeded to enter the building. Minu's eyes never stopped staring at his face as they climbed the building. Even when they passed by other resident, she didn't chase away her sight from capturing his image. The couple didn't feel particularly shy at their tender gesture. Despite many strange eyes and awkward faces, they disregarded every one of them. Naruto stopped as they arrived at her doorstep. He looked at her and let out a chuckle. "I can't enter the room this way, you have to unlock the door." Mina cleverly nodded and told him to put her down. The blonde complied by carefully shifted her position and let her feet touch the floor first. She's now in standing position but her arms remained on his neck. "Sweetheart?" Naruto turned his eyes in confusion. He had no single clue what this lady wanted. She retreated back while dragging Naruto forward. Her back touched the front door to her place but she had no intention to unlock it open. The violet iris she possessed kindled with a passionate flame that he could sense its heat through the eye contact. She leaned her face forward and kissed his lips, no rush movement on her motion. She savored his lips as much as he savored hers. The pink meat as if could melt with each other right now, no tongue required in the endeavor. This intense yet full of gentle moment is enough to convey their feeling. She closed her eyes, glued her body into his, her head tilted side to side, followed in accordance with the rhythm of her lips. Naruto grasped her waist with one hand and another brushed her hair. There was no factor that seemed to be able to tear the couple away, except time and their own lips that began to feel numb. She initiated the kiss and she initiated the leave, with foreheads leaning against each other. The pair blonde male and purple-orange streak female gasped for breath. They smelled the opposite party's own hot air and this provoked the emotion that already flaring intensely in the atmosphere. A brief moment of silence, two pair of eyes stared into each other's soul. Then Naruto pressed her body to the door. He attacked her lips with fervor that made her squeal. He put his knee between her legs and he raised one to hug his butt. His hand unceasingly caressed her thigh and the other hand wandered her body. It finally stopped on the top of her mound and he kneaded the bountiful gently. Mina moaned into his mouth and ruffled his yellow hair with both hands. Her lips twitched because of the suction motion she made to swallow away his saliva. The hardness from his knee made her lower part trembled, and they had grazed many times because the wild movement he mustered. His overbearing hand caused many scruples on her office garbs, yet is the last thing she ever had in her mind right now. Naruto let go Mina's thigh and put away his knee, then he left her enticing lips. Before the lady managed to catch her breath, he turned her body around and trapped her between the door and his own figure. Her prominent front squeezed against the door and the lower mounds greeted his harder than ever male instrument. He directed her face to the side and resumed the kissing motion, then his both hands held hers that touched the door. Their face groomed in red as the heat became unbearable inside their guts. He alternately kissed her lips and neck, giving both spots the same desirable attention, and oh my god, she liked it very much. She felt his missile are ready to launch from its base and couldn't help but grind her plump butt to give it more power. Naruto inevitably let out a moan. He looked at her expression that threw a flirtatious gaze, complete with the red tone on her cheek. It really invited out the dragon from its cave. He rolled up her skirt, slid aside part of her panties that somehow already soaked. He unlatched his belt and unclasped his pants. He put it down into his ankles along with his manly boxer, frog motive, baby. Without any ado, Naruto stabbed his raging tool inside her moist cavern and the couple yelled out a satisfied moan. Ha! Ha! Mina gasped many times, feeling happy at the euphoria of being full like this, and Naruto boosted it up by kissing her again, entwining their tongue and let it dance under the spotlight of the hall's bulb. The raging phallus didn't trash her inside like a berserk bull, It rested inside very comfortably, pulsating and emitted a hot feeling that reached all the way to her heart. Despite the fervor of copulation brimmed their thought initially, but the moment he inserted in, all animal instinct as if gone in the spot. The angry dragon as if came home to its land and became docile yet still fierce nonetheless. Minu's head also became clear, and she remembered they still in the hallway. She grabbed her purse and took out her key. But Naruto evilly smirked at this moment. He grabbed her waist, pulled out halfway, then thrust his phallus slowly. Minu's body twitched. She quickly covered her mouth with her left hand and the one that held the key shivered, turning the simple task became difficult to do. NNH. Ah. Wait. Let me unlock the door, first. Naruto didn't grant her the amnesty she hoped. He increased the pace of his thrusting manner and made her harder to keep her voice down. Hey, who told you to incite the dragon's wrath or fox's mischievousness? You want to do it here, right? What's with the sudden shyness? Naruto leaned forward and blew her ears hotly. Mina couldn't yield any answer, her mind once again riddled by the arousal caused by that bad meat stick this man has. She bent her body lowered and no longer her front part pasted to the door. Naruto took this chance to seize her dangled breast and the woman yelped as her tongue fished out from her mouth. Even with 2 layers of cloth still separated him from touching it directly, it didn't lessen the impact he gave to her. Naruto traced her center of the mounds and found 2 hardened stone ready to play. He pinched, squeezed, and pulled them before molding her twin peaks into various shape once again. Mingtu resisted with all of her might not to moan out loud. It was different when they are in her compartment. At least she had the privacy to do anything as she want, but the hall certainly a public place. She still had her shame and sense of embarrassment. Oh stupid desire, why she has to provoke him like that in the first place. Now enjoy the ride, you naughty girl. The man abandoned the twin peak and grabbed her hips while pounding her innards with tremendous amount of power, knocking the entry to the lair of her womb. Soon the wave of pleasure knocked on their gate. Naruto rushed his pace and Mina no longer held back her moan. Like a river broke from the dam, the joy feeling exploded in the instant and they hummed in ecstasy. Naruto leaned forward and hugged her body, his cannon inside still filling her cave with infinite supply of essence. Minu's muscles tensed and her body twitched all over. If not for Naruto's hand wrapped around, perhaps she already hunkered to the floor. It took times for them to recover their awareness. Naruto took over the key from her hand and pushed it inside the lock. He twisted it open, picking up her purse and entered her room by carrying her with his both hands on her back of the knees. His male organ still attached to her cavern. Ah. Naruto. Mina surprised at the way he brought her in, and she marveled that he still had the power to carry her effortlessly like this. We still have many rounds to go. Naruto slammed the door with his leg. With Minu inside his embrace, they headed to the couch and resumed the activity there, before moving to the bed to carry more intense fight. The moon arrived at the highest point on the sky. Naruto and Mina rested atop her bed with no single article could be seen on their figure. With a blanket halfway over their body, Naruto caressed the lady's back while she slept soundly with sweats and red still lingered on her smooth skin. Naruto decided that he should just going home in the morning, thus he attempted to grab his phone to text Ruoxi in case the beautiful CEO worried about his welfare. After making sure Mina had a comfortable position on the bed, Naruto kissed her forehead and he walked out from the bedroom. Looking at the tattered clothes in the floor, he shook his head while bitterly chuckling. He still hadn't found the reason why Mina could make him so crazy like this. Well, don't get him wrong, Mina is definitely attractive to the boots, but it shouldn't be reached the point that he wanted to make love with her for the entire time. Everything just happened so magically, it's weird and buggered him the most. He reached out to his pants and fished out his phone. He texted Ruoxi instead of calling her because he feared she was already slept, thus he didn't want to awoke her from the slumbering. Done with the task, Naruto gathered the clothes including Minu's. As he prepared to return to Mina's bedroom, his phone immediately rang. Initially he thought it was Ruoxi, but as soon as he saw the id of the caller, his eyebrows twitched all of a sudden. He pondered whether he should answer it or not. Eventually he thought there is no harm on doing it. Beep. Mr. Naruto, it has been a long time since I hear your voice. 97 fetching cues. You certainly bored, calling someone at this hours. Naruto donned the fixed expression. Oh please, I got a lot things to do, just have enough time to call you now. The voice on the other side was sluggish, as if the person was just awake from something. What do you want? He went to the window in the room and whisked the curtain, gazing upon the empty street with yellowish illumination. Straight to the point, that's why I like you. The voice chuckled. And I don't like you, so even. There was no ripple in his eyes. Haha, you are a humorous person, I almost die laughing. It only a bland laughter that rang at the other end of the line. Okay, I turn off my phone. Naruto put his phone down and prepared his finger to press the red sign. Wait, alright, I'll speak. Naruto halted his motion and glued the display back to his ear. So, Mr. Naruto, the situation is like this. I have been making a deal with particular interested party and the meeting time is 2 hours from now. The problem was, it's Harry Ball and his friend that usually handled this, but now they are gone, thanks to somebody. I don't have the appropriate delegation to take over the business, so I want you to go in my stead. The voice casually said despite the serious topic he discussed, why don't you go? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows. Duh, it's for hiding my identity of course, I cannot be seen mingled with people like them. People like them. Naruto knitted his forehead, there were already several guesses inside his mind regarding this interested party identity. So, please. Do it for me, I even use please. The voice chuckled. Nope, not my business, and I don't care, goodbye. Naruto moved his finger to close the call. CK, Mr. Naruto, did you forget that we are a partner? You sincerely don't want those achievement to be published, right? A mocking laughter decorated the other side tone. Naruto twitched his eyebrows, then he put on his own sneering lips. Sure, I remember, but do you forget that I have something on my side too? Are you sure it's a plausible idea to make a threat with me like this? You don't have any proof. Is that so? There was a pregnant silence between the two-person. It was as if they are on a battle of the mind and waited for opposite party to give up first. Eventually Naruto sighed, then honked his mouth in displeasure. Fine, you win. Where is the location? He lazily said. That's it, that's my boy. Go to the construction site nearby Chengsheng district at West Side. Keep your phone on when you got there. We will communicate through email while the transaction is ongoing. After you have collected the item, immediately delivered it into my house. Don't worry, my door open for you tonight, haha. Then the voice cut off the line. This guy creeped the hell out of me, are he sure not have any homosexual tendency? Naruto looked at his phone with wrinkled eyebrows. He pressed the virtual keypad number 4 for a couple of seconds, then it made a call toward someone. This is your booty call, ready to service at any time. The voice on the other line giggled while let out an amorous vibe. What booty call? Stop messing around, Naruto chuckled, his voice filled with tender affection. Are you sure want me to stop? You seems liking it alright. No. I don't want you to stop, in fact, I want you to be more seductive than ever. He playfully said and received a chortle from the other side. Okay Han, what's up? She ceased her ticklish feeling and spoke appropriately. You busy tonight? I just returned from an operation. Oh, is everyone alright? His tone smeared with a genuine concern. Well, 3 of my people receive injuries but not fatal, the rest are fine. I am sorry, please send my regard to them. Naruto walked toward Mina's refrigerator, he opened it and took out a fresh mineral water. Okay, anyway, what is the nature of your call? The person at the other side lifted the corner her lips, feeling warm at Naruto's care for her subordinate welfare. I actually want to ask you out, but you should just get some rest if you are tired. Is it another date? More like fetching quest. Naruto stared at the ceiling on the room. Fetching quest. Sounds boring, and since when you become someone's errand boy? I am not anyone errand boy, I am playing as one, you know, like James Bond. He curled his lips. Yeah, sure, James Bond. Even he couldn't see it, by the intonation she cued, he knew she had just rolled her eyes. Anyway, it doesn't matter, get some rest, I'll be fine on my own. He chuckled. Since when I ever worried? And I love you too, bye Rose. Bye. Naruto put down his phone, he glanced to the view outside of the window, sighing for a brief then put on his attire back. He brewed a tea then delivering it to the exhausted lady on the room, he placed it on the nightlamp table beside her bed, he sat on the empty space on her bed and caressed her hair. Mina smiled at his gentleness and fluttered her sleepy eyes open, she startled at his figure already wrapped in a suit, a slight loss appeared in her eyes. Are you going home? Albeit her voice sounds normal, but Naruto could hear an anomaly vibration among her frequency. He knew she somehow must have been feel bitter. Unlike Zhongwei who were fine if he left in the middle of the night after they had coitus, Mina was different, perhaps she agreed on being his third woman, but it doesn't mean she will be happy if he treat her like some common side dish lover who he casually abandoned after sex. Naruto had taken Rose's advice to not carelessly treat a lady, or be more careful when he interact with them, that is the reason why he decided to leave in the morning instead at this hour. Also, Mina is his fiancée, he should give her treatment that at least match her status. No, I have something to attend. I come back here after it is concluded. Naruto leaned down and kissed her forehead. The purple-orange streak-haired woman lit up her tired eyes. Despite her unwillingness, she couldn't do anything to prevent him if he wanted to go home right now. After all, he had a wife to worry about. If Naruto decided to prioritize his wife above her, then Mina was impossible to restrict him. That's why she felt so happy when hearing him will return here, but also guilty toward his wife. This mysterious wife of his had accepted her to be part of Naruto's life, although it's still on the lover status. She shouldn't behave out the boundary of what she was granted. Naruto, go home. You don't have to come back here. After a long time of contemplating, Mina decided it will be best for the blonde to go home instead. He was surprised at her response. He wrinkled his eyebrows, then guessing that her reason for saying that probably because she was being considerate for Roxy's sake. Naruto sighed, then he shook his head while pinching her cheek. Shut up, be obedient and cleverly wait for my return. Naruto said with a harsh tone, which made her both shiver and sweet at same time. Mina pouted as if she was like a child being berated. Then Naruto laughed while ruffled her hair before he stood from the bed, grabbed the tea and gave it to her. She hummed in delight at the taste of the warm and mild sweet tea. Despite Naruto's forbiddance, she insisted on sending him off from her compartment's front door. She don't want to embarrass herself by not act like both the host of the place and proper woman sent off her man. They bid farewell with a kiss, then Naruto took off. He soon left her building. Among the pretty and well-built construction at the west side of the city, there were a couple of them that is still only lay in cement and sand. With a rough thin sheet of metal acted as the fence, these places depicted an image of the arrival of a magnificent building in the future. In day, there will be a crowd of people in the location with helmet and vest, while in night, it's pretty devoid from any faces you may recognize or not. But apparently the common rule don't apply at one of those locations, as currently there were several people inside with 3 vehicles waited on the sand ground at the outside. These people wore both tuxedos and black tight shirts. Cigarette could be seen from many lips and scent of heavy smokes that quickly covered the entire area. Clear environment. Who do you think will appear? One of them in tuxedo spoke while discarded his smoke. He said the person he'll send is his partner. The one who answered also clad in tuxedo, but in his hand, there was a briefcase. Humphrey, I heard he has rough days since his subordinate was sent to jail after massacring his own friends. He took out another cigarette and quickly put it in his mouth. Is it right though? Don't the police couldn't declare him as the suspect since the man himself had an awful mind breakdown. But his finger's print matched on the weapon he used to kill. If I am right, is it a scissor? Yeah. Scary. The person with briefcase had his body trembled. Speaking of scary. Do you hear about the Black Dragon gangs? He puffed out a trail of steam while picking the steamboat from his mouth. No, what happened to them? They got annihilated. He leaned against the cemented pillar behind and eyes glanced to the gray ceiling. Seriously? Wasn't their leader a dropout martial artist? The man's jaw dropped as fast as an apple had fallen from its tree. Even the other people around got their heart filled with coldness. Apparently that isn't enough to sustain his association. Who did it? Sichujong Wei, from the Redthorn Society. Redthorn Society first appeared 3 years ago at the north side of Zonghai City. A group of amateur people led by an amateur youngster tried to play the dark side of the world. Several months after their debut, the leader of the society is said to be assassinated and replaced by his subordinate, which is a young female. Since then the society's progress rapidly advanced and their influence spread through many districts in north. It's not because that young female is actually fierce, but her father is one of the big mobs in the city. His prestige quickly made many small powerless gangs coward and easily defeated by the girl's society. Then after some time, the girl had a fallout with her father and escaped to the west, the place where her father hailed and had his influence already deep-rooted. Many gangs didn't dare to bother the girl's society out of fear and respect toward her father, thus she's still alive until now, even had her society a chance to grow. They all thought it was because of her father's influence, but they all finally knew how wrong they are. Several weeks ago, she played the police to handle Chendahai's bases of operation and destroyed all of his business. Chendahai was her father's biggest subordinate in the west and she thoroughly destroyed him, making him ran away from the city and now are in a deep hiding within some isolated village. Many assassination placed on her head, but none whatsoever till now success on killing her. Whoever accept the mark, they just disappear until they were found 3 or 4 days later, no longer breathing and their body had rot. The last one tried to assassinate her just had been found in the sewer, with all fingers gone and teeth plucked out. She clearly sent a message to anyone who dared to step into her territory to kill her. She won't show any kindness and they will have a cruel death. How come she is that powerful now? The man with the case frowned. Even the Black Dragon is not a society, but it was one of the biggest gang in the west and they were not the one that easily to be trifled with. I heard she was single-handedly defeat the leader and executed him in front of their subordinate. The man honked his mouth and produced rings like steam from inside. I see, strong and ruthless, like father like daughter, I guess. The man sighed. Hey, someone's coming. One person with tight shirt suddenly roared. The rest of people in the room heightened their sense of awareness and went silent. Soon they heard a lonely footsteps reverberated in the barely completed building. North from their direction, a person, with black hair and black eyes entered the room in leisure. His hair was slacked to the back and two bang trimmed to either side. His clothes were nothing special, white button shirt that was inserted to his long black pants. "State your name and business." One person with tight shirt said, his hand readied on the handgun inside his belt line. The person stopped, his eyes swept the entire people in the room, then letting a smirk. "Sasuke Uchiha, I am here for the deal. 98 You got enemy anywhere police station, West Side Department of the Zonghai City." Kaiyan just came back from investigating a gang's fight that had a result of multiple victims at the location. She managed to identify one of them as the leader of the Black Dragon, which quite a shocking since he had been long around, even before her time. She heard the leader had quite practice in martial arts, thus his fighting capability supposed to be impressive, but after she looked at the corpse, the man had been beaten up badly. It was either just rumor about his power, or the person who beat him was powerful enough. She opened the door toward her office and walked to the chair behind her desk. Her feet was slow and she had a bit sweat glistening her beauty. She carefully sat on her chair, then exhaled a mouthful of air while holding her rib. She took out a pills bottle from her desk's drawer, putting a translucent peanut-size item into her mouth, and she drank a mouthful of water from another bottle beside her computer. After resting her head on the backrest for quite some time, Kaiyan booted up her PC and checked on the Black Dragon's record. She found several small crimes that involved their gang's activity, such as extortion of money from many small stall seller or vandalism of people's property. After browsing for some more, she hadn't find anything that worth to be noted. Why there would be anyone want to eradicate such a small achievement gang? She crossed her arms and inwardly thought. She tried to see it in different angle by looking up the gang's influence and territory, whether it crossed path with opposition gangs in the vicinity. To her surprise, the Black Dragon's area of control indeed quite big, almost triple in size than a normal gang should have. That means they should have a large number of men. And monopolized lot of dirty businesses in hand. Kaiyan began to check on the people on lived in that area, and all kind of work that had been going there. At this moment, her door had a sound of knock. She casually called in the person. "Chief, sorry for disturbing you. There is a letter addressed to you from an unknown sender." A person in a blue uniform marched in and offered a white piece of item to the shoulder-length haired woman. Kaiyan wrinkled her eyebrows. She grabbed the letter and quickly unpacked it to fish out the paper inside. "There is a suspicious activity in construction site at Chengsheng district. Come quick or you miss it. Had you catch a glimpse of any suspicious person nearby, or anything out of ordinary?" she asked without moving her green iris from the writing. "No, Chief, I don't see any person. But now that you mention it, there is somehow a smoke after I opened the front door and saw the letter on the ground." The man tilted his eyes upward. "A smoke?" Kaiyan glanced at him with confused eyes. "Yes," the officer nodded. She rubbed her cheek while observing the words on the letter. "Chief, is it possible that is the same letter from a couple weeks ago?" "No. The writing style is different. While the first one seemed elegant, this one more, I don't know, sophisticated." "Maybe," Kaiyan said while knitting her eyebrows. "Do you want us to do some identification?" "Yes. By the way, what do you know about the construction site in Chengsheng?" Kaiyan handed over the paper to the office. "Not much, Chief. But I think it is a construction under Yulei's name." "Yulei? Isn't that Ruoxi's enterprise?" Kaiyan frowned while seemed deep in thought. "Do you want to inspect there, Chief? I just took my medication, and I think I shouldn't move much for quite some time. Please send 2 officer to the said construction." She huffed while massaged her ribs. "Right away." The man straightened his back and saluted before striding away from her room. As soon as he closed the door, Kaiyan once again leaned her head on the backrest and closed her eyes. "Delicious. Delicious. Tender meat. Is delicious. Bang. 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 Chief." Kaiyan snapped open her eyes and looked around her room with a heaving chest. Sweats covered her fair skin and her hand trembled. Soon she gritted her teeth while grasping her own forehead. Damn it. 30 minutes later, in the first floor of construction site, Chengsheng district. Sasuke Uchiha. The people aside from the slacked back-haired man startled. "You are from island country?" one of them doubtfully asked. "Yup," the man called Sasuke nodded. They looked to each other eyes. Is not that they had any sort of problem with them, it just strange that a foreigner like this wanted to be errand boy of someone's from their own. They were confident that the person who were becoming their buyer was a person of their own, because they had done a background check a long time ago, but they never make a fuss if the person didn't want to show his own face here. They understood the importance of the face of those big families. "Whatever, like usual, you wire the money to our account then you can take the item away." The man with a briefcase strolled. He raised it in the front of his chest and unlatched the hook as the briefcase flipped open. There was a strange item inside, not heroin or other drugs, it was a sort piece of rock or something. The man soon wrinkled his eyebrows. Why didn't you take your phone out? Why should I? Sasuke said with a bit smirk. It's for visual identification to send to that person, of course. It's the procedure to guarantee that the item is not false, the man said with an irritated voice. Ah, yes. But here is the problem. I don't bring a phone. The fuck? How the hell you come without preparation? He shut the briefcase tight while bellowed. The other people also had their face turn ugly. Because I don't need to. Sasuke crackled his own hands. What do you mean? Before the man able to finish, his body already sent flying to the ceiling, he crashed toward it with an ear-deafening sound and left a visible crack on its surface. The briefcase fell from his hand and caught by other, which precisely as Sasuke, who shockingly appeared on the man's previous spot. It all happened so fast that the people in the room didn't have the chance to recognize the threat. Only after a few seconds had passed that the mobs finally aware the change of the situation, and at the same time, that person also left the vicinity of the ceiling and had his body landed harshly to the ground while no longer move. Sasuke stood in front of them with a carefree expression. He put one hand inside his pocket while the other hand grabbed the briefcase. So? What are guys waiting for? Bastard. They took out their handguns and started shooting the slack-back-haired man. Sasuke had his feet glowed in a pale green, then he leapt to the right side. He kicked one of the tight-shirt man's face and his body propelled backward, passed through cemented pillars before he stopped after the sixth one. The mobs stared in horror at the power this man exhibited. Clearly he's not an ordinary person. Cover me. I must escape. One of the person in tuxedo and rounded hat slowly retreated before turned his body around and headed toward the building's another exit. The rest of them didn't dare to hesitate. They rained down Sasuke's position with many beads made of steel. Ratatata. Pitaf. 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 Despite of that, it didn't hinder Sasuke's movement. He ran in zigzag and passed beside many pillars. His destination is not the people who in fact trying to kill him with the guns, but the tuxedo person who tried to escape. The person felt his back shivered in cold. He glanced over his shoulder, but before he managed to do so, 2 feet landed on the back of his head and body. He fell flat on the rough ground and his body slid several meters away. Ooh. It seemed to have missed the train to a second chance to life. Sasuke chuckled. His foot increased the pressure on his head. Please, please. Don't kill me. I beg you. His saliva created a puddle on the ground. Nope, like I said, you have missed the train. Crack. Sasuke didn't need to make the man's head explode like watermelon. All he needed just to rupture the man's skeleton, and the aftershock of the strength automatically traveled to the man's brain and damaging it. He smirked, then jumped to the air, dodging many incoming bullets. His body turned around and upside down, sticking his feet to the ceiling above. Fuck, he killed him. What should we do now? Run. Run. We have no chance against this monster. No one's stupid enough to face off against someone who can kill 3 people easily. They scattered to every direction except his, each hoping that the monster would chase other direction. Sasuke smirked. Such tactics perhaps effective for other people, but not him. He took out his hand from his pocket and summoned 2 clones. 3 of them, including the original, had all their body blasted in pale green color, and like a bullet punched through its way through the space, they all sprang in 3 directions. The left clone had arrived in a group of 4 people. It stopped before a brick and kicked it hard. The brick launched toward the man on the foremost and slammed the back of his head. It crumbled to pieces, but the man's back head also burst open a wound, and the people on his back could see a glimpse of a white structure before the man fell to the ground. They all screamed in terror, twisting their feet and raised their guns in hope to kill it before it killed them, but a punch struck the man on the left, an elbow to his stomach, then a snapping bone on his right arm. It stole the man's gun and nested 2 bullets in other 2 forehead. It let go the man with a broken arm, before unload the rest of the bullet into his body. Then it disappeared in a puff of smoke. The right clone faced against 2 people only, dodging 1 bullet by crouching its body. It punched the man's stomach on its left, then, leaning back to avoid an incoming bullet from its right, it traded blows with 2 people on both sides before sweeping their legs from the ground. The 2 people fell onto their sides and the clone reached out to their hands, pressing the trigger on each guns, and the 2 supposed comrades now shot each other. The clone dismissed its appearance in a puff of smoke. The original chased 3 left people who headed to the exit where he came before. He leapt far ahead of them and rested his feet right before the group. They abruptly stopped as their widened eyes filled with grief-stricken terror. So soon to leave without concluding the business? Don't you guys want money? Sasuke smirked, once again slipping his hand into his pocket, and he put the briefcase over his shoulder. The man in the middle gritted his teeth in annoyance of why this monster must pick this direction, unknown to him that the people in other direction also faced trouble. He raised both hands, including the one that held a gun, and he pleaded. Please let us alive. Why do you have to kill us? Did our group and yours had a conflict before? Nope. Sasuke replied in a such simple tone. Then why? What grievance did you have with us? The man spoke in a frustrating manner. There is no profound reason, you guys just happen to be associate with the wrong people, he shrugged. Wrong people? You mean this business? You have a grudge with young Master Zu? The man said after contemplating for a while. Oh, so you know about him? Good, that saved me some time to explain things. Wait, we can help you kill him, in return, please let us be alive. He dropped down to the floor and knelt. The two people in the back also joined his motion. You guys made a hard bargain. While having some assistance may be nice, but there is a chance of you'll attempt to kill me in the future. This I cannot allow. Sasuke strolled forward, producing a dread to those people's heart for every steps he took. The man in the middle clenched his jaws, with a ruthless and resolute look in his eyes. He turned his body around with the gun still on his hand and shot down two other people. His action was fast and swift, neither of them realized they just had been killed by their own. Sasuke stopped his feet and his eyes widened in a quite shocked for a while. He quickly returned it back to carefree tone as the man restored his original position. That's my promise that no one will know our deal, and I will also kill the other who had been here before. He placed down his gun and pasted his forehead on the ground. How are you going to report back to your boss? I'll say that Zhu Xiang ordered an assassin to kill all of us. If he asks for what reason, what will you say? I'll say I don't know. If he asks for what reason you're still alive, what will you say? I'll say I don't know. Sasuke went silent. After a while, he walked forward to the man. Give me your hand. Eh? The man lifted his head upward, his face smeared with confusion. Sorry, I mean stretched open your hand. Sasuke quickly changed the phrase since he don't want the man to misunderstand. Sure enough, the subject did as he told. Sasuke raised one finger and it lit with small fire. He pressed it to the man's palm. As he winced in pain, Sasuke in a swift made a circle and several strange words in it. After a while, the mark was completed and it entered the man's palm. It's like being stabbed by many hot needle. His palm was feeling hot all over. He crashed back to the ground and trashed around. He screamed to the top of his lung at the pain he suffered. Soon the feeling had subsided, but the man already sweat all over and only speck of power left in his body. That is a curse I implanted to you. For once in every day you will suffer the same pain you just received, and it will turn more painful as the time progress. Give up the thought of lifting it since only me can do it for you. Based on that, you must have known what you should do to be free from the curse, right? The man nodded his head weakly. Good, a week from now, in this place, I'll anticipate a good news, Sasuke said while walked away from the man, going out of the building while leaving a lingering words that made the man had his mind went blank. Oh, about other people? Yeah, they all died. He walked in leisure then passed through the steeled fence. He stopped for a moment to look at the car not far from his location. A smirk pulled the corner of his lips, then his body went blurry before he completely disappeared. Many meters from his last location, a car with red glaring light atop its roof parked. Two police officers hid in the front seat of the car. After don't know how long they had erased their existence, the police officers finally raised their body with paled face and cold sweat. What the heck we just see? A nightmare. Ah, Mr. Naruto, have you arrived at the construction site? In his house, Zhu Xiang just strolled from his bedroom with refreshed face. A fragrant amorous atmosphere puffed out from his compartment. He held his phone in his right ear while he went toward his wine shelves. He wanted to drink his Romani Condi, but he didn't know why it was suddenly gone. Yeah, about that. When I arrived there, everyone's already dead and now the area filled with cops. What? He just poured the wine onto the magnificent-looking glass and now it spilled to the floor. Hello, is this connection okay? You heard what I am saying, right? Yes, I hear you. What the fuck happened there? Hesh, you don't need to speak with all caps lock on the words, my ear are buzzing. Quit dawdling around, what's going on in there? I dunno, people was dead and there are cops, take a wild guess. Mr. Naruto, you better not playing with me. Zhu Xiang face turned darker. I am not so bored that I have to play with you. A snorted tone could be heard from the other end. Be honest with me, did you kill them all? He grasped the wine glass with quite strength until his hands shivered. I just arrived here. I don't have a car and I am a poor man, so I had to walk. Naruto voice filled with distaste. The item. How about the item? How should I know? Fuck. Who did this to me? Zhu Xiang threw his glass to the wall. A gasp voice could be heard from his bedroom. My guess? Someone like you will bound to have a lot of enemies around, so it might be one of them. My advice is that you should tighten your seatbelt because I don't believe this will be the last, and oh, maybe hired some mercenary or security to protect, you know, in case they are needed. You don't need to tell me. He strode to his working room with wrath on his face. Good, then I sincerely offer my condolence, and farewell, bye. Beep 99 meeting Tang again. 2 days later, the preparation for the charities event hosted by Liu Corporation finally set. The dress code that they were going to wear at the event was a custom-made shirt with Yulei's trademark on it. Minna also had collected individuals to join the group, and a team consisted of 4 people born. With Naruto as the group's leader, Minna acted as his assistant. 30-year-old married woman named Dawuyali from Public Relation acted as team documentary, and rather a young male perhaps 2 or 3 years older than Mokayani named Juguan from Logistic and Procurement acted as the one in charge of necessary equipment and stuff. Juguan had gathered items like clothes and foods to give to the orphanage, not as many as the one that would be given by Liu Corporation, but it was intended to be like that, and they didn't have much time to gather more either. Since the transportation and consumption had been handled by the other party, Naruto's job had been easier a little bit, but he had to make a lot of contact with Liu Yui, and since he is Yulei's representative and also the team leader. Because tomorrow they would be paid in a long journey, Mokayani had given them permission to come home early in order for them to have some rest and prepared for the departure. Naruto conducted the last team meeting and ensured every stuff had been prepared. Miss Dawu, how's the preparation for documentary? They currently gathered in a meeting room of the Public Relations since most of the team consisted of that department and Juguan had no qualm with it. Also, since the employee of the Public Relation was all women, thus the place is very clean and held a fragrance atmosphere, making them felt comfortable to stay as long as they wanted inside. Everything has been readied: 1 DSLR camera with range extension, 1 tripod, 1 laptop, a USB, and 1 disc. Dawuyali was an ears-length black-haired woman. Her body was a bit plump but eluded a charming mature flavor. She had a red hairband rested atop of her head. How about the shooting plan and schedule? After he said that, Dawuyali gave Naruto a piece of paper. It filled with the list of plan and scenario of when and how the later plan for recording the event. I and Miss Liu had made it based on the Liu Corporation scheme, so we won't overlap with their agenda. Thankfully, they are kindly enough to give us some times. Naruto nodded, then he turned his face at the other male in the room. Juguan was not a bad-looking person. The making on his face told Naruto that the man was an amiable person and easy to talk with. His body neither fat or thin, but he was quite tall. Mr. Jugu, do we still lack of anything? There are some stuff that hadn't arrived, but I believed by tomorrow they shall be here. The man rubbed his chin. Make it tonight, we don't want any sort of complication to raise by tomorrow. Naruto strictly said. Yes, team leader. Alright, before I concluded our last meeting, is there anyone want to speak? Naruto swept his eyes toward the 3 people in the room, and no one had any intention to open their mouth, only smiled and spirited face entered his eyes. Naruto chuckled and flashed out his own smile. Then dismiss, don't forget to have enough rest. Yes. Dawuyali and Juguan stood up from their respective chair, walking toward Naruto and shook his hand before they exited the room, leaving only Minu and Naruto alone. The purple-orange streak-haired woman didn't say anything, merely had a faint smile while gathered the document on the table. You look happy. Naruto leaned back to his chair as he glanced toward her. HM, that's because of you, she said as they greeted each other eyes. Me? What did I do? He pointed his own finger to his face. Nothing particular, just watching you act all strict with commandeering tone, somehow quite funny. Finished collecting the material, she rested her elbow on the table and placed her cheek on her palm. What? Are you implying I am not fit to be a leader? Naruto adopted a spiteful appearance, snorting while throwing his face away. Mina giggled at this. Her plentiful bottom left the soft stool chair and went to his back and massaged his shoulder. No, if you act like this. To be honest, it should be you that are the team leader. You have more experience in this than me. Naruto closed his eyes and enjoyed her administration. Being a leader got nothing to do with experience. It's all about the ability to hold a responsibility toward everyone's action and moving the enterprise, department, organization or a team forward. She moved her hands to his head and kneaded it gently. They went silent while Mina carried on with her treatment. Then Naruto held her hand and told her to stop. Do you need help packing up your stuff? They both walked out from the meetings room as Naruto asked her. No, I am fine. Like you said, this is not my first flight, so I know what will I need. She shook her head, then she raised her hand to caress his cheek. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow? Naruto looked to his right and left before holding her waist and kissed her lips. The lady moaned in joyful manner before she reciprocated the kiss in the same blazing passion. Soon their lips separated and a translucent thread connected the pink meats. See you tomorrow, honey. She minced in front of him and headed to her desk. Naruto strode toward his own, chatting with Zhao Hongyan for a while before heading to Mokayani's office to say his farewell. Everything's set? Do you require my assistance of anything? The cute supervisor smiled gently while her fingers hovered above her small laptop. Naruto strode toward the front of her desk and handed her the document regarding the charity's plan. Mokayani flipped it open, Her head nodded many times as her delicate finger slowly opened many pages. Her leather-colored iris didn't stop moving. Alright, this is fine, so, take care, have a fun journey and enjoy the nature's environment. She beamed up her smile while handed back the document to Naruto. Thank you Chief Mo, you take care as well, Naruto grinned as he walked out from her office. Mo Kayani's smile slowly faltered into a faint one. She sighed while staring at the closed door. It will certainly feel a bit lonely when he's not here. Then she got scared by her own thought, berating herself for act like stupid teenager, then slapped her own cheeks with both hands, resulting in the smooth surface groomed in red, and she cried in pain. Naruto took a bus since he didn't have to hurry to go home. Yesterday he had promised to take Ruoxie out for dinner since he would be going for several days. She would certainly feel lonesome. Naruto also didn't have to worry about Zuzayong for a time being because the young master was facing an imminent threat from the mobs that swore to help Naruto to kill him. Yesterday he heard Zuzayong was attacked by 2 land cruiser cars and almost had an accident. Luckily he acted fast by hiring a professional guards and managed to avoid the disaster. He also heard that Zuzayong got a protection from his family's martial artist clan affiliation. True to their name as Big Family, it won't be so easy to get rid of them, even just one person. Well, yeah. If Naruto handled it by himself, it was as easy as slapping a fly, but Naruto didn't want to be careless. Perhaps it was an exaggeration, but he felt an uncomfortable feeling when dealing with Zuzayong. Something inside his guts tell him there is more than his appearance as a young master or CEO of a technology company. Speaking of the technology company, it seems Zuzayong had sort of hidden agenda since the item he just retrieved from their shady deal turned out to be uranium. He got it checked by sending it to Rose to make use of her connection. Uranium was a material that is used as a fuel for nuclear reactor, or any nuclear-based power. It's a dangerous material for any non-high classified government personnel to have. Without a clear and reasonable reason, you could have suspected as someone who want to create a nuclear bomb. It also had a bad effect with humans' health. That was the reason why Zuzayong didn't want to attend the deal by himself. He knew how dangerous it was if he was exposed to have the possession of uranium. But 2 questions raised on Naruto's mind as he thought about this. 1. Who is the identity of the seller of this uranium? At first, Naruto didn't bother ask them the question since he didn't care, but now it triggered his curiosity. 2. What Zuzayong want with the uranium? His technology company is a private corporation, not government. What plan he has with any nuclear-based equipment? He was deep in thought before his phone suddenly rang. It turned Zulin from the Ice Snows Corporation. He had seen a batch of 10 clones to her as a proof of worker that don't require eat and can do a lot of things so long they had given it proper training. Each clones used transformation technique to cover their appearance, and you couldn't imagine the surprise in her face when those clone could do work for 8 hours without ever complaining a single bit or looked even tired. Of course the job itself didn't make them do some heavy lifting or operated heavy machinery, merely a mundane task like take care the company's flowers, helping in the kitchen, or do a photocopy task. Yesterday he had no complaint from her, but now she suddenly called. He thought that something had gone wrong with his clone. Yes, Miss Zu, is there any trouble with my worker? Naruto pressed the call and answered with wrinkled eyebrows. Oh, no, Mr. Naruto, there is no trouble at all. In fact, I want to inform you that these people had not only done a marvelous job but they also a quick leaner. Zulin was standing on sort of square outline room. Her appearance was cold as always, but that just accentuated her beauty instead. She wore black-colored frilly blouse and tight red skirt that emphasized her glaring bottom. What did you make them do? The distance between Yulei and Ice Snow was quite far. Moreover, he is on the way back to his house, thus he didn't know his clone's activities. To tell the truth, he could have forced the connection between them, but it just too much mind-constraining and it actually depleted his chakra quite many based on the distance. I made them learn how to produce one jewel. It's still crude and such, but they have such an amazing speed of learning. In front of her, 10 people gathered, forming a line with different tools in their hand, and a glowing like material appeared before them with variety of shape. Oh, it's fine. I guess. Just don't make them learn too much, because I couldn't bear that lot of new knowledge. Naruto bitterly sighed. Oh, when those clones disappear later, he's going to have a big headache. Eh? You couldn't bear a lot of new knowledge? Zulin turned her eyes confused. Oh, no. I mean, those people are still new to this, so. Be gentle. He had a cold sweat down his temple. Oh yes, I definitely guide them. Slowly. And thorough. Yee? Why you are sound so evil. They chatted for quite some time and surprisingly Zulin invited him to have a lunch together. Naruto rejected it since he just wanted to go home. He was quite busy this past 2 days. Having a nap before dinner with Ruoxie later certainly awesome. If any person heard Naruto just rejected a lunch with one of the prominent beauty of Zonghai City, perhaps they already raised a pitchfork and began a lot of assault on him. PFFFT, rejecting a beauty? What a moron. Unknown to them that Naruto didn't care much about it, he admitted that Zulin indeed gorgeous, even reached the level of Ruoxi in term of cold elegant and superb goddess appearance, but nothing, ever, beats the beauty of napping. Like seriously, neither Ruoxi or Zulin could grant him the satisfied feeling as the same as slept in daylight. Naruto looked to his side and gazed the view beyond the bus's window. Ah. It's you. Naruto startled and snapped his face to the opposite side. A young girl while wearing a uniform stood at the space beside his chairs. Her face was diamond-shaped and black hair fell gracefully to her shoulder. Her makeup was light but it didn't lessen the well-carved asset her feature had. Those eyes lit with brilliant stars as if she just saw something amazing ahead. Well, he was handsome, but never a girl see him in this kind of manner before. Yes. Ah, did you forget about me? The girl puffed her cheek, feeling displeasure from Naruto's manner. No, I am not. You're You're that girl. Yeah, the girl from that time. Of course, Naruto waved his hand and spoke in stutter. The girl looked at him, such became panic, quick a PFFT sound breezed from her lips. It's fine you forget about me, we don't have a proper introduction after all. She just went straight sit beside him while offering her fair-skinned hand. I am Tang Tang, nice to meet you again, Uzumaki. 100 lol. Tang Tang offered her hand toward him with expectant look, as if shaking hand with Naruto is something worth to be celebrated. Oh, right, Naruto Uzumaki. Of course Naruto wouldn't be as rude as a person that reject a pretty girl's introduction. It was absolutely never wrong to hold that delicate hand. So which one is your given name, Naruto or Uzumaki? Tang Tang tilted her head in confusion. She could see that Naruto not the person from this country, therefore she didn't know the culture of manner of his name. Naruto looked startled, although his hair kind of gave away his identity for being a foreigner, but the making on his face appear no different than any of them. Given how smooth he spoke in Chinese, anybody would have a little bit of doubt. But this girl directly asked him about the mannerism of his name. It means she had known he is not from her country. Naruto is my given name, but you are welcome to call me whichever you like, I don't really care. Naruto lifted the corner of his lips a little bit. This girl named Tang Tang managed to rouse his curiosity. Alright, I keep calling you Uzumaki then, I like it better than Naruto. Tang Tang cheerfully laughed. The girl was so highlight in spirit that she resembled a free bird soaring in the sky. Naruto shrugged, neither hate or love her preference. So Uzumaki. Which country are you born? Tang Tang leaned toward the seat on her front while her face smiled at him. I give you 3 options to guess, America, Japan, or Italy. Naruto curled his lips to the side while teasing her with his eyes. Tang Tang immediately frowned. Her smooth forehead had many wrinkles that proved how deep she gave it a thought. If Naruto's prediction was correct, based on how the girl knew about his identity as the foreigner, she would give him the answer he already expected. Neither. She said after quite some time, her eyes still declined to her lap because she not really sure about her own answer. Naruto chuckled with his eyes brightened with amusement. How come you answer like that? I gave you the 3 option not without reason. Naruto pretended to snort as if he dissatisfied with her response. Well, because it's hard to approximately guess your origin. She knitted the spot between her eyes while not budging her brown iris from his face. Japanese people mostly had known for their small eyes or slanted one, but yours is bright wide, adding the cerulean iris of your eyeball. You closely resembled American people, but they had a high cheekbone that you certainly don't possess. Italian I am not so sure since they are very varied from many culture and region. My best bet is actually that, but my guts tell me you not from it either, thus neither is my solid answer. Of course you could possibly really from among those countries, it's just impossible for me to pinpoint it only from your physical feature. She said in a tone full of doubt. Naruto stayed his eyes for quite some time at the girl before he redirected it to the view outside the window beside him. Their vivid figure was reflected from the limpid surface of the glass. You seem know quite a bit about people from other country. He said. My mother is quite a successful person, she tended to bring me to a lot of banquets, thus I met many different kind of people. She sighed. Naruto could hear the irritation that are coming from her tone. He wasn't sure whether it because she didn't like a banquet or she's not have a close relationship with her mother. But Naruto won't ask her since it's not his business in regard of her family conflict. What are you doing outside school? I thought senior high supposed to be an academy until night. Naruto glanced to her and expressed the question that had been bugging him since the first meeting. How do you know I am a senior? Tang Tang startled. Although she indeed had grown to have a feminine asset, thanks to her mother, but her height was actually shorter than any women at her age, thus many people wrongly accuse her as a junior. It's rare for a person like Naruto, who could see that at the first glance. Oh, did I get it right? I just randomly said, who knows you actually turn out a senior. Naruto scratched his nose and laughed a bit. To be honest, he wanted to say no one before senior high school that had a body like you, but he feared she will see him as a pervert if he said so. Lucky guy. Tang Tang slid her pink natural lips to the side, clearly she was having fun. So, back to the question, why are you here? Naruto flashed his smile. I did. She crawled out her tongue and rubbed the back of her head. Why? The smile on his face never falter. Mostly because the lessons are boring, and the teachers are really textbook type of people. I almost slept listening to their text voice speech. Tang Tang stretched her body while leaning her back to the not comfortable seat, then she seemed remembered something. Oh yeah, except Miss Lee, her lesson is the only one that I could survive. I take it that you like this Miss Lee? Yeah, and it is not just me. Ms. Lee taught English and her unconventional way of teaching is fun and awesome, thus she gained a lot of popularity in my school. Tang Tang grinned her lustrous set of well-arranged teeth. Then what would Ms. Lee say if she knew you are ditching school like this? Aren't she's going to feel sad? Her grin lost their light almost immediately, replaced by a confused mask. I am not gonna preach you about your own matter, but sometimes we endure the pain because we hate to see the people that close to us are feeling sad, Naruto said in a slow and soft voice. The carefree expression he donned while talked to her make her thought she wasn't being berated. I know. But Tang Tang had a bitter decorated her pretty face. Anyway, what do you usually do when you ditch? Going to arcade? Naruto quickly said. The contrast from his previous question is like a storm that flip-flopped her mind. Not that she disliked it, in fact she found it intriguing instead. I am going to internet cafe to play LOL. She nodded excitedly. LOL? Laugh out loud? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows. Duh, it's League of Legends, a MOBA game. It's kinda like Dota, you can say it's the Chinese version of it. She said while putting one finger on her lips and she glanced upward. MOBA? Dota? Naruto's face became confused. Uzumaki, are you an old man? Tang Tang had a sweat drop as she felt funny at his countenance. She could see that Naruto was still at 23 or 24 based on his complexion, although he never played the game, at least he should have ever heard about the term before. Even Miss Lee knew about Dota despite she never play. Hey, I play video game, okay? Naruto twitched his lips. Yeah? What do you play? Go? Maybe offline like The Witcher? Tang Tang genuinely smiled, she didn't want to offend this blonde person. Does Minesweeper and On It count? Naruto spent the rest of the times talked with Tang Tang about many things. He knew that the young lady didn't play the game alone but meeting up with her friends in the internet cafe, and Tang Tang was amused that he worked in ULA, especially in public relation where she heard from many that it was a heaven workplace for a man since all its worker is female. But the requirement was horrendous. One of her friend's relative tried the test few years back but he outright failed and acted like a zombie for the entire week. She couldn't help but see Naruto with admiration eyes which made the blonde turn sweating because of the uncomfortable stare. Soon, the bus arrived at her stop and Tang Tang had an unwilling expression on her face. Hey, Uzumaki, I know you are busy, but do you want to hang out sometimes? She hesitantly asked. Wow, a pretty high schooler asked me on a date? I am quite flattered, Naruto smirked. What date? Wipe that smug on your face. Tang Tang blushed, then she abruptly said, I am talking about playing video game, together with my friends, let's play LOL. Sorry, I got no interest. Naruto shook his head and blatantly rejected her, he's not even consider it a bit. Oh, bummer. At least can we exchange email? She huffed and took out her phone, she once again stared at him with expectant eyes. Naruto went silent before he nodded, he fished out his own from the pants pocket and a ding sound reverberated afterward. Thanks. See you again in the future, Uzumaki. She stood up, face bright like a sun. She twisted on her feet like a dancing swan then running off to leave the bus. Naruto just chuckled and his journey continued with the bus gate closed its gate tight. Sky had turned crimson by the time Naruto awoke. He laid on the bed with his stomach and head face to the side, gazing upon the window of his room. He raised with both hands pressed on the soft mattress and he moved his neck side to side to get the comfortable feeling on the muscle. Naruto stripped the clothes from his body and put them inside the basket beside his bathroom. He bared nakedly strolled inside the room to take a cold shower. He was never a spoiled kid, since the day he learned to wash his own clothes, not once Naruto had other hands touching his attire. But whenever he wanted to do laundry, and Huang always strongly disagreed with him and took over the activity, she said it was her job to take care of him and Ruoxi, including laundry. Because of her insistence, Naruto had to give up, and he received a snort from Ruoxi who peeked around the corner for being show-off. Naruto walked out with towel garb and he flipped open his wardrobe. There were many clothes that still reeked with the flavor of new item, that because aside from going to work, Naruto had always wear his old one whenever he went out. Ruoxi never protest about it, but since they would have a dinner outside later, he thought by wearing the clothes she bought for him, Ruoxi would feel more happy. Naruto took a set of blue marine suit and a neck bow tie. He sprayed a delicious smell cologne on his body before he put on the attire. He trimmed his wet hair while whistling in front of a mirror, then nodding his head with a satisfied feeling at the sight of a handsome beyond words person that was being reflected. Tonight he promised himself he will reach a home run with Ruoxi. After all, it'd mean a failure if the date finished with the couple ended up in a different bed. But of course, Naruto wouldn't make an exaggeration preparation like reserving a high-class restaurant. First, he certainly didn't have the money. Second, he didn't favor the environment. Yeah, sure, they are classy, or romantically sweet, but nah, he preferred a casual diner home type. Or ramen, especially if they served ramen. Oh, what wouldn't he give? As he finished with his preparation, Naruto sat on the chair inside his room and checked his phone. There is several missed call and an email came from Jingjing, the Lee's family only daughter. Lee Jingjing, elder brother. Your ramen stall is gone. 101 eviction notice. Lee Jingjing just returned from the school where she taught. She walked out the bus and traversed the path that is the side market of the west part of the Zonghai's city. Her black eyes never bored witnessing the business that had been going. The scent of warm bread that just came out from being baked, a crisp sounds of deep-fried tasty potato and mushroom, and colorful syrups that was displayed on a small desk. A life that had become part of her since she's still a below-waist person, following her father to sell his stuff and be acquaintance with a lot of people. Eventually she met elder brother Naruto, who are not only kind to her, but also her family. Despite his monetary wasn't in any better situation than hers, he didn't hesitate to lend some money when it was needed. His stall was one of the many that actually had quite a sell, even went above her father's, but he never acted arrogant and modest. Lee Jingjing, just returned from the work? Said one of the stall people as she passed by his spot. How's today's sale? She ceased her steps and approached the person. Not getting any better than yesterday. No person that opened a shop in this area hadn't familiar with this black-haired young lady. Back when she was still a kid, her cheerful behavior and innocent smile brought a lot of soothing feeling for the weary hearts. You could say that Lee Jingjing is not just old Lee's daughter but also everyone's, thus they never hide anything from her if something bad happened. I'm sorry, is it because that eviction notice? Lee Jingjing said with a worried tone. Yes, since the Chen's no longer the lord around here, many people started to take an advantage from many available field. This morning, the fresh corn, steamed bun, and porridge seller had to move out from their spots since someone wanted to build a convenience store there. The seller twitched his lips with annoyed expression. And now, a group of delinquent had been hanging around in the area, threatening and scaring anyone who tried to buy our items. I heard Miss Chong's customer had been bullied by them until they left without buying anything. That is the worst. How come no one do something about this? Her face brimmed with redness, her light eyebrows drew together in the middle. Jingjing, you know how this works, you not just with us for a mere year or two, this people clearly not act without hidden agenda, and not without any support. For the people like us who just a small stall seller, what can we do to fight them? He shook his head in helplessness. Lee Jingjing bit her lips. Of course she knew how powerless these people are. Back when Chen's family was still lording this area, many third interested parties cowered under their influence, although they had to pay a protection fee once a week, but at least they could still sell leisurely. But now, more and more people began to oppress these seller, even forcing them to close their shop. Oh, yeah, Jingjing, here. The seller fished out 3 egg rolls and put them inside a simple old newspaper package. Then he handed it to Lee Jingjing with a faint smile. Give my regards to your old man. The young woman's heart shivered. She strongly wanted to reject but she knew it would be pointless. Thank you, I hope things will turn for the better. She grabbed the package while declining her face. She didn't want to let this person saw a tears that had been lingered at the corner of her eyes. Oh, look old man. You seemed selling well. Before Lee Jingjing turned her body around to leave, a cocky voice pierced her eardrums almost immediately. Right at several stall from her spots, 3 men wore denim vest and pants with several patches stood before a man around his 50 who sold a cotton candy to a couple who awaited at the side. Their lips was smiling but everyone could notice a malice intent that was hiding underneath it. Why yes, it's not bad, hee hee. The man rubbed the back of his gray hair while continued rolling the pink clouds of sugar to a bamboo stick. Then you won't have any problem share your luck with us today, right? One of them walked beside his stall and hugged the man over his shoulder. Sure, sure. He simply said, the tanned color on his face as if currently drained. The delinquent curled his lips then looked at his comrades. They both sneered before approaching the couple. They wore a simple manner of clothing but based on their complexion, this couple was still quite young, perhaps a college student. The man had a short hair and quite athletic, while the woman was delicate and meek, the type of gentle flower at the side of the river. Oi, elder brother. You quite blessed in luck, eh? Scoring such a pretty chick, the one that had a short feature said. Leave her alone, we don't want any trouble. The athlete man put his girl behind his back, the meek girl had her body trembled a bit. Hey, what's with the aggressive tone, we just want to be friend with you, the short delinquent twisted his face in ugly manner. Haha, I bet he was disgusted by your hideous face. The tall one behind him presumptuously laughed. It's true though, this short delinquent had his lips stretched too wide and short nose, his eyes bulged as if it would launch out from their hole, and his skin was swarthy. Not the attractive, kind of sweet swarthy, more like charcoal black. Is that true? You are disgusted by me? His face darkened, as if it could be darker than it already had. Wah, don't make a false accusation. We just don't want any trouble and be left alone. The athlete man said. What a liar, look at his face, dude, he must have an urge to throw up many times after seeing your face. The tall man kept adding fuel to the fire and made the couple become more scared. That's it, you got yourself an enemy, pal. Let's see if you can still mock my face after I punch you in the jaw. No, please, I'll pay however you want, don't hurt me. The athlete man quickly took out his wallet, his hand was unable to stay steady. Please, don't bother my customer. The elder seller shouted in agitation, then he felt a strong grasp on his shoulder. He glanced to the side and found the delinquent stared him down with fierce eyes. Take your money away, rich boy. The short delinquent raised his leg and kicked the athlete man. He felt a stung of pain in his stomach, then fell to the ground with his both hands on it. No. The meek girl shouted in horror at her boyfriend's predicament. She crouched and put her hand on his back. Pathetic, the short delinquent snorted. Why did you do this? He is not bothering you whatsoever, but why you hurt him like this? The meek girl snapped her face toward him. Shut up, pussy. This is none of your business. He said. I won't accept this. I will call the police and get you all arrested for assaulting innocent people. She took out her phone in a swift. This bitch. The short delinquent kicked the athlete man's head, causing the victim to smack hard against the ground and inflicted bruises on his face. Listen, bitch, if you ever tried something funny, I'll kick him until his mother no longer recognize his face, you understand? He pressed his hard boots on the athlete man's head. The meek girl trembled and she quickly put down her phone. Many seller and other people watched the commotion, but they just went silent at the event. Some bystander quickly escaped the area in order not to receive the same fate as the couple, and the seller could only glanced away their face. The sellers, they are not uncaring individual, but they had their own life to think about. Most of them is either a middle-aged person or old one. They had family, son, daughter, wife, grandchildren, and other. They were worried if something bad happened to them, it would implicate the lives of those who close to them. The short delinquent laughed at the submissive attitude the meek girl gave him. He most like an obedient girl. He glanced at the athlete man under his boots, curling his lips, then grazed the boot's sole to his head. It was humiliating, for both the couple. They never felt such tremendous amount of humiliation before. If they knew such thing will happen to them, they would never have a dream to stop by to buy something in here. At this moment, a soda can flew toward the short man's baldy head and bashed hard against it. The ground was dirty, not just from the many shoes that had been stepped on it, but also from wild creatures' poop and piss. There was a mark of brown color thing that stuck on the short delinquent's bald head as he traced it with his hand. His nose twitched in nausea at the scent that had invaded his nose. Fuck. Who threw me the can? He swept his face to surrounding area and quickly found a pretty young woman that was standing not far. She had her black hair trimmed to the side. Enough is enough, get out from this area. The young woman was none other than Li Jingjing, who couldn't stand their overbearing act anymore. Damn woman, you are courting death. The short delinquent had his blackened face flushed and red, his hand clenched tightly until muscles are popping out. This is my home, I don't appreciate random thugs like you are destroying and ruining it, get out. Li Jingjing picked a random can on the ground and threw it once more to the short delinquent. Of course he wouldn't just going to stand there and let it hit him, he raised his hand and slapped away the can. He glared at Li Jingjing with murderous intention and proceeded to walk toward her. The other two delinquent also had been annoyed by the change of event. They didn't stop him from doing whatever he wanted with the young woman. Among the three of them, the short delinquent was the short-tempered one and coincidentally the strongest fighter. Despite the imminent danger that was closing to her, Li Jingjing didn't show any fear. It was enough for her to be feared when she was about to get mugged before elder brother Naruto swooped in to save her. He had taught her to be brave in the face of difficulty, never yield to what the fate had tried to make her surrender. She grabbed more can on the ground and threw it to the short delinquent. She didn't know what the heck things she just picked, she just wanted to show him that she is not afraid. Prang. To everyone's surprise, one of the things she threw turned out not a can, but a freaking beer's bottle. Its glass surface immediately fractured into a bunch of fragment that pierced the short delinquent's skin, quickly tattered him with many wounds that spilled an everlasting blood. He was screamed in horror, plucking the sharp fragments from his hand and several of them from his face. Li Jingjing widened her eyes in shock. She never expected it will turn out like this. That's it, bitch, you are going to die. The short delinquent didn't get stung in fear. This situation instead brought his anger to a whole new level for Li Jingjing. While the threat was getting bigger by seconds, Li Jingjing still not showing any cower visage, she tried to look something to throw but nothing left in her vicinity. Run out of ammunition, huh? The short man coldly said, and he only a few steps away from harming her. She gritted her teeth and did the last resort. She took out her phone and tried to call someone, a person she could depend on, but sadly, the person didn't answer despite the call was connected. Her face turned quite pale and the short delinquent had arrived before her. He sneered and raised his hand to slap Li Jingjing's smooth cheek away. She closed her eyes, expecting the impact. Clang. After a while nothing sort of pain she felt, she fluttered her eyes open and saw the egg rolls seller stood in front of her with a stainless fan in his hand, the bottom part of it still had the hint of burn. Stay away from Li Jingjing. The man said with fierce tone, his legs was shaking but his face told otherwise. The short delinquent stumbled backward as he felt hot and ache on his baldy head. This time he felt shocked because he never expected a seller would dare to fight. The reason why his group of delinquent dared to bully these people because they are weak and mostly terrified after they exhibit a little bit of power. Not to mention the influence of people who support their action, there is no viable reason for the sudden rebellion this seller showed. You. Oh boy, his body already turned red like an active volcano mountain. Stay away from her. The man said once again. Die. The short delinquent no longer gave any shit, he strode to the man's front and hooked punch him to the ground. You demon. Li Jingjing's eyes turned red, she strode forward and brandished her well-clipped nails, scratching the short delinquent's face and adding more line of wound on his already bruises face. He screamed at this and side-kicked Li Jingjing's waist. The young woman grunted in pain, then she received a fierce punch on her nose. Her eyes felt confused and her brain turned dizzy, she sensed something smeared her nose and the taste of sweet covered her lips. The short delinquent yet to extinguish his wrath, he looked at the egg roll man, striding forward at him and began to stomp his body many times. Everyone could hear the sounds of bashing and breaking, moaning of pain accompanied by a deep grudge cursing. Li Jingjing grabbed the fallen pan and smacked his baldy head in frenzy mode, but he wasn't even phased. She received a harsh back elbowed to her stomach and slapped to her smooth face. She fell to the ground, gasping and heaving for the pain she felt. But what most hurt was actually her heart, because she was powerless, other people would suffer the consequence of her action. The shout of begging to stop reverberated inside her ears, but the merciless stomp kept scraping the life out of that man. It was not until later that the other two delinquents stopped the short dude. After they left the scene, other people immediately called for ambulance and took care of Li Jingjing and the egg roll seller. In the midst of her heart bursting with pain that stole away her gasp for breath, what she wanted is for them to suffer, to feel the same pain their victim had felt. She flipped open her phone, and she opened a mail feature, quickly tapping her slender finger on the pad before it lost the power and she fell unconscious. 102 dinner with goddess, huh? How did she know my stall was gone? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows. His old residence was on different way toward her house, so it's impossible she saw it on the way home. Did she come by? But what she's doing? In regard of his stall, it was indeed no longer there as his clone was the one who took it. He required the stall for preparation of his date with Rukongai. Naruto pressed the call button and contacted Li Jingjing, but the other party didn't pick it up. Oh, maybe she was at dinner now. He remembered the old Li's house rule that no one was allowed to hold any phone while on the dinner because it was an important moment of time for family, thus it's understandable if Li Jingjing ignored the call. Naruto decided to just mail her about the stall. Naruto Uzumaki, don't worry, I picked it up at the afternoon, I need it for something. Then Naruto put the phone inside his pocket and walked out from his room. In the first floor, right on the gray-colored sofa in the middle of the room, a woman was sitting there. No, not a woman, her skin was milky white, not pale that is lack of brightness but luster like a surface of pearl. Her long black hair had been tied into a ponytail, hooked by a piece of ornament that revealed several unique carving that could be seen even from afar. Her slender neck that was not short but not too long either, perfect for anyone's taste and accentuated the sensational of her appearance. Her figure clad in one-piece dress, made by a silky material that in contrast with her skin, it reached up to her chest, completely exposed the shoulder blade and the entire quarter of her top, and it reached down a couple inches above her knees, the slender legs smoothly being displayed and a peep of a pair of soft thighs. Her makeup was light, with the sexy lips smeared in a red of lipstick, her both cheeks groomed in a pink tone while eyelines had black complexion. Naruto stood in daze at the edge of path at the second floor. His eyes had been taken by her. He no longer the master of his own nerve, all froze in the instant. His system, his mind, his conscience. All had gone, because of her. Linroxie had quite a goosebump today. Since the morning she never could sit well and always had the impatient of waiting the day to be over soon. The usual calm and cold CEO, who never nervous in front of investor, who talk with confidence and strong visage before a lot of expert and master of the business world, now felt like a dumb love-struck girl who lost her bearing just at the thought of meeting her beloved. She never expected that the blonde man, who were under the same roof with her, who had taken a place inside her heart, had outright asked her for a date dinner. This was not her first dinner with man or men. No, don't get the wrong idea. Her dinner had always talked about business, and as soon as it over, she immediately went home. Thus she was nervous at the event that shall took place in the evening. She went to a salon today and get herself some nice 1 or 2 beautification treatment, as if she hadn't noticed that nothing she could do anymore to become more beautiful than she already was. She felt it just the right thing to do before she went out for the date. Naruto recovered from his daze, don't know for how long. He chuckled and walked down the stairs. She heard and she glanced, her eyes that was as clear as a surface of a pure water widened. This was not the first time she saw him in a formal suit, but today. It takes the cakes. The deep blue marine, that was hooked in several buttons near his stomach, revealing the white clean shirt underneath and piece of black bow tie perfectly situated on the collar. A long matching color of a pants that reached down to his ankle, not hung, but the neither excessive, just right at the spot. His short blonde hair that appeared slightly wet, it didn't sag or become weak, but stayed upright, strong resembling a lush of grass in the field of summer. She stayed and he stayed, cerulean and black intertwined in the invisible line of a gaze. Soon both parties recovered from the long absent from the world. They blushed, never once feel this kind of feeling before. For Naruto, it has been a long time for him to turn dumbstruck like this. The lonely heart who grew cold across the time slowly melted, tonight. The last piece of ice block crumbled down. For Linroxie, her impression on a man had always been bad, because the influence of her experience with her father, along with several jackass back in the time, though 1 or 2 managed to touch her heart before. What? She's still a human, okay? Yet tonight, he is the one who pierced the last protection of her heart. PFFT. Naruto put his hand over his mouth and breathed out a chuckle. What's so funny? She huffed, pretended dissatisfied. Us, Naruto simply said. Us? She confused. It's like a teenager showcase, he laughed. No, I never felt like this when I am a teenager, did you? She curled her lips. Humphrey, of course not, my teenage time is a whole serious business, Naruto shrugged. PFFT, then how do you know? She couldn't help but giggled. That's what people said. And you trust them? Of course not, I just take their opinion and experience into a consideration. Wow, smart move big guy. They stared into each other's eyes before bursting into laugh. Naruto strolled forward, raising his hand and spoke calmly. Shall we go, princess? Linroxie faintly smiled. She took several steps forward, lifting her hand and placed it on the top of his. Let's go. The stars had yet to make an appearance on the dark blue sky up above. The city began to fill with a lot of lives of a lighting bulb. Anywhere you'll find a brief of neon scattered across the area. Yellow bright lights planted along the road with 2 lustrous flashlights came from the bunch of metallic bullseyes. A blurry shadow flashed in the air, from one building to one building, from one street lamps to one another, carrying a piece of otherworldly beauty on his arm. Their body covered in a pale green energy, making the stream of air had no effect on their figure. He ran several blocks, until reaching a bridge that closed to a western part of the city. He landed on the side road, a high ground before a shoreline of a vast river. Linroxie slowly put her feet on the ground, and she looked around in curiosity. It's not that she hadn't familiar with the place, but Naruto could always make a surprise, thus her eyes couldn't hold the patient to discover it. She's like a child upon discovering a fascinating playground. Naruto held her hand and they carefully stepped down the stairs toward the space beside the river. The area was surprisingly not dirty. Usually the place like this wouldn't be spare from many things that can be considered as waste, but it was free from any sort of things today. There were several plants that grew on the ground. It's sadly not a pretty flower, but a green scene was never a disappointment for a sore eyes. They kept walking toward under the bridge. Normally Linroxie will grow anxious upon entering such a place. After all, who knows what kind of people you could have meet down there. A couple of thugs maybe? Creepy hobo. But with Naruto on her side, that anxiety died and disappeared instantly. She gazed ahead, and found something amiss underneath the bridge. It's surprisingly devoid from anything, a complete empty space that looked absolutely nothing out of ordinary. She doubtfully glanced at Naruto, but the blonde just smiled at her while kept pulling her hand with him. They strolled forward, soon entering the vicinity under the bridge. 1 step. 2. 3. Their feet arrived at the intended destination, and she forgot to breath in the instant. The sight that entered her eyes was not the dark or cramped place, not the dust-filled area or ill-scent dwelling. It's a cliff, not a barren soiled cliff that only rocks, but cultivated cliff that had a lot of trees, bushes and flowers on the side. Palm trees stood tall, stretched to the sky as if it tried to pierce through the mighty vast world's roof. Cambodia, bougainvillea, lily, many more wild and natural flowers born at the side, full and luscious. Beyond the edge of the cliff, a vast dark sky filled with stars and delimited the peaceful sea. There are 2 things that out of place from the nature of this place offered: one island, a stall, an orange light bulb hung on its ceiling, and big stainless pot that leaked out a fragrant steam rested inside. A person stood before the stall. No, in fact there were a lot of other people here, and they all shared the same look, same face and feature. They all were Naruto. The other thing that was out of place is 2 chairs and one rounded stool table in between. Linroxi couldn't speak, she hardly could think, even to blink she had forgotten. Naruto walked behind her, circling his hand over her slim waist and held her small stomach. He kissed the back of her neck, her shoulder and lastly her ears. Then he said in a whisper, "Congratulations, you had found my secrets." Long he heard no response from her. It's like she had turned to a human sculpture. Sorry, a goddess sculpture. Naruto chuckled, but he didn't hurry, feeling the suppleness of her body, the curve of her side, and the bountifulness of her bottom part. He closed his eyes and inhaled her fragrant scent in silence. After a while, he felt a hand rested above his. He opened his eyes as Linroxi turned around to face him. In any normal situation, most people would flabbergast, ask him anything in regard of this, like how he do it, what is happening, who those people who look like him. But she just stared at him with her dark yet clear eyes, those that never held any doubt, the one that filled with confidence and shot out power of faith. She encircled her arms over his neck, looking charmed and blessed with joy. She brought his body down slightly and touched his lips with her own. Naruto grabbed her side as he acknowledged her action and approved of her initiative. 2-person enjoyed the suppleness of both parties' lips, no needed to rush, no heed for hush. It's the warm that everlasting their closeness, the breeze of wind that swayed their attire, the movement of wave of the sea that sung their ears. Naruto and Linroxi conveyed their innermost feeling within the kiss. A blonde kid, who knew nothing about family or love, knew nothing of a crib of a mother, neither how strong a father's shoulder. A raven-hair kid, who abused by her supposed to be called father, betrayed by the kindred who supposed to be a sanctuary of her wounded heart. This time, these couple had known how to feel love. 103 Grand Moment NSFW. Naruto and Linroxi sat on each respective seats. Sound of waves echoed within the tunnel of their ears, marching in with a peaceful rhythm and lodged obediently inside the cortex of the brain. 2 bowls made of ceramic was placed on the table between them. It had quite fascinating pattern marked their surface. Each bowl held a brownish-colored soup that glistened, the supple-looking noodle inside. An egg was cut into 1/2 and floated nearby the vicinity of the noodle, accompanied by a boiled meatballs with several vegetables to tag along to flourish the food. The beauty, who was the appearance that rival even a goddess, had her eyes filled with stars of hunger at the sight of her beloved prey in a shape of ball lingered within the bowl. It was hard for her not to drool, but desperately holding back for the sake of not ruining her image in the front of blonde person ahead. Naruto was flabbergasted. He knew how much the young woman before him endearing the meatballs, but it's still quite a shock every time he saw her behavior. Linroxi peeped at him but immediately chased away her eyes again, since Naruto hadn't begun to eat, thus she didn't dare to touch her food, but the knickerball-sized meat kept enticing and arousing her appetite, knocking on her desire to feast upon them as soon as possible. Naruto chuckled. He kinda felt like a bad person who keeping her away from slaughtering the food. Alright, let's eat. He couldn't help but laughed, then picked up a chopstick, separated it into 2 and ate the ramen. Linroxi gleamed with enthusiasm. She copied his movement, but instead slurping on the noodle, she went after her boys first. This is so good. The texture is pliable and the meat wasn't gross, she thought while her cheek went puffy as she chewed on it. The young woman took her time on eating them. Every bit piece of meat that entered her mouth would be eaten in a slow pace, comparable to the rate of walk of a snail. If he didn't know her better, he thought she must be one of those who applied the 33 chewing rule. Hey, eat the noodle too, don't just busy yourself with the meatball or the other will get cold. He made a dissatisfied face. Linroxi startled and pulled out from her ecstasy of enjoying the meat. Her face went red as she was scolded, then she cleverly nodded and pinched the noodle with her chopstick and slurped them. Sometimes I wonder why you never got fat despite your love for meat and you rarely did any exercise. The blonde shinobi said. I have a good metabolism system. The beautiful CEO said in a careless manner. That makes sense, I guess. They continued eating while chatted a lot of thing. The topic eventually covered his tomorrow departure, although she spoke in a tranquil face, but he could pick a bit sorrow within her tone. Naruto knew how much she wanted to go with him, but not to mention how busy she was preparing for the upcoming exhibition. It will be hard for her to come up with any reason since doing a charity campaign that was not hosted by her own company wasn't part of CEO's job description. The other company didn't even invite her to come along in the first place. Naruto quickly changed the topic since he didn't want her brooding about it while they're dating. Ruoxi, do you know LOL? Naruto said. LOL? Laugh out loud or League of Legend? She wrinkled her eyebrows. League of Legend. Naruto said in a faint smile, but inside he actually depressed. He thought she wouldn't know about it since she's all busy and full-fledged businesswoman. He began to think that he actually among the old senior kind of people like Mr. Fu, you were Aizen's bodyguard. Well, in the manner of speaking. Oh, why do you ask? Did you start playing? Ruoxi tilted her head, then her muscle face twitched in anger and the color darkened. Don't tell me you play while in the office. She hated the most people who slacked in their job, albeit the heart she had for Naruto was real, but that doesn't mean she allowed him to play around in not proper time. They said man is the leader of a family but woman is the manager of everything, including their husband behavior and time. Of course they did those not because they wanted to overrule the husband's right, merely a gesture of hope that their family would function in the way they're supposed to be. Whether she realized it or not, Ruoxi had placed herself in the position of Naruto's wife. No, of course not, I am not even playing it. Naruto waved his hand quickly while cold sweat dropped from his temple. He didn't lie, okay? Since the topic is about LOL, and he never play them, so he wasn't lying. Ruoxi gave a long tone of suspicion, then she proceeded to eat again. But I wonder how you know about it? Now it's his turn to wrinkle his eyebrows. Well, League of Legends is famous in China. They are pretty much reported anywhere, even in fashion magazines. I know it's weird, but they didn't mention the game schematic in there but more about the character's design and detail of their custom, whereby a real model, she said while looked upward. Oh, you mean like cosplay? Yeah, there are usually its cosplay segment alongside the video games competition itself. One or two of our designers sometime participated and we appreciated their initiative, although they didn't enter under Yulei's name, but anyone eventually know where they work, and in case they win, it's your department's job to inform it to the outside world along with a compensation from us for their deed, usually by a bonus or other incentive. Ruoxi nodded. I see, that's why even not a gamer would know about the game. Video game industry is one of the promising market. They are one of those who grow with the technology that was invented. Fashion market also did too, but falls short with them. It's actually weird that everyone hadn't already informed about this. It seems you are fascinated with the market, have a thought meddle with it. Naruto curled his lips to the side. It's a ludicrous industry, I wouldn't lie to you, but sadly I had not desire to monopoly it. Ruoxi shook her head and caused Naruto's eyes to widen. That is a surprise, I thought your dream was to conquer all the business market in the world? Naruto said with amused face. It is, but dream is a dream. How long within my lifetime that I can accomplish that? She played the egg with her chopstick, whirling it around within the bowl. It wouldn't be sooner but doesn't hold the possibility of not being successful. Naruto leaned against the chair's backrest, looking at the dark sky that was swarmed by a stretch of glittering stars. Dream just doesn't take an effort on fulfilling it, a thorough plan, a lot of scheming, sacrifice, and a faith, all of those things you require to have. I know pretty much already. Ruoxi bitter smiled. She also looked upward, gazing the same line of cluster beauty adorning the abyss of dark that we call the space. But sometimes it take a great deal of me to push myself further. A mess left behind my trail kept me away, far away from arriving at my dream. Naruto returned his gaze to the woman in front. He pondered the lot of much burden she harbored inside that delicate-looking figure. It was as if every spore within her skin eluded the weariness she wouldn't expose to anyone. He reached out his hand across the table and grasped hers. She declined her eyes and both iris intertwined in an invisible line. He didn't speak the words, not the corny lines full of sweetness yet make a lot of people throw up at the same time. He hadn't need to. She's smart. One glance was enough to describe the meaning within his cerulean eyes. You are not alone, because I will always be there. She replied in the same manner, already understood his disposition and knew best words wasn't needed. She smiled. It wasn't the pure kind that Mokayani had, but the everlasting gratitude it held surpassed everything he ever saw. Her hand abandoned the chopstick and toppled his hand. Both hands raised it toward her nose as she pasted his hand and smelled his warmness. Thank you, for being there. After finishing their feast, Naruto and Ruoxi took their time walking around the island. They met wild flora and fauna along the way. Naruto had confessed that the island doesn't belong to him, he just discovered it within one of his journey, Therefore he hadn't ventured much the many part of the island. Yet he confident the island remained unmanned. Meeting a lot of animals, Naruto unleashed the full capacity of his ability to speak with them, making the wilds and possibly dangerous became docile and accompanied them ventured the jungle. Lenroxie appeared very cheerful. She had so much fun playing with the wilds, although several of them almost scared her to death or at least made her uncomfortable, like snake and tiger. She laughed as she saw Naruto wrestle a bear, the latter squawk miserable in surrender. She giggled while a small monkey perched on her shoulder, playing with her hair and poking her cheek, created a small bit ticklish feeling inside. She screamed in horror as a bunch of wolves surrounding them, only for Naruto to kick their ass and they ran away behind their tail. Soon the couple stumbled upon a lake with a translucent pure waterfall poured down from a high cliff ahead. The water was so fresh that she already could feel it only by just the look of how the bottom part of the lake was visible. A wild deer stood peacefully at the side of the lake, dipping its mouth into the pool and drank the water to its fullest. A beaver along with its cubs gathered on a rock, nipping some berries while curiously watched their arrival. Aware of their presence but not alarmed, Naruto smiled. He went behind Lenroxie's back and hugged her waist, rested his hands on her small stomach and pasted his face on the back of her head. He greedily inhaled the mixture fragrant scent that smeared the vicinity of her hair. His blue marine shirt had long gone, placed over the shoulder of the beauty before him. "Let's take a dip," he spoke almost like a whisper. "I don't have a swimsuit," she said in agitate, "not because it's uncomfortable." "You could have done it in your undies." He left her head. He went to her exposed neck and kissing it, trailing down his warm lips so slowly, making her close her eyes and hummed so immensely. "Don't be ridiculous, it will be unpleasant if they have become wet." Her breath turned hurried, the both cheek adorned in red. "Then take them all off, let's." Skinny dip. His mouth abandoned the vicinity of her neck and chased after her left ear. He opened his mouth and bit on it, not so hard to cause her a pain. That is so shameless. It's impossible for me." She tilted her head to the side, feeling itchy at the ministration he mustered. Naruto curled his lips then walked away from behind her, passing her side and strolled to the lake. "Suit yourself, have fun watching at the side," he shrugged. His abrupt stop of pleasuring her left the unsatisfied sense that she couldn't scratch away. Her face flushed in anger and she cursed out loud the blonde ahead. She snorted and looked for a place to sit, pouting while played with a wild grass before her. Naruto took off his clothes, and quickly only left with his boxer. The firm body with no unnecessary fat, the healthy skin that gleamed under the spotlight of a moon, the not-so-handsome face yet entranced her whenever it did. His strong back and proper wide of a shoulder, studied feet with bearable thigh, it was as if depicted the metaphor of how much he could burden almost every problems. "It's your last chance of just becoming a bystander." He glanced over his shoulder and smirked in tease. "Humphrey." She threw her face away and assumed a spiteful temperament. "Your loss." He ignored her behavior and stepped forward, sinking his feet into the lake and soon his body drowned halfway. "Holy moly, it's so cold, Datbu." His tone wavered before he swam to the center of the lake. His appearance completely disappeared from her sight, which made her nervous. Splash. Foo-ah, damn, it's so nice. A couple seconds later, he emerged like a whale, bursting out water from his mouth high, so high that it reached several meters to the air. "Ruoxie, come on. It's boring to just sitting there." He swam backward, circling around the lake's vicinity. He dived time to time. Lenroxie stared at the scene with jealousy. She wanted very much to join him but struggled with the idea of having her underwear turned wet. Unlike some people who could brush such an issue carelessly, she was quite a die-hard about it. And skinny dip. Just only thinking about it already made her shivered. Naruto once again popped out his head from the water and stared at her with half-lidded eyes, then he devilishly smirked. "Fine, whatever." Then Naruto dived once again. A full minute passed yet he hadn't appeared. Maybe he'd take his time enjoying the deep lake environment? Another minute passed, not even a ripple on the lake's surface. "Naruto?" she said out loud, but received no sign of answer. "Naruto, this is not funny." She stood up from the ground, looking pensive and appeared gloomy. Most common people could holding their breath no more than 2 minutes, at tops. Professional diver may could last longer, but she's certainly unsure which category Naruto belonged to. Now the time's about to reach 3 minutes but not a single peep of changed on the calm surface of the water. "Naruto, cease this childish act immediately, or I'll speak to you no more." Lenroxie stomped her feet. She wasn't stupid, she knew Naruto had some extraordinary ability. It's impossible he would just die because of drowning. But what if there is something underwater that caused him any trouble? Or what if some sort body complication triggered which fainted him or knocked him unconscious? Or paralyzed him? But he seemed a healthy person, and she never heard he mention any sort of illness. Goosebumps filled Lenroxie's chest. Every second this serene and peaceful place passed hasn't bring any calm to her heart, instead got it more fearful. Time about to reach 4 minutes. A COO from an owl and buzzing tune from cricket sank her feeling deeper into a ravine of despair. Lenroxie couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly took off her dress, leaving only a remarkable smooth jade body with a perfect outline of curve clad in a pair of white sexy undergarment. She dashed into the lake, mind nothing the cold she felt. She lunged her body and immediately dove. The deep lake filled with rugged stone and water plants, bubbling and spoiling toward the surface yet never managed to emerge. Fishes swaggering in group, lined up like a long marching army, made a path for her to pave. Her eyes widened in a blur. She saw a beauty inside a deep water in the movie or art but never truly experience it in the real life. It's not the crowded civil the vast sea had, but the unique moment of its own, picturing the panorama life of ecosystem within the creature of water. At the end of the line, a figure floated, hateful smirk pulled the corner of his cheek. There was a winning taunt within his cerulean eyes, provoking an outburst to force their way out of her chest if not for the circumstance of their location. A pack of fish circling around, making a certain motion like a dancing little mitten. Bubbles popping out and they created magnificent breeze of surprisingly air that sustained her condition within the lake. Naruto swam toward her location, moving his body like a mermaid and approached her so soon. He floated before her, putting his hand around her waist and dragged her with him to dance in the water. His eyes meaningfully stared at her. That mirthless smile conveyed the seek of forgiveness for his early charade. What could she possibly do? How can one remain angry while he showed such a spectacle scene? Therefore she smiled, ugly smiled mention it to you, filled with playful and flirty notion, she holding back a laughter, making her body shivered quite a while. Naruto led her to the surface and both emerged from the water, closely to each other. Lenroxie coughed while he rubbed her back to ease her pain. Glad to know you worry more about my life than get your underwear wet, Naruto said in a hush. His hot breath smacked against her face. Jerk. Don't do that anymore, I am genuinely scared if things happen to you. She gasped while putting her arms around his neck. Naruto chuckled, looking at her face that decorated with beads of water, gazing at the concern within her black clear eyes. Naruto leaned his face and kissed her hard. He pulled her body toward his and feeling the softness of her figure. Lenroxie's eyes widened by his sudden act but only last for a while before she reciprocated in the same fervor. Their lips were madly tangling. Save for several tongue action and bit of biting, the heat within the furnace of their lust began to flare and the coldness of the lake's atmosphere forced them to seek the other party's warmth. His thick lips assaulted her neck, her chin, her jaw, every part that held the lustrous skin that she possessed hadn't missed by his caress. She moaned in a hurried breath, mind quickly clouded with the present engagement. Naruto sealed her lips again, sucked the delicious and delicate texture with immense passion, her small stomach pressed against him as if they intended to melt together. Her eyes shut halfway, enchanted and charmed by Naruto's wild treatment, filled with the desire of need and thirst of her. He abandoned her lips, tasting her ear and slid down toward the line of her neck, moved to her shoulder and down to her chest, then he buried himself in the valley of her breast. The pair of twin was big, not exaggerate like that of Lumina but certainly larger than Zhongwei. He inhaled the fragrance within the inside of the deep ravine, licking and biting every available area he could find. Lenroxie shivered, this was her first time feeling all of it, and her emotion mixed between excitement and shyness. Naruto moved his face from the crevice and rested it above her plump right meat, bit and sucked the pliable bun as his hand slid her bra down a little. A hardened and twitched pink nipple came across his sight. He tilted his head and gently licked it. Lenroxie hung her face toward the sky, her delirious voice that filled with arousal greatly kindled his desire as well. Her voice was getting louder when he trapped her nipple between his mouth, treated it like a candy. Nah. Nah, Naruto. Lightly. She put her hand on his blonde head, trying to gesture the man to take it easy. He complied, by lessening the prowess of his mouth. He worshipped her asset in more gentle way. Huff. Huff. Lenroxie's breathing rhythm relaxed and her mind's capability restored. She coyly smiled while brushing Naruto's hair like a doting mother. You are such a kid. Getting too excited over this. A response she received was a nod on her tit which made her yelp in pain. Don't do that. She pinched his cheek until it stretched to the side, hoping for Naruto to yield, but the blonde shinobi kept adoring her asset like it was the most precious jewel. Eventually Lenroxie gave up and now she could only moan helplessly. Naruto shifted his attention to the other mound and treated it the same like its twin. Lenroxie's legs quaked and her place down there became moist. Not long after, Naruto returned his lips to hers and he raised her hips to hug her back to the shore. Placing her on a bed made of grass, Naruto hovered above her and looked at her complexion that resembled a rosy petal. He smiled before kissing her again, long their lips clashed in eternity. He pressed her slightly, the big tent on his boxer greeted her exposed smooth stomach. She was threatened, but also eager to know about it. Lenroxi hugged him close as they kissed, her hand traveled his strong back, caressing the muscle with so much intent, and it sparked her excitement much larger. Naruto kissed her chin, then down to her neck, gave it a long taste of his tongue before he traveled to her chest, making love with it as his both hand went into her back. Lenroxi raised her own body to help his hands sneaked around and unclasped her bra. Far from the act of a brute, Naruto picked the undergarment and sniffed the pad. A lingering fragrant milk-like scent poured out and invaded his nose. She blushed heavily at his act, feeling funny and somewhat flattered by the enjoyment and satisfaction that manifested on his face. Naruto put the bra on the side and gazed at the full rounded breast belonged to the goddess-like woman. The shape was perfect and the texture seemed firm, it didn't sagging despite the size yet very soft in touch. Naruto kneaded it multiple times, both in rush while sometimes in relax. She couldn't possibly hold her voice back against this. With his expertise in serving her girls, she had been long shaking her hips and her place down there had soaked her panties. Fully utilizing his hands on the pair of melon, Naruto's lips went to her ribs. He could trace the bone structure underneath the white luster skin. He went to her small abdomen, a wonder he always pondered this fit figure of her despite her favor for meatballs. His tongue speared inside her navel, poking the pit hole as far as it could. Both hands still climbed her twin, massaging gently. Lenroxi felt the foreign sense with a great pleasure. Living her life as a part of noble people, she hadn't never touched herself, never had any desire to watch any shameless video, and her despise for men made her single for her entire youth. His big hands that played with her girls was enthusiastic, changing their shape many times while rubbing her tits between the gap of his fingers. The pure water from the lake had combined with the swarm of sweats within her skin as she uncontrollably moaned. Naruto further went down, past her belt line and hovered his face before her place down there. He saw a darkened part on her white panties and smirked. She saw his expression and shame began to overflow her sense. She brought down her hands and quickly blocked his sight. No, don't look. It's embarrassing, she said in a nervous tone. He chuckled, kissing the back of her palm many times before pushed through toward her white small curtain. Smelling her erotic scent while playing with the texture of her panties. NNH. No. Yeah. Naruto. It's dirty. NNHH. She held his head but the man ignored her plea and continued teasing her part down there. NNH. Ah. She shook her head. Naruto's hateful pink spear slipped inside her garb and directly tasting her nectar and played with her mound. She opened her mouth and let out a train of amorous honk as two part of her woman assets repeatedly being pleasured by the hateful blonde. NGGH. Naya. NNH. MHH. Her breast had been covered with sweats and his hands lubricated it to every surface on the mounds. Her clit swayed up and down, left and right by his tongue, pulled so undauntedly by the suction of his mouth. Her place down there had soaked heavily. Naruto's one hand left her jiggling breast and he pushed out two fingers. He slid her white curtain to the side, and the appearance of wet pink slit entered the vicinity of his sight. Lenroxi's mind had long turned mushy, her consciousness trapped between the world of dream and reality. It was hard for her to comprehend the feeling that invaded her, much less understood what about to happen next. Naruto lined up his fingers toward her opening. His other hand gathered her rich breast and fondled them together, his mouth focused on the task of entertaining her clitoris that had twitched multiple times as if intended to leak out. Based on his experience, he knew this last push will make her scream in delight. And so he pushed the two fingers inside. Ah! Lenroxi snapped opened her charmed eyes and her tongue also pushed out from its cage. She looked downward and caught a glimpse of two fingers went inside and out her sacred place. Ah! Naruto. Her body jiggled at the pace he used to stroke inside her place down there. It's so vigorous and strong that her mind unable to follow the change of event. Breast played arrogantly, clit sucked greedily, and pussy invaded lively. It wasn't strange by the next second that Lenroxi ejected a compulsory of satisfaction. The beautiful CEO brought up her head, her eyes closed almost tightly and mouth opened as wide as possible. Her previous white skin had shifted to completely red and her whole body covered in sweat. Her place down there gushed a lot of erotic liquid, smeared almost entire of the surface of his face. Naruto didn't move away his face, he swept the trace of her release around the bottom mounds then he licked the taste that lingered around his mouth. Truly magnificent, even the supposedly dirty and reek part of human smelt fragrant from this beauty. Lenroxi leaned her head back to the ground, gasping for air while staring far ahead to the sky, her chest heaved as the twin sisters swayed in rhythm. Her body had lost their strength, she's like a sloth, a lazy animal who slept for the most entire day. Her blank mind had failed her to comprehend the sounds of rustling cloth and the fact that her panty had been slid down her long legs. While completely naked, Naruto placed her underwear to the side, nearby her bra, He spread open Linruoxi's legs, then hovered above her. His face was stayed right before hers. The cerulean eyes gazed deeply at the black clear one. It took several moments for her mind to process the event that was about to happen. She could feel a burning tools poked against the wet cavern, but the person didn't push through inside. He was waiting. Even minutes had gone by. He patiently awaited for her to recover. The lost mind in the aftertaste of pleasure had returned. Linruoxi now realized the sacred treasure she protected for these years would soon be gone. She would taste the forbidden fruit that many people on her peer had always been talked about. The peerless beauty of Zonghai's city, unconquered and untouchable, not just because of her cold and distant personality but her status as successful businesswoman as well. But in these several instances, a man would finally be able to taste her body, and luckily for her, it's not just some random man or creepy middle-aged person, much less not a person she hated. Not because some shoddy deal or helpless agreement, but united in the blissful night. She smiled, tracing his face and cheeks. When she thought about it, how long she had known him. A month time? Maybe less? Yet they were already got this much close that she didn't have any scruple on letting him do anything he wanted. Yes, she's consenting and welcoming this act. She circled her hands around Naruto's neck, bringing down his face close to hers. Naruto. Please love me. Then without wasting any more time, Naruto pushed inside his phallus, breaching her sacred tight place, and traveled inch by inch to the abyss of pleasure. Mage. She closed her eyes and tears spilled at the corner of her eyes. Naruto stopped his movement and kissed away the tears. He smooched her cheek and sealed her lips. He would stop time to time if he heard her groaning, then pushed through again by her cue. The tightness of this beautiful CEO, the wall within her erotic zone, trapped his penis and pinched his length till he almost came in the spot. He caressed her body, making her relax and spoiling her nervousness away. He bit his tongue to push back the thought of coming now, and he proceeded venturing her cavern far further. MMMH. NNH. Ah. NNH. NGG. She desperately moaned, both pain and pleasure jumbled together that she couldn't possibly differentiate them anymore. She hugged tight his figure, scratching his back that she hadn't care whether it wound him or not. It's so painful, but her heart grew no hate for it. She knew beyond this thorny road, there was the eternal bliss at the end of the path. She strove to arrive there, she wanted to achieve it. She wanted to feel the happiness that many couples seek. Soon Naruto's spearhead knocked against the end of the line, another tight gate that led to a spacious place for her soon-to-be offspring to recuperate. He stopped, his hands caressed her side and her face while his lips repeatedly brought her from the red zone. The pain still there, but she didn't want him to wait this longer. This is not just her road to bliss but also his. What's the point of this endeavor if only one party that felt the pleasure? Move. Naruto, make love with me. She kissed him, even swayed her hips to provoke his urge. He hesitated for a bit then complied. He pulled his phallus halfway before gently thrust in her. She silently groaned, hiding away the hurt in order for him not to worry. But it's a futile effort, he knew how much she endured it, that's why he tried to move slowly but not with a long rate of pace. It's hard thing to do to maintain this pace while your desire was getting bigger. It's like inside and outside of him was burning thoroughly, demanding his intention to copulate with this woman like an animal in heat. But his concern for her was much bigger than the animalistic lust, nothing but compassion that filled his mind regarding her. Soon the pain subsided from torturing her. Linruoxi began to moan. Naruto breathed out a relief sigh, then he straightened his back, grasping her waist before increasing the rate of his fire. She titled her head, joyful yelped and moaned like there is no tomorrow. Her twin melons jiggled, swaying up and down fiercely according to the movement of her body. Naruto grunted as his own firm ass went blur. He stopped his movement, sprang toward her and seized her lips. His hands fondled her breast, then Naruto brought up her legs till they almost hit her twin peaks. In a straight line down, his phallus began to pump in and out of her. His both hands rested on her side, helping him satisfy both people at the same time. NNH. Ah. Ah. Pa. Pa. Naya. Naruto turned her to the side, made her lie on her right arm as he drilled her inside while grabbing her leg. Sweats had became both parties' best friends and hot breath whispered in the tranquil night. Linruoxi felt something quickly rose from inside of her, traveled upward from her erogenous cavern down there and reached her brain in a swift motion. Naruto fell to her back, pulling her leg along while he held her chin and kissed her passionately. They knew the urge to release their desire had only one step away, but Naruto sometimes stopped his motion. He was either ravishing her lips or plundering her full breast. Occasionally, he would round around his ass, making the fierce tool waving inside her pussy. Or he just poked slightly several spots inside of her, trying to get know which one amused the young woman the most. This action frustrated her, but also gave her a brief time to take a breath. Naruto returned to the initial position and juggled her once more. She had lost count of how many small waves had hit her body, but the upcoming release was quickly erased those feeling. Their hands joined together and both eyes lined up. Soon Naruto made a few strong push before the last one caused a nuclear explosion inside both person. She screamed out of the top of her lung while Naruto grunted hard as his essence flowed inside her, filling the empty space of her cavern and crammed it whole. They stayed in that position while his cannon is yet to finish its shoot, so thrilling that he spew more and more until no more room left for a breath. Naruto fell atop of her, causing her to accidentally snort, which made both people laugh despite their weariness. "You're heavy," she spoke amidst of her pant. "Well, yeah, I'll promise I eat less." He chuckled while glanced to her face on the side. "Yeah? No more dinner for you, no way. That is a torture. But you promise you'll eat less." "I mean, I'll eat less your taste." Jerk. Their sing of laughter breeze in the solitary jungle, with a lot of wilds observed from the side with pause on their eyes. 104-3 Wish the night was young. Two people indulged in their carnal desire beside the recently erected campfire. With Lenroxi on his lap, Naruto pressed against her back with his both hands, molded her breast and his fingers rubbed her nipples. She lifted her hands and hugged his neck, letting him play with her twin girls as long as his wishes. She titled her head to the side, pushed out her tongue and clashed them together with his. Their body reeked with sweats and erotic flavor, further intensified the roaring beast, namely raging lust within their guts. She whimpered at the burning tower rested inside her tunnel, it pulsating and traversed her cavern path back and forth, slowly, almost like a torture for her. But she understood, in this kind of position is easier for her to move than him, not to mention the intimate manner they committed, making him less smoothly striking her core. Therefore, she swayed her hips, bouncing down her own plump ass on his lap with clumsy movement. It's a baby step and full of doubt, she unsure whether she moved in a right way to pleasure him. But then, he moaned. The usual self-confidence voice meekly let out a tandem of delicious moan. She was exhilarated, trembled with excitement, the smooth body pumped up and down, unsheathing and sheathing the blade that was glowed with the combined liquid of their intimacy. Naruto felt his rod as if being choked, not in the way that suffered him, but more like delivered him to the edge of endless pleasure. After a while of letting her did the job, he began to move as well, the prowess he mustered shaking her inner world and caused a lot of tumult in the already chaotic desire. The meaty sounds of their slapping meat enough to turn even the smallest raccoon grew red. With a rugged breath and splashing sweat, two youngster climbed the mountain fast, about to reach the peak and rush. Naruto had his two hands underneath her knee, his head slipped between the gap of her armpit and he sucked on her left breast while his phallus sprint inside her cavern. Lenroxi already lost the power on her hips, she couldn't follow the rapid movement of the blonde and helplessly let him supply the tremendous amount of pleasure until her white jade body turned flaming rosy. Soon, he made two last attack and sprayed his spunk inside the woman. The hot seeds of him combined with the stacked joy of intimacy within her immediately exploded the woman's guts. It was like a combustion of electricity, spreading through all of her vein and assaulted her brain, wiping out every single clear thought she had left. She screamed toward the sky, condemning the heaven why she hadn't did this earlier if it was feel this good, maybe because the coitus with the man she loved provoked the sensitivity of her body much bigger. Both people spoke the wordless sentence, gasp and pant smeared the environment, warm bodies united in the infinity of aftertaste. Naruto pulled out his phallus, making her moan in dissatisfaction of being unfulfilled. He turned her around and hugged her, kissing her face before lodging his thick lips onto her small one. His gentle brush on her back, the sweet words of her ears, the crib of warm sweaty body, all of it pushed her consciousness to the corner of slumber. Slowly but surely, the light in her eyes turned dimmed and she flew to the world of dream. The sky was darker than usual, a barren desert land spread through the horizon. On the high ground of the land, 7 people clad in a green vest with dark blue jumper suits stood before the edge. Strange formation was built in front of them while their fingers made a gesture of seals. "It's done, Hokage-sama," one of the people stood up, turning his body toward his back and bowed his head slightly. "Thank you, you are dismissed," a strict voice rang out. The intonation it held seems familiar. The person didn't budge from his spot, with both hands behind his back. He stood tall, firm like a statue. "Haven't you heard your order?" The voice rang again, the tone was very close. "Yes, Hokage-sama." "Then why are you still here?" The person bit his lips, as if he tried to convey something but hesitated. The sight shifted to the view far ahead. If one were focus, in the midst of sands and brewing storm, there were several landmarks forming a shape of building. "Do you have a family?" The voice had a hint of distant. "Yes, Hokage-sama. A wife and 1 child, also a mother." "Then leave for them, not for yourself. Don't let them hold the same burden you would have." The person stunned. After some time of contemplating, he straightened his back and bowed his head deeply until his posture reached 90 degree. Hokage-sama. Forgive me. Then the person rushed out. Soon more and more left until no one else stood in sight. There was a brief moment of silence before the voice once again spoke, but it showed the tone of annoyance. Why are you also here? It didn't take 1 second for a gentle response came from behind. I also want to see. There is no fancy thing to see. I am not here for sightseeing. Then walk away. No. Stubborn. Both people went silent, a gaze directed to the front, seeing the panorama of desert's beauty. After this sequence, the world will see us as enemy, the whole world, the gentle tone reverberate from the side. I know, all according to the plan, the voice said in a blandness tone. In order to set the world anew, the old one must burn to ashes, the gentle tone said with a sigh. If a fruit tastes bad, there is something wrong with the tree, you cut the tree down or pull its root from the ground, either way, the old tree is dead, a new stem is born. Most people will await, perhaps the next harvest time, the problem will be solved by itself. Perhaps, but sadly I am not those people, call me a monster if you want and I admit I am no savior, neither a miracle worker, I chose this path because it's the most practical. And you bear the consequences upon your own shoulder. Everybody responsible for their own action, no need for other to take the blame for mine. That's why I am here. I don't need your pity. Pity? It's that what you think of me? Should I verbally told you again and again? Don't worry, you can ignore me, I am not going to stand in your way. The view of the horizon was getting closer, 2 hands made a seal and 7 figure within smokes popped out of thin air, they all had golden hair and white robe over their figure, they knelt in front of the formation. They commenced various seals with their hands and raised their hands, tapping the formation with their palm in unison. Soon, the landmark ahead trembled, tons of water flowed from the ground and formed a huge tidal wave across the sand's surface, it crashed against a lot of building, crumbling them one by one and swept the area without battling eyes. Commotion could be heard even from their distance, roaring of the wave, screaming carried by the winds, and confusion sank by despair. The volume of the genocide, no person could stop it anymore, and it's all too late to prevent the destruction. Even when a sand-made barrier erected, it's just held the water for a brief short time before it broke through the barricade and quickly resumed its devastation. The once barren land now filled with water, not just 1 or 2 flood but multiple times rapid stream. The sight never once cast the view aside, staring straight not a single time dissuaded away. Then after minutes passed, the raging water finally stopped, the sight turned around and sounds of footsteps rang. Prepare for battle, there should still few strugglers still alive. Her eyelids trembled. Burning woods invited Linroxi's consciousness. The delicate body twitched, shifted position as she laid upon another warm body below. She tilted her head and looked at Naruto's face, there were several instances of absent-minded expression, then she lifted her hand and touched his cheek. The man stirred awoke, smiled as his eyes greeted the beauty before him. He moved several strands of her hair, there was speck of exhaustion adorning her precious face. So? Naruto said in a long tone. So what? She curled her lips. Naruto wiped her smooth back, raised his own face to kiss her forehead. Have we officially become husband and wife? She widened her eyes, then giggled amorously. Well, aren't you getting cocky? We didn't even have a wedding yet, she fluttered her eyelashes. Did I hear it wrong? Is this mean you want to have a wedding with me? Naruto grinned. Are you capable of such a feat? My wedding isn't going to be cheap, you know. She pushed out one finger and circled his chest. Why bother? You had your first time in the middle of nowhere. Might as well have a wedding in a jungle. Naruto laughed but his cheeks soon widened, stretched to both sides as if it was made of rubber. If you dare, I wed a King Kong instead. Her face flushed in an anger as her hand shivered while pinching his smooth cheek. He sheepishly grinned then moved his hand downward, taking a meatful of her plump ass within his finger and strongly pulled it. Ah, you jerk. The young lady inevitably moaned in pain then she slapped his chest. Naruto opened his palm and grasped her mount fully, kneading until its meat overflowed between the gap of his finger. NNH, jerk, bastard, pervert, beast. She bit her finger to prevent her moan from going rampant. Naruto chuckled then he stopped his mischievous action, he caressed her back while the lady was panting in delight. Ruoxi, there is something I want to tell you, he said with soft but serious countenance. She didn't yield any response for a while, after several heavy breaths had passed, she finally reacted. Go on. Naruto took a deep breath, and he said in very careful words. Ruoxi, I plan to marry Minnow. As if all sound in the world turned quiet, together with her tune of melody had shut. Naruto sensed her body became tense, stiff akin to a piece of statue. He spoke no more, only awaited the inevitable angry shout came from her mouth. Did you do all of this just for preparing me to tell this news? Linroxi said, her face declined onto his chest. A quarter of it, the rest just me wanted to give you a best night. Is it her demand or it was your initiative? Mine. What is your intention? I can't really say. It's not my place. Linroxi went silent again, then after the moon climbed up several inches, she opened her lips. Okay. Naruto blinked his eyes, he brought his head upward and stared at her small head. Ruoxi, are you sure? He said in a doubtful tone. Humphrey, what's with your question? Will you change your mind if I said no? She tilted her head and faced him. Well, no of course, it just out of my expectation. He scratched his nose. I am fine if you want to marry Minnow. She curled her lips, her eyelashes fluttered, but you have to agree with my 3 wishes. 105 status 3 wishes? What am I, a genie? Naruto thought as he rolled his eyes. You don't wanna? Linroxi enlarged her crystal clear eyes, staring like an abandoned puppy. That depends on the wishes, of course he wouldn't just agreed. She huffed then raised her body till she sat on his stomach. This for the first time in his life he ever had the vision of a mortal-like creature yet beautiful like the undying goddess. Linroxi curled her lips at the charmed eyes and flaming desire it held. A huge amount of pride rose within her guts. To be honest, she never liked her appearance. Back in the days when she yet to handle her company, there were no a single time she came out from her house without some pervert blatantly layered and ogling her figure. And the number of men that harassed her with their court could no longer be counted only with fingers. Sometimes she hoped she just a normal-looking woman so they won't cause a headache for her head at every damn time. But now, the fact that she could gain his attention just by her appearance alone inflicted a sudden deep gratitude toward whoever higher power up there. She had seen his lover's face and making, although they raised some alarm inside her awareness, but she's still confident with her own look. In the beauties department, she outclassed them by many. My first wish. She stretched out one finger and traced his jawline. The soft tip endorsed a sense as if a speck of lightning shocked him for every spot it touched, is that you won't entice, let alone romantically involved with other women beside us 3. There was no surprise on his face, instead Naruto frowned, then he looked to the side while scratching his cheek. I can stop flirting with other women, but it's not within my power if they attracted to me, sometimes things just naturally happen, he said in a slow manner. I disagree, there is no love without an instigation, so long you not provoking them. Then they naturally won't have any idea with you, especially if you tell them you no longer available. She shook her head. Fine, but make a room for another person. Naruto said with a bitter smile. Linroxi snapped her thin eyebrows together, she pinched Naruto's cheek and drawing them together quite far. Are you for real? Who woman you have been screwing behind my back? Her tone was harsh, it's a rare case for the cold CEO to lose her temper. Why did it sound like I am cheating? No, we aren't going that far. Most just kissing once, and I have made a promise that is impossible for me to ignore. Naruto grasped her hands and relinquished his cheek from being tormented. She broke free, snorting while threw her face away from him. She crossed her arms in front of her breast. Naruto sighed, he raised his body and hugged her gently. He didn't say a thing, his hand unceasingly brushed her hair while he hummed a soothing song. His actions began to melt her irritation as the passage of times proceeded. Who? She pasted her nose on his shoulder and her hands circled his back. My, he said. She's far younger than you. Despite her protest, Linroxi's voice remained steady. But she's not an underage, Naruto said. Humphrey, still. How can I fall for an adultery like you, she mumbled in depressed tone. Naruto smiled, he brought forward her figure, and stared deeply into her eyes. Because I am all over your head. Looking at his expression that said such a stupid thing with a confident face, she couldn't hold back her laughter, a PFFT sound breezed from her mouth. She put her hand before her mouth and her body shook because of the ticklish feeling inside. You such an idiot. Naruto rubbed his head then hugging her again. They sank in the silence of a tranquil moment. 20 years old. She said while her face on his chest. He wrinkled his eyebrows. You're not allowed to have sex with her, or marry her before she is 20. Her eyes remained fixed at his firm pectoral. But she already knew low and below of a man's part. He honked his mouth in discontent. I don't care, no sex before 20. Fine, deal. Naruto sighed and buried himself on the lushes of her hair. My second wish is. You must always have been in home, no stay over at their place, no sleep point of view no matter how tired you are after the deed, come back home. She said with strict tone. Nope, can't do, Naruto said without even a slightest pause. Well, how can you reject it outright like this? Her face flushed in anger. Because you are being selfish and inconsiderate. If Zhongwei, Minu, and my are my wives later, they all deserve the same attention that I gave to you. Naruto's eyes never once wavered despite her glaring eyes. Fine, each week, I allow you not to come home for a day, she said after frowning a while. Denied, thrice a week. He curled his lips. 3 times a week? That mean I could only have a time with him for 4 days? Denied. 2 times a week. She couldn't bear it if she had to come home and saw Naruto in his other wife's place. The thought of him and those people cuddled under the blanket and shared a night romance together almost dragged her to the deep sea of jealousy. Nah, 3. Or we might as well didn't have agreement at all. Naruto closed his eyes, gesturing no room left for argument. Linroxi gritted her teeth. Dealing back and forth was supposed to be her forte since she learned how to do it for 3 years long, and the result was her company's fierce achievements over the years. The gear inside her mind rotated furiously, trying to come up with a better deal. Alright, how about twice a week, and once a month, so you have regular 2 times and extra 1 time for every month, she said. Is that all? Naruto opened one eye. Her face suddenly adorned in red. To compensate with it, we would have intercourse. 2 times a week. She buried her face in his bosom. Naruto slid his lips to the side, and curled it up. What? Her heart bounced around like a little rabbit. Naruto brought down his mouth and engulfed her right ears. The young lady immediately moaned in a low tone. Are you sure? Only 2 times? His hand went to her twin peak and traced the big outline. NNH. Ah. Maybe 3 times. Is fine too. Her hot breath gasped at his skin. 3? Hearing her alluring voice, his phallus once again rose up. He grasped her bottom, picking her up till she hovered above his mail instrument, and he sheathed the sword into its scabbard. She yelled, her eyes widened to its limit and tongue blurted out from its cage. Fine, 3 times a week and... Holding her heart-shaped ass, Naruto pumped his dick in a rush manner, completely disregard anything but his own peak to reach. Soon he put Linroxi in all 4 while he plunged from behind. The meaty slapping sounds turned her plump ass red and they juggle. Yeah. NNH. Naya. His wild and beastly manner shivered her core, and the treatment shut her mind down as her own peak quickly had been climbed. Naruto bent his legs, he held her hands and pulled her from behind. It's like a knight trained his horse. Soon he came a lot inside her and Linroxi's body trembled. He let go her hands but before she fell onto the ground, Naruto hugged her small tummy while breathing roughly. And... What? He said while closing his eyes, enjoying the warmth inside her cavern. Ha. And you can do me for a whole holiday? She said with half-lit eyes. Then it's a deal. Both Naruto and Linroxi finally wore their garment again. It could be said it is her who insisted on it since she feared if they still bare then they just kept having coitus for the entire night until morning. Naruto carried her with his back as they strolled the jungle, heading toward the direction of where they came. Luckily for her, Naruto mastery in water elements could dry out her underwear so she didn't feel uncomfortable at all, though it still felt cold. Hey, you never mentioned the 3rd wish, he said as he paved a small path between bushes. Oh, yeah. Her eyes had been changing between sleep and awake. Linroxi rubbed her eyes then rested her hands on his shoulder. Naruto. I want, for you, to climb up the social status, she said carefully. I know you are strong, and I believe you can take out most of your enemies, but having a lot of women in your life will require you to protect us whenever the circumstances raise, and believe me, they will. The more you fight, the more they resist, and the stronger you get, the stronger your enemies as well. I am worried, at the certain time, you get a handful of them, and you no longer can handle it, your life will be in danger, so did the rest of us. The reason why would they kept attacking you because of your ominous status, you are mysterious, your life filled with mystery. Smart opponents wouldn't carelessly attack you, but the idiot one would just did, because they looked down upon your unclear background. But if you're someone that had to be known, someone who are quite important in the city, no one will dare to touch you, neither they will ever have a thought with everything related to you. In order to be that person, it was either you take the fame by yourself or you have a strong backing. Also. She paused, there were many worried flashed on her dark clear eyes. Naruto, please don't get the wrong idea, but if you are someone with status, I can. Safely publicly. Our marriage. Her voice slowly disappeared into the background, she declined her face and glued her forehead to the back of his head. The muscle on her face twitched in a tense feeling. I am not having any shame to be together with you, hell, I want the world to know that we are an item, but in your current status, I fear, many will come to harm you, perhaps you will receive a lot of sully and people will mock you. Maybe you could disregard or brushed off their taunt, but what about me, and the rest of your women? We don't want our man to be someone who are become the object of insult. We want him for one that cause them to stare in awe. Therefore. Please, Naruto. 106 The red eyes Naruto hadn't let out a peep of sounds. From the moment she stopped talking, They braved the wilderness in a complete silence. Linroxi's face turned gloomy. Despite her attempt to explain her intention, she couldn't help but thinking Naruto got offended. Step by step, only a snapping sounds of fallen branches breached their ears. The talk of crickets in the nearby bushes, the dance of the leaves from the luscious trees. They wandered in the jungle, with nothing but each other presence that comforting. Naruto. After the time that seemed moved for eternity, she couldn't bear the cold shoulder attitude he showed. After all, both couple just crossed the matter between man and woman, and it's a terrible outcome if they are at each other's throat instead of being jolly. Naruto still kept his voice to himself. Naruto. Talk to me, I am sorry. I didn't mean to insult you, I just want to think the best for you. She tightened her grip on his neck, but not enough to choke him. Yet he remained silent. Naruto. Just forget what I said earlier, it was stupid for me to say that, don't worry, you can stay as what you are, I don't care about your status so long you never abandon me. Her voice filled with the urge of desperation, as if a child disowned by her parent. Ruoxi. Finally, the jerk blonde greeted the young lady with hesitation tone. Her eyes immediately lit with joy, but his next words definitely staggered her if she's on the ground. I think we lost. Lost? What do you mean lost? The path was just straight ahead, and you still managed to get us to nowhere? She pat Naruto's head and made him stare at his front. I know. But the tree, bushes, grass, and plants seems different. Naruto broke free from her hand and glanced to his left and right. What? Don't scare me like that, jerk. She curled her body and pasted close to his back. I am not scaring you, look, that tree's supposed to be a mango but now it's a cherry. Naruto pointed his finger toward his northeast, several feet away from his location. There was 5 meters high tree planted among the bushes. Are you sure? Maybe you're mistaken? She puckered her forehead. No way, I am confident with my ability to identify anything that I had seen before, pretty sure that was a mango. But why is it different? The dread replaced by curiosity. Wait, Naruto closed his eyes, but not even a minute later, he opened them again and they glowed in blue iridescent. He looked around, paused time to time, then he frowned before closing his eyes once more. He opened his eyes exactly a minute after, his pupil changed their shape into horizontal strip. Linroxi didn't know what he does, her sight was blocked by his head thus she unable to witness the change on his eyes. Naruto observed his surrounding and his countenance remained fixed. Strange. The movement of energy in this area didn't seem natural at all, as if something or someone had disturbed it recently. Naruto moved his eyes and stared down the cherry's tree. I know it, that tree wasn't supposed to be there. Either it got there on its own, or it was moved. Naruto swept the plants in the vicinity's area, and most of them wasn't originally born around here. He enlarged his sensory ability, trying to detect any kind of power that caused this phenomenon. Any power except cultivator, whoever had the special ability certainly could accomplish this task, for example, a mage who proficient in botany, a specialist with extraordinary ability to communicate with plants, fullbringer with wooden sword as their weapon. But it was a rare case for any of them to be able to completely one with the nature, unless they had an extremely high comprehension with the said ability, and it also mean they are super powerful. And up until now, he just realized there was no animal around, not the smallest hare, or even the biggest bear, not a single snake or a pack of deer. That means whoever moved the plants, must be also commanded the wildlife to disappear from this area. Botanokinesis and animalia manipulation. Also covered his or her presence with the surrounding nature. A powerful mage? A hybrid specialist? Naruto thought deeply and went silent for quite a long time. Linroxi became agitated, she put her chin on his shoulder and drew near her cheek toward him. Naruto noticed her gesture and knew the young lady felt insecure, thus he smiled while patted her bottom. Don't worry, I saw this in no time. Then Naruto closed his eyes again. Slowly the building flame of aura that coating his figure changed from blue color to orange, and only a couple minutes later, it shifted to green. The aura spread toward the surrounding area and tackled the disturbance of energy in the environment. It was beating and attacking, but not in the intention of wrecking the nature, instead it held the purpose of fixing it. The lack of order within the nature was restored, but Naruto didn't just stop it there and the green aura invaded the line toward the origin of the cause. Somewhere beside a high and tall mountain, far away from Naruto and Linroxi's location, a man sat cross-legged atop a giant boulder, the person's garment made of animal skin and several leaves. Soon the green aura arrived at his location without the man's knowing. The moment the aura struck his skinny figure, the man's body shivered, then he spewed a mouthful of blood, the tanned skin on his face devoid from any redness. His eyes turned grim and coldly gazed toward Naruto's direction, but before he could do anything, a howling of wolves, a roaring of tigers, and many commotion from the wilds pierced through and shattered the solitaire of the jungle. The man became panic, he closed his eyes and tried to control them, but it's a futile effort, akin to a rigid steel. These animals wouldn't bend their consciousness into his will. Soon he decided to abandon his location, with many beasts tailing him from behind. The man ran far, and fast. Back at where Naruto's location, in the midst of Linruoxi's confusion, he chuckled then strolled toward their portal. It's still a night time in Zonghai's city, but the environment is incomparably lighter, not only because of many lamps from various places, the sky also younger. Back to the city. Naruto smiled as he appeared under the bridge. Sadly, the response he heard from the young lady on his back was a snoring. He curled his lips while shaking his head. Naruto tapped his feet on the ground. The green pale energy covered his figure, then he leapt away and disappeared from his spot. Along the way, his phone had been ringing for several times, but since his both hands were under her thighs and Linruoxi also slept, he couldn't pick it up. Naruto stopped by a park within a city, the place built by a milestone, and there was a statue of the founder of the city at the heart of the park. Several people passed by the place, either in a whole pack of family, a couple or a complete loner. Naruto looked for a white bench and he rested carefully Linruoxi on the top of it. He fished out his phone and noticed the ID of the caller. By the quantity of its incoming call, it's enough to make him wrinkle his eyebrows. Jingjing, is something happen? He called it back and the moment it was picked up, he said immediately. Little brother Naruto, I am sorry for bothering you at this hour. The voice that came from the other side wasn't a cheerful young and crisp female's tone, instead a weak familiar old man. Oh, old Lee, no, I should be the one who said sorry for not picking up earlier. What happened? The only one who had phone in Mr. Lee's family was Jingjing. It was even the result of her part-time jobs for a whole year and little bit share of his stall's profit. It wasn't that strange if old Lee also used the phone, but for him to call this many. Little brother Naruto, Jingjing has been hospitalized, the old man said with a wavering tone. Naruto's eyebrows jumped, his jaw dropped slightly. What happened? Is she fine? His tone had a hint of urgency. Jingjing got a fight with the ruffians in the market, she got her nose injured. Old Lee said in a bitter tone. How worse the injury? Naruto leaned against a pillar with rounded bulb as big as a watermelon on the top of it. There is an inflammation around her nose, so the doctor couldn't really sure, but based on the symptoms, there is a chance of breaking. We wouldn't really know until 3 days later. Alright, which hospitals? I'll go there. It's at the public hospital, not far from the market. I know the location, and I am sorry for unfortunate event befell Jingjing. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto put down his phone. He stayed on his spot, looking at the ground with somber expression. Then he sat beside the sleeping beauty. He touched her face and stirred the lamb awake. Have we arrived at home yet? She rubbed her eyes and raised her upper body. No, I have to make a call, thus we stopped by the park. Naruto whisked several strands of hair from her face. Did something happen? She knew it must be important if he had to stop. Yeah, my friend's daughter had an incident, and I plan to go to the hospital after I send you home. Naruto faintly smiled. Naruto, you don't have to, I come with you, she said. The reason I send you back because I may or may not be home so soon, Naruto said with relaxed expression. Linruoxi startled, she stared at his face, deeply felt the meaning inside his eyes. Naruto stood up, offering his hand toward the young woman. She sighed then accepted it. She climbed his back after he turned. Linruoxi stared at his back with sad eyes. She hugged his neck so close to her face and pressed all her front against him. Be careful. Despite her unwillingness, but nothing came from her mouth beside the simple gesture of care. Naruto arrived in the plain-looking hospital. The size wasn't much, about 1 out of 3 from Yulei's building. He strolled inside, and a surge of negative emotion assaulted his sense. Along with the stuck-up feeling inside his chest because the lack of room to breathe. Left wall decorated with the population of sick and non-sick people who sat on the bunch of barely called seats. Right wall filled with people who hadn't got the chance to get the piece of it, thus forcing them to sucker sitting on the floor. Naruto stopped. His face didn't show any change in expression, but his eyes flickered red. Naruto shook his head, and his iris once again cerulean. He traversed 2 halls before arrived in the section where Lee's family are. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes once again flickered red. 107 What lay behind the stall? The emergency room was a place for patient who required an immediate medical care upon their arrival on the hospital. Regardless the condition the patient had, anyone would set their first priority to this room. Despite the urgency of service being applied, the hospital staff only administered the first basic help such as respiratory assistance or vitamin fluid infusion. Thereafter, the patient needed to wait if they want to receive the following procedure. Firstly, they must have taken care the administration, which required fee for the sort of treatment later such as operation, patient's room, medication, even the service of the staff. Of course, For those with deep pocket within their pets will consider the predicament as if a breeze walk on the park, the staff also would take care their necessity like a fire lit on their asses. And to those who had the shallow one? Yeah, you must wait perhaps double hours again for the nurse to glimpse their eyes on you. Among the many green beds separated by a thick curtain, Li Jingjing laid on the top of the bed with her eyes closed and a breathing device covered her organ. Her nose was strapped with a bandage, thus it could be seen how hard she tried to breathe. Her chest heaved, with a brown suit and black shirt supported its movement. On the side of her bed, Madame Li grasped the hand of her only daughter. The old lady had her expression filled with anguish, the corner of her eyes turned red for some reason. Old Li hadn't been around. Naruto thought the old man must have been taking care some paperwork's business with the staff. He glanced to right and left, many people also in the same condition with Li Jingjing, few even far worse, yet no staff seemed busy. Madam Li, he said as soon as he arrived in the front of Li Jingjing's bed. The old woman startled and turned her head to her left. She jumped in surprise seeing Naruto's presence. The gloomy eyes became clear a little bit. Little brother Naruto, is good to see you here. She rose from her seat but Naruto raised his hand and stopped her from going further. Yes, I am sorry for being late. And Jingjing's situation. Naruto walked to the empty space on the bed's left side. His eyes tenderly looked at the fainted young woman, her forehead occasionally knitted as if she endured some unknown pain. Thank you, you are too kind, she said with a faint smile, but he could see the shiver on her lips. How is she? Although he already knew, but it was just on the general basis. Madame Li declined her head, the color on her face drained from the any redness and leaving only the white paper. The doctor said. Jingjing might never truly recover from this. She brought up her hand and pasted it on her mouth. A vague sob sounded out, but it's like a loud ringing bell in his ears. That worse? Naruto's eyebrows ascended. They weren't really sure. The shape of her nose was slightly changed, yet the bleeding was rather slow. There are the possibility of fractured on the nose's bone. They said the lightest injury she probably suffered was just a broken nose, while the crucial one was septal hematoma. She hiccuped in the middle of speech. Septal hematoma? It's when blood gather in the area between your nostril. It may block one or both the passage inside the nose, and if that really happen, it must be drained immediately or it may cause a dangerous infection. Also, a permanent change in shape of the person's nose. She gave a mirthless smile and brushed Jingjing's hair. How long it takes for her nose to be treated? Naruto observed Jingjing's attire, since she still wore her teacher's uniform and the event took place in the market, meaning the time of the incident happened either while she went to work or she went to home. Naruto thought it was possibly the later since he remembered there were several incoming calls in the afternoon. Elder brother. Your stall is missing. Naruto tilted his head to the side while staring at her face. Why she sent me that message instead just asked for help. It should be as soon as possible, but... Miss Lee let out more sobs. Naruto understood the words she wanted to say and how hard to convey it. The blonde sighed. He lamented how the world rotated based on money now. If this was a corporate hospital, it is understandable, but this is a public hospital. It belonged for any people, not just a rich one. While both Naruto and Madame Li sank in the awkward environment, an old man passed through the area's gate with distress's appearance. The moment he saw a familiar blonde person ahead, he abruptly fixed his expression and assumed a temperate countenance. Naruto. It feels like forever since the last time we meet, the old man softly chuckled while sauntering toward Li Jingjing's bed. Naruto faced him without hurry. He put on a cheerful face. Old Li sure liked to exaggerate. It's not like we haven't met for years, he grinned. Oh, son, don't you know a day without you around is the same like a year? Old Li put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and shook it lightly. Please stop, I'm straight. He assumed a depressed face. Damn, brat. Your head fill with bunch of nonsense. Old Li twitched his lips. He took Naruto to his bosom by strangling his neck, then he rubbed his knuckle on his head. Ooh, still got some spunk inside that old bony bone of yours. Naruto closed one eye while chuckling. Get a room you two. Madame Li rolled her eyes. Naruto and Old Li separated. They laughed in a low tone before exchanged verbal normally. Naruto once again set his eyes toward Li Jingjing. Old Li, who this ruffian who got into a fight with Jingjing? He ruffled her black hair. A new scumbag after Chendahai no longer in power. Old Li's face turned ugly. Their presence isn't for robbing us in the name of protection fee but to kick us away from our selling spots. Are you saying they work for the owner of the land? Naruto frowned. I don't know. 30 years long I have selling that place. No news I ever heard it belongs specifically to someone, Old Li said. It still should be the property of the government. Then how can they act as they wishes? Also, why you are not contacting the police? I've heard the new chief of Western District is just and solid. I did, and so the other seller, but no further action made by the authority. And don't you know? The Western's chief recently got released from hospital. Naruto's face darkened. No wonder the market side of the district suffered the injustice. Once the so-called guardian force of the area no longer function, many dirty hands would run in rampant. How Jingjing got mixed into this? As far as I know, she is a cool-headed and sweet girl. Why would she challenge those ruffians? Based on what people said, the ruffians became too overbearing. They not just disturbed the seller but also bothered the customer. Their last victims was a couple and they had shamed them too much. Jingjing happened just returned from the school and witnessed the act, and she couldn't stand it. Old Lee sighed. Then he kneed the young woman's leg. Silly girl, knows she was not match of those people yet didn't back down from their threat, instead wounded one of them by throwing a piece of beer's glass. She did? Naruto widened his eyes. Yes, Old Lee nodded, his voice held a hint of a pride. Jingjing is truly a fierce lady, it's the same like her mother. Hey, don't talk like I am not here. Madame Lee drew her eyebrows and honked her mouth in discontent. Also don't compliment her, what if she tried to do the same in the future? I couldn't be more proud as her father, Old Lee said simply. You. Then the old lady began to raise her voice and berated Old Lee. Line for line of harsh words dauntingly came out from her mouth like a compartment of drains or a trail of smokes. Old Lee tried to calm his wife but the old lady seemed unyielding. They became the main attention of the room with a lot of glare directed at them. Naruto could only bitterly smile in apologetic manner toward those poor people who just wanted to rest. Mom. Luckily before they got kicked out by the nurse, a soft voice came from the bedside which gained the attention of the three people. Jingjing. The old lady startled and quickly approached her. You are too loud. Jingjing said through the breather, her voice akin to a whisper that slowly dimmed. Sorry baby, she sobbed while also embarrassingly smiled. Li Jingjing moved her eyes toward the other side, the murky eyes as if received a heaven blessing because it glowed clearly the moment she saw a familiar blonde's face. Elder brother. She said without holding back her voice, then she knitted her forehead as if something made her winced. Relax Jingjing, I am not going anywhere so soon. Naruto smiled then sat on the narrow space of her bed. Elder brother. She said with a soft tone, there was a longing expression within it. Old Lee curled the corner of his lips, then his eyes shifted to Madame Lee, giving her a meaningful stare then he strolled out from the room. The old lady hesitated for a while before she hastily followed her husband's tail. Jingjing is a terrifying person, hey? You wounded a thug like that, remind me not to anger you at some point. Naruto slanted his lips. Elder brother, you tease me. Her breather was taken off, thus she could speak easier. Naruto laughed then he ruffled her hair, the young lady enjoyed his touch as a smile grew on her lips. Why you do that? He said because I learned not to feel fear. When I was mugged, I felt this intense feeling that clutched my heart, it was binding my legs not to move, caging my mouth not to scream, and tying my hands not to struggle. I was hopeless, my thought bred fear inside of me if the criminal knew my condition, perhaps he could have done more evil things instead of just taking my stuff away. And then you came, though not exactly in the way of Prince Charming, you came to help in the darkest hours of my life. Spending my times with you, I steeled my heart not to desperately seek your help. I don't want to be a pathetic damsel who only shout help and help. But I guess, just determination isn't enough, because at the end, I'm still nothing but that girl who froze from being mugged. She bitterly glanced down, her eyes dimmed with brooding color. Naruto didn't have the change on his expression, his finger unceasingly caressed her hair. Stupid, he simply said. You think so? She glued her eyes toward him, the pair of brown eyes weakly gazed. When you couldn't fight, the best thing to do is run, Naruto said. Isn't that the act of a coward? No, is the act of survival. So it is better for me to survive while developing the fear and shame for abandoning the helpless, than stay hold my ground protecting those who need it? Li Jingjing frowned. Let me ask you a question. Naruto shifted his position. Which category are you, the helpless or the helpful? Li Jingjing startled, she didn't respond him for quite some times. The helpless are those who couldn't protect themselves, let alone protect other people. The helpful are those who could fight for their life, and carry others if they are strong enough, Naruto said slowly. Try to remember the event in the previous afternoon, what things that happened after you provoked the ruffian. Li Jingjing stared at the ceiling of the room, the peaceful on her face diminished as she remembered the sequence of the event. Her eyes turned moist. Someone step in, and he tried to save me. Her voice was shivered. And what happened to that person? Naruto's voice remained unchanged. I don't know. The last thing I see, he was wounded heavily. Li Jingjing put her arm over her eyes, it was both pain for her heart and nose to feel the grim at this situation. Yes, that is the truth, that is the fact. Naruto put his hand over hers and shared the comfortable aura with her, her jumbled emotions one by one set into their own path and once again coordinated perfectly. We are living in the real world, not in some novel or TV shows full of plot armor cliché. One wrong move, we may cost our life in the process, or worst, someone dear's life. We need to be smart, and being smart sometimes mean we had to be patient and control our emotion. We let them goes berserk, and we already lose. I am not telling you to run to be a coward, I am telling you to run to save a life. In fact, I may tell you to do nothing if that mean preserving your own life and the others. Survival isn't mean for those with weak hearts, but with a strong will to live, and sought a solution for the present cause. Li Jingjing had calmed herself. She brought Naruto's hand toward her chest and put it on the top of her beating heart, and she sensed his closeness. His words reverberated inside her minds, bouncing around like a naughty child within her consciousness. Oh, by the way, why did you send me a message about my stall went missing, instead just directly ask for help? Naruto raised one eyebrows. Hee, don't you remember, elder brother? She said with a faint smile. Yeah, sure, I remember, it was about that. Yeah, you know. That. Naruto dropped a cold sweat from his temple, his forefinger stretched out and rolled it around in the air. You forget about it, don't you? Li Jingjing's eyes turned moist. Oh, crap, don't cry. It's you It's... He crossed his arms over his chest, tilted his head to the side while his forehead created a lot of wrinkled. The young lady soon chuckled at his effort, her nose sparked a pain for the cost of it. It's fine, elder brother, let me rehearse your memory. 108 Taking out the trash. Daylight, somewhere within the west side of Zonghai City, the climate for the area was burning hotly. Many people went out from their houses with a thin cloth, as you could even see a man walked only with his sleeveless trousers. In the front of a small house within a rather slummed district, a person with blonde hair, wearing a black shirt with a red whirlpool on its front and a pair of short white jeans that reached inches above his knee, was currently faced a middle-aged man. His expression was troubled. With a crumple of cash in his hand, he forced up a smile while spoke in a pleading tone. Can you lower the price again? Said the blonde. Again? Ha. Seriously, how much do you have? The middle-aged man sighed, his tan skin glistened with sweats. Only 20. He said with an embarrassed tone. 20? Look kid, it's already a hard bargain for me to drop its initial worth to 50%, and now you expect me to sell the cart for 20 yuan. You are killing me here. His plain white shirt had dampened, the dark color between his armpits depicted how torturous the current heat in the environment. Then, I guess you won't sell it? The blonde man dropped his shoulder, and his expression fell. The middle-aged man rubbed his chin, he observed the blonde with crafty eyes. How about? You give me that 20 yuan, and you pay the rest next month, in change. I give you the cart now, he put on the I am not a cold heart person face. Really? You are awesome, mister. The blonde's face lit up and his eyes fiercely shone. Yes, I couldn't stand any poor life that tried to ramp up his fortune, especially by try to sell as a small stall person. Yeah. It's a harsh and hard journey to brave, but honest one, thus I won't bar up your path. The middle-aged man waved his hand as if the act he just did was not worth to mention. Thanks, here is the money. The blonde brought forward the scruple of thin papers within his hand. As the middle-aged man about to proceed to grab them, suddenly a slender hand blocked his range. In the midst of his surprise, a delicate-looking girl, with small yet oval face and long ponytail black hair appeared on the side between the blonde person and him. She put on a smile, yet there is a dangerous sign all over her lips. 50 yuan for such a small and shady-looking cart, eh? The girl said while holding her expression so lovely. Not far from where there stood, a rectangle piece of block made of woods, with two wheels glued on its both sides remained idle. Its size was not even twice higher than the blonde. And it also filled with dust and spider's web. Jingjing. You know how precious those are to me. It's not about the physical worth but the sentiment's price, thus. It's. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke in stutter. Sentiment. Do tell me if I remember correctly, I saw a similar cart over the dumpster few days ago? Is it just a coincidence? Li Jingjing curled her lips, she squinted her eyes. That is no the same. The middle-aged man threw his sight away from hers. But I sure remember a dog walked up to it and... You know. Mark its dominion. She said while glancing her eyes upward, and I did smell the stench even until now. What? That's impossible, I have dragged it from the dumpster and I... smelt. Nothing. The middle-aged man realized what words he just said and his face suddenly became pale, it became whiter as he caught a smirk manifested on the girl's lips. Soon the blonde and the girl traversed the side road while he hummed a tune of delight, his hands grabbed the handle of the cart as he pushed it along the path. Thankfully Jingjing arrived in time, and I could buy this thing for only 10. The man said with relaxed tone. Elder brother Naruto, you're such a bummer. Li Jingjing huffed while she followed him from behind. The young lad wore a yellow shirt with the design of a blue cat with white wing on its neck. She put a gray-colored skirt with patterned flowers on its surface. Yes, don't fuss over a trivial thing. Naruto ignored her tantrum while he closed his eyes and smiling without control. Elder brother, there is still so much thing to do. You gotta remodel the cart to suit your ramen shop. She put her finger over her lips. I know, I got all plan overlay inside my head. Naruto shook his hand in carefree manner. Did you? Li Jingjing squinted her eyes in suspicion. Yeah, relax, I got it covered. 3 hours later. Dad Naruto presented the cart which he had cost more than hours time to rebuild. The previous only woods and wheels now had an orange-colored paint all over its surface, mixed with big black words best ramen in the world coated in a line of white tone. The top of the cart had 2 holes in it and flashy neon strap a miniature-size canopy that stuck by a pole at the corner of the cart. Li Jingjing stared at the cart with a poker face expression. So what do you think? You know, I always thought myself as an artist. Naruto smirked with confident eyes teased the girl before him. She looked at him then looked back at the cart, not once her eyebrows even curled. I know, you must have been caught captive by the sight of my masterpiece. I don't mind getting praise but please keep it simple. He began to laugh toward the sky while crossing his arms. It's awful, she said simply, staggering the blonde while sweat drop greeted his temple. Jingjing, what are you saying? This is clearly a good design. Naruto scratched his cheek while forcing a smile. You don't believe me? Fine, let's go around asking people. Then both the young man and the girl strolled the neighborhood to ask for their opinion. A person shook his head. Another person shook her head. The third person stared for quite some time, then he shook his head. The fourth person had his face amused, but he still shook his head. After asking perhaps more than 20 people, only 3 of them that actually gave a thumbs up. One was a hobo, who are strangely winked at him, asking for some reward, a madman who afterwards went berserk and chased them around the neighborhood. Naruto could beat him but he just a sick person, and the last one was a blind color person, which they don't know about it until much later. The day was getting brighter which consequently made the weather was getting hotter. Naruto crouched beside a convenience store with dejected expression all over his face, his apparently awful design stall laid rest on his right. Seriously. No people in this city know the meaning of art. He shook his head and snorting, but his shoulders slumped anyway. Still unwilling to accept it? He felt a cold touch on his cheek. Li Jingjing just came out from the store and treated him a canned energy drink. It's not that. Naruto accepted it and flicked open the can. He gulped it down. A cool fluid invaded his drier throat. Elder brother'd spent the rest of your money, hadn't you? She crouched beside him, her both knees touched her chest. Yeah. There is no left for rebuilding. Naruto drew a circle on the ground. Li Jingjing tilted her head to the side, then a bulb lit atop her head. Hey, elder brother, I think Dad used to have an old cart stash in home, though I don't know if it was still there. It's fine Jingjing, I just use this one to make a cell. The rice had been cooked, might as well eat it anyway. He stood up and began pushing his cart. Alright, if you change your mind, just call me. A week later. Jingjing, please borrow me your dad's old stall. Naruto bent low his head in front of Li Jingjing who just came back from university. Your cell wasn't good? She was about to enter her home when she heard Naruto's call. Naruto told her with dispirited tone how people didn't visit his spot at all, most only stopped to look but then carried on to the other. Alright. Wait here. Li Jingjing ceased her intention going inside her house. She closed the front door and strode toward the small alley beside her house. A couple's minutes later, she came out with a much bigger size cart than he currently had. It still needed to be remodeled to match his ramen stall. It required several patch here and there, and its wheels a little lack of air, but it isn't broken though. She pointed her finger in certain spots that had a hole on the surface. Probably because of vermin's bite. Ooh. This should be suffice. Naruto's eyes glittered as she pushed it toward him. Take a good care of it. She curled her lips. Don't worry, it goes missing only in a great disasters. Naruto patted his chest with his thumbs, which made her laugh then he tagged along. I see, great disaster. Naruto chuckled while shaking his head, of course he wouldn't remember that, he practically was joking. Li Jingjing giggled but every spit of laugh created the insufferable pain inside her nose. Elder brother. Her voice grew small, so small that anyone would thought she wasn't talk at all. The people in the market. They need help. She said slowly. Naruto didn't have the change on his face. Day by day, there is nothing but pain, and trouble comes akin to a blazing storm. From the government, the thugs around, the incorporate people. Powerless they are, only accept how fate determines their future. Shout for help may be heard but is there a hand would come to it? Dad knows, they knows, to solve this, One must struggle and break free from the oppression, yet they choose to remain passive, letting them to toy with their life. Too many things they incapable to do, but pray for miracle they never stop. She stared at the ceiling, eyes thick with impenetrable conviction. Then they should wait for it. Naruto stood up from the limited space of her bed. Until when? She smiled, but sadness sat on the corner of her lips. Tomorrow, 2 days later, a month, a year, 2 years. No matter how long it takes. By the time it comes, perhaps a lot of people would no longer be there, many will lose their source of income, many will leave the city, many will become a beggar, and many will resort to crime. Is that what you hope, elder brother? Naruto's half-lit eyes grew solemn, he clenched his right fist. Elder brother. I am tired. Li Jingjing threw her face to the side as if she didn't want to face him right now. Yeah, get some rest. He walked out from her booth, his ears picked the sound of sobs with familiar tone. He pushed open the door that led to the short hall before the emergency room. The Lee's couple stood there, looking pensive. Don't worry, I would loan some of our stuff to get us enough money for Jingjing's operations, old Lee said. But would it be enough? This price just. Madame Lee's countenance could be compared to a dirty laundry, chaotic and unseemly. I would borrow some if it is not. The old man patted his wife's shoulder, tried to give her the false senses of comfort. Why our family must suffer like this? SSSH. Don't say it like that. The grim conversation made Naruto felt uncomfortable. Of course they spoke in a whisper, but Naruto's heightened senses would easily picked it up. He approached them with a forced smile, greeting their ears with a light cough. Jingjing is back to rest. The old couple was startled, their face hinted with a naked worry if their talk was exposed, but Naruto's careless expression made them relieve a little. Since Naruto had walked out, Madame Lee swaggered back in, her steps was heavy. Going home, Naruto? Old Lee put on a sincere smiling face. Naruto went silent for a while, then he curled his lips. No. Ah, I see. Old Lee nodded his head after he sensed something amiss with Naruto's tone. Do be careful, sometimes dogs bite is dangerous. Naruto shrugged, he turned around. Who says anything about dogs? I am taking out trash. He began to walk. The KTV in Qinghai district had some serious problem about trash, Old Lee sighed. Got it, I'll be back. Naruto waved his hand. His figure slowly outreached the Old Lee's sight, seconds per seconds, Naruto no longer visible to him. Old Lee stood still before he entered the emergency room. 109 Human is not that fragile. Qinghai district was quite many blocks away from the public hospital nearby the market. Even by car it still take more than 30 minutes to arrive, excluding the traffic's variable. It would have to pass another 2 district and a unique gate with dragon's totem would greet at the entrance of the district. The neighborhood was distinctive with its red lantern all above the road and various seller either by building or stall readied on the both side of the street. 3 steamed buns, 2 sweet beans and 1 meat. A person with a high and lanky stature stood in the front of a stall that leaked out a puffy smoke the moment its seller opened its transparent case and fished out a white-colored and firm-looking food. Here you go, that would be 6 yuan. The seller flashed out his smile while brought forward the package for the guy. His hand roughly dived into his pocket and he dropped down a 10 yuan paper which the seller quickly gave the exchange. Afterward, the guy sauntered the street while munching the steamed bun in his right hand. He paved the path while his eyes glued on the interface of his phone and left thumb scrolled down the display. He chuckled or sneered at certain point. Lol, the headmaster is a gay? Get real loser. Dark Lord had a son? PFFT, as if that could happen. The guy was deeply amused himself with the trolling thread inside the forum of his favorite wizard movie. He barely tasted the sweet bin of a steamed bun that melted inside his mouth. He meandered and passed by a series of shops without even giving a slightest glance on any of them. Thud. There was a dark passage sandwiched between 2 tall structures beside him. The small portion of the passage's entrance was the only visible thing that anyone could see. The tall guy couldn't care more about the fancy and well-shaped decoration of the building beside him, much less about a narrow and creepy-looking path. God knows what currently happened or what sort of retard inside there. Perhaps someone was being stabbed repeatedly. Normally he shrugged it off, but somehow a strange noise like something dull hit the ground, piqued his ears and froze his steps. Hello? The guy called. He wasn't sure if there is a person or people ahead, but it's not like any harm would come to him for just calling out. Long time without response, then when he thought it was nothing, he heard a heavy breather whispers. H. Help. It was hoarse and so low, he failed to discern it is a voice of female or male. Are you okay? The guy's heart tightened, somehow deep inside, there was a surge of a fearful notion. Goosebumps slowly made way toward the hair on his skin. He heard no more. The guy contemplated whether the voice before was just his imagination or actually a real deal. That means someone was in dire need of an assistance. Of course, He wouldn't be as stupid as barging in and checked on him or her. What if it was a trap of some shady people or criminal? Damn it, I couldn't see from here. The guy squinted his eyes. He brought up his phone and activated its flash, yet it only reached so far. Hey, answer me. He gulped since he still hadn't received any response. He glanced to left and right, and the path right now was strangely devoid from any other people. It's ridiculous. Yes, it's night now, but certainly not so late. Where are the rest of pedestrian? Since the building that trapped the dark passage forbid people from placing their stall to sell in the front of their entrance, thus it's no one else that stood there aside from him. The guy contemplated for a while, then he decided to take few steps. If he couldn't spot a thing, then he considered the previous sign of distress as an illusion. First step. Second step. The light from his phone surveyed through the area. It spotted a trash can, trash bag, a peel of banana, half-eaten apple, leftover canned soda, a hand, other bunch of plastics, a bottle of Coke and beer. The guy's expression instantly froze. He swept back the light and focusing it on one spot, one specific spot. It's a hand. One hand light among the junk dispersed course of the dark passage. It was positioned upside down where the palm faced the sky and spots of reds filled its surface. His voice got caught in his throat, eyes stretched and the hair on his back stood up. The guy felt his power as if seeped away from every spore of his body. He shifted the light and followed the length of that hand, continued downward to the arm, then he saw a short hair, messy and dirty, then finally, the face. Wah. The guy dropped his plastic bag of steamed buns and took a step back. No, he retreated until he almost fell flat onto his ass. The face belonged to that hand. Was something he never expected. Or at least the condition of that face. Its skin was pale, almost drained from every single blood that poured right on the center of that face. Right. It's a mess of blood, exactly above the face's thick mouth that gaped like a hungry tiger. It's hard to describe given the lack of illumination, but the guy was sure that area above the face's nose was flat. As if whoever this person was, his entire nose either had blown up or had dripped off from his face. Dark Lord. It's Dark Lord. The guy couldn't contain his voice and lashed it out loud, if not could break the glass around. The noseless faces feature this person had resembled the main villain of the wizard's fiction he liked, which is why he suddenly terrified and his imagination went wild. He didn't even check on the other part of this person's figure, not even care to think whether he's still alive or dead. Thought the colors on the pair of eyes had lost their colors, it lack of lights any normal person possessed. It's either he was dead or he just fainted. The guy didn't care. He quickly called an emergency number and contacted the authority. Several minutes later, Shanghai district swarmed by police cars and ambulances. Officers and yellow line could be seen before the dark passage between the furniture's shops and KTV. In fact, some of the officers actually come and go from the private karaoke building. Chief. A car stopped on the road in the front part of the KTV's building, and a woman with blue uniform and black skirt, completed with a pair of long stockings, stepped out from the passenger's seat. Her apricot green eyes looked weary, but they still brimmed with fierceness. She walked slightly heavy toward the building's entrance and greeted by salute from the officers that stood in guard. Kaiyan waved her hands in response and she proceeded inside. Happy Tune KTV is a two-story building with the first floor consisted of the lobby and other department things that related to the staff, such as the building's management and the kitchen. The second floor is consisted of a lot of private rooms where the customer and lover, family or friends could sing a song till the due time they had paid for. The building's interior design didn't come off as much as impressive, though it embodied a mixture between urban and modern theme. Her destination laid in the room at the second floor. She groaned at the sight of the stairs but put on brave front so her subordinate won't think less of her. Kaiyan rested her hand on the guardrail and helped herself climb the 20 about steps. She sweats a lot by the time she arrived at the top and felt so pathetic at this moment. Disregarding the pain around her ribs, she strutted forward, accompanied by her subordinate on the side. The hallway before the many rooms stretched far to the right and left, and each room's size not equally the same, or at least several portion of them did. The room she headed was apparently one of the small compartment this KTV's facilitated, and the gate toward it barred by a single yellow line. Chief. Another respectful tone yelled out from the officer before the gate. This time Kaiyan just nodded her head in response. It's not that she had anything against this fellow, she just don't have the patience to properly attended the gesture. She ducked below the yellow line that had been brushed up by the officer, and she huffed by the time she raised from it. The sight before her almost turned the dinner she ate, and not just because the effect of the current predicament, but a flash within her memory brazenly kicked out in the open. It's the same red all over place, the same meat scattered across the room. Ugh. Kaiyan fell to her left, but she quickly leaned her hand onto the wall so she didn't slump to the ground. She gasped for breath, her mind felt dizzy. She could hear the voice of her subordinate, but it felt so distant. It's like an echo of whispers from the faraway horizon. Her heart beat madly dashing, like a hoof of horse in the circle of race. That crazy grin, the strong black thing that coiled around her waist, the reverberation of the desperate scream. Delicious. Delicious meat. Chief, run. 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 Chief. Huh? Kaiyan snapped wide her eyes, beads of sweat had drenched her forehead and trailed down her temple. She glanced to the side and caught her subordinates' eyes were worriedly staring at her. She looked around and found other also observed her condition with questioning stare. So sorry, it must be something I ate before, ha ha ha. She forced a laugh while rubbed the back of her head. Everyone glanced to each other then decided to focus on their own work. See Chief, are you okay? Her subordinate seemed doesn't buy her excuse. Yes, not need to waste time by worry about me, what's the situation? Kaiyan took out a deep breath and assumed a stern expression, although she still glistened by the cold sweat. Alright, the subordinate hesitated before she averted her eyes from Kaiyan then she called out the officer who inspected the crime scene. The report came from someone who found an injured person in the dark passage beside the KTV, and luckily the medic could arrive in time thus the victim's life still could be saved, although the last report from the hospital said he was in deep coma. The officer at the scene checked the surrounding area including inside this KTV and that's when they found 2 dead bodies and 1 fainted woman. The cause of death although different but no sign of the use of any weapon. The first dead body had severe fracture on his skull from the back part of his head crumbled to pieces and the second dead body had ruptured on his carcass that seemed heavily injured his lung thus died from the inability to maintain his respiration system. Other than several injury on other part of their bodies, the body still perfectly intact. As for the fainted woman, perfectly intact? Kaiyan startled then she snapped her eyes toward the surrounding area. There was no horrible scene. No blood splattered around the room, no chunk of meats loitered on the ground, the pungent rotten smell infected the environment. The room's furniture even still positioned perfectly on their place, no single broken things could be found. What is this? What the heck she just saw before? Is she went insane? Kaiyan patted her head with a bitter sigh, perhaps she should consider the doctor's suggestion for her not to be active at period of times. No. Human is not that fragile. I am not that weak. She chased away her delusion and quickly sorted out several instructions toward her officers. What's the lobby attendant's statement regarding any suspicious person, or about the victims? She said as she crouched beside the corpse of a man with a tall stature yet quite skinny. The attendant said there were quite a people this night but nothing out of sort. There were indeed few unfamiliar face and we already sent a team for checking out the footage's cameras. It's unfortunate there were no single one in the karaoke's room so we could only pinpoint from several available spots. About the victims, they were apparently a regular customer, came at least once a week, either in a large group or just a few of them. They didn't have a primary job and mostly shifted between many contracts, a freelancer, the officer said while glancing at the paper within his hands. What is their last job? It's still undergo an investigation. How about this large group? Any connection with the victims? Are they all co-worker? According to several staff who got into conversation with any person in that group, they said they are part of firm who hire people for a contract job and it has a quotation or batch for each of assignment, so they are not necessarily an acquaintance but still worth an investigation. The woman who previously fainted, what we gain from her? That is where it was strange, Chief. She said she hear a knock on the door and they thought it was the staff. One of them got up and went to open the door, but that's all she remember. What? Was her brain got injured somehow? Kaiyan crossed her arms and wrinkled her eyebrows. No. We couldn't even sure what is the cause of her blackout. There is no sign of any physical injury so it might be come from a psychological shock. The officer had a troubled expression. She didn't have amnesia, right? How her emotion state? There was a case when someone witnessed a horrible event that was too horrifying for them to handle. Their mind became unstable and it was suffered an amnesia to protect themselves from remembering that accident. But such trauma usually caused them to depress over the course of time. Thus, although they couldn't remember the case, they still affected by it. We told her about the incident, although she showed a sign of terrified but not significant enough to refer to a trauma. Keep in check with her, told her to come to the station at once if she remembers something, and assign 2 officers to guard her in case the killer would return. Kaiyan tapped on her elbow while she went to the other body. She talked a bit with her subordinate before surfing around the room once more. The space was quite spacious, at least 15 people could rest inside. There were 3 black sofas surrounding a round table in the right side of the room while left side, right in line with the entrance's doorstep, a 46 LCD TV was positioned with several karaoke's instrument. At the end of the wall, further back beyond the spot of that LCD, there was a single window, perhaps only 36 half inches wide. Kaiyan strolled over to the window and leaned her head out. The sight greeted her only a dark environment and another wall, a creepy abysmal-looking alley laid down on the ground far ahead. Did the comatose victim escape through here? But why? If he could just escape to the hallway, surely he could ask for help or at least yelled out for help. Or at least there be people who witness the perpetrator. Kyan asked for a flashlight, then she inspected the surrounding dark area. She searched inch for inch and not a single spot of dirt even missed by the watchtower. And she stopped at certain spot, not the ground below, not the trashed stuff at the side part of the passage, but on the wall. A few feet from her, halfway toward the ground, there is a small crumble, well more like a fracture on the wall. It was as if something hard hit it in a quite force. Why? Why that specific spot had fracture on it? It's not short enough for anyone to give it a punch, or unless that person was beyond 2 meters tall. And it seemed unlikely that anyone would throw something dull to hit that specific spot. Throw? Kyan's expression went absent-minded, her eyes grew widened slowly by seconds. The comatose victim was thrown out of the window? She leaned back and retreated several steps away, her eyes frantically scanned the layout of the window and the wall around it. It's fine, no single thing out of ordinary, in fact the glass on the window had been not harmed at all. That mean it was opened. But the room had central air conditioner. It's understandable if there were too many people here, but if only 3 men and 1 woman, she didn't think it's necessary for any of them to open it. Kyan frowned for quite some time, then she yelled out, ordering her subordinate to check on the window. She was exhilarated, her heart filled with hope if her guest would be right. After few minutes later, the officers finally reported back to her. It was the response that lit up her green eyes. Chief. We got fingerprints. 110 Preparation. The first light emitted from the sun breached through the gap of the oceanic blue curtain of the room. It went straight to the small eyes of the sleeping beauty on top of the bed and made her eyelids tremble. Lenroxie drowsily peeked open her eyes, and the first scene she saw was a peaceful face belonged to a blonde person who closely familiar to her. One by one, her mind started recognizing all the limbs of her body. Her hand rested atop the man's chest and her slender legs curled around his waist, clinging to him like a lazy octopus. She stayed for a while, staring at his face that delved into a slumber. She remembered last night, after the night they had, he delivered her back home, changed his attire and ran out from the house again to visit his friend that had an accident and currently in a hospital. She was beyond tired, blamed the deed they had committed, but somehow her eyes remained sleepless despite the soft pillow that had driven her leave the real world many times. That eyes he expressed, that face he wore. Although it's not as clear as sunny day, but she got a vague feeling what he was about to do. Countless times had passed, but she couldn't sleep either. In her infinite worries, she decided to drill into his room and laid upon his bed, pretending out of cold. She waited and waited, with the dark tunnel upon her vision. Afterward, she heard the door that led into his room was opened. It's a brief sounds and difficult to catch but easy feed if one eyes was non-active. The door was closed, then there was silent. A tranquil but deathly still, only her soft breath but loud heartbeat. She started to doubt if the person who entered the room was him. It's not she was underestimate the villa's security protection, but she knew that no one is entirely safe so long crime still existed in the world. She wanted to peep but her body suddenly went stiff. Because she caught a thick iron scent. She startled as her mind swelled with bad premonition, perhaps the presence beside her inside the room indeed not Naruto but a serial killer instead. She remembered these days recent news about a loose cannibal which happened all around Zonghai, and the last case tribute approximately in West Side. A cold sweat dripped from her temple, but at that moment she heard another door being opened and a sound of water flushed. She was bewildered. What kind of sickening serial killer borrowed a bathroom before killing his target? Although she was oblivious how far the time had trod, but she knew it's neither short or long, she felt a movement from the side of the bed behind her back. Rustle rustle, there was another silent. In fact, the room had become completely tranquil. Lenroxie felt something was not right. There were clearly a presence of someone on the other side of the bed, but it had done nothing to her. This person. Is he Naruto or someone else? How come you haven't sleep? A familiar sound quickly snapped her out of her mind and somehow opened wide her crystal bright eyes in the instant. Then she turned her head to the side. Naruto rested his upper body on the bed's head, his both hand placed below his golden hair. His both eyes were closed but the space between them as if wrinkled. Aren't you tired? His voice awoke her once more, then she frowned. Albeit he seemed asking out of concern, but she could sense a hint of coldness inside his tone. No. It's more like toneless. He spoke without open his eyes, he didn't even change his posture. She looked at his arm and noticed the usual healthy skin seemed a bit pale. She closely looked at his face, and it was indeed only a little red smeared on it. She subconsciously stretched her hand and touched upon his face. It was cold, like bite freezing cold. Naruto, your body, how can you don't need to think much, just rest. This time he turned his body away from her, giving her his back. She was shocked at his careless tone. This never happened before in the past. Naruto. What happened to you? What just you experience outside? Lenroxi bit her lips while she eventually dropped the matter. She thought his mood currently are not well. After that she positioned herself into the other side of the bed, staring at his back before little by little she began to sleep. Lenroxi touched his face this time and she pleasantly surprised that his temperature returned to the normal warm. She suspected that the last night anomaly was just sort of nightmare since she never imagined Naruto would act so indifferent to her, especially after they just melted their relationship into another steps. Ramen. He mouth mumbled while soft snort breezed out. The corner of her lips curved, her heart couldn't be more tickled than knowing his obsession with ramen reached out beyond the land of dream too. Really a freak, you dare made me worried about you last night. Her smile fixed on her face as she patted his cheek. Ruoxi. Your ramen sucks. Ha ha ha. Yeah, this moment, right at this moment, you might want to flutter the white napkin, because someone named Smile just recently being killed. Suddenly a bright meaty sounds rang in the room, followed after a mighty chop hand fell upon a handsome face. Lenroxi snorted while she sets out from the bed, fixing her pajama while she went out from the room. All happened without a single pause. Strange, why my face seemed red in the middle. Naruto lazily yawned while brushed his own teeth. He stared at his own reflection at the mirror and a vague red line appeared from the center of his forehead until it reached above his lips. He remembered no such injury last night. A couple of bullets indeed hit him and several harsh knuckle on the cheek, but all should recover at amazing speed. This mean the strange red line just occurred recently. Did I get sort of disease? He pondered for a while before shook his head in ridicule. Even cancer couldn't happen on his body. What kind of mad disease could possibly affect him? Naruto shrugged as he couldn't find any answer. He got out from the bathroom and quickly nipped toward outside of his room. Lenroxi already strapped on her business suit, her magnificent and slender body clasped in a white satin shirt that buttoned until several inches below her long neck. The knees-length black skirt hugged her bottom yet failed to hide the soul-enticing shape they bore. Her pretty face calmly visited a paper on the desk while the hand that looked so soft like a frail paper grabbed a double bread that unceasingly delivered it to her mouth. Naruto rubbed his nose and smiled at the sculpture-like beauty. It seemed their last night date activity had completely moistured her. Her charm as if increased several folds. Too womanly part as if bigger several times more, maybe can compete with the pair of men ahead. Cough, cough, oh blame me for being so fierce. Morning. Naruto quickly entered the dinner room and sat at the opposite of her. Lenroxi visited him for a brief, replied his greeting in flash then returned her vision on the paper. What are you reading? Naruto grabbed random food on the table and started munching. It was sort of meat bun, but instead of steamed, it was deep-fried instead. Crisp and quite crunchy. The preparation progress of upcoming exhibition, detail of how much the extent of costume design had been completed, size of endorsement that we successfully gathered. She said without looking up from the paper. We still need endorsement? He said with doubtful tone. Of course, such event will require massive amount of resource. A simple way to contribute is money, but we not rejecting such as refreshment drink, more manpower and other. What they receive in return? A portion share of profit? No, most event like this serves as a chance for public advertising. Most company usually had spare their accommodates for this kind of event, and didn't sought for direct benefit. She finished on her bread, glanced simply to his face. This also under the management of your current employment area of expertise. Naruto startled before sheepishly smiled, munching on the crispy food. She drank her tea then took her bag before strolled toward the direction of exit. He looked into her slender back with speechless expression. I am about to go far for 3 days straight, you know. Won't you have at least something to say? In the end Ruoxi truly didn't say a word. She such just gone from his field of vision and soon he heard the front gate was opened. From the rhyme of her footsteps, she seemed in hurry. Young master, did you like the breakfast? At this moment, Wang Ma walked out from the kitchen, carrying a big plate of fragrant rice. Is tasty like 5-star restaurant. You should open an enterprise, and be Wang. Naruto raised his bowl while Wang Ma filled it with rice and several vegetables. Young master, such a flatter. Wang Ma gently smiled as she unlatched her pink apron and sat at the opposite chairs across the table. Andy Wang, did Ruoxi have an urgent meeting or something? She such quickly left. Not that I know of, then again I am not quite grasp young miss affair. She glanced upward then she saw Naruto's helpless expression somehow startled her quite bit. Did young miss left without say anything to young master? Naruto just sighed, mirthlessly smiled to the middle-aged lady. Wang Ma didn't respond for quite bit then she suddenly chuckled. Maybe young miss indeed quite late for a meeting, and also probably shy a little. Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows and stared at her in doubt. Why would Ruoxi felt shy? Wang Ma responded with mysterious smile, such she replied with quick, "Young master will know." After the breakfast was concluded, Wang Ma surprisingly dragged Naruto into Ruoxi's room and shocked after he saw the chaotic situation inside the room. Her double bed size filled with tattered men clothes, from sweater to white shirt, from long pant even a boxer. On the floor there were several healthcare products including skin's protection from bugs, also bugs killing spray. Not far from it, a wash herbs and bath necessity loitered around. There were several towels on it. "Oh, young miss." Wang Ma didn't look surprised, instead appeared loving dearly. "This." Naruto unable to hide his shock. As far as he remembered, Lin Ruoxi always a neat and diligent persons. She even boasted it several times in front of him that she was the embodiment of diligence persona. It was hard to believe someone like her could make such a chaotic pile of mess. Is her room was somehow heisted by robbers? Or a thief might come inside? No, it's impossible since he didn't see anything important seem being taken. Then small hurricane? Wang Ma shook her head then flushed into the room. She approached a white bag that appeared like a crane among the scattered healthcare and bathroom herbs. She grabbed its handle and resembled a little strain from it, as if the bag quite heavy for her. The size of the bag almost half of hers and came in a rectangle shape. "Young master, this should be young miss preparation for you to your trip." Her face mixed between a bitter and gentle smile. "Ruoxi prepared this. For me?" Naruto wide opened his eyes, still unable to cover his shock. "You after all about going to a countryside, young miss should be worry about your health, including the thing that you should wear. But it just 3 days." Naruto observed the entire room. Wang Ma also sighed. Yeah, young miss never had a camp before, she also never lived outside of the city, so she definitely had a problem to manage all of this. "Oh, stubborn young miss, you should just consult with me before." Naruto seemed to understand something, then as if couldn't contain his laughter, he opened wide his mouth and started banging the ceiling with series of loud voice. Wang Ma also couldn't help herself to laugh. No wonder she such flash exited the house, she feared she would get teased if they were found out the mess she just created. 111 Grudge. The gathering point before setting out towards the orphanage was Liu Corporation. It was a high-class building that was even higher than Yulei's headquarters and situated almost in the heart of the central side. Naruto had visited this place a couple of times prior to the eve of the event since he was the head of the team from Yulei and must coordinate well with Liu or Aizen. The building's construction was magnificent, every wall on its surface glistened as the sun on the sky shone upon its crystalline walls. "Naruto, over here." As he made his way inside the building's reception, 4 beauties stood in the front of couch nearby. Each had their own unique style and different appearance. Liu with her orange-purple streaked hair, a denim-buttoned shirt and short black skirt, the front bulge of her prominent feature was boldly emphasized. Perhaps because her innermost feeling had been freed, or she was soon to be married, also her inner demon had been less problematic. Regarding her imagination of cheating her long-lost boyfriend, it compelled the true Liu, the unrestrained and wild lady, to come out. Not only was she not shy showing off her feature, she even frequently threw seductive glances at him. It really required an inhuman willpower to resist this charming vixen. What a flirt. Naruto gave a smile at her which she responded with a slight red hue on her face but smiled back at him anyways. The second beauty had a less seductress vibe but was still a natural beauty. She had her hair reach all the way to her shoulders and was wearing a clerk-type uniform. This person was who else but the strong-headed Jonkai. Yes, strong-headed. After last night a few days ago, where she lose against him in a drinking duel and knew it was one of Naruto's tricks to help solve her problem. Although it wasn't a direct solution, she still bore a grudge towards him. For 2 days straight, the ordinarily mischief-making married woman gave him the cold shoulder, even eye contact, as if became a phobia for her. Naruto, of course, didn't give a whoop regarding her attitude. Some people may have self-respect, and don't get him wrong, he admired those kind of people, but if they were indulging in it too much, it somehow made it seem like an arrogant attitude instead. Even at this time, Jonkai barely glanced at him and focused talking with the other women. Naruto shook his head. Although he did not care about this petty action of hers, he couldn't help but feel slightly bitter. You try to help someone, but the opposite party acted as if you had just killed their cat. What madness! Naruto shifted his attention towards the woman who cheered him up from afar. The ponytailed woman with cream-colored beige suit and her everlasting, curled phoenix-like eyes. Her cheeks were rounded with appealing baby fat and slender orgasm-worthy figure. Unlike her hot-tempered best bud, Zhao Hongyan acted more intimate with him. It's no longer a rare occasion when she even offered him breakfast, even sometimes lunch. She tagged along with him the first chance she got in the morning. This action of hers received a supercilious look from Minnow. She teased Naruto that Zhao Hongyan might have a feeling for him, resulting in her rear being repeatedly slapped by him in the evening of course. As for the other beauty? Naruto thought she looked familiar, Song Lihua if he wasn't mistaken. Despite Naruto was calling her a beauty, this Song Lihua, in fact, looked pretty normal. Her hair was styled with the front parted and falling upon her cheek. A bang concealed half of her forehead. Height neither tall or short and 3 sizes properly groomed. She wore white shirt with a yellow necktie and a luxurious blue skirt ending a few inches below her knees. Song Lihua nodded her head towards Naruto and continued focusing her attention towards the chatty Jonkai. Sister Hongyan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Naruto remarked while dragging a white suitcase almost half his size. The women were startled as soon as they got a clear vision of the baggage he brought. Minu also had a suitcase with her, but even in size, it couldn't win against his. Moreover, she was a woman, whose maintenance required more than any one man, the price of vanity. Well, unless they like to apply skincare, hair product, and also cosmetics, then by all means, please. You'll be going on a business trip far away. Of course we must send you off, Hongyan said in a mumbled manner, her eyes never moving from the sight of his suitcase. Naruto, are you gonna go on the trip with that? Hearing the doubtful words, lots of weird stares from these beauties, even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but feel slightly bashful. Yeah. Naruto said with a sigh, he didn't know why but the urge to find a hole to hide was immense right now. You are really something, Hongyan said with a slight twitch on the corner of her lips. Minu was quick on the uptake as she understood this situation didn't occur because Naruto himself wanted it, but he did it in the behest of someone else. As for who that person was, she did not have to think that much, did not need to ponder that hard. Song Lihua giggled while covering her luscious pink lips. In conclusion, everything was as well as before. Bah-ha-ha-ha. A sudden outburst of laughter came from one of the ladies. It's not a happy laughter, nor one of a joyous moment to enjoy together. Jonkai grasped her stomach while her mouth gaped widely. A train of satiric laughter came as a breeze and quickly entered everyone's auditory nerves. Ah-ha-ha. I can't believe my eyes, Naruto, don't tell me you've never camped before? Never gone to the countryside or even see a village? Her back started to hunch from the excessive amount of glee, her voice became hoarse and the corner of her eyes spilled tears. Ah. It must be truly hard for the people who usually bathe in the comfort of luxury, full of facilities ready to please, in contrast to going somewhere isolated, poor conditions, such lackluster places. The sneer on her lips caused Zhao Hongyan and Liu Min to furrow their eyebrows. They knew what elicited such hostility from Jonkai, but they never expected it would be this dire. Song Lihua took a few steps back. The lad was smart enough to smell smoke from a fledgling fire. Naruto didn't have much of a response toward the shoulder-length haired woman's remark. He stared at her with a poker face. Jonkai's muscle face twitched as she didn't get her desired response from the blonde, but the corner of her lips soon curled in a sneer. I bet what's inside must be a salve for insect bites? Maybe a pair of rubber gloves to protect yourself in the wild? How about bug spray? Did you bring one? Then lotion, eye mask, double blanket. Oh, I know. A set of spoon and fork I mean, the rich clearly don't want to mix and sup with the poor. Yes, quite understandable. She snarked while haughtily glaring at him. Zhao Hongyan's expression changed into an ugly one, but she still held back her anger. Mina twitched her eyes as if ready to erupt. As for Song Lihua, this lad wisely stayed out of the picture. Naruto knew Jonkai just wanted to express her grudge and anger towards him. Perhaps what he did truly had offended her self-respect, but being provoked repeatedly and be taunted for being a richy dude multiple times somehow touched his nerve. Sister Kai. Naruto forced a smile. He knew he shouldn't lower himself to the same level as her. What? You want to argue? Jonkai didn't appear guilty, instead her expression became sadistic. No, arguing just wastes time, you won't listen to me anyway, he sighed while shaking his head. Good, knowing your own manner is good, she nodded, her eyes rolled upwards. Oh, it would be much more meaningful if you had learned it 3 days ago. Jonkai, Yumina couldn't bear it any longer, she was ready to lash out at her, but Naruto's look compelled her to step back. Zhao Hongyan sighed. She somewhat regretted taking her along to send their coworker on the journey. Her concern was because she, her, and Mina were a trio of friends. She would have felt bad if she didn't ask her to come. Sister K, you kept calling me rich person. Naruto said. Could it be you're not? Only a rich person would meddle in things he shouldn't, Jonkai said, waving her hand dismissively. No, whatever you think of me, I won't care about it. I just want to ask you a question. Hey, bring it on. But please don't try too hard, this lowly person doesn't have the capability to handle hard things by herself. Naruto shook his head, this endeavor truly tried the limit of his patience. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Have you ever eaten an apple? Naruto's inquiry caught all the women by surprise, and Jonkai followed by a frown. Are you for real? Just answer. Of course I have, she said without hesitation, then another sneer sat on the corner of her lips. Do you want to tell me that I am also a rich person for eating an apple? Naruto lightly smiled, he didn't bother with her extra comment. How about a half-eaten apple? No, Jonkai said carelessly, who would want to eat half-eaten apple anyway? How about a rotten apple? Have you eat one? Well, there were some apples that have kinda gone bad on its surface, I know, what I mean is that the whole apple had became rotten. Then no. Might as well be thrown out, Jonkai stiffened. It was as if she could perceive where this back-and-forth questionnaire would lead. Then. Naruto kept his light smile with just a hint of melancholy, looking at her with a gentle visage. Have about a half-eaten rotten apple? It could be said that Naruto's last question was as if a bomb dropped in the middle of forest, the prior silence shattered into nothing by the loud bang of explosion. Although he didn't narrate his life story, the women around his vicinity thought that he inferred via the questions. Why else would one ask those sorts of questions? Their eyes couldn't help but glance towards him. Even Mina was filled with everlasting sorrow. Jonkai bit her lips, threw her eyes to the side, and tried to come with some rebuttal. But nothing came into her mind, thus the situation quickly became awkward. A disturbing air brewed among them. At this moment, a soft voice unexpectedly supported by a husky, seductive timbre reverberated in the room. Mr. Naruto, are you ready to go? 112 Exposure Miss Liu, good morning, Naruto said courteously. Liu Ruin came in with a long-sleeved, white shirt and red-colored, peg-leg pants. Her high cheekbones had a light makeup dusted upon them and her smooth skin glowed with a healthy flush. Smiling fresh lips appeared ever so gently, but one could notice the flames of desire flickering through the pair of honey irises. It framed his eyes from looking away. Naturally, effective only for a short time, Naruto got his bearing back almost like a breeze of wind. Morning, did you finish your prep? Liu Ruin said, staring meaningfully towards Naruto. Naruto was yet to open his mouth. Mina had already beaten him to it. Using a respectful tone, she confirmed, we are set, Miss Liu. Liu Ruin barely glanced at her, and then returned her gaze towards Naruto. Then we better get going. I must check with my personnel, so you can go ahead first. After receiving Naruto's nod, she gently turned around, all set to go. At this time, an elder passed by her side, cupping his hand before his chest while slightly bending his body. Mr. Naruto, I am looking forward to work together with you. His venerable voice meekly peeped through his mouth. So do I, Mr. Fu, Naruto said after he returned the courtesy. The elder smiled, then swiftly chased after Liu Ruin's swaying back. Naruto lingered his eyes at their gradually shrinking figure then looked around before facing Minnow. He said, where are Mr. Jugu and Ms. Dawu? In the underground parking lot, Mr. Jugu is checking out the logistics, making sure nothing was left behind, and Ms. Dawu was helping him. In the meantime, the four of us waited for your arrival, Minna said. Naruto nodded, contented as he was then settled his eyes upon Zhao Hongyan. Brightly grinning but with a contrite look in his eyes, he said, Sister Hongyan, sorry for taking your time, having you send us off. Oh, it's no bother, the ponytail woman exclaimed while waving her hand in dismissal. Actually, Chief Mo also supposedly attended with us together, but something urgent came up, so she had to stay behind. What happened? Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. I am not quite sure, but I heard the management held a meeting all of a sudden. She put her finger on her sakura-colored lips. Naruto went silent. He remembered Roxy's frantic run when leaving the house. It certainly wasn't simply because she felt embarrassed for her trying to be a good housewife attitude. Maybe something had occurred in the company. Zhao Hongyan's eyes seemed to convey her hesitation. Then she said, don't bother yourself with this. You have your own task to finish. Make sure you do it properly, and don't forget to take care of Minnow and the others. While she said this, Hongyan's tone had been full of mysterious vibe, as if she was hinting at something. Mina blushed as she heard her best friend's advice to Naruto. She turned her face away in order to hide it from gazes of these women. Although Naruto didn't yield the same response as her, his innermost feeling had been startled. Could it be that Sister Hongyan knew the relation between us? Naruto pondered a little, then concluded she had a suspicion but not a definite conclusion. We should head for the underground parking lot then. I'm afraid Mr. Jugu and Ms. Dawu had been waiting for us. Naruto cast aside his little thoughts since they were not of any importance. Jonkai, who had been silent throughout the ordeal after his last inquiry, looked as if wanted to voice out something but eventually no sounds came out from her mouth. Then they traversed the expansive lobby into the elevator and headed straight for the underground parking lot. Roxy's slender fingers tapped on the meeting desk right in front of her, her seat surrounded by the desk's gradual U formation. The directors, the various heads of departments, and executive officers, all higher-ups, were present in the room, including the cute PR department head, Mo Kayane, and the fatty finance department head, Ma Dao. Though, he looked thinner now. Everyone's expression in the room was varied. Some people wrinkled their brows, few actually showed worry, and only those who scattered here and there were having a pale face. Ms. Mo, have you confirmed this information? Ruoxi said gravely with a slight frown. Yes, President Lin, 100%. It was conveyed by the director himself, Mo Kayani replied as she tightened her grip on the thin paper in her hand, her palm saturated with bead of sweat. 1 billion. Ruoxi, who rarely smiled even for a sneer, actually curled the corners of her lips, eyes became frosty as if it could freeze one with a single glance. She continued, Qingzai TV company is really overbearing. President, this matter is very strange. One of the directors opened his mouth. Previously they didn't haggle much about the price, had even agreed to the 20 million deal, but why the sudden rise in price? They must have a hidden motive. We must get to the bottom of this before any decision is made. Exclaimed another director as his fist slammed into the desk. Be quiet. Ruoxi glanced at him from the corners of her eyes before turning her beautiful yet glacial eyes towards Mo Kayani. Ms. Mo, how exactly did they put forward this new condition? Do you suspect any weird behavior or untoward situation? Mo Kayani stayed silent for a while, then said, Report to President Lin, the first time I received this news was yesterday. I tried to contact them asking for clarification, but the connection failed. I thought perhaps it was because already closing time, then I tried to contact through direct private call, cell phone, but the connection also failed, but this time, there was a heavy tone resided in her voice. My call as if was being rejected. What conclusion you have assumed from this? Ruoxi asked again, also where did you get this information in the first place? I got it from my other client, who also had a connection with Qingzai. Mo Kayani tilted her cute head while assuming a pondering gesture, maybe they don't want to be bothered? Perhaps. Whatever happened over their end is none of our business. Ruoxi nodded, then she continued, afterwards, what happened? Well, I went to their office and found the gate still open, so I tried to enter. Mo Kayani's expression turned uncertain, but the security at the front gate told me the visitation hours were over, unless I had an appointment, otherwise, they suggested that I to come back on the next day. Did you mention it was an urgent matter? I did, but they still didn't let me through. What were their manners like? How'd they treat you? Ruoxi narrowed her eyes, her fingers no longer incessantly tapping against the desk. It was actually pretty hard to read. They were just as polite as all the other times I've visited. Despite what she said, Mo Kayani made eye contact with Ruoxi. Those dough brown eyes wavered an inexplicable light. Ruoxi went silent, but one could notice the pair of already glacial eyes turn even colder, and after that, you went home, and the morning after, you contacted them again. Then they finally confirmed the truth about the new deal, am I right? Yes, President Lin, Mo Kayani nodded. The entire room dropped into tranquility, everyone could hear the breezing sound of an air conditioner in the room, they sensed the tension that was increasing by seconds. President. What course do we take? One of department heads cautiously asked Lin Ruoxi. He finally couldn't bear it. Ruoxi didn't give immediate response, as if she was pondering about something, spending a long time in silence. 5 minutes had passed, then 10. When the people in the room started to feel nauseated from the nervous aura enveloping the room, she finally parted her bright red lips. I will visit the company myself. The people didn't express much surprise or shock at her statement, but they revealed slight worry. It was right to do so, Ruoxi said in a light tone. President, perhaps. This not a good time for you to act directly. Oh? Why not? Ruoxi didn't have a change in her expression. This matter is too strange. You should send a couple of people in your behalf instead. Ruoxi shook her head, her face remained stiff. If I do that, they won't let them in. This time, some people were startled, perhaps their CEO had realized something that they had missed. Then it's all more the reason for you not to get involved. The person who kept expressing his concern toward Ruoxi is the Human Resource Department head, Danzō, this year 35 years old. His reputation in the company was not bad like Ma Dao, or too popular like Mo Kayani. His appearance was slightly above average and his performance in work was not really splendid. But since he grasped the livelihoods of many employees, lots of people tried to lick his boots whenever they had a chance. But he was famous for one thing, his undying love for their CEO. It's the reason he still didn't get married despite already being on the middle phase of human's journey. I accept your gesture of worry. Any other time I will definitely reconsider, but their manner to us changed as if the sun was rising in the west. Something had happened behind the scene and I felt like they relayed an invisible message that they need to see me. Ruoxi swept her eyes across the people in the room. After hearing her insistence in taking the problem by the reins, Danzō sighed and no longer prevented her. Mo Kayani at this time suddenly opened her mouth, President Lin, should we lobby other televisions company in case things get out of hand? Yes, this problem shouldn't hinder our motion for autumn's exhibition. Prepare a list of available television companies, sort them out by the population size of their viewers and the quality of the product they advertise. Take viewer ratings as the second variable. I want the list before noon, today. Yes. Mokayani flipped open her note, fished out a blue pen from the breast pocket, and started scribbling on the small white paper in hurry. How's the progress of our design? The product's basic model is finished. Some had their embroidery done while the others are still in the initiation phase. We also coordinated with the jewelry company, Ice Snow Corporation. Their gemstone is currently in the finishing steps. The person who reported this revealed slight amazement. This time lot of people had astonished expressions, including Mokayani, albeit she only had it for a brief while before replacing it with a smile. Lenroxi's eyes flickered in excitement, but she quickly covered up with a mere cold nod. It progresses much better than I predicted. Good. Her gaze pierced another side. How about the Grand Hall's setting for an exhibition? What problems do the Flowing Cloud Hotel have? While she said this, her tone had been filled with loathing. Even naked despise breezed through the air she exhaled. Department head Ma broke a cold sweat. He hastily responded, No, President Lin, things are work out well. The stage had no problem. The sound system just completed their maintenance last time. The Grand Hall spec was alright. Cottages for our and sponsorship product was half readied. 500 more than seats had been allocated. Partition for wall pictures was ready. He stormed through each one by one with urgency in his voice. Each time he spoke as if a fire had lit under his plump buttock. After he finished, Ruoxi even disdained to acknowledge his achievement, didn't give him a slight good appreciation. She snapped her gaze away as soon as possible from him. As everybody knows, we have entered a very critical situation for our preparation. We can't let any sort of complication disturb our progress. This will negatively impact our ratings and favorability for sponsorship. Therefore it's a must for me to settle this by myself. Everyone displayed their agreement with a nod. Then we're done for the day. Everyone return to your own office and proceed with your work like usual. Miss Mo, you accompany me to my office. There is an assignment I have for you. The details aren't convenient to be exposed here, Lenroxi said, and then she stood up, swiftly turned her body and left the room. Mokayani also stood up and nipped her steps to chase behind the cold beauty's slender back. The bus they used to go to the village was a single-deck type produced by Yutong's company. It had body paint half red and the other white while the surface was clean from any spots. Right now, people were still transporting logistics into the bus, from the equipment they would need to establish to the stuff they would give to the orphanage. Liu Corporation sent 10 people excluding Liu Ryuan and her bodyguard. Yulei just had 4 people including Naruto. For most of the people's eyes, although this was in the name of cooperation, clearly Liu Corporation won't let Yulei have the chance to dominate their big event. Not only they were having only 3 days of time to make a preparation for a trip. But what was in the majority's perception was certainly not the same in Liu Ryuan's perception. Because in her eyes, one person from Yulei was enough to overturn the entire event's domination. Of course, it's not that she had a high assessment toward Yulei's employee, but she knew someone who was capable enough to make it happen. Dewuyao and Juguan appeared among them, but since the preparation from Yulei was far fewer, they had finished early. The duo chatted with a couple of employees from Liu Corporation until their sights caught the form of one prince and 4 beauties approached from afar. They quickly excused themselves and dashed towards Naruto. In their mind, even though he was a new employee, a rookie, a baby white-collar one could say, but currently, he held the post of the leader in this small group of Yulei's representatives, therefore their manner was also different. What made them show more respect towards Naruto was his handling of the reins of leadership. It was rather impressive. He wasn't stiff like any old greenhorn, or like an unconfident man who didn't know how to order his or her subordinate without a loud voice like an arrogant prick or a soft voice like feared this group of men under him would swallow him. No. It was of a man sure of his own capabilities and a willingness of those under him. Mr. Jugu, Miss Dawu, how are you? And your kids? Before they managed to greet the blonde, Naruto had called out first. Haha, they are well, they are well. Ms. Dawu nodded her head many times while stretched forward her hand to clutch Naruto's hand. My baby can say papa now, extremely cute. Mr. Jugu laughed, then he also accepted Naruto's handshake in an energetic manner. That's good, they must have hate me for dragging away their mom and pop for quite some time, Naruto said. Ah, it's nothing, it's not my first time away from home for work, beside, it's a good change sometimes for my husband to work twice as much. Miss Dawu covered her mouth in giggle. My wife threw a little tantrum but nothing over the top. Naruto smiled along with him before his eyes wandered around the bus and observed the people from Liu Corporation. Unlike themselves who all wore different outfits, the Liu Corporation's people were very well coordinated. They all wore t-shirts with red jumpsuit track, along with its pants. On the back of the jumpsuit, there was a single sentence written in a white thick outline and rather bold black words: Liu Corporation for now and the future. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto, our costumes won't lose out to them. Miss Dawu suddenly chirped in on the side. You say it like we are going on a parade or something. Naruto shook his head in bitterness. Don't you know the act of charity is actually the act of parade in a most subtle way? This time Mina stood beside him with both hands behind her back, which was bent a little as she tilted her head to look at his face. Her front dangled a little. Please, Minnow, I know you are big, stop showing off. Each and every one of our actions will determine what the public will view us. By declaring that we are going to charity or a visit to some poor area, is like operating from point A to point B, although not a direct show, everyone will see us in the news, videos, pictures, televisions, and much more. If we don't put effort, like not wearing the proper costume, incorrectly gauging the situation, they might see us as less interesting, less fascinating. Therefore it's not a strange behavior if we have reserved matching suits for the occasion. Well, if you put it that way. Naruto looked at the other way and scratched his nose a little. Sadly, our preparation time was too short, even for a fashion and cosmetic-focused company like ours. Mina sighed while staring at the beehive in front with a displeased expression. Naruto didn't have much other response, but he gazed at the front view with a long wavering sight. After some minutes later, the remaining logistic they needed to put inside the bus are getting fewer and fewer, it almost finished transitioning. Then a familiar sweet fragrance greeted his nose, a light scent of orchid lingered in the air. Mr. Naruto, sorry for making you wait. He didn't need to look to guess who the master of this blood-boiling intoxicating scent was, he was familiar enough with the aroma she possessed. Not really, I just arrived here a couple of minutes early then had a chat with my colleague. Naruto smiled while faced the pair of honey irises. This time Liu Ian appeared alone, Mr. Fu was nowhere to be seen. Naruto's eyes revealed a slight inquiry. Uncle Fu was taking our car along with the driver, please wait for just another minute, she said. Our car? Before anyone's question mark had a chance to manifest, a minivan with silver-colored body drove from not too far a distance. The front part was a direct diagonal, with a slight protruding head. The curve was rigid, almost a box-like exterior. The minivan drove a while then stopped before Naruto's team and Liu Ian. The passenger's side doors opened and the old Fu came out slowly. He pulled the edge of back passenger's door and slid it fully to the left, exposing a very comfortable compartment, a leather-covered seats with a spacious space among them. Fine wines and snacks had been prepared inside and ready to be ravaged. Please, young miss, Mr. Naruto, come in, Mr. Fu presented his hand towards the interior. You first or me, Mr. Naruto? Liu Ian questioned as she also started to walk towards the Lokiato. Everyone was astonishingly look at Naruto, even the people in Liu Corporation also stopped their activities and stared at their location with incomparable envy. How many of them wanted to have a chance to just even speak to Liu Ian? But this strange blondie now even had a chance to sit next to her, in a private and limited space to move, for a quite long time, and enjoyed the luxurious commodity provided by Liu Ian herself. Ms. Dawayali and Mr. Juguan didn't have much to comment. After all, Naruto was their leader, it's not too far-fetched if he sat together with the leader from the opposition. Zhao Hongyan's eyes burned brighter, she ambiguously exchanged glances between the vixen and the Reynard. Zhang Kai didn't give out any response. She had been long silent since the last time she's spoken. Song Lihua looked at Naruto with eyes tinted with green. Really, the heaven were somewhat unfair, a new employee could have a relation with the CEO from a big company such as Liu Corporation. Why not her? Only Mina showed somewhat difficult expression, although she also wanted for Naruto to climb the social status and quickly network with the right people to boost his fame, but deep inside, she wished to sit together with him. It's not that she was against sitting together with another woman, even if it was a man. So long he knew the proper boundaries of human propriety, then she didn't mind. She's not the kind of conservative woman who awkward with social contact, even with the opposite gender. That's also the reason why she was able to become one of the best employees of the public relation department. She looked at Naruto for a while, catching the expression of the guy who seemed lost in thought made her heart heavy a little. She shook her head bitterly and berated herself for being too unreasonable and obsessive. In any case, Naruto already had a wife, and also 2 lovers. Why she needed to be bothered if he got close with other women? Sorry. But at this time, Naruto started talking with a carefree face, even the corner of his lips curved upwards quite far. Why? Did you think that sitting together with me would result in unpleasant relationships with the others? Liu Ian didn't seem fazed with his refusal, but she did frown her beautiful face a little. No, I think it's quite inappropriate for me to sit together with you, Naruto said, seemingly struck by a bout of embarrassment. Is it because I am a woman? Yeah, that is one of the reasons. Naruto scratched his cheeks sheepishly. Mr. Naruto, are you that stodgy? I can't believe a person like you is actually so mindful in relations between different gender, Aizen said with a little displeased. Well, usually I won't mind about it. Then, what's the problem? The vixen began to get impatient. Naruto scratched his cheek again, but now he looked at the other way. No, he looked at Minnow, and he said, so simple, so light, but inside tone full of dear meaning, I have a fiancé. 113 Premonition. The women along with Mr. Juguan stared weirdly at Naruto. All of them had confused expression except for a certain purple-orange streaked hair beautiful lady, although compared to any of them, her face was the one with the greatest change, looking at Naruto with disbelieving eyes and slight dropping jaw. As for the rest of Liu Corp's employee, they even more confused at the strange silent state that entered Naruto people's area. Liu was the first to recover, the pair of beautiful eyelashes baffled and her honey eyes blinked a couple of times before she said, you mean a wife, you have a wife, right? Her question broke free those frozen like ice sculpture people. They also shared the same idea with the seductive woman. Perhaps they had heard him wrong. Only Minna that knew Naruto certainly not mispronounce, or these people's ears were not slightly defective. Her amethyst-like eyes bore deeply toward the blonde head, somewhat anticipated what response he would come up with. And of course, he was not the one to disappoint. No, Naruto sighed before he cleared his throat and spoke a bit loud. I have a fiancé, however, I do have a wife too. Bang. It was as if a loud sonic boom just launched from its base and struck the people's ears, entered all the way to their brain to recognize. Their expression only delayed for a moment, before revealing a wave of incomparable anger and envy. Are you cracking a joke? Did you just say that you have built two women, one as a wife, another as a fiancé? Even the most famous master from the staple family in Zonghai only have one wife. Though he did have a couple of mistresses, it certainly was a different case than having a fiancé. But the problem was that master hailed from a big family. They did not only have the fame but also had seized the wealth. He definitely could support those lovers of his, even could make their life be in richness and honors. 7 generations will not miss a single bowl of rice. Yet you? What thing are you can accomplish what those wealthy people couldn't? It's not a topic of money in order to have multiple wives, but the rule that had been established since the era of imperialism and no concern what position you hold in government, no matter what kind of company you have in the nation, all must obey this rule, since old time. No one dares to break to pass this. Really an ignorant person, truly unbelievable. The people from Liu Corp sneered altogether. At first they don't have any good impression on Yuli's representative. They thought these people just a backload, unnecessary luggage, or with much more harsher words, a pitiful people. It's understandable because, inside their mind, the only reason why Liu must invite these people to come along together is just the act of compassion and also kindness. As for why she must specifically pick Yuli, they didn't care much. One couldn't tell the difference from one rat to the whole pack of them. Now, their impression had lowered much because of Naruto's absurdity-spoken words. Laughable idiot. Naruto certainly noticed the negative emotion that flowed from the direction of those employees. In fact, he had sensed it since the beginning of his arrival in the underground parking lot. A face could say a smile but heart will eventually tell different matter. One can hide bad intention, but don't dream to hide your negative aura. But Naruto didn't care much about what all of them thought at the moment. Every deed he conducted had nothing to do with them whatsoever. Is that even possible? Do you also plan to marry her? Liu knitted her eyebrows, then she hesitated a little before saying, it is a woman, right? And human? Naruto almost staggered after hearing her inquiry. What the heck is currently running inside her mind? Naruto didn't say much, too lazy to bicker with his vixen. Why else we must be engaged? Naruto, you did know that the rule is Miss Liu. You are needless to say, I know, and this is my problem. You don't have to care about it, Naruto said with a slight groan. Liu's eyes wavered before she nodded, then, congrats. Thanks, Naruto replied lightly. Back at the matter on hand, why this has to do with you sat together with me. Before Naruto gave his response, Liu chuckled, then continued, did you fear she thought you are going to cheat on her? Well, considering your circumstances with two women, I did not blame her, but she can rest assured, I don't have any such a thought regarding you. I treat you as a great prospective business partner. I believe you may achieve a lot of big deal in the future, therefore I want to establish more contact with you since now. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Naruto shrugged, then he rubbed the back of his head. Actually, is not the matter of cheating that makes me refuse your invitation, but... Naruto silent for a while, then he said, my fiancée is here, moreover she also coming with us to the orphanage. Bah dump. Mina's heart as if must jump out of her bosomy chest, and somehow the hair on her skin raised up a little, feeling too much excitement running down her vein. Ah! This time Zhao Hongyan and Zhang Kai exclaimed. Their loud tones scared the lad Song Lihue, who still in trance of disbelief. She even managed to jump quite high because of the sudden big stimulation. De Wuiao and Zhuge Wan flabbergasted. They never thought that Naruto dared to have an affair with another employee in Yulei. Moreover, she was among the people who present here and also will come with them together in the charity activities. Well, they still considered it as an affair since it was impossible for a man to have two women with legal status. Liu Yui and frowned, then her face shifted from the glowing hair to the woman who several steps away from his side. In fact, all of the people also steered their sight toward the single same subject in the area. Mina suddenly as if felt becoming the woman of the hour of this weird phenomenon, like the role of main character forcefully placed upon her head, resembling at her time back in the high school days. Cold sweat unavoidably dripped from the back of her neck, a little uncomfortable at the many stares these people gave her. Minnow, you. Zhao Hongyan opened her mouth, but her voice came in stammer before she was thoroughly silent. She truly lost for any words. The fierce woman Zhang Kai didn't say a word, but her eyes looked at the purple-orange streak-haired woman with jumbled lights. All people waited for a minute to give out her answer in regard to this ridiculous situation. Naruto also lightly looked at her, the cerulean eyes gave supporting vision. Mina hesitated for a moment, she took a deep breath, controlled her own emotion, then she sighed before revealing a beautiful smile to behold. It's true, he proposed to me, and I accepted it. We even already exchanged rings, therefore our engagement is official. Wah! Immediately the silent underground parking lot filled with annoying commotion. The Liu Corp's employee no longer care about the logistics they must transport inside the bus. They now as if watched a television drama, looking toward Naruto's co-direction with excited gaze, enviousness, and jealousy. This was truly a super rare event to happen. One among the million. Didn't have a man in this nation manage to have more than one legal woman. They began to hate Naruto more while holding contempt inside, also pity themselves because why it was not them who can have more than one woman. Minnow, what is your parents' response? Have they agreed to this? Zhao Hongyan nipped toward Minna's side and talked in a low tone. I actually haven't told them yet. Minna said with an embarrassing tone. What? Then how do you prepare for it? Zhao Hongyan exclaimed but covered her mouth in the instant. She spoke again in another low tone. That. We decided again after this business trip concluded. Besides, I believe Naruto will have a fine solution. Minna smiled toward her buddy, comforting the worried woman not to think much about it. Zhao Hongyan went silent for a while, then she nodded, replacing the stiff lips of her with a gentle smile. Then Minnow, congratulations, you really deserve to be happy. Whatever decision you have made, believe me, I will always support you. Hongyan, thank you. Minna's eyes couldn't help but turn moist at this time. Zhang Kai also took several steps closer to her, but instead showing the same reaction with Zhao Hongyan, she showed a confused face instead. Minnow, is this really what you want? Are you willing yourself to be a second woman of a man who likes to mind other people's business? Minna stared at Zhang Kai for a moment, then sighed. First, second, what's the difference? So long our relationship is legal and can be acknowledged by people, then all it was left between the first wife and the second wife just the subject of time. So long the man can love both them equally, then there is no need for a dispute. Also, people who like to mind other people's business mean they care for the people they helped, and imagine if the person they helped is in fact not an acquaintance, how great that man was if he had the heart of people, and I am proud to have that kind of a man as my husband. John K. A person must have self-esteem inside of her. He or she may unable to live in honor, but a person who didn't know how to appreciate the help that had been given, even a tiny little bit of honor wasn't worthy for her to have. Hearing the words Minna said made John Kai's expression became stiff, the whole body as if coagulated, the bone inside became frozen. She couldn't believe the person who used to be silent and cloaked in the aura of gentleness could say such fierce words toward her. A person she used to call friend, in fact, more than just a friend. Minna shook her head, her hair swayed side to side. I know what are you thinking, you must have been disappointed to me, but Zhang Kai remembered, a friend is the one who laughs together with you, a best friend is the one who supports you in whatever condition, a sister is the one who shares concern at your welfare, a mother is the one who will spank you if you behave badly. If I am not your friend, if I am not your best friend, if I am not your sister, and if I am certainly not your mother. If I am not one of those, then why I and other people will care so much about you? Zhang Kai's entire body immediately shivered, in and out as if zapped by fierce lightning and burned her innermost feeling till it chokes with smoke. Minna smiled, she took steps toward Zhang Kai and gently curled one arm around her back and another one on the top of her head. One wiped and another patted. Zhang Kai's eyes couldn't bear to well up with tears, she's a hothead person, Has high self-esteem and belief in oneself. Effort could solve all the problem. She had been working day and night, sometimes took overtime, both normal days and weekend, just she could pay the debt to set herself free. Although what Naruto did isn't necessarily helping her out of the trouble, but it at least could help to take care of her health. Because of shortness of time, she barely had a chance to cook for herself a proper meal, therefore she almost never buys any groceries. Most of the time, she ate fast food and cold food. Passing through this whole difficulty, she sometimes felt desolate, because she thought she was the only person who had a problem and had a capability to solve it herself. But Minu's words had truly wake her up. Previously she knew that she had people that care about her, but she denied it. She thought the reason for their caring is not sincere, merely a pity. She didn't need other pity, she didn't need other mercy. Zhang Kai covered her face with her hands. It's a turbulent waterfall that flowed between the gap of her eyes. Other people in the surrounding area, as if affected by the sorrowful atmosphere coating them, one by one exhaled a heavy sigh. Liu Yuan stood there watching the event that had occurred. She mumbled to herself, "Yulei. Have a good people." Naruto nodded, then said inwardly, "Ruoxi, you are truly fortunate." After everything was concluded, the logistics finished being transport inside, and people began to enter the bus. Naruto's team and Liu Yuan chatted on the nearby. "President Liu, all set to go," one of Liu Yuan's employees said politely while stood at the bus gate. "Good, prepare to set off." Liu Yuan faced him. As the employee received her order, he turned around and walked inside the bus. Liu Yuan turned her seductive face at Naruto. She said, "Then Mr. Naruto, I'll see you again at the orphanage." "Yes, I hope our journey is a success," Naruto said while offering his hand toward her. Liu Yuan moved her small head up and down in a rapid manner. She grasped Naruto's hand. Immediately he felt as if grasped a boneless skin. After Liu Yuan had boarded her own transport, Dawuyali, Juguan, and Mina had also gone inside the bus, leaving only Naruto and Zhao Hongyan, 3 people outside. "Once again, thanks for sending us off," Naruto said. "And once again, don't, it's already part of the duty," Hongyan giggled, covering the fresh lips of her with the back of her palm. "Don't forget to take care your fiancé." Naruto grinned, said haughtily, "No safe arms better than mine. Show off." The hothead Zhang Kai snorted. The blonde responded with a teased smile, caused the shoulder-length woman immediately panicked. After all, their relation now was somewhat awkward. A couple of minutes passed, then Naruto finally turned around with a last farewell word and prepared to ride the bus. Didn't know what hit the violet-like eyes woman, she suddenly shouted, "Naruto, wait." Her loud voice caught Naruto and the rest of people off guard. The blonde almost slipped from the bus gate. With a confused face, he said, "Yes, Sister Kai." Zhang Kai hesitated for a while, then said, "I'm sorry." Naruto widened his eyes, then the corner of his lips hooked upward, waving his hand, "No need, you have done nothing wrong, see you later." Then Naruto also entered the bus. The moving compartment lit up its sign and the wheels began to spin. It moved forward several times and took a right turn as it headed toward the exit. Behind, Liu Yuan's minivan followed in tail. After a while both types of transport had gone from their sight. Zhao Hongyan leered at Zhang Qi, said with a teased tone, "Took you long enough. I thought you won't say the words before you certainly grow a gray hair." Surprisingly Zhang Kai didn't respond against her best friend joke, her face somewhat confused and showed a sign worry. This appearance made Zhao Hongyan also confused. She couldn't help but saying, "Zhang Qi, what's wrong?" The shoulder-length woman silent for a while, then she said toward her, "Hongyan, why do I have a feeling I won't see Naruto again for a long time?" 114 Look up for the case. Zhang Kai, what do you mean? This time Zhao Hongyan revealed a worried look. She faced at the direction of the departed bus. "Do you feel something will happen to them?" Zhang Kai frowned. She didn't know where this gut-churning feeling suddenly came from. She certainly rested well this night and ate a homemade sandwich, filled with 2 fried eggs, tomatoes, cucumber, and celery. She didn't quarrel with her husband before she left the house in the morning. She had a fight with Naruto earlier, but nowhere she such felt dread like this. What's going on? Then she glanced to both women on her side. Their expression hung in worried and confusion. Zhang Kai took a deep breath before settling her eyes on Zhao Hongyan's curved bottom, and she swiftly raised her hand then swinging it down. "Pa! Kaya!" The poor phoenix-like eyes lady yelped, feet slightly left the ground as she jumped in shock. "Why do you take it so seriously?" "Obviously, I was just kidding, mwahaha." Zhang Kai put the back of her palm before her lips then laughed brazenly. Rubbing the plump bottom with both hands, Zhao Hongyan stared begrudgingly at her. "Great, now I miss the quiet you. Oh come on, I know you love me anyway." Then she started to cling on her like a butter stick. "By the way, Hongyan, your ass seemed to become more full than before. Have your husband give it a quiet treatment? Or Have you gone to treat it specially? Speaking nonsense. Zhao Hongyan grunted, then she grabbed her ear and twisted it upward. Ow! The shoulder-length haired woman cringed. She broke free her ear from Zhao Hongyan clutched, taking few steps away from her while huffed. Ooh, such a high temperament. I have to say, Hongyan, I think you are quite frustrated today. Should you not take care of it, like very soon? Yeah, definitely miss the quite you. Zhao Hongyan sighed, giving the last look at the disappeared bus, then walked toward the lobby again. John Kai looked at her departing figure, then she glanced toward the underground parking lot's exit. Nah, nothing bad will happen. With eyes stared at his direction, Naruto carelessly took a seat on the third row from the front. As soon as he placed his bottom, immediately a chunk of meat on his waist grasped by two slender but powerful fingers. Why do you women like to do this? Naruto shook his head in confusion. Look at what you did. Mina snorted, the amethyst-colored eyes glared cutely at him. What did I do? Naruto tilted his head, his eyebrows wrinkled. Good, keep playing dumb, you are intentional, right? Mina puffed her cheek. Humphrey, you confessed in public like that, don't you fear it arrives in your wife ears? I already told her, otherwise, why would I dare? Naruto shrugged, his tone was light. Eh? Mina startled, then her expression was somewhat between nervous and excited. Is it that mean, she consented our relationship? Well, duh. Naruto chuckled, he rested his hand atop her head. Don't worry, everything's alright. Hearing and feeling such an affectionate gesture from him, she became peaceful, then noticing a bunch of pair of eyes which stare at their direction, her face turned red and once again seized the handful of meat from his waist. Naruto laughed bitterly, he started to think that perhaps women secretly inborn this martial arts technique. Told me the truth, did you reject Liu Yuan's invitation because of this sole reason? Mina said. Nope, it just among one of the main reason. Naruto slid the corner of his lips to the right. Why? You do realize hooked up with CEO from Giant's company like Liu Corp is a dream of every person. And apparently not me. Naruto suddenly showed a slight pale expression, his eyes revealed terror intent. You don't know her as I do, what she really wanted from me is not establishing any connection, but roping me into her company. Yesterday, when I arrived at her company, she directly handed me a check with 6 figures on it, telling me that will be my regular salary if I joined her company. I rejected, then a pretty woman came in, she claimed it was her secretary, but she also handed me a married proposal, said that if I joined her company, she will make me with that pretty woman. I also rejected, but right at the moment I was about to leave, she gave me something that made my both knees almost soft. Mina faced him with a tilted head, her cheek almost pasted into his shoulder. She gave me a bowl of ramen. Naruto's eyes immediately as if fell into deep recollection, the pupil became enchanted with a past pictured of brownish almost golden soup with yellow noodle. The purple-orange streak-haired woman dropped down her head, luckily she quick to recover, otherwise she would hit his thigh. My resistance was at the brink of collapse. In conclusion, she is a terrifying woman. I can't believe she got that much interest on you. Mina sighed as she rubbed her temple, really this fiancé of her needed some blow into the head. You rejected a high salary with no problem. You rejected to marry a pretty woman with no problem. But merely a side of ramen enough to entice you to defect into another company. Really inconceivable. Hey, what can I say, I am very charming. Naruto slanted his lips. Good, I acknowledged that. She rolled her eyes, then said, did she also know that you can do weird things? Alright, first, what I can do is jutsu, not weird things. You called it like that make it sounds like I am a freak. Naruto's face became a little displeased. But, you do are a freak. Minu innocently smiled, what kind of a person can climb more than a 20-floor building without the use of any conventional mean, change into other people appearance, and create of something out of thin air? It's a freak, fine, point taken. He snorted, threw his face to the other side. Mina tittered, one hand curled around his left arm, the great front chest stuck onto it. Don't be mad, I am seriously not kidding. He bitterly smiled, then pinched her nose. After a while, Naruto grasped her hand, held it softly as he asking her, where do your parent live? North side of Zonghai, in the housing complex at the Dongsai district. Mina leaned her head to the backrest of the seat. Alright, I'll visit them as soon as we complete this task. Naruto nodded. Mina hesitated for a while, then she said, don't you want to know what my father did for a living? Naruto curled his lips, then said, is he a drug dealer? Well, no. Mina widened her eyes before snapped her eyebrows sharply. She curled her hand and bumped her fist to Naruto's left shoulder. My father is not a criminal. Hey, I am not saying he is a criminal. An apothecary by all mean also a drug dealer. Naruto grinned sheepishly. Humphrey, nice save. Mina crinkled her nose. So, not a drug dealer. Naruto crossed his arms before his chest, his face revealed a serious ponder. Do you want a clue? She said in teased tone. Nah, he is a mercenary, Naruto shrugged. Eh? This time Mina was shocked, disbelief appeared all over her face. How can you guess correctly? Oh, I got it right? It was actually among between secret agent or debt collector, but I take a bull by picking mercenary. What makes you think that way? Well, you first was hesitate to tell me, meaning it's not a job that viewed as normal in many people's eyes. Is either your father job or dangerous or poor? If someone had a poor job mean they live in a poor house, but based on the current state of your living place, it's impossible for your father to have a poor job. I am not saying you didn't pay the rent on your own, but what kind of a child having a good resident while their parent had a bad one? It does not make any sense. Also, you know me, if 6 figures of number didn't catch my eyes, why concern myself with any poor job? Therefore I concluded your father's job was dangerous, but you had stated he is not a criminal. Maybe he could be a military officer or such, but based on your past, I don't think it was possible. Yes, if Minu's father was somewhat an officer in military, and certainly won't have a low rank since Minu seemed pretty well off. Naruto also remembered when he met her while she tried to admit her brother in the hospital, which could be grade among one of the expensive hospital ranks in the city, and she should already know the news about that long-gone disappeared past boyfriend. Moreover, a person would not hesitate to tell others if his or her father had a powerful position in the government facility. Your father is not a criminal, but his job was dangerous, yet he's not a military officer, therefore I could only conclude your father is either a secret agent, debt collector, or mercenary. I just pick among the 3 of this, and apparently I got right, Naruto said with a tone akin to a breeze air. Mina had been long and silent. She looked at Naruto as if she just saw a new person. Naruto, maybe you should become an investigator in the police department, such your fortune will have a rapid advance, she said with eyes glued into his figure. Too bothersome. I don't find comfort within the midst of strict rule, and I don't find it amusing to make myself too busy. He scratched his nose. I prefer a common employee, it has a lot more benefit. What more benefit than a standard payment, perhaps a little bonus here and there? Mina couldn't help herself but giggle. Well. He turned his cerulean eyes toward her, the face had a slight but soothing smile. I met you, didn't I? Then Mina had thoroughly become speechless, her mouth parched a little and eyes slowly went blurred. Although she had heard many compliment and poetic words, never a simple sentence like that could frame her emotion, and caught her heart was beating fast. A long time passed, she finally regained her bearing, smiled beautifully at the person before her. Your lips truly sweet, no wonder you have many lovers. I know, right? What a troublesome gift. Naruto grinned as he scrubbed his hair. Oh, shut up. She slapped his shoulder, then pasted her side of the body into his, skin to skin intertwined in the warm atmosphere. As the bus carried them into the far destination, Mina slowly closed her eyes while hoped this moment could last for eternity. Mochiani followed Ruoxi back to her office. They passed Wu Yu's desk, recognizing each other before continued past through her gate. Wu Yu, give me 10 minutes of privacy with Miss Mo, Ruoxi said through her intercom. Yes, President, Wu Yu's cold voice came through the speaker. Ruoxi walked away from her desk, the slender waist swayed side to side as she approached the window of her office, overlooking the bustling situation in the city. Ruoxi, how should we handle this situation? Kayane opened her mouth after a brief time of silence had passed. Ruoxi crossed her arms below her chest, the peerless beautiful face expressed a deep thought. A couple of seconds later. Kayane, do you remember the event of burning hospital last year? Yes, I did, it's a huge incident after all. Ruoxi turned her body, face to face said to Kayane, I want you to dig up the case. 115 Go investigate. Somewhere within Zonghai City, a building with paint of green and blue on its wall constructed right at the sidewalk of the main road of the street. The sun was on halfway toward the west, and people were going inside and outside that building. A woman, wearing an office suit, was ambling among the crowd of the people, with a black purse on her right shoulder and brandy watch on her left wrist. She made her way toward the inside of the building, which had the unique scent of medicine. Thud. The woman was looking at her phone when her slender shoulder clashed against someone from the opposite direction. She was pushed slightly and tilted her body. The iPhone on her hand almost fell on the process. Hey, look at where you going. The woman protested, despite she could also take the blame since she hardly pays attention to her front. She turned around to scold the person only to see the culprit had strode far from the distance she was expected. It was if hitting her had no matter to the person. Humphrey, people these days. The woman snorted as she decided to drop the case and continued her purpose of coming here. Her monthly stint had been spent on buying the new Prada high heel shoes, and not long after, they had released a new model of perfume. She must ask for more money from her lover. This was her first time coming here, albeit her lover had been hospitalized about a week. Well, it couldn't be helped since she's also busy and someone else needed her attention. 4th floor, Royal Section, Room Number 4. The woman said as she looked at her phone. She minced her steps toward the elevator and pressed the intended button as soon as she entered it. There were a couple of people that also went inside the small box. This was the elevator specialized for people only. The woman stood at the left corner. She fished out her makeup tools and started fixing her own look in the front of a small mirror in it. As she brushed her bang, she noticed a small package right at the right corner of the elevator. Thinking that probably just some stuff people accidentally dropped, she ignored the package and continued arranging her facial look. The people with her had been lessened one by one along with the raising elevation. Now there was only her, and she was on her way toward the 4th room. Her lover had been impatiently wanting to see her, therefore she must give him the best appearance he would never dream to see. That way she could extort him easier if he was completely enchanted. Craftily smiling while slightly drooling at the thought of grasping that new perfume soon, the woman ambled out from the elevator as its gate slid open. But at this moment, bang! The entire elevator exploded in the instant, crumbling the wall around its vicinity and burned 1/4 of the 40th floor area. The fire spread fast. It was infected the rest of the area on the floor and soon it descended to the poor floors below it. That woman in the official suit's clothes had disappeared into ashes. Her beauty was swallowed completely by the fierceness of the blazing flame. The news said that the burning building was a bombing case. It had taken more than 50 lives and caused injuries to 100 people. The police had caught the culprit in his house 3 days later, and he was sentenced to be imprisoned for a lifetime, Rukongai said while tapping on her elbow, but not over a week. He already committed suicide by cutting his own wrist. Thus, isn't the case already concluded? Also why this has anything to do with Chang's Eye Company? Mokiani said. Rukongai turned her swan-like graceful body, the double breast hoisted up by the pressure from her hugging arms, because the last words he left behind before he killed himself. I will never forget this. The ice-cold CEO walked toward her desk and opened her mini laptop. She tapped on the keyboard for a while then slid the laptop 90°, facing at Mokiani's direction. The cute PR's department had approached the laptop then bent her body to look what was lay beyond the display. Rukongai this is. She widened her eyes, glanced at Rukongai doubtfully. Rukongai nodded. The Fire Hero, one of their programs with the most viewers. It first aired 5 years ago, but for the last 2 years, the rating of this program was dropping significantly. The show told the experience of firefighter. They also build the simulation to replicate the event. At first, it catches some viewers' eyes because of several firefighters had interesting experiences, but after a while, the show became stagnant as it no longer showed any special experience, and the burning cases accident also had been few. For the next couple of months, the program started to show a declining popularity. What worse, the program began to tell fake experiences. This caused major dissatisfaction, thus lessening the number of viewers till they are almost shut down this program because it no longer has any benefit. Rukongai sat on her desk, curling one long leg over her slender thigh. But last year, that burning hospital's incident, because their television showed a live recording of how the firefighter extinguished and cooled down the incident, their rating immediately spiked up, even surpassed their previous achievement. Oh yes, I heard about this. The program showed a personage of firefighter did dramatic rescue in the incident. There is this pair of mother and her baby which was trapped in one of the room, the flame at that time already surrounding them. The smoke was very thick, their voice was unable to breach through the wall of fire, thus they were almost impossible to be rescued. But one firefighter personage who at that point of time, stumbled upon their location and braved himself to cross over the sea of fire, and luckily managed to save them. Mokiani put her finger on the red kissable lips. Yes, thanks to him, the mother and her baby were saved. He got a medallion for his bravery and the program's rating also went up in a big scale. Rukongai nodded. Mokiani stared at her. She hesitated slightly then said, Rukongai, you don't think that incident have anything to do with this program, right? Kayani, what do you think? Rukongai didn't reveal many expressions. It's a pure coincidence. Well, not the bombing case, but the firefighter, the program, and the mother-baby 2 people, all of them told no indication of any fabrication. Sure, the arrival of firefighter on a scene half an hour after it happened it's coincidence. That personage stumbled on the scene where it was almost impossible to recover the lives of these 2 victims also a coincidence. The program's sudden rising on rating also a pure coincidence, Rukongai said. So yes, Kayani, I believe all of this also coincidence. Alright, Miss President CEO. Mokiani sighed, what do you want me to do? I remind you even if you have a suspicion, we are impossible to do anything about that. We have no relation with it whatsoever. Of course. Rukongai nodded. You relate with Mr. Ma, go to the firefighter division building under the guise of a third-rate newspaper company. Why I must go with him? Mokiani's face became inconceivable. You know his reputation within the company and how much I loathed him. What if he makes a move on me? Rukongai almost fell from the desk she occupied. Truly this best friend of her has this much confidence in her beauty. Don't worry, he won't dare. Lenroxi bitterly smiled. Why? Mo Kayane wrinkled her eyebrows. Did he finally repent and had been converted into a priest? Kayane, your imagination is too much. Lenroxi once again almost fell her curled bottom from the top of the deck. You told me what dirt you have on him, Mo Kayane relentlessly said. Enough, our time is not many, I also must go to that Chengzai. Lenroxi stood from her chair and began to walk toward her bathroom. Oh, okay. Mo Kayane begrudgingly said, what should I do, after I inquiries about that incident? Goes to the prison next. Lenroxi lightly said, but leaving an incomparable shock impression on the cutesy gal. Zonghai City, West Side. One police car drove on one of the streets. There were two people sat on different position of the seat, one at the front, another was in the back. Really unbelievable, the figure on the back groaned, her face twisted in an ugly manner despite the beauty she possessed. I get it, pleasure can make you forget about time. Does it also make you forget to answer an important call? Chief, maybe Mr. Go is truly busy. The front person revealed a bit scared expression. He cursed his own bad luck for having a free time now, thus he must accompanied an annoyed tigress. What busy? Hanging around in the casino since last night is busy? The green iris woman slammed her fist on the back seat cushion, her hand sink on the leather cover, showing the magnitude of her irritation had reached a whole new level. Well, what do you expect from someone who hasn't sleep up to this hour, and still on recovery from broken rib at that? We are heading now, Chief, 7th Clover is not that far. The officer said. Humphrey. Kayane snorted, then she took out a pill case from her breast pocket and fed herself one pill before drunk mineral water from the small bottle. Chief, maybe you should calm down, don't tell me what to do, you are not my mother. Well, fuck me. The police car passed several blocks before it arrived on a sizable building. The car blinked its left sign then slowly parked across the building. Kayane took a deep breath before she pushed the door open, landing one foot on the roadside. She supported herself by holding the window frame then pulled her body out of the car. She turned her athlete body around and looked at the flashy building ahead with contempt look. Any rich people hobby always made her felt disgusted, even golf, particularly golf. Chief, do you need a hand? The officer said with worried, while secretly thought he might get to touch her 1 or 2 times. No need, you lead in front. Kayane coldly said, although she couldn't read her subordinate dirty intention, but she's not in the mood for acting benevolent. They both rapidly crossed the street. The front building had a clover made of neon stuck on the balcony of their front gate. It's still lit with green lights despite the sky had turned very bright. Really waste of energy, no wonder the state electrical bill is getting expensive. Kayane didn't let an opportunity to lash out an insult like this such go away, though no one listened. The officer just pretended he heard her tantrum, or it might get worse if she truly being ignored. She might get really upset, and oh boy, you don't want to see her upset. Strange, why there is no guard around? Kayane said after she had tired herself with the complaint. She looked right and left of the building side but no one stood nearby. Usually, a place like this had hunky and scary face people to guard the gate, mostly just to scare teenager or people with no money, sometimes a police too. Maybe they are close. The officer said. Then why the neon around still lit? Perhaps they forgot to turn it off? Fool. If only one that's still up, that is forgot, this is the whole neon, how come someone forgets to turn off the whole light on the building? Kayane's body flushed thoroughly red, perhaps it's best not to provoke her much further. The officer quickly didn't dare to say anything, he strode forward and knocked on the door. Tap tap tap. 1 minute passed. 2. 4. After the officer had knocked about 3 times, even Kayane had used her delicate foot to stomp on the door, no one came out to greet them. Alright, that's it, I am going to eradicate this building, whether the person we are looking is inside or not, I don't care anymore, I am going to rip off their gambling permission. Kayane took out her gun. Chief, wait, don't need to be rush, perhaps the people inside are busy. The officer became panic. He understood that not only the lack of sleep caused his beautiful chief to be very annoyed right now, the result of fingerprints they found last night on the karaoke place also led them to nothing but unidentified identity. All the work were for nothing, and now, when they tried to contact the boss of those victims, Mr. Go, he hadn't been answering their call, even this morning also. When they contact Mr. Go's company this morning, his secretary said Mr. Go hadn't come to his office. When they contact his house in the morning, his wife told them he hadn't come since last night. That's why Kayane was truly upset. They can be busy all they want, but I am also busy. Any kind of action that hinder police investigation is considered as an act against the law. Proper punishment shall be delivered. Kayane rose her gun, aimed at the front gate handle, and I am about to punish. Starsea with a golden-like handle immediately had a hole on it. Without waiting for more seconds, Kyan dashed toward the gate and pushed it abruptly. Immediately, the scent of rotten meat. The thick air of iron taste. The dreadful atmosphere that as if coagulated the time. The buzz noise of many flies. Clack. Kyan stopped her steps, the whole body froze in the spot, the wrathful expression she previously wore gone in the instant, replaced with confusion and, a bit fear. The officer behind her also stopped, cold sweat now soaked him from top to bottom. Right before them, was a man, hanging upside down from the ceiling, head bent to the side while two clear stabbings wound on his chest and stomach. His blood was already dry, but the puddle below his body had formed quite many. By the looks of his attire, this person is the bouncer, the one who supposedly guarded the front door. Kyan's breath became rapid, the memory from several days immediately resurfaced into her brain. See Chief, www. The officer unable to form the complete words, not only he was incapable after what he just saw, but Kyan had absent-mindedly walked past the hanging dead. Chief, wait. The officer tried to chase after her, but because his legs were lost power for a moment, he was a lag behind. Kyan forced her way from the casino's entrance, she raised her hand to open the door into the main hall. Then her mind instantly blanks, before she swallowed by complete darkness. The only last thing she remembered, she was seeing hell,